Super Devouring System Chapter 3557 to Chapter 3639. Prince Xian, the invincible war god, young Master Ling Hu, young Master Yozuan, and Baofeng Sha, he was actually the same person. After a secret discussion, Zhan Tu and the old ancestor of the eyebrows inadvertently discovered this shocking secret that was very likely to be the truth. Immediately, they looked at each other in horror, and they felt a chill all over their bodies. If this guess and inference were true, then this guy was more than just a peerless monster. He was simply... well, it was impossible to describe. It was too shocking. A single person had stirred up the winds and clouds of the three universes. Prince Xian and Baofeng Sha had caused chaos in the first universe one after another, or perhaps all eyes were on them. Young Master Ling Hu and the invincible war god had even stirred up the two major camps of the entire human race in the third universe. Young Master Yuming was also abnormal. In the second universe, he had toyed with more than half of the experts of the top forces of the three universes in the three universes. Not only were the Almighties fooled, but the entire Yin demon clan was also destroyed by him. Now, there was still an old monster, a Star Lord, roaring all over the world like a mad dog, like thunder. He swore to find him and let him bleed to vent his anger. Everything, one by one, flashed through the minds of Zhan Tu and the old ancestor of the eyebrows, like a movie rewinding. Gradually, the backs of the two old guys were full of cold sweat. What kind of freak was this? What kind of astounding freak was this? For the first time, their confidence in secretly scheming against the other party began to waver. Could they really successfully capture such an existence that stirred up the winds and clouds of the three universes? Even though the two of them were almighties of the universe, at this moment, Zhan Tu and the old ancestor of the eyebrows suddenly felt a little timid about this. However, this feeling came and went quickly. Zhan Tu and the old ancestor of the eyebrows soon burst out with a burning light, but they concealed it very well. However, the hearts of the two old fellows started to thump. Previously, when they realized that young Master Yuming should be young Master Ling Hu, they were already very excited. This was because young Master Ling Hu alone had shown all kinds of benefits that were already very tempting. As for the Netherworld young master, there were also many benefits. Just the Netherworld clan's bloodline ability, the Netherworld claw, and the primordial treasure, the smoke net, were enough to make the two old fellows drool. But now, when they realized that the person they were scheming against not only had the first two identities, but also the other three identities that were not weak at all. Each of them represented great fortune and benefits, so naturally, their excitement was instantly magnified. Furthermore, other than the benefits of the 5 identities of Prince Xian and the others that had already been revealed, the two old men were even more certain that the other party definitely had an even more shocking secret treasure, or secret technique on him. Otherwise, how could he have stirred up such a huge commotion and stirred up a storm in the 3 planes of the universe? Thinking about it carefully, if they were to arrange it according to the time, they should be able to discover that in less than a year, from the time of Prince Xian to the current appearance of Sha Baofeng, the cultivation realm of this young junior that they were plotting against had soared by several levels like a rocket. Level, it wasn't something that could be achieved by having a lot of cultivation resources, powerful techniques, or techniques. No matter how abundant the cultivation resources were, it would take time to collect them and refine them. No matter how many resources one had, it would be useless if they couldn't be transformed into one's own strength. It was obvious that the young man had some kind of unbelievable secret technique that could quickly improve his level. They didn't know about the absorption system, so they could only describe it as unbelievable. All in all, the young man had a great fortune. He would definitely soar to the sky once he got it. Reaching the Star Lord state was the greatest dream for any universe expert. Many of them were stuck at that level for the rest of their lives. No matter how long their lifespan was, it was inevitable that they would reach their limit. If they could get the young man's secret technique, both Zhan Tu and the old man were absolutely certain that they would be able to become Star Lords. It wouldn't take long, either. Also, it wouldn't be as simple as becoming a Star Lord. It wouldn't be a dream to surpass the Star Lord state. Thinking of this, old ghost Zhan Tu and the ancestor of the eyebrowless sect exchanged glances again. Both of them could see an extremely strong desire in each other's eyes, crazy desire. They talked to each other telepathically again. It's just a guess, but it's basically the truth if I'm not mistaken. We didn't come here in vain this time. We've gained a lot. In any case, we've discovered a shocking secret. It seems that we need to change our strategy. This guy isn't easy to deal with, we can't be hasty, or we might fail miserably. Don't forget that he's tricked a lot of universe experts, including Star Lords. That's right. Let's put all our other strategies on hold for now. What we need to do now is to observe in secret and think of countermeasures. Either we don't have an opportunity, or we'll destroy him once it does. Ha ha ha. At the same time, on the other side of the three observation groups, inside the 10,000-meter-tall fortress that belonged to the headquarters of the Wanluo Federation, Long Huai, the chief of the Overwatch Council of the Federation, was frowning and gazing at the holographic screen in front of him. His eyes were fixed on the humanoid alloy god that had been transformed by mechanical transformations on Wild Star. He mumbled to himself worriedly, since when did the Heavenly Legacy clan's mechanical fusion ability become so strong? According to our information, wasn't this so-called ultimate secret skill of the Tianji clan created by DE not long ago? It shouldn't be so mature right now. This is because even the younger generation of the Celestials' legacy race has reached such a high level of comprehension in this domain. First, there was Yi Luo's rapid bugs, and now there's Sha Baofeng's humanoid alloy god. What happened to the Heavenly Legacy clan? Did young geniuses suddenly appear like a geyser? It's really worrying. Long Huai shook his head and sighed. He then turned to look at the deputy chief of the Overwatch Council, Hongdou Lifeng, and ordered in a deep voice, think of a way to send the news to Tianji City. Let the few spies we've planted there stop their other work and investigate this matter clearly first. Hand in a report. We'll talk about it after the investigation report comes in. In the same area, inside the 10,000-meter-tall fortress that represented the human race's cultivator camp, Vice Palace Master Gong Xingtian of the Earth Extinction Palace also gave orders to the experts behind him. His meaning was basically the same, to investigate Yi Luo and Sha Baofeng with all their might. These two heavenly geniuses of the Tianji clan had displayed extraordinary talent. Their mechanical and electronic talents were too shocking, and they could become a real threat in the future. All of this was just an interlude. While the undercurrent was surging in the three observation fortresses from the third universe, in the central area of the starry sky confrontation between the two camps in front of them, as Overlord Jiao, who had half of his bloodline true body blown up, fled in panic, the situation of the battle changed again in an instant. Pooh! Awoo! A dull sound rang out, followed by an incomparably mournful howl. After the previous giant spear was thrown, the alloy battle god flipped his wrist and extended another spear from his palm. This spear was more than 100,000 meters long. He strode forward and swung it in the opposite direction, directly cutting off one of the heavenly geniuses. The heavenly geniuses of the second universe with the bloodline of the heavenly geniuses of the flying heaven-winged tiger were cut open, and their intestines were dragged out for thousands of meters in the void. The scene was so terrifying that it shocked countless experts of both camps. The alloy battle god's attack succeeded once again. His figure flickered slightly as he chased after the second target. At the same time, Yi Xian's hearty laughter and disdainful mockery rang out one after another. Are these the so-called heavenly geniuses of the various races of the Second Universe Federation? No matter how I look at them, they're just a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. Using the word nest to describe them is too apartment. It's even a bit of an insult to this word. The previous three overlords at least dared to fight, but I didn't expect the nest behind them to be so weak. When they saw me, they were like little girls who were about to be raped. They turned around and ran away, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. This is so disappointing. In my opinion, if the so-called heavenly geniuses of the various races of the Second Universe Federation are like this, then they should just not come out and make a fool of themselves. I'll let you go back and find your mother to drink milk. What's wrong with that? Ha ha ha, pooh. Awoo, with a hearty laugh, the alloy war god flicked the spear in its right hand again, piercing through the tail of a mixed-blood WYRM and nailing it to the void. Then, as he let out a miserable howl, the alloy war god shook the giant spear in its right hand as if it was disgusted. The mixed-blood flood dragon with a hole in its tail was instantly flung to the ground. Blood rained down from the sky. How disgusting. Little Loach, you're learning how to howl like a wolf? Does your mother know that you're so afraid of death? His words were too cruel. It was as if he was looking down on the Second Universe Federation, but that was the truth. The elites of the Second Universe's allied forces were furious. They were all gnashing their teeth and clenching their fists, but no one dared to say anything. The feeling of being insulted by a single person in an entire universe was too sullen. Many of the elites from the second universe were so angry that they were about to explode. Finally, some of the elders of the various races who were sitting in the flagship of the various fleets could no longer sit still. Although they resisted the urge to fight the alloy war god personally, because that would only make them more laughingstocks and bully the weak, they still shouted angrily. All juniors of the various races, if you retreat again, you will be punished according to the clan rules. As soon as these words came out, the dozens of young prodigies of various races who had followed the three overlords out of the array immediately held. The meaning of the elder who spoke was very clear. Since they wanted to fight and had already gone out, there was no reason to turn back. It didn't matter if they couldn't win, but even if they had to crawl, they had to finish this battle. For the sake of the dignity of the various races of the second universe, this elder gritted his teeth and put in a lot of effort. The elders sitting in the flagship of the other races didn't say anything. Obviously, they all had the same intention. Of course, even a fool knew that it was impossible for them to really leave these dozens of young prodigies of various races behind. After all, those who could stand out in the previous situation and fight together with the three overlords were definitely not ordinary people in their respective races. The elders sitting in the flagship of the various races said such words. Other than deliberately maintaining their reputation, what they needed to do was actually just pretend. As the battle unfolded, if dozens of people joined forces and fought together, they could really suppress the alloy war god. Naturally, it would be good. If they were still not a match for the alloy war god and suffered heavy casualties, then it would be impossible for them to win. These old fellows would definitely have other backup plans. It was impossible for them to really watch all of them die on the spot. Regarding this, the dozens of young prodigies of the various races of the second universe, who had already revealed their bloodline true bodies, quickly understood after a few moments of panic. Then, they stopped and exchanged glances with each other. In the end, they gritted their teeth and no longer retreated. At the same time, they roared and turned around to attack. The Golden War God charged forward. Roar! Roar! Screech, angry, or even sorrowful, roars and howls resounded through the void. Dozens of space beasts, all of which were about 10,000 feet in size, turned around at the same time, covering a large area of the void, and roared as they rushed toward the alloy war god. This scene was too shocking. Compared to the previous battle between the alloy war god, the overlord Flood Dragon, and the overlord Rock, its power had increased by countless times. After all, these were dozens of space beasts that were 10,000 feet in size. Basically, all the races of the Second Universe Federation had powerful primordial creatures flowing in their bodies. Once the bloodline true body was activated, it was really not much different from the ferocious beasts in the starry sky. Dozens of ferocious beasts rushed toward a 50,000-meter-tall alloy war god. This scene was like a mechanical expert moving through the void and hunting in the galaxy. It gave people an almost dreamy sense of déjà vu. Little girls of the second universe, aren't you running away? Did the crying come back? Ha ha ha. In that case, I'll teach you how to be a person today. I'll show you what it means to be invincible under the starry sky. In this battle, Yi Xian didn't care about which side would win. He was only the commander of the vanguard fleet of the overlord of the first universe, the Tianji clan. What he cared about was how many eyeballs he could attract in this battle. When he returned to the headquarters of the Tianji clan, he would return to the Tianji clan. Only after reaching the Tianji city could he successfully become the young patriarch of the clan and then have greater authority. In order to rescue the dozen or so generations of imperial uncles of the demon race, it would be more convenient. As the commander of the vanguard fleet, if he wanted to establish battle achievements, he could buy time before the main reinforcements from the rear arrived. As the alloy war god leapt up and took a large stride forward, two high-frequency humming noises rang out from its gigantic hands. Immediately after that, the huge shield in its left hand and the terrifying spear in its right hand began to change forms at the same time. Previously, they were in the alloy form, but now they were in the second form, turning into the black antimatter Deathlight shield and Deathlight spear. In any case, this ability had already been exposed in the previous grand mechanical competition, so there was no need for Yi Xian to keep it to himself. Yi Xian could completely use them to create even more shocking results for himself in this battle. That's right. Just as he decided to activate the second energy form of the shield and spear in his hands, Yi Xian had already secretly made a judgment in advance for the dozens of young prodigies of the second universe who had manifested their bloodline true bodies. These guys, if they did not die, they would be injured. None of them could escape, and they would become stepping stones for him to establish his shocking battle achievements. Yi Xian was not stupid. On the contrary, his thoughts were quite sharp and flexible. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to quietly create such a shocking scene in the three universes in just 2 years or so after entering the starry sky environment. Just now, when the clan elder in charge of a certain race's flagship in the second universe said those words to support his reputation, he had roughly guessed what the other party was planning. There was no doubt that these dozens of young prodigies from the various races of the second universe would not really give up. The reason why the clan elder did so was partly to support his reputation, and partly because he was unwilling to give up and still wanted to try. Of course, it would be better if they swarmed and suppressed Yi Xian. All the problems would be solved, and their reputation would be completely restored. If not, after Yi Xian seriously injured and killed a few of them, the insidious old monsters in the opposite camp would definitely make other moves. Moreover, Yi Xian basically knew what the follow-up measures they might take would be. Therefore, he had to kill these 30-odd bloodline ferocious beasts at lightning speed. At the very least, he had to severely injure them in order to establish his own victory. At the same time, Yi Xian quietly gave orders to the vanguard commanders of the servant race behind him. It was the order to prepare for battle. Buzz. A high-frequency rumble rang out as the alloy war god took a large stride forward, traversing hundreds of miles of space to appear directly in front of the 30-odd roaring dire beasts. Then, with a shake of its right hand, a black radiance tore through the air as the tip of a gigantic energy spear over 100,000 meters long pierced towards a dire beast. The head of the golden iron-horned rhinoceros. Moo. Is there something wrong with your IQ? Don't you know that the skull and horns of the fine gold iron-horned rhinoceros are one of the hardest biological materials in space? Even the alloy of the big fortress can't compare to it, and you want to pierce it with a spear? What a joke. The 2,000-meter-tall fine gold iron-horned rhinoceros let out a roar, its words full of ridicule. Even the other bloodline ferocious beasts in the surroundings let out soft mockery. Clearly, they all supported the words of the fine gold iron-horned rhinoceros, believing that the power of Yi Xian's spear was not enough to penetrate the skull, which was said to be harder than the turtle shell on the back of the abyss turtle. In the next moment, another muffled sound rang out. The spear in the alloy war god's hand pierced through the skull of the fine gold iron-horned rhinoceros without any suspense. The sharp tip of the spear drilled out of its lower jaw and directly pierced through its brain. Without a doubt, the fine gold iron-horned rhinoceros was instantly killed. Its body and soul were destroyed, and it was completely dead. I don't know how the rhinoceros meat tastes, but the cartilage of this skull is like tofu. It pierced through with one stab, and I didn't even use any force. At least the meat should be quite soft. After the spear pierced through the skull of the fine gold iron-horned rhinoceros, Yi Xian's light voice immediately rang out from within the alloy war god's body as if he had just done something insignificant. Well, if that's the case, just put it away. It has some tasting value, but if it doesn't taste right, just throw it away. Just feed it to the dogs. As he spoke, the alloy war god gently raised its right arm and easily pulled out the pitch-black spear. Then, with a flash of dark light, the huge corpse of the fine gold iron-horned rhinoceros completely disappeared, directly absorbed into the Shennon cauldron in Yi Xian's body. This scene was too horrifying and unexpected. From the huge fleets of both camps watching the battle from afar, there were a lot of gasps at the same time. And the other 30-odd bloodline ferocious beasts that had just formed a siege around the alloy war god were all stunned in the void in an instant. They only felt a chill all over their bodies, completely scared out of their wits. Isn't this too cruel? Piercing through the head of the fine gold iron-horned rhinoceros so easily with a spear? Is it really made of tofu? What's more, not only did he kill the fine gold iron-horned rhinoceros, but he even took away its corpse. His mouth was even entangled with whether the rhinoceros meat was soft and delicious. If it wasn't delicious, he would throw it away and feed it to the dogs. If there were no precedents of Linghu young master and Netherworld young master, these words were very likely to be regarded as deliberately pretentious. However, with the precedent of those two unprecedented foodies, the various races of the second universe had long been extremely sensitive and disgusted by this kind of abnormal starry sky gluttony. So at this moment, when Yi Xian's words reached their ears, no one had the slightest doubt about it. In the three 10,000-meter-tall fortresses from the third universe outside the battlefield in the distance, in the starry sky fortress that represented the human race's science and technology camp, Zhan Tu and the ancestor of the eyebrow subconsciously turned their heads and exchanged glances, understanding each other tacitly. This time, it was definitely Linghu Young Master and Netherworld Young Master. As for whether it was the mysterious Prince Xian or not, this still needed to be verified, but there was basically no suspense. Poof. Just as the more than 30 bloodline beasts were shocked by Yi Xian's cruelty and terrifying means, and were stunned for a moment in the void, the former took advantage of this opportunity and once again swung his spear, cutting open the huge body of a bloodline beast without any suspense. This time, there wasn't even a sound. After the poof, a faint light flashed, and the corpse that was cut into two disappeared directly with its flesh and blood. It was taken into the Shenong cauldron in his body. It was not until this time that the other bloodline beasts trembled all over. After trembling, they collectively came back to their senses. Then, horrified screams resounded in this void again. "Oh my God, it's too cruel. This is clearly the rhythm of killing all of us. Elder, save me." Along with the exclamations, the 30 or so guys finally understood why the skull of the fine gold ironhorn rhinoceros was so fragile. It was so easy for the enemy to penetrate its skull and kill it on the spot. It turned out that this battle spear was actually condensed from antimatter light energy. Just like the energy beam of the death ray cannon fired by a stronghold with a diameter of more than 50,000 meters, it was completely indestructible. Its property determined that all matter, regardless of whether it was in the form of matter or energy, would be destroyed as long as it had contact with it. When they came into contact with each other, they would immediately cancel each other out. There was no exception. This was simply too terrifying, and it was simply unacceptable. In fact, in the Tianji clan's machinery competition held not long ago in the star field near Tianji City, when Yi Xian's antimatter light spear appeared, even the Tianji clan, which was known for its first-rate mechanical and electronic capabilities, was greatly shocked. Not to mention the powerhouses of the various races of the second universe who were not proficient in the field of science and technology, even in the two camps in the distant void, exclamations could be heard at this moment, and comments were made regarding this point. Some people shouted that star sky black technology had reappeared, and they associated it with young Master Linghu, who had first demonstrated several types of star sky black technology. They said that it was no wonder that Baofeng Sha had advanced so quickly. It must be that young Master Linghu had not been truly exiled, or he had quietly returned safely. Moreover, he had become acquainted with Baofeng Sha through a fight. The two had previously communicated with each other. Only in this way could the fact that Baofeng Sha had become so monstrous after that battle be more acceptable. This was the only way to explain the new star sky black technology that he had displayed today. Although this statement was shocking, it had to be said that it did make some sense. Many people echoed and expressed their agreement. After all, antimatter light energy had always been very difficult to control. Even for a small stronghold with a diameter of 50,000 meters, the antimatter light energy generator inside the ship could only directly blast out the death ray cannon's energy beam after charging. It could not achieve more precise and in-depth control. But for the alloy battle god to be able to completely and stably condense the antimatter light energy into a battle spear and a battle shield, and to hold them in his hand and use them as weapons, this was simply inconceivable. Even the Heaven's Legacy race would need to overcome several technical difficulties in order to achieve this. Isn't this star sky black technology? Yi Xian didn't actually know about this. Although he had some understanding of the current state of technology, he wasn't familiar with the specific levels of technology and the technical difficulties that had been unsolvable. After all, there were too many things at hand, one after another. He had no time to study these useless things. Otherwise, he definitely would not have revealed his antimatter deathlight spear and deathlight shield in the Tianji race's machinery grand competition. In fact, what he didn't know was that the clan leader of the Tianji clan, De, and old Ghostwind Xing, were suspicious of him precisely because of this. Of course, the main focus of this suspicion was still on the Bao phone that he had already handed over. However, as Di could not find any problems with the Bao phone, the spearhead of suspicion was undoubtedly on Yi Xian, not only Di and Wen Xing, but at this moment, even Yi Luo was suspicious of Yi Xian. He was also shocked by the terrifying means displayed by Sha Baofeng before. Later, he thought it through and suspected that it was because his fortress, the Baofeng, had been specially modified. But now, it seemed that things were clearly not so. Sha Baofeng could casually pick a small fortress of the demon race and transform it at will. He could easily create the antimatter Death Light Spear and Death Light Shield, shocking the entire starry sky. This was definitely not the so-called machinery fusion heaven. What he could do involved too many technical difficulties. He's getting more and more mysterious. What did Sha Baofeng experience? Staring blankly at the battlefield in front of him, Yi Luo muttered to himself, but his eyes flickered with suspicion. At the same time, in the void battlefield in front of him, after the alloy battle god swung his spear and killed the second bloodline dire beast, he did not delay any longer and immediately launched the final attack. This was because he knew that with the appearance of the antimatter Death Light Spear and Death Light Shield, there was basically no hope for the more than 30 young elites of the various races of the Second Universe to besiege him. Under such circumstances, the elders of the various races of the Second Universe in the fleet flagships of the rear camp would definitely not continue to allow this kind of meaningless sacrifice to continue. If there were no accidents, the first large-scale battle of this planar-level Starry Sky War was about to begin. At that time, Yi Xian would no longer have the chance to display his invincible demeanor. This was a confrontation between two enormous fleets. Moreover, this kind of battle in the void wouldn't have too high of a requirement for the commander's commanding arts, and there wouldn't be much left for him to be amazed by. There was still room to play. To put it bluntly, it was just you and me attacking each other and injuring each other. It was gorgeous but direct, a bloody hand-to-hand battle. Therefore, if Yi Xian wanted to gain more military merits and establish a more solid personal reputation in this battle, this was his last chance and time before the first full-scale Starry Sky War began. Puff. Awoo, whoosh, with this iron-blooded mentality, under the control of Yi Xian's electronic consciousness, the alloy war god immediately swung the terrifying energy spear that was more than 100,000 meters long. Even the huge antimatter Death Light Shield in his left hand was swung around like a giant round blade. In the blink of an eye, the alloy war god rushed into the midst of the more than 30 bloodline dire beasts. The spear danced and the shield rumbled. It used the simplest and most direct method of attack, either slamming down hard or gently lifting up. What made people feel a chill down their backs was that no matter what kind of attack it was, as long as the spear and shield in Yi Xian's hand came into contact with a scale or a corner of the opponent, it would instantly cause a strong killing power, triggering a puff sound and the sound of fabric tearing. As for the mournful howls, they rose and fell one after another. These more than 30 bloodline dire beasts were completely terrified. They gave up on resisting and became desperate soldiers. At this moment, the only thought in their minds was to turn around and run, but no matter how fast they were, how could they be faster than the alloy war god that was more than 50,000 meters tall? Moreover, the alloy war god still had a huge spear that was more than 100,000 meters long in his hand. He would often close in with a large stride and then slam down with his shield. If there was still some distance between them, he would lift up the spear in his right hand. With a length of more than 100,000 meters, even if only the tip of the spear touched the opponent, it would still be a problem. Inside the Shenong cauldron, in the depths of the ring-shaped volcano in the central district, the Yingji clan's young patriarch Ji Jinghong, the barbarian bull clan's young protagonist Ri Tian, the golden eagle clan's young master Jin Haoyan, and the greedy wolf clan's young descendant Lang Ganglai, were all locked up in this sealed cage. During this period of time, the great demon young master Ling Hu had not come for a long time. Ji Jinghong and the others had gone through their initial anger, especially after seeing Yi Xian throw in the battle lion clan's young master Shi Bafeng's huge lion head for a meal and immediately take it away. Now, they were completely dejected. They had a feeling of accepting their fate. They had long lost the sharp and unyielding spirit they had when they were first caught by Yi Xian. In this space inside the cauldron, all kinds of spiritual energy were abundant. After all, the area around the ring-shaped volcano was planted with all kinds of heaven and earth treasures. Although they were not ripe yet, they were basically rare in the outside world. Therefore, the spiritual energy produced was still very abundant. In addition, all the spiritual energy was sealed inside the cauldron and did not leak out. Over time, this place was not inferior to some of the famous cultivation holy lands in the universe. Ji Jinghong and the others had nothing to do during this period of time. In addition to healing their own injuries, they diligently cultivated. At first, they still had the idea of taking advantage of the great demon young Master Ling Hu's absence to break through their cultivation and then think of a way to break out of the cage. Once the great demon young Master Ling Hu's true body came, they would attack together and take the opportunity to escape. However, when the four of them had all broken through a small level not long ago, they still found that no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't move the cage at the bottom of the volcano at all. They couldn't even leave a scratch on the black walls of the cage. The four of them finally lost all hope. This was a precious treasure from the primordial era. Now that it had been refined by young Master Ling Hu, it had become an object with an owner. With the support of his cultivation base, it was not impossible to break the restrictions of this cage from the inside. However, the four of them estimated that they would need to have at least the cultivation base of the 15th Great Realm, the Universe Realm, to do so. How long would they have to wait? Even if young Master Ling Hu was a corpse outside, he would not give them such a long time to slowly break through one level at a time. Once he came in and found them diligently cultivating, how could he not see through their thoughts? At that time, they would definitely be on guard. In short, this path was unworkable. It was simply unrealistic. As such, the four of them were dejected for a period of time. Just as they were in a dilemma and didn't know what to do next, a huge iron-horned rhinoceros corpse suddenly fell from the crater above. Its entire head was pierced through, from the top of its skull to its chin, leaving a huge round hole. Ji Jinghong and the others were extremely shocked, because they recognized that this was one of the younger generation of the iron-horned rhinoceros clan. His talent was only a level lower than the four of them. In the clan, he was definitely a genius-level figure, and his cultivation was not weak either. Furthermore, the skull of the iron-horned rhinoceros was famous for its toughness. It was even more reliable than the shell of the abyss tortoise. Its hardness was even greater than the super alloy used to construct the main structure of the interstellar fortress. But now, it had been directly pierced through by someone. Looking at the neat and smooth cut, it was clearly like cutting through tofu. Without waiting for the four of them to recover from their shock, another huge bloodline true body fell from the top of the crater. It was also a bloodline true body that was cut in half. It was also a bloodline true body of a clan in the second universe. Then, after a while, the crater of the crater fell one after another like dumplings. They were all elites of the younger generation of the Federation of the second universe. Not only did Ji Jinghong and the others recognize some of them, but they even recognized some of their clansmen. Seeing this scene, Ji Jinghong and the others were frightened. They secretly thought that this young Master Ling Hu was really a great demon. Looking at the clansmen of the nearly 20 unlucky fellows who were thrown in, it was clear that they were directly attacking the second universe. A truly valiant life didn't need to be explained. Only he could do this kind of thing. What surprised the four of them was that the nearly 20 unlucky fellows who were also thrown into the Shinnon cauldron were all seriously injured except for 4 or 5 corpses or mutilated corpses. They wouldn't die at all. With the abundant spiritual energy in the Shinnon cauldron, they would be able to recover soon. Unfortunately, all the newcomers, whether they were alive or dead, were all like the four of them. They were locked in cages that appeared spontaneously along the walls at the bottom of the crater. It was basically hopeless to want to escape. In reality, Ji Jinghong and the other 3 had no hopes of escaping at all. However, after such a long time in GMO, a dozen or so new recruits had finally arrived with great difficulty. Unexpectedly, they were still alive, and more than half of them hadn't fainted. At this moment, they were looking around with incomparable terror. The 4 of them were immediately interested. They all greeted them, looking very excited. There was no other way. They had been locked up for too long. Their original arrogant temperament had long been worn down. Now, their excited appearance was a little suspicious of them going crazy. As the 4 of them took the initiative to stand up, shouted loudly, and called out the names of some of them. The dozen or so guys who weren't dead but were only seriously injured finally saw the existence of Ji Jinghong and the others. Then, they all exclaimed, "Huh? Ji Jinghong? Jiao Tian? Aren't these guys all dead?" They were roasted and eaten by young Master Ling Hu. Heavens, are we going to die like this? But it shouldn't be. Before the world turned upside down, I clearly remember that my injuries were far from being enough to kill me on the spot. Stop dreaming, brother. We saw Ji Jinghong and Jiao Tian. How can it be fake? I didn't expect the legendary hell prison to be like this. But it's a little similar. At least it's underground. These words made Ji Jinghong and the others furious. What did it mean? Seeing the four of them proved that they were in hell prison? This was clearly cursing them in a roundabout way. No, it wasn't a roundabout way at all. It was too obvious. There was no disguise at all. In anger, the four of them immediately cursed. After all, they were the young masters of the top 10 clans. In the circle of the younger generation of the clans in the second universe, their status and identity were obviously higher than this group of new recruits. They were fully qualified to be cursed. After some chaos, both sides figured out what had happened, and then they all exclaimed in horror. For a time, the vast plain at the bottom of the ring-shaped volcano was completely shrouded in a frenzied aura. What? You didn't die that day? You were just imprisoned by young Master Ling Hu? This is actually young Master Ling Hu's King Medicine Cauldron? Sha Baofeng, the fifth great genius of the Tianji clan? How is this possible? How could young Master Ling Hu's King Medicine Cauldron be with him? You know, this cauldron has long been refined by young Master Ling Hu. If this cauldron changed owners and fell into Sha Baofeng's hands and was refined again, what would happen to us in the cauldron? In the first universe, at the edge of the demon territory, the battlefield where the two great universes were fighting in the starry sky, in less than a minute, the alloy battle god had unleashed its might and killed or captured more than 30 young prodigies from various races in the second universe. In short, in the blink of an eye, the center of the void where the armies of the two factions stood off against each other had become deserted. Apart from the alloy battle god, who was as tall as a mountain and looked like an invincible Vajra, there was no one else. At this time, Yi Xian had no idea what kind of intense panic and chaos he had caused after the nearly 20 unlucky fellows, who were either dead or injured, were thrown into the internal space of the Shenong cauldron by him. He had no time to care about that at all, because Yi Xian knew that the real Starry Sky War was about to come. The powerhouses from both camps, who were facing each other from a distance of 100,000 miles in the void, had long been stunned by the means of the alloy battle god. Everyone was shocked and could hardly believe the facts in front of him. Previously, Yi Xian had said that he was invincible among his generation under the starry sky. At that time, no one believed this at all, but now it seemed that it was very likely to be the truth. Even if it was a little exaggerated, it was definitely not much. This guy was definitely on par with Prince Xian, the invincible battle god, young Master Ling Hu, and young Master Netherworld. He was known as one of the 5 peerless geniuses of the younger generation. Just the battle just now was enough to prove it. Only old Ghost Zhan Tu and the ancestor of the eyebrowless sect sneered and exchanged a look. They muttered to themselves, what 5 peerless geniuses? He's just one person. In a short period of time, he had suppressed dozens of young geniuses from various races in the second universe's allied forces. Some were killed, some were injured, and some were captured alive. This battle record made all the powerhouses of the younger generation of the two camps feel extremely ashamed. The second prince of the Eternal Dynasty, Long Xiao, the little princess of the colored python race, Medusa, and the others sighed. Although they were unwilling, they could not muster up any temper. Even Yi Luo, who was already suspicious of Yi Xian, couldn't help but secretly admire him after seeing the results of this battle. Regardless of whether there was a problem with this guy's identity or not, just his appearance as a war god was indeed enough to make people sigh. Meanwhile, Chanaz, who had already retreated to his own camp and entered a 10,000-meter-tall castle, was so excited that he jumped up and down as if he had just received a shot of adrenaline. No one was more excited than him. He had accompanied Lord Sha through thick and thin to get to where he was today. The two of them even shared a shocking secret. This was definitely a comrade in arms. Through the battle just now, Lord Sha's foundation had been completely solidified. As long as he returned to Tianji City, there was an 80% to 90% chance that he would immediately take up the position and become the young clan leader of the entire Tianji clan. That was the future clan leader position. With his monstrous talent, how could he be like that cowardly young emperor, halfway through, die young? If that was the case, then in the future, he would be the favorite of the Tianji clan's patriarch. He would be second only to the Tianji clan's patriarch. Thinking of this, Chanas felt as if he was floating in the air. In stark contrast, the Second Universe's United Army camp formed a sharp contrast 100,000 kilometers away, almost as soon as Yi Xian put the last unlucky guy who was severely injured into the Shinnon cauldron. The crazy roars of the elders in charge of the various races' United Army camp immediately sounded from the flagships of the huge fleets of the Second Universe's United Army camp. Roar! Baofeng Sha, you shameless brat! How dare you take away the remains of our Battle Death Clan members and try to roast them? Do you want to anger everyone? Immediately hand over all the captives, dead or alive. Don't leave a single one behind. Otherwise, we'll start a war immediately. We'll definitely flatten the First Universe and topple the Tianji clan. Roar! The roars and roars were all from the elders of the Qianquan clan, who were in the 15th realm of the 9 races. The 9-star lords who were in charge of the 9 races' flagships didn't express their opinions, nor would they say anything. Such a conflict wasn't enough to alarm them. But even so, the anger of more than 10 universe masters was enough to be shocking. As these furious roars rang out, the powerful consciousnesses of more than a dozen universe gods all swept out from their respective fortresses, bombarding the alloy war god's peerless and independent imposing figure at the center of the confrontation between the two factions. They were obviously planning to take advantage of the chaos and kill Yi Xian on the spot. At the very least, they would be able to vent their anger. Not only would they save the dignity of the races of the Second Universe, but they would also make the huge vanguard fleet of the enemy camp lose their commander and fall into chaos temporarily. Then, in the face of the United Army camp of the Second Universe's United Army camp, the first battle of the plane-level space war would most likely end with the victory of the invaders of the Second Universe. It would greatly boost morale, which would have an immeasurable impact on the following battles. That was the ultimate plan of the universe grandmasters of the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe. As for the lives of the dozens of seniors, although they were concerned about them, they couldn't be too concerned. They would save them if they could, but if they couldn't, they would just let them die. After all, although there were more than 30 of them, if they were divided among the races, each race would only lose one junior at most. It didn't matter at all. Yi Xian had already seen through the old guy's plan. At that moment, when he heard the roars from the enemy camp, which made the void tremble, he didn't hesitate at all. He immediately turned around and retreated, turning into a stream of light and rushing to his own camp. At the same time, he also used Sha Baofeng's lightning. Sha Baofeng's subconsciousness to all the flagships of the slave races in his camp to immediately launch a full-scale bombardment in unison. In less than an instant, his figure was already far away. The dozen or so universe grandmasters' consciousness storms that wanted to leave Yi Xian on the battlefield were all one step too slow, and Yi Xian escaped ahead of time. At the same time, in the camp of the million soldiers of the First Universe, all the battleships, whether it was the 3,000-meter-long stellar level, the 5,000-meter-long, 10,000-meter-long, the 50,000-meter-long, 100,000-meter-long, all the cannons on the battleships opened almost at the same time. All the cannons on the battleships opened with a rumble. Immediately after, before the fleets of the Second Universe's United Army that were 100,000 kilometers away could react, nearly 1,000,000 battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various sizes launched a round of bombardment. In the starry sky, it was as if fireworks had been set off. The vast galaxy of millions of kilometers was illuminated at this moment. It was incomparably brilliant. Boom. Rumble. Boom, almost half of the demonic star system was alarmed, and the rumbling of thunder shook the void. Before the enemy could even react, Yi Xian had already decisively given the order to launch an all-out attack. The entire vanguard fleet, together with the fleet of the servants in the First Universe, gave the order to fire in unison, 1,000 meters of planet level, 3,000 meters of star level, 5,000 meters of small fortresses, and 10,000 meters of large fortresses. In addition, there were more than 350,000 meters of small fortresses, especially the antimatter death ray cannons of the large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. Each energy beam had a diameter of 20,000 meters. At this time, the sky was covered, and in the blink of an eye, more than half of the sky was lit up. This was nearly 1 million battleships of various types firing at the same time. The scene was too magnificent. Not only were the powerhouses of the various fleets of the Federation from the First Universe unfamiliar with this scene, but the powerhouses of the slave army from the First Universe were also unfamiliar with this scene. After all, the last time this kind of planar war broke out was tens of thousands of years ago. Everyone was shocked by the scene. For a moment, the fleet of the Federation fleet from the Second Universe didn't have time to react properly. Although the two camps were separated by 100,000 kilometers of space, for the energy beams of the various battleship cannons, this short distance really didn't take much time to cross. The time spent was almost negligible. Therefore, in the opposing camp 100,000 kilometers away, some battleships were damaged or even destroyed in an instant. Rumble. Boom. A huge explosion came from the opposing camp. Some of the battleships bearing the brunt of the attack didn't even have time to put up their energy shields before they were hit by the whistling energy beams. Especially the hundreds of battleships that were hit by the energy beams from the main cannon of the large fortress, they were immediately met with tragic ends. This was the antimatter death ray cannon of the large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. The energy beam of the death ray cannon had a diameter of 20,000 meters. If it hit a 10,000-meter large fortress, it would directly vaporize, causing it to disappear in an instant. If a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters was hit, it would leave behind a huge hole that took up half of the entire battleship, instantly losing its combat power and exploding on the spot. Even if a fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters was struck, it would still be severely injured even if it didn't die. A huge roar echoed endlessly. In just a few breaths, among the nearly 1 million ships from the various races of the Second Universe Federation, hundreds of battleships at the front had exploded. The various types of battleships that were more or less damaged and affected their combat strength numbered in the tens of thousands. The entire space had been completely illuminated. The dark space of the universe was as bright as day. There was no smoke, but it was filled with an extremely tragic aura. Immediately afterward, in the flagship of the fleet of the Second Universe Federation, the exasperated roars of the elders of the various races rang out. Very soon, the enemy camp was in chaos. A large number of spaceships were agitated, moving their positions to avoid the energy beams that were still blasting towards them, at the same time doing their best to activate their energy shields. Before this, they had already finished accumulating energy, but it wasn't the spaceship's energy shields, but the spaceship's artillery system. This was because according to the plan of the elders of the various races, once a dozen or so supreme beings roared and took advantage of the chaos to kill the commander of the enemy fleet, Alloy War God. Then, in the next moment, this huge vanguard fleet from the various races of the Second Universe Federation would immediately bombard and launch a salvo, just like the fleet of the servants of the First Universe. Unfortunately, although they were ready, in the end, they still couldn't seize the opportunity. Alloy War God was too sinister. On this side, he was tormenting the younger generation of the various races of the Second Universe, killing and capturing them. On the other side, he had already let the large fleet behind him finish accumulating energy. Without a word, he immediately launched a salvo. The entire fleet launched a salvo. The fleet of the Second Universe's various races of the Alliance fleet, which also had the same plan but didn't decisively attack, was killed. Decisive in killing, vicious in his heart, this guy was simply poisonous. He was too shrewd. A group of elders of the various races of the Second Universe Federation had been schemed against. In a moment of carelessness, they had lost the initiative. In a starry sky battle of this level, the opportunity could be said to be fleeting. It often had an immeasurable impact on the final outcome of the battle. For example, although all the battleships of the various races of the Second Universe Federation had long finished accumulating energy, in the face of the overall salvo of the enemy, the commanders on their side couldn't react within 2 or 3 breaths, so they were completely in a passive position. Even if the old guys finally roared at this time, some of the battleships and fortresses of the various races of the second universe also launched a counterattack according to the orders at the first moment. However, this kind of sporadic and scattered attack, compared to the simultaneous and rhythmic firing of millions of battleships of the opposite side, was lethality. How could the effects of deterrence, suppression, and so on be the same? Moreover, due to the explosion and destruction of a large number of battleships and fortresses around them, some of the battleship's commanders subconsciously ordered the battleship's defensive system to fully accumulate energy and put up the energy shields as soon as possible. They didn't have time to immediately counterattack. It was precisely under the influence of these various factors that, as soon as the battle began, the situation on the battlefield had already become extremely polarized. On this side, all the battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of the first universe's servant races, a total of nearly 1 million, were firmly maintaining their formation. Not only were they holding up their energy shields, but they were also continuously launching wave after wave of rhythmic overall salvo. The firepower was too fierce, and they had been maintaining pressure. The suppression effect. As for the Alliance army from the second universe, although there were also nearly 1 million battleships of various types, at this moment, they were in a mess. The command level had issued the order, but before the order for a comprehensive counterattack and simultaneous salvo was issued, hundreds of battleships had already exploded. Tens of thousands of battleships had been destroyed. More than half of the battleships had subconsciously begun to fully charge the battleship's defensive system, so there was no time to attack. Therefore, the millions of battleships, at this moment, were only scattered chaotic bombardments when they launched a counterattack. Although the giant antimatter energy death ray cannons fired from some of the large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters also caused casualties on the side of the fleet of the first universe's servant races, that was only a small number. After all, it couldn't affect the overall situation at all. The battle situation had been one-sided from the beginning. However, the other side's millions of battleships were firing at the same time. Among them, there were even 3,000-meter-long star-level battleships with a range of less than 100,000 kilometers. They were also maintaining a rhythmic bombardment. As the first great battle finally began, the 3 observation fortresses from the third universe behind the allied forces of various races in the second universe were filled with curses. Regardless of whether it was Long Huai, the Overwatch Council's president who represented the headquarters of the Wanluo Federation, Long Ziwen, the imperial family's resident elder who represented the Immortal Dynasty, Gong Xingtian, the deputy palace master of the Dijue Palace who represented the Shijue Celestial Palace, or even Zhan Tu, the eyebrowless ancestor, and the others, all of them cursed loudly. After all, they did not want to see the second universe lose this battle. More importantly, if that happened, it would make Sha Baofeng, the heaven-defying monster who had become the commander of the Tianji clan's vanguard fleet, even more powerful. Once he became the young patriarch of the Tianji clan, it would be even more troublesome. He would be even more difficult to deal with. With his ability and means, if he really became the deputy patriarch of the Tianji clan, wouldn't the clan's foundation and resources all be reduced to resources for his growth? Damn it, are the elders of the various races in the second universe's federation full of sh*t? They actually let the enemy take the initiative like this. They're too stupid. Can't they see how slippery that guy is? Previously, he had nibbled away more than 30 young geniuses of various races step by step. The rhythm was too obvious. It was clearly deliberate. At first, he was just luring the enemy in. The situation is not good. A huge fleet of millions has been turned into such a situation in the hands of these old guys. If it were in the dynasty, the commander would be executed on the spot. Roar. I'm so angry. A group of guys who don't understand the art of command. A good overall camp has now been turned into a mob. This side is bombarding the other side's defense. What happened to the agreed unified command and dispatch? Their minds are full of sh*t. The opportunity has been lost, and the situation has just been settled. What we can do now is to try to stabilize the rhythm as much as possible and then find a way to disrupt the enemy's camp. Otherwise, there will be no chance to reverse the situation. Let's see how they deal with it. Presumably, in terms of creating chaos, that group of brainless elders of various races should have some unique means. Otherwise, There is really no need to continue this battle. As the three observation fortresses from the third universe roared, the huge coalition army of the second universe finally stabilized after the initial chaos and the destruction of 70,000 to 80,000 battleships of various models. All the warships had successfully raised their energy shields. This way, the number of casualties would be reduced. It was no longer possible for hundreds or thousands of people to die. After all, with the energy shield of the shipboard defense system, as long as it was not the antimatter death ray, the other shipboard energy cannons would have a certain amount of defensive buffering ability. Even if the ship was damaged, it would be extremely limited. This was also why planar-level space battles would often last several years or even decades once they started. On one hand, there were too many battleships participating in the battle. On the other hand, the Tsong clan had defensive light shields. As long as it was not a sneak attack, the damage ratio was very small. Both sides had very powerful weapons. The ability to fight for a long time. After the problem of casualties and battle damage was alleviated, the counterattack of the allied forces of the various races in the second universe quickly returned to normal. At first, it was chaos. Scattered energy light pillars were shot out one after another. Later, they finally formed a rhythm with the opposing camp, and they fired in unison. One wave. Then, the battle between the two sides was in full swing. The entire vast void was never quiet, and it was always roaring. Then, from the two corners of the huge coalition army of the second universe, some small fortresses with special functions and even large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters began to rush out from the two corners into the battlefield. They wanted to get close to the opposing camp and carry out some kind of war plan. After all, although both sides had stabilized their attacks, in terms of the overall situation, the coalition army of the second universe was basically being suppressed. They had to break this unfavorable situation. Unfortunately, Xianxia was not blind. He quickly saw through the opponent's plan and immediately mobilized dozens of large fortresses to focus on these assault battleships. Soon, all of them were beaten back, and no one dared to show up again. Although 100,000 kilometers of the void was not too far away, it was obviously not easy to cross over and appear in the enemy camp to create chaos in such a large void battlefield where the light beams of battleship cannons were as dense as rain. After this plan was aborted, the coalition army of the second universe quickly launched a second wave of secret small-scale operations. More than 10,000-meter large fortresses directly performed a space jump, traversing 100,000 kilometers of the void and suddenly appearing in the camp of the coalition army of the first universe. Then, they immediately launched a full-scale self-detonation. Although there were a few large fortresses that were discovered in time by the large fortresses nearby, they were directly wiped out by the energy light beams of the antimatter death ray cannons with a diameter of 20,000 meters, and the crisis of self-detonation was averted. However, there were still 4 large fortresses that succeeded in the sneak attack. Boom, boom. Boom, there was a huge roar as 4 massive fireballs instantly exploded in the massive camp of the first universe's slave race coalition army. These suicidal fortresses carried a large amount of high-yield explosive energy, and when they suddenly exploded, a small region of the star field around them was affected. In an instant, thousands of fortresses of various types of battleships were damaged around these 4 massive fireballs that soared into the sky. Fortunately, they were supported by energy shields, or else they would have been blown up on the spot. Xianxia was immediately frightened. He had not expected the opponent to have such a move. This was practically a terrorist attack. Were these fellows from the second universe all crazy? They were completely suicidal. And this was only the first wave of 10 fortresses. If there were a few more waves, the entire first universe fleet would be completely disrupted. In the midst of the chaos, Xianxia immediately issued new orders. Immediately mobilize 110,000-meter large fortresses of the Tianji clan and perform a space jump with the same method. Enter the enemy camp and self-detonate. Damn it, you want to see who is more ruthless? There are no humans in my fortresses at all. They are all intelligent robots. Let's see who is better. Of course, there was one thing he did not dare to say. That was, even if all of them were humans, he would not feel any heartache. More deaths would be more satisfying. Anyway, the 2 camps that were fighting and tormenting each other were all his enemies. It would be best if they all perished together. Hum, hum, a series of buzzing sounds that shook the void rang out. 110,000-meter-tall fortresses that were filled with a large amount of explosive energy and were completely controlled by intelligent robots disappeared from their own camp at the first moment. When they reappeared, they were already in the enemy camp 100,000 kilometers away, and they immediately launched their own self-defense. They exploded. Boom. Rumble, 110,000-meter-tall fortresses directly jumped, traversing 100,000 miles of void space, and appeared among the allied forces of various races in the second universe. Then, they began to self-destruct. The rumbling sounds of explosions rang out endlessly, and 100 fireballs exploded. Even though all the battleships of the allied forces of various races in the second universe had already put up energy shields, there were too many 10,000-meter-tall fortresses that had jumped over. For a moment, many battleships were affected and directly exploded. The number of battleships and fortresses that were destroyed reached thousands. It could be said that the losses were heavy. This scene shocked the elders of various races in the flagship. They were preparing to order a second round of suicidal attacks, but they did not expect the other party to be even more decisive. It was fine if they just followed suit, but they actually went from bad to worse. One time, they threw out 110,000-meter-tall fortresses, completely disrupting their rhythm. Behind the camp, in the 3 observation fortresses from the third universe, the angry curses of Long Huai and the others from the Federation's Overwatch Council rang out again. Pig! You actually want to compete with the Tianji clan in terms of suicidal jumps and self-destruction? Can you compare the number of battleships to the Tianji clan? All of their people are born experts in battleship construction. In addition, all of their suicidal fortresses are filled with intelligent robots, which do not harm their foundation at all. This is using the lives of our people to compete with their resources. It's not worth it. Why don't you make something more ruthless? If you send 1,000 suicidal fortresses over at once, you can basically determine the outcome of the battle. Yet, you feel the pinch. Do you think you're playing house by sending 10? Now, you're being checkmated. This round, we lost again. Sigh, what a good opportunity for a sneak attack, but in the end, we still ended up at a disadvantage. The problem with the leadership is too big. The other side is obviously a unified command. After all, the Heaven's Legacy race is the only overlord in the first universe. All the other slave races have to bow down and listen to their orders. A decisive vanguard commander of the Heaven's Legacy race who killed without hesitation. Sigh, what a good opportunity for a sneak attack, but in the end, we still ended up at a disadvantage. The problem with the leadership is too big. This way, we can ensure the unity of the entire faction's offense and defense. On the contrary, everyone in the second universe's alliance army is an equal race. Even the 9 races participating in the war are restraining and restricting each other. It is impossible for them to form a unified command. Just like the jump self-destruct sneak attack just now, it is obvious that none of the races want to lose their people. In the end, there were only 10 suicide castles in the first round. If there were more, not to mention 1,000, even if there were 300 or 500 suicide castles, the overall situation would basically be determined. What a pity. At the same time, on the battlefield where the two sides were fighting, as the 100 suicidal 10,000-meter-tall fortresses that the Heaven's Legacy race had thrown and exploded, the Second Universe Alliance army, which had suffered heavy losses, immediately had some 50,000-meter-tall and 100,000-meter-tall fortresses activate their spaceships. A formless void tremor zone was formed in front of it, preventing the other party from making a suicidal jump and descending again. But at the same time, this also cut off the possibility of them using this method to launch a sneak attack again. All in all, in this wave of sneak attack, the Second Universe Alliance army had completely failed. Not only did they not cause chaos to the other party, but they had also shot themselves in the foot. This made the situation that the Second Universe Alliance army was facing even more unfavorable. Vaguely, it had even affected their morale. Facing this situation, in the flagship of the various fleets of the Second Universe Alliance army, the elders of the various races calmed down and did not carry out any follow-up actions. However, it was obvious that they would not give up just like that. In this battle, they had to achieve a certain degree of success. At the very least, they had to push their huge fleet to the other side of the demon domain. In other words, it was equivalent to occupying the entire demon domain. This was also a death order given to them by the old monsters of the various races. Only in this way could they gain a certain advantage when the main forces of the various races arrived. Only in this way could they ensure that in the following battles, their fleet could slowly advance step by step until they reached the source of all evil star field near the Heaven's Legacy race's headquarters. That was the final goal of the Second Universe Alliance Army's planar war, not the so-called headquarters of the Heaven's Legacy race, Heaven's Legacy City. Of course, not many people knew about this at the moment. Apart from the 9-star Lord Old monsters in the flagship of the 9 races of the Second Universe Alliance Army, even the elders of the various races who were in charge of commanding the fleets of the various races did not know. Although they did not know the final goal of this battle, they were very clear about their mission. Faced with this unfavorable situation, the elders of the various races had no other choice. No matter what, they had to turn this situation around. In this first battle between the vanguards of both parties, even if they could not severely injure the enemy, they had to at least reverse the current unfavorable situation so that they could temporarily stop the war. After adjusting their strategy, they would continue with the second battle. However, judging from the current situation, this goal could not be achieved through conventional means. At this critical moment, the elders of the various races of the Second Universe Alliance Army gritted their teeth and reached a consensus immediately. Launch a surprise attack at the level of the Universe Alliance Army. The enemy's vanguard fleet has more than 100,000-meter-long fortresses. If we send out 20 Universe Alliance Army experts and each of us take down 2 fortresses, we will be able to reduce the enemy's high-end forces by half. That's right. This is equivalent to turning the situation around. We can use this breakthrough as the end of this first battle. As long as we succeed, we will have a suppressive advantage in the second battle after some adjustments. Although it's a 100,000-meter-long fortress, if we send out 20 Universe Alliance Army experts and catch them off guard, they won't be able to launch effective targeted attacks. The mission of each of us taking down 2 fortresses is very likely to be completed, more than 50%. This is worth the risk. The Blood Wyrm clan will send out 2 people. 2 from the Cyan Rock clan. A Qianquan elder from the Battle Lion clan is treating the Lion Overlord. We can only send out 1. 1 from my clan. Soon, these old guys reached a comprehensive consensus, and the quota of 20 Universe Alliance Army experts was quickly filled. Regarding Yi Xian's orders, the fleet commanders of the First Universe's servant races in the central region of the camp were very confused. Their camp's formation was very stable, and their offense and defense were orderly. If nothing unexpected happened, the outcome of the first battle of this battle could basically be determined. However, now that such a large area had suddenly been vacated in the central region, the ships of several races had all stopped attacking and jumped to the 2 wings. It was bound to affect the favorable situation to a certain extent. It was truly an unwise move. However, they did not dare to question anything. In this regard, as the only overlord of the First Universe, once the Heavenly Legacy race organized a fleet to launch a starry sky battle of this level, the absolute advantage of the command level was displayed. Of course, although the fleet commanders of the servant races did not know what Yi Xian was up to, they could basically guess that he must have a new arrangement, and it would definitely not be small. The order was passed down immediately. The fleet of the servant races stopped attacking and launched a full space jump, moving to the 2 wings of their own camp. In the blink of an eye, a vast passageway hundreds of kilometers long appeared in the central region of the First Universe's huge camp line. It was empty, but in fact, the demon race's spirit warlords, who had been activating the concealment array and guarding the void behind the camp, were slowly advancing into the central region of the First Universe's huge camp line. They were slowly advancing into this newly vacated area. All of this was clearly seen by the fleet commanders of the Second Universe's various races in the opposing camp. Of course, what they saw was only the fleet of the servant races jumping and moving out of a huge starry sky passageway. However, they did not know about the entry of the spirit warlords. They knew. Originally, when such a huge creature entered the battlefield, no matter how careful it was, no matter how much it hid its energy fluctuations, it would still be able to detect some clues. However, at this moment, there was a spatial vibration barrier in front of the Second Universe's camp that prevented suicidal jumping castles from approaching. This was also cut off. The possibility of the warships in their camp monitoring the energy fluctuations on Xian's side was also cut off. That was why its existence was not exposed even after the spirit battle cry entered the void passage in a short dozen seconds and was already in place. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it only took a dozen breaths of time. At this moment, the 20 figures that had rushed out from the Second Universe Alliance army had all entered the void battlefield. While they were rapidly approaching, they still had to dodge the dense rain of ship cannons. Due to the quantity of the light beam, the speed was affected. Otherwise, how could it take more than 10 breaths of time for a universe master to cover a distance of 100,000 miles at full speed? The 20 supreme experts had also noticed the abnormal behavior of Xian's camp. They didn't know why, but all of them had an inexplicably bad premonition. Their scalps were faintly numb. Subconsciously, they slowed down slightly while communicating with each other using their divine senses. What's the situation? This is a bit like the rhythm of a big move. If we go over like this, won't we be sending ourselves to our deaths? Indeed, something is wrong. I have a bad feeling. The commander of the enemy camp, Sha Baofeng, is definitely not simple. He is so decisive at such a young age. I'm afraid he really has some powerful backup plan. We have to be careful. Don't hesitate. Don't forget that we are the supreme experts of the 15th realm. No matter how powerful his methods are, he can just retreat. It's just that he can't complete the mission. Does he want to keep us here? That's right. The enemy is like this because he saw us attack. It's very likely that he has no choice but to use the empty fort strategy. He's just trying to trick us. Let's do it. Each of us will take 2 large fortresses. After that, we'll retreat immediately in case of any changes. After some communication, the 20 elders of the universe race from the second universe made up their minds and suddenly sped up. They were about to split up and launch a surprise attack on the vast camp line of the fleet of the slave races of the first universe. If they were really allowed to close in and split up to charge at the more than 100,000 meter long space fortresses of their camp, then the result of this battle would be obvious. Although there were supreme experts of the universe race among the slave races of the first universe, not many races would send supreme experts over like this vanguard fleet. Even if they did, it would be the main fleet in the rear. Moreover, Xian didn't have this intention at all. At this moment, seeing that the 20 figures were about to split up, a cruel sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He whispered to himself, "Tisk, tsk, tsk, tsk. This feeling is really amazing. Controlling the life and death of supreme experts. Tsk, tsk, tsk. This time, it's too big." As he muttered to himself, Xian immediately used his mental energy to contact the Demon Dweller race's great killing weapon that was already in the central region of the camp. He sent a signal to the Demon Dweller race's Star Lord, who was guarding the core node of the great killing weapon, to immediately attack. The other party didn't reply, but they gave the best response with their actions. Hum. Suddenly, a dense amount of weak void trembling sounds rang out. The effect far exceeded the commotion that a large number of void vibrators could create at the same time. Xian even had the illusion that the entire vast and boundless demon domain was trembling under the sudden arrival of this high-frequency buzzing sound. Before he could react, a terrifying behemoth suddenly appeared in the vast passage that was hundreds of thousands of miles wide in the central domain of their camp. It was a super-cosmic megaphone with a maximum diameter of 300,000 meters, which was 600 miles long. More than 2/3 of the entire central domain was occupied by this megaphone. Of course, this was only the trumpet mouth. It extended backward along the trumpet mouth and became smaller and smaller. It extended layer by layer, and each layer was a large circle formed by countless beehive nodes. They were connected by strange pipes made of some special material. Although Xian had already seen the spiritual war of the demonic tribe, he still couldn't help but feel a strong sense of shock when he suddenly saw it again. If even he was like this, there was no need to say much about other existences. Exclamations came from the fleets of the first universe's slaves in their camp. It was even more so among the fleets of the second universe's allied forces. The only difference was their tone. The exclamations from their camp were filled with ecstasy because this big thing must be very powerful at a glance. Cries of surprise rang out from the opposing camp, but they were filled with shock, because they had also realized this point. Oh my god, am I hallucinating? What a huge megaphone. It's right in the central region of our camp, look over there, Senior Shaw really has a backup plan. Although this thing's shape is a bit deceptive, it's huge. One look and you can tell it must be a starry sky great killing weapon level existence. There is no doubt that the outcome of the battle has been decided. Lord Shah has taken out all of his hidden weapons. He is going to end the battle with one strike. What happened? What the hell is that big guy? Not good, something big is going to happen. With such a strange shape and such a huge body, this megaphone is definitely not simple. Stop attacking immediately and activate the energy shield at full power. Retreat. Retreat immediately. Old fogies, cancel the mission and come back immediately. As soon as the demonic race's spiritual battle talisman appeared, both sides instantly went into an uproar. Everyone cried out in alarm, and the entire void was in chaos. As for the 20 elders of the Xianxia race from the second universe, it was as if they had made an agreement. Their bodies froze, and their faces were filled with shock as they looked at the giant megaphone that had suddenly appeared. If it was said that they had only vaguely had a bad premonition before, then at this moment, these 20 supreme beings of the 15th realm, without exception, all of their scalps were numb, and their backs were cold. Among the top forces in the 3 universes, except for the Tianji clan and the human race, which had super fortresses more than 100,000 meters in diameter, only the 10 extreme heavenly palaces of the human race was said to have 1 or 2 non-technological products, but they were also enormous in size. A battleship with a diameter of over 100,000 meters, all the other forces, including all the races in the Federation of the Second Universe, had never seen the largest war machine, whether it was a technological battleship or a magical equipment battleship of the Cultivator system, which had a diameter of more than 100,000 meters. However, there was such a huge creature in front of them. With a diameter of 300,000 meters, it was simply terrifying. Just its mouth alone could swallow 3 fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. How could a terrifying war machine of this level be weak? After realizing this, the 20 powerful figures instantly dispelled the idea of continuing to carry out the surprise mission. With a flash of their figures, they immediately wanted to leave. Some people tried to teleport. Although it was risky, because the void was filled with interweaving beams of energy from the airship cannons. If they teleported and appeared, they would be directly hit by an energy beam from the antimatter death ray cannons, and they would probably die on the spot. But at the very least, this would allow them to escape from the void that the terrifying megaphone was aiming at as soon as possible. There were also some who chose to retreat in a more conservative and safe way. They did not use teleportation but instead sped up and danced in the interweaving energy beams of the battleship cannons like rain, trying to leave as quickly as possible. However, it was all in vain, because at this moment, the spiritual battle cry finally roared. There were a total of 18 rings in different sizes in the front and back of the spiritual battle tower. Each ring was connected by strange pipes made of special materials. The number of beehive nodes on each ring was also different. In total, there were over 1,000 beehive nodes on each ring. Tens of thousands of powerful demons were sitting cross-legged in every 3,000-meter-wide beehive node. Then, they opened their eyes and activated the mental power source cores in their brains. Under the guidance of the commanding demons in every beehive node, the surging mental power was transmitted out. Thousands of beehive nodes, thousands of rivers of spiritual power flowed along the pipes and surged toward the core node of the core ring. Then, under the sudden roar of the Star Lord of the demon race, it instantly collapsed like a tsunami roar. The huge roar was deafening, and there was even an invisible tide like an ocean in the starry sky that leaked out from the core node. It followed the 9 outer rings of the spiritual battle cry and continued to expand. In the end, it turned into an invisible force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. In an instant, it faced the huge spiritual battle cry. The huge void of the mouth of the spiritual battle cry completely collapsed. Whoosh, boom. Rumble. A clear sound of tearing silk that was as dense as rain resounded in the sky and earth. The void that was hundreds of thousands of miles away was torn apart inch by inch, and a large amount of void turbulence shot out. In a few of the larger void cracks, a large amount of void turbulence directly formed a void vortex that was like a black hole. Vortex. There were a total of 3 such void vortexes, all of which were located in the void in front of the huge mouth of the spiritual battle cry. They were separated by a certain distance from each other. The moment they suddenly appeared, these 3 terrifying void vortexes swallowed countless energy beams of light from the ship cannons. At the same time, 6 or 7 figures of the supreme beings of the universe were sucked in by a terrifying force that even they couldn't resist. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the 3 void vortexes. In the vortexes, they completely disappeared. In less than half an instant, more than half of the 20 supreme beings of the universe had fallen. Such terrifying power scared countless experts from both sides. Even Xian was so shocked by this scene that his back was dripping with white sweat. Originally, he thought that this starry sky-killing weapon from the demon race could help him kill 1 or 2 supreme beings of the universe. After all, the supreme beings of the universe of the 15th realm were basically the strongest forces of all the top forces in the 3 universes. It was impossible for a large number of supreme beings of this level to fall. That would cause a great earthquake in the 3 universes, and the endless void of the universe would tremble because of it. However, not only did this terrifying scene appear, but it was also so easy to destroy. 6 or 7 supreme beings of the universe of the 15th realm didn't even have the ability or opportunity to resist, and they were completely wiped out. Of course, this was not all the power of the spiritual battle cry. The key was the 3 void vortexes. That kind of power belonged to the void of the universe. It belonged to the natural power of the way of heaven that couldn't be resisted by humans. How could the supreme beings of the universe resist it? This was also the reason why some of the starry sky dangerous places in the 3 universes, even the supreme beings of the universe didn't dare to easily set foot in. The supreme beings of the universe were powerful, but in the face of the natural power of the way of heaven, they were only ants. In less than half an instant, the spiritual battle cry had obtained a terrifying result that was far beyond Yi Xian's expectation. Perhaps even the Star Master of the demon race who was guarding the core node of the spiritual battle cry didn't expect such power. After all, this was the first time the entire demon race used this kind of spiritual battle cry. What's going on? Where did the turbulence vortex come from? Oh my god, several people have been swallowed. Are the universe state experts going to die? What terrifying power! Even the space within a radius of several 100,000 li is being torn apart. Countless turbulent streams of space are surging about, forming 3 vortexes that can devour everything. Is this the newest technological achievement of the Heaven's Legacy clan? No, it has nothing to do with the Heavenly Fate clan. There are no visible pillars of light. It's not an energy attack, nor is it a frequency attack similar to the void oscillators. It's invisible, but it's terrifyingly fast and penetrating. It's the mental power of the demons. I understand the function of the megaphone now. It can be magnified infinitely. No demon expert's mental power can be so horrifying, not even the super old monsters beyond the Star-Lord state. That's the power of the entire race. There must be countless demons gathered in the countless beehives of the megaphone. Experts. Trickling streams converge into an ocean, roaring and collapsing the void. Just as the spiritual battle cry roared, all the attacks from the battleships, fortresses of the 2 camps had basically stopped. This was because the experts controlling the battleships had been completely stunned and had forgotten to continue the work at hand. Of course, the Heavenly Fate clan's vanguard fleet, which was controlled by smart robots, was an exception. They simply ignored everything and continued firing rhythmically in an orderly manner. However, all of this was really not important. It could even be said that it was not important. This was because with the death of the 6 or 7 powerful beings of the 15th realm of the enemy camp, this invisible but terrifying majestic spiritual shock wave, after ravaging the vast void between the 2 camps, and after that, it became even more terrifying. It had already charged into the enemy's side as soon as possible. Crack, boom. Boom. The defense line, which had been established by dozens of fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters by activating the void oscillators on the warships, collapsed almost instantly. Then, there were deafening explosions that felt like the sky was collapsing. What happened next was too gory. This vast and terrifying invisible spiritual power, which was like a tsunami in space, instantly rushed into the huge enemy camp. The first to bear the brunt of the impact were hundreds of thousands of warships of various types. Only a few small fortresses and large fortresses had time to perform a space jump, dodging further behind or not being affected by the giant spiritual tsunami. Almost all the ships outside of the two sides of the camp were affected. In an instant, more than 100,000 warships of various types were like paper. Under this invisible spiritual hurricane, they did not even last half an instant before they all collapsed and broke into pieces. However, this was not the end of it. Although the formless spiritual hurricane had reached this place and its power had basically passed the most powerful period of eruption, its remnant power still remained. After destroying the hundreds of thousands of battleships, fortresses, the remnant power of the psychic hurricane spread out. In the blink of an eye, it reached even more battleships that did not manage to escape in time. Although not many battleships were destroyed this time, they were more or less damaged. It was unavoidable. At this point, the power of this wave of mental hurricane was basically exhausted. The price of the allied forces of the Second Universe was the death of 7 supreme beings, as well as more than 100,000 warships, fortresses of all kinds. Of course, there was also the invisible fighting spirit and morale. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it had only been a dozen seconds since the roar of the war cry had been completely exhausted. A dozen seconds, but the change seemed to have been a lifetime ago. Before, the entire void was filled with all kinds of battleships, but now, countless battleship wrecks were flying in the air. The vast void within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles had collapsed, filled with countless different-sized space cracks. In every void crack, there were some terrifying void turbulence surging out. The densest area had already formed 3 chilling void turbulence vortexes that looked like black holes. Moreover, the 3 turbulence vortexes were obviously expanding outward, and the invisible suction force they emitted was getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, a large number of warship wreckages were already moving toward the 3 turbulence vortexes. At first, Xianxia didn't react to this, but the other side had already jumped and hid in the large fortresses on both sides of the camp. At this moment, the roars of several Star Lords echoed, which made him realize what was going on. He immediately shrank his neck, feeling as if he had made a big mistake. The realization. Not good. This corner of the void is about to collapse. The 3 turbulence vortexes are expanding. Once they reach a certain scale, they won't be able to be stopped. At that time, an enormous void black hole will form here, slowly devouring the plane of the first universe. No matter how vast it is, there is no need to fear it in the short term. However, the plane-level natural wormhole behind us will fall. In the future, it will be impossible to jump directly from the second universe to the wormhole. This plane. Stop it. We have to find a way to stop it. The consequences are too serious. Our races can't bear it. The losses are too heavy. If that's the case, the races of the second universe will be completely suppressed by the humans of the third universe. If they want to enter the first universe, they can only jump from another wormhole like borrowing someone else's land. That's too passive. There's nothing more to say. Old friends, let's attack together. In this situation, only when the 9 of us join forces and use all our strength to stimulate the power of the laws of the universe that we each control to form a large net of laws to stabilize this collapsing void. Only then can it be under the power of the laws of the universe. Next, self-repair and avoid complete collapse. As these words that revealed boundless anger spread out, 9 extremely dazzling pillars of light suddenly rushed out from the countless battleships in the opposite camp that were in chaos. They soared into the sky. Although their colors were different, their speed was extremely fast. Even Xianxia, who was as strong as he was, couldn't do anything. Following their trajectory, these 9 pillars of light rushed out from 9 large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. They went straight to the sky. After reaching a height of 1,000,000 miles, they all exploded, turning into countless light threads of different colors that scattered in all directions. They quickly intertwined and slowly moved down toward the countless cracks of various sizes. The void pressed down. Obviously, these 9 different colored pillars of light were the handiwork of the 9 Star Lord old monsters of the 9 great races of the second universe who were in charge of their vanguard fleet. Although they did not make a move in the battle, and even when the universe realm fell, they were indifferent. However, when this void was destroyed by the terrifying power of the spirit war Pola, it triggered 3 void turbulence vortexes. It was very likely that it would cause the natural wormhole that connected this star field to the second universe to appear. The moment the mouth fell, they did not hesitate to make a move. Moreover, they worked together to weave this stunning net of laws, successfully preventing the continued destruction of this corner of the void. Although there would definitely be Star-Lord old monsters participating in the planar space war in the later stages, in the early stages, both sides would restrain themselves. It was impossible to throw such a level of power into the battlefield from the beginning. Even if they appeared, they would at most be in charge of the rear to prevent some unexpected situations from happening, such as now. This was also a game rule that the top forces of the 3 Great Planes secretly followed in this planar space war. It could be said to be adhering to the rules. After all, of all the top forces in the 3 major planes, the top power that was displayed in front of the stage was only the universe masters of the 15th realm. If the Star-Lord old monsters were sent out so easily, such a move to limit the universe masters to the strongest power in front of the stage would be meaningless. From this point of view, Yi Xian and the demon race were actually breaking the rules this time. After all, in the core node of the Spirit War Pola, there was a Star-Lord level demon race old monster overseeing it, and not only was it overseeing it, the terrifying attack of the Spirit War Pola before, this demon race Star-Lord old monster was monster, it was clearly the core presiding power. However, due to the special nature of the Spirit War Pola, everyone knew that it must require tens of millions of demon race experts to activate their spiritual power at the same time and gather it in one place. Coupled with the special structure of the Spirit War Pola, only then could such a terrifying power effect be created. If the Star-Lord old monster showed up, no one would doubt the fact that the demon race had broken the rules and used the power of a Star-Lord old monster. Otherwise, this interplanar space war would have gone completely out of control from the moment the Vanguard fleet clashed. In terms of the combat power of the Star-Lords, there were still 9 such terrifying beings in the second universe. Although the demon's mental battle aura had appeared and was enough to awe everyone for a short time, it was still impossible for it to suppress 9 Star-Lords at the same time. No one would believe it. Because of this, the spiritual battle cry immediately activated the concealment formation and retreated after the first attack. This was partly because the tens of millions of demonkin powerhouses in the beehive nodes needed some time to recover their spiritual power. After all, they had used all their strength just now. All of his mental power poured out of his head. On the other hand, he was worried that the Star-Lord old monsters in the enemy camp would attack in anger. It would be a pity to destroy the Spirit War loudspeaker, but if the other party pulled out a Star-Lord old monster from the Spirit War Pola, it would be really troublesome. If one side brazenly broke the rules that both sides had tacitly followed, then the other side would definitely not continue to abide by them. Moreover, they would retaliate as soon as they confirmed this fact. At that time, the entire Vanguard fleet of the First Universe's allied forces would not be able to leave this area. The starry sky. They would be the target of the other party's revenge and vent their anger. And now, as the Spirit War Pola activated the concealment formation, it had retreated to the void behind it and disappeared without a trace. Coupled with the special structure of the War Pola and the terrifying fact that tens of millions of demon race experts had joined forces to attack, it made people feel that it was an acceptable fact to be able to display such power. It would not be possible to associate it with the Star-Lord old monster. Therefore, although the 9 Star-Lord old monsters from the second universe were angry at the moment, they did not continue to appear after joining forces to control the continued collapse of this void. They directly fell silent. It was not that they did not want to kill people in anger, but they were trying their best to restrain themselves. Although the 9 Star-Lord old monsters were strong, they might not be taken seriously by the Tianji clan. Besides, this was the first universe, their territory. They did not dare to break the rules and use the Star-Lord strength to participate in the battle, seeing that the 9 Star-Lord old monsters in the enemy camp did not make any follow-up movements. Yi Xian's heart, which had been in his throat, was completely relieved. At this point, the outcome of this battle had been completely decided. The second universe's allied forces had been defeated, and even 7 of the 15th realm's universe grandmasters had fallen. Although this result was tragic, for the entire second universe, it was obviously far from unbearable. Therefore, after the complete collapse of the void in this corner of the battlefield was effectively contained, the fleet camp of the various races of the second universe on the opposite side also began the post-war war. The reorganization. Yi Xian did not continue to pursue the victory and beat the dog when it was down. He still understood the principle of stopping while he was ahead. If he really forced the other party into a corner, it would be bad if the dog jumped over the wall in desperation. In any case, the harvest was shocking enough. There was no need to continue fighting. Moreover, the thousands of kilometers of the battlefield void in front of them, including the central battlefield domain, was still under the restraining power of the law net, which stopped the complete collapse. At this moment, it was slowly in the process of self-recovery, and it was not suitable to immediately start a star battle. Therefore, seeing that the other party did not fly into a rage out of humiliation and had no intention of launching a desperate counterattack, the entire huge formation line was shrinking inward and retreating backward. Yi Xian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He immediately ordered all the flagships of the slave races on his side to retreat and reorganize the formation. The order to calculate the losses, the first battle of this plane-level star battle, came to an end just like that. Yi Xian immediately used his spiritual power to contact the spirit battle cry and ask about the tens of millions of demon experts in the nearly 1,000 beehive nodes of the battle cry. Luo Yunyang also possessed a mind source core, so he had a good understanding of the mind power of a demon. Using up all of one's mind power in an instant was extremely crazy, so not everyone could withstand it. Some people would be able to recover after some rest, while others would most likely die on the spot. The truth was as expected. Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong quickly responded to Yi Xian. Tens of millions of demons were all recovering at full strength. It would take at least 3 days for them to use the spirit battle cry again. Moreover, in that attack just now, no less than 30,000 demon experts had died on the spot. Although the spiritual battle talons were not attacked by the enemy camp, just the fact that it was their own side that caused this kind of casualty ratio to reach close to 1 in 1,000. It had to be said that this was definitely a very heavy one. After the end of the first battle, both sides retreated tens of millions of kilometers. Although the two sides were still facing each other, the distance between them had already exceeded the range of a large fortress with a diameter of over 100,000 meters. Therefore, the tense atmosphere of war that had been shrouding this part of the void for some time finally dissipated and was relieved for the time being. In less than half a day, the space that had almost collapsed in the previous great battle had been completely restored to its original state. After all, it was an enormous universal plane with its own mysterious laws of operation. Even the most powerful experts were only qualified to touch the surface of it. As for the Star Lords, they would only be able to touch the surface of it. The plane had a strong self-healing ability, such a small-scale collapse of the void wasn't a serious problem. After retreating to a relatively safe place in the distant void, both sides began to calculate the damage and make various adjustments. These data were quickly revealed. This was the result of the battle and could be used to boost morale, so there was no need to cover it up. Of course, that was referring to the coalition army of the slave races of the first universe, led by Yi Xian. As for the races of the second universe, they were the losers in the battle, they could only hold their noses and endure the mockery. However, in the dark, they were obviously planning for the follow-up battle. Intergalactic battles on the level of planes often lasted for years or even decades. The victory or defeat of a battle at the beginning of the battle really didn't mean much, however, as far as Yi Xian was concerned, it should be because of the name Sha Baofeng. This battle had completely made it famous in the 3 great universes. He had become one of the 5 unparalleled geniuses in the world. In this battle, Sha Baofeng's personal talent and commanding ability were both stunning. In terms of personal talent, the more setbacks he faced, the braver he became. After being brutally abused by young Master Linghu, he actually went against the flow. In terms of mechanical fusion abilities, he had a qualitative change in understanding. He single-handedly challenged a large group of young elites from the various races of the second universe. He killed and captured, and his limelight was unparalleled. He was definitely as brutal as the young master of Linghu clan or the young master of the Netherworld clan. It was safe to say that the alloy battle god's invincibility in space became a legend for a while. As for the individual battlecraft battle commander, although this battle didn't reveal too much of his magnificent commanding skills, the battle results that he had obtained couldn't be denied. More than 200,000 warships, fortresses, and fortresses of various models were destroyed in the battle. 7 grand cultivators had died, as a young commander who had never been to a space battle before, and in a plane-level space battle, he should be proud of his achievements. The 3 universes were in an uproar when the news spread out. The Heavenly Fate clan released an official statement to commend Sha Baofeng, the commander of the Vanguard fleet, as well as all the experts of the slave races who had participated in the battle. On the second universe's side, the major races were roaring like thunder, especially the races of the more than 30 young experts who had died or been captured by Yi Xian. They even said that they wanted Yi Xian to wash his neck clean and wait. They would take his head in the next battle. In addition, the races behind the dozen or so young experts of the second universe who had been captured alive were clamoring for Yi Xian to release them immediately. Otherwise, once they were captured, they would definitely beg for death. They also said that Yi Xian's act of capturing his opponents in a fair battle on the individual level and claiming that he would roast them later was simply outrageous and had crossed their bottom line. If they didn't release them immediately, the races of the second universe wouldn't rule out the possibility of sending their grand cultivators to assassinate him. Yes. At that time, they wouldn't say that the seniors were bullying the juniors. In the face of this threat, Yi Xian sneered. He immediately appeared in the central region of the battlefield and declared his stance in front of all the experts of the second universe's united forces. You still have the nerve to say that it was a fair battle? Clearly, I'm the one fighting all of you alone. Why didn't you talk reason first when you swarmed up? Now that you've been defeated so thoroughly, you're using this kind of trick. It's too disdainful. In addition, are the grand cultivators of the universe that awesome? It seems that I've killed 7 of them in just this battle, right? They're all elders of the races of the second universe's federation. Do you think it's too little? If that's the case, just send them over. I'll kill as many as they come. I won't refuse. Then, as if to prove his determination, Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned a set of tables and chairs. He placed them in the void of the central region of the battlefield and sat down. There were knives and forks on the table, but the plate was directly omitted. The huge table was just a plate. At the same time, at the bottom of the ring-shaped volcano in the central region of the space inside the Shenong cauldron, Ji Jinghong, Jiao Tian, and the nearly 20 elites of the second universe's various races who had just been thrown in and imprisoned in the prison of the mountain wall not long ago had yet to recover from the intense shock and horror in their hearts. Among the huge corpses that were randomly placed on the central region's plain at the bottom of the volcano, then, one of them flew up on its own. It was the gold iron-horned rhinoceros with a body size of 20,000 feet. The head of this gold iron-horned rhinoceros was completely pierced through from the top to the lower jaw. It died at that time, but the corpse was left behind by Yi Xian because he had never tasted rhinoceros meat before. At this moment, the huge body of the gold iron-horned rhinoceros floated up automatically. Its right hind leg instantly separated from its body and floated up. The rhinoceros body that was missing a strong right leg fell to the ground again. Anyway, everything in the Shenong cauldron could be kept fresh forever. Yi Xian didn't have to worry about it rotting. He could eat it and use it at any time. However, considering that there were still some living people imprisoned in the prison of the mountain wall at the bottom of the volcano, they had to be kept for a long time in the future. If these corpses were left in front of them for a long time, they would be scared out of their wits. The mental pressure they had to bear was too great. Therefore, at this moment, after the corpse of the gold iron-horned rhinoceros fell to the ground of the central region's plain at the bottom of the volcano automatically cracked open a crack. All the corpses fell into the ground through the crack. There, Yi Xian opened up another independent sealed space specially used to store blood. Meat was eaten, including the more than a dozen corpses of ancient creatures with terrifying auras that he had taken out from the source of all evil star field. They were quietly stuffed in by him. At that time, he didn't alarm Ji Jinghong and the others because he was afraid that these 4 guys would be scared to death. At this moment, as a crack opened in this underground sealed space, the general scene inside was also seen by Ji Jinghong and the others in the prison of the mountain wall around the bottom of the volcano. Oh my god, the remains underground, they're definitely not ordinary space beasts. I clearly saw a real phoenix. Although only half of its body is left, it's definitely not an ordinary mixed blood descendant. golden blood is still dripping from the remains. It's a sign that it's infinitely close to a pure blood phoenix. It's the same for the other remains. Almost all of them are still dripping with golden blood, but they're obviously full of death aura. Is that why the remains haven't decomposed? Even the super old monsters in our clan who are beyond the Star Lord state are far weaker than them. Where did the remains come from? Are they also the result of young Masterling Hu's battle? That's too shocking. It's impossible. He's not that strong yet, far from it. What's more, although the aura of these remains is strong, the aura of death is strong. It's at least 10,000 years old. This is clearly the precious meat that was originally stored in the Medicine King tripod, and young Masterling Hu took advantage of it. That should be the case. It's really enviable. Not to mention using this level of precious blood and precious meat to refine heaven and earth great medicines, even if it's simply roasted, it would have great benefits for the evolution of one's physical body. Young Masterling Hu's luck is truly heaven-defying to have such good food. Can we not talk about that? Look up. The right hind leg of the fine gold iron horn rhinoceros is yours. The four of us saw Lion Boffing's head being roasted and turned into a braised lion's head. The last words were uttered by Jin Haoyan, the young lord of the Golden Eagle clan, who had always been a man of few words. His words reminded the dozen or so new recruits. They reflexively raised their heads to look, and their expressions changed drastically. They subconsciously swallowed their saliva, and their faces turned ashen. In his line of sight, the thick thigh that had just been cut off from the corpse of the fine gold iron horn rhinoceros was being roasted in an orange-red flame. The speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, golden butter began to drip out. The thick leg of the rhinoceros was originally hundreds of meters long, but after being roasted by the orange flames, a lot of impurities had been removed, leaving only the essence behind. It was only 100 meters long. At this time, a rich fragrance of meat spread out. Although the hearts of the nearly 20 fellows in the cage below trembled and were extremely resistant, as soon as this strange fragrance assailed their noses, all of them began to salivate. Their appetite was uncontrollably aroused, and saliva flowed out from the corners of their mouths, causing their faces to turn red with embarrassment. Then, they all lowered their heads. In the blink of an eye, the golden right leg that was 100 meters long was roasted and quickly flew away with dripping golden butter. At the same time, in the void of the first universe's battlefield, Yi Xian casually waved his hand. A golden thigh that was scalding hot and flowing with oil immediately fell from the enormous table in front of him, emitting an incomparably alluring fragrance. The dining table was made of battleship alloy and had a radius of several hundred meters. It was enough to hold this terrifying giant roasted leg. Yi Xian waved the knife and fork in his hand and immediately cut off a piece of meat from the giant rhinoceros leg on the table in front of him. It flew directly into his mouth, followed by the next piece. Although this fine gold iron horn rhinoceros bloodline was not as good as Lion Boffing's, its meat was incomparably fresh and tender. Moreover, the giant rhinoceros leg that was nearly 1,000 meters long was roasted until it was only 100 meters long. It could be seen that all the impurities had been refined and expelled. This was the beauty of the Shinno's unusual flame. It was a weak orange-red monochromatic flame, but it was equally extraordinary. Therefore, everything that was roasted by it was as if it had been refined and purified, leaving only the essence behind. It had a miraculous effect on the evolution of the physical body and could even improve the quality. Even the aroma of the meat was special. Yi Xian was extremely in need of this kind of flesh and blood. Right now, he was walking the path of the evolution of his flesh and blood. Every time he ate this kind of flesh and blood, he would be able to obtain a lot of benefits. Energy was accumulated in his body, quietly improving his physique, and when it was accumulated to a certain extent, it would be when it reached a certain point, it would explode and welcome a breakthrough. From Yi Xian's point of view, it wouldn't be long before he returned to the Tianji race. At that time, he would think of a way to enter the inner regions of the Tianji continent, infiltrate the imperial prison, and rescue the past generations of the imperial demon race. During this process, there was a high possibility of accidents happening. Before that, Yi Xian hoped to increase his cultivation realm as much as possible. He had just broken through once not long ago, and was now in the 11th stage, the mystic light realm 4th stage. According to his plan, it would be best if he could push the evolution of his physical body to the peak of the Mystic Light Realm 9th stage. Then, he would consume a bottle of level 12 liquid and enter the 12th stage, the Void Realm. This way, he would have a much higher chance of success during the second trip to the Tianji city. At this time, as Xian's wrist continued to move, large pieces of golden meat automatically flew into his mouth. Although this roasted rhino leg was 100 meters long, to Xian, it really wasn't that big of a thing. This was because it was the essence of the meat, and it melted in his mouth. No matter how much he ate, he wouldn't feel full. Instead, every inch of his flesh and blood felt like it was slowly being nourished. This scene was too strange. In the boundless void of the universe, a lonely figure was sitting cross-legged. In front of him was a huge alloy table, and on the table was a huge golden roasted rhino leg. Pieces of meat flew up and entered his mouth without stopping. However, in the void tens of millions of kilometers away, there was an enormous army of 1,000,000 battleships. All the experts inside and outside the battleships were looking at the lonely figure who was feasting in the middle of the void. All of them were dumbfounded, as if they had seen a living ghost in broad daylight. That's right, these guys were indeed stunned. No one had expected that Xian would actually eat as he pleased. He had even roasted one of the rhino's hind legs in advance. At this moment, in front of the army of 1,000,000 battleships and countless experts of the second universe's various races, he was slowly eating. This wasn't just a matter of words. This was a provocation. It was simply a slap in the face. And it was the kind of slap that wouldn't stop. In the enemy camp, tens of millions of li away, earth-shaking roars and roars quickly sounded. Damn it, what is this kid trying to do? How dare he openly provoke and slap us in the face? Is he crazy? This is clearly forcing our Qianquan tribe elders to take action in anger. There's a conspiracy. There's definitely a conspiracy. Previously, he seemed to have used this method to lure 20 of our Qianquan elders to attack. In the end, before they even arrived, he took out a terrifying giant cosmic megaphone. This brat is too evil. He clearly has the same intention this time. He wants to use the hind leg of the gold essence iron-horned rhinoceros to lure our Qianquan tribe elders out and then use that damned cosmic loudspeaker to launch a sneak attack. 100-meter-long roasted rhinoceros leg was indeed a huge piece of food, but as Xian's wrist flapped, it only took a little more than a minute for the entire roasted rhinoceros leg to be reduced to a skeleton. All of the golden rhinoceros meat had gone into Xian's stomach. Countless experts from both camps rolled their eyes at this scene, and they cursed in their hearts. Some of them even secretly wiped the corners of their mouths and unconsciously drooled. Although they couldn't smell the aroma of the roasted rhinoceros leg from tens of millions of kilometers away in the void of the universe, everyone knew that it must be delicious just by looking at how Xian was chomping down on it. Yet, such a delicacy had fallen into the stomach of a robot. This made many people curse in their hearts, and they were about to curse out loud. It was simply a waste of God's good gifts. After eating the 100-meter-long roasted rhinoceros leg, Xian's qi and blood immediately surged. He felt like he was about to break through, but he was just a little bit away. Just as Xian was hesitating whether to add more fire and roast another leg, someone from the opposing camp finally couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up. "Kid, it's not that this old man is bullying you, but you've gone too far. If I don't keep you here today, I'm afraid that the 3 major planes will laugh at our second universe for having no experts." These words were not loud, but they clearly reached the ears of the countless starry sky masters in the huge fleets of the two camps, causing them to tremble and feel like they wanted to crawl on the ground. A Star-Lord monster. This was clearly a Star-Lord monster overseeing the flagship of the 9 major races in the second universe who couldn't stand it anymore. An existence of this level wouldn't appear in the early stages of a planar-level space battle, unless there was a huge accident like the previous one where a large part of the void was about to collapse completely. As they trembled, countless experts from both camps gloomily cursed in their hearts. But now, the young commander of the Heavenly Fate clan's vanguard fleet had actually infuriated a Star-Lord old monster who had been restraining himself all this while. There was no one else who was capable of stirring up trouble, and he was definitely on par with young Master Ling Hu and young Master Hades. As expected of a peerless genius of the same level, through the Starry Sky Network, all of this was transmitted to the major clans in the first universe. There were even some scout battleships that were responsible for the transmission of information, transmitting the live images out of the first universe. Therefore, countless experts in the second universe and the third universe, where the human race was located, also saw this scene. For a moment, the three universes were filled with sighs and sighs. The Tianji clan had finally produced a little demon king. First, he learned from Linghu Young Master and Netherworld Young Master, embarking on the path of a starry sky foodie of no return. Now, he had almost learned the two's ability to cause trouble. With these guys causing trouble, the three universes' planes would never disappear in the future. It stopped. It was true that every family had its own problems. Even the Tianji clan was the same. Among the electronic intelligent life forms, there could also be super prodigals and troublemakers. Before he finished speaking, an incomparably terrifying aura had already soared into the sky from a 100,000-meter-long fortress behind the enemy camp tens of millions of miles away. It transformed into a giant palm of the universe, quickly grabbing toward the void where Yixian was. This was clearly the rhythm of directly capturing Yixian and suppressing him. Seeing this scene, countless experts from the three universes turned pale with horror, and some of them had already begun to sigh. This peerless evildoer of the Tianji clan who had appeared out of nowhere was too arrogant. Moreover, he didn't know how to adapt to the circumstances. He had already learned from the mistakes of young Master Linghu and young Master Netherworld. But, he was still so rampant. Now, he had finally provoked a Star-Lord old monster to make a move. This time, there was no way he could escape. He would be completely reduced to a tragic state in front of countless experts from the three universes. After all, it was a Star-Lord old monster who had made a move. He was already powerless to overturn the heavens and could not escape the fate of being suppressed, Yixian sneered, calm and fearless. At least he still had a trump card, which was that he could use the interstellar coordinate jump ability at any time and leave in an instant. Previously, he had already ordered the Devouring system in his body to prepare for this in advance. In addition, Yixian was also confident that the Star-Lord old monster who was roaring toward him would not make a move in the end. This was because he had already expected this and was prepared for it. Boom! Just as the roaring giant energy palm that blotted out the sky was only a few hundred miles away from Yixian, a black golden head that was 100 meters in size suddenly descended from the void in front of Yixian. With a bang, it slammed into the huge alloy table that was suspended in front of him. This was the ferocious head of a one-legged golden crow. Back in the origin of all evil star field, the netherworld furnace had once spat out a one-horned golden crow that it regarded as trash. It was 1,000 feet long, but only half of its body was visible. Its flesh and internal organs were all pale gold, and the surface of its body was covered with black feathers. This one-legged golden crow that had fallen at an unknown time had black feathers all over its body. Not only were there specks of golden light flashing, but its entire body was also enveloped by golden flames that surged out of its body. However, these golden flames were not pure and had gray spots. Its aura was an existence that had surpassed the Star-Lord old monster level. At that time, the mechanical demon bug could only look at it from a distance of 10,000 miles. Once it got close, the mechanical demon bug's alloy body would collapse. However, when it walked out of the netherworld furnace, taking advantage of the fact that the layer of energy protection that the headless infant corpse had not yet formed on the surface of its body. After that, Yixian conveniently stored the remains of the golden crow and the remains of a dozen primordial creatures into the Shinnon cauldron inside him. The remains of the golden crow were still inside the Shinnon cauldron, but Yixian had already taken out its head, which had been roasted with the orange flames of the Shinnon cauldron. Otherwise, it wouldn't have shrunk to the size of 100 meters. It had to be noted that the golden crow's entire body was more than 1,000 feet long. It was enormous. Not only did the orange-red fire of the Shinnon cauldron completely refine all the dregs in the one-legged golden crow's head, it even completely obliterated the sharpness of its bloodline aura. Otherwise, Yixian would have had a cup on the spot if he took out the giant alloy dining table in front of him from the cauldron. He couldn't bear it. However, that didn't mean that the aura of its level was completely gone. After all, it was the remains of a primordial creature that had surpassed the Star-Lord state. The orange flames of the Shinnon cauldron could eliminate the sharpness of the flesh, but not the aura of its level. It was precisely because of this that when Xian took out the head of the one-legged golden crow and smashed it onto the table in front of him, the enormous palm that was rumbling towards him from hundreds of kilometers away seemed to have responded and instantly came to a halt. After pausing in the air for a short moment, it immediately retreated. In the void in front of them, the enormous hand retreated rapidly. It traveled millions of miles in the blink of an eye, stirring up a storm and raging in the sky. At the same time, in a flagship fortress at the rear of the enemy's camp, the Star Lord of a certain race from the second universe, who launched the overwhelming palm, exclaimed in shock, "What? A Sector Lord level golden crow? That's impossible." Rumble. Before his voice fell, the giant palm that was rapidly retreating had already collapsed midway, turning into a terrifying energy that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, spreading out. It was obviously because the Star Lord was so shocked that his mind was in a mess. He couldn't even control the technique that he had just used, and it collapsed on its own in the void. All of this happened too quickly and too unexpectedly. Countless experts from both sides were unable to react in time. At this moment, their minds were in chaos. Just like the void where the gigantic palm had exploded, there was a rumbling sound. The Star Master old monster was actually scared away. How was that possible? What was the origin of the bird's head that Baofengxia had launched? It was so powerful that even the Star Lord old monster was caught off guard. He was so shocked that the divine ability he used collapsed on its own. Immediately afterward, a few more exclamations came from the opposite side of the enemy camp. They were all Star Lords or existences at the level of Universe Masters. Their words were all filled with deep shock. The Sector Lord level? It's the head of a ferocious beast at the Sector Lord level? How is that possible? After the Star Lord level is the Domain Lord level, and after the Domain Lord level is the Sector Lord level. A Sector Lord is the ruler of a large astral zone, and a Sector Lord can dominate an entire universe. There are less than 5 of them in each of the 3 universes, and they haven't been around for tens of thousands of years. This bird head was actually a supreme existence at the World Overlord level? Too shocking, simply unbelievable. Definitely, the bloodline of this one-horned golden crow is extremely pure. Compared to the ancient golden crow of the legends, I'm afraid it's not much different. But this isn't the main point. The only thing I'm concerned about is, this Sector Lord level terrifying bird head. How did that brat obtain it? Look at the golden grease still dripping from the bird's head. It was clearly roasted not long ago. Even a Star Lord wouldn't dare approach it, not to mention cutting off its head and roasting it. How did this kid do it? As expected, there's a scheme. Without a doubt, this person still has powerful methods that we don't know about. He can actually ignore the terrifying might from the corpse of a world overlord. Now that he's tossing out this roasted bird head in front of everyone, it's obvious that he's trying to intimidate them. He does indeed have something to rely on. No wonder he's so arrogant. He's obviously got the remains of a golden crow. He cut off its head and roasted it, but he still has the rest of the golden crow. It's clearly a weapon of mass destruction. He only needs to throw it into the void, and it will be as powerful as a Star Lord. The experts retreated in shock. Damn it. Are we really at a loss for what to do with this kid? Allowing him to be so arrogant and unbridled is truly infuriating. As the sounds of discussion rang out, countless experts from the 2 opposing camps that were tens of millions of kilometers away were dumbfounded. They stared dumbfoundedly at Xian, who had already started to cut off the giant bird's head and arrogantly ate in front of everyone. Their hearts were filled with complicated emotions. No wonder he dared to provoke and even slap their faces so blatantly, completely ignoring the 9 Star Lords behind the coalition army of the second universe. It turned out that he had such a terrifying killing intent in his hands. That was the remains of a terrifying world overlord. Even though it had been dead for tens of thousands of years, its remaining might was still there. That alone was enough to deter the Star Lords and prevent them from acting rashly. So, what was there to be scared of? Although this method was a bit shameless, it had to be said that it was extremely effective. No Star Lord old monster would easily take the risk of facing the terrifying pressure of the remains of a Sector Lord. This trump card would firmly suppress them. As long as it was not a matter of life and death, there was no need to worry. There would be no Sector Lord old monster who would take the risk. For a time, countless sighs echoed in the 2 camps. Even in the distance behind their own camp, in the spirit battle armor that had activated a concealment formation and was hibernating in the void. It was the same, whether it was the Demon Emperor Uncle Mo Qigong and the others, or the Star Master of the demon race. All of them were subdued by Yi Xian's unexpected and terrifying foundation. As for the deputy commander of the vanguard fleet, Yi Luo, he was completely stunned. He couldn't figure out how Sha Baofeng had done all this. He actually had the remains of a world overlord in his hands. On the contrary, although the old guy Xianxia was stunned at first, he soon understood and guessed the origin of that terrifying bird's head. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. It seemed that Sha Baofeng still didn't trust this old man. Previously, in the source of all evil star field, he had done many things behind the scenes. However, he was actually completely unaware and kept in the dark. This caused him to instantly feel depressed and rather aggrieved. He had clearly agreed to be a grasshopper on a rope. Could he still happily wallow in evil? There is not even the most basic trust between people. At the same time, in the void far behind the alliance of the various races in the second universe, in the 3 observation fortresses from the third universe, there were also exclamations at this moment. Old Ghost Zhan Tu and the ancestor of the eyebrowless ancestor frowned. They exchanged a look without batting an eyelid, and their hearts sank. Their hearts sank. This brat's methods were indeed terrifying. Putting everything else aside, just based on the top combat strength or great killing weapon in his hands, there were already 2 known of them. Corpse ancestor Hamba was already at the peak of the 9th rank of the universe, and his cultivation was infinitely close to the Star Lord level. Now, there was another one that was even close to the Star Lord level. Even the monsters were helpless against the remains of the Sector Lord level life form that they could only avoid. From the looks of it, if they wanted to scheme against this person, they had to make another plan. The plan had to be thorough and foolproof before they could make a move. Otherwise, once they alerted the enemy and made the other party vigilant, they might not have a second chance in the future. Thinking of this, Old Ghost Zhan Tu and the eyebrowless ancestor exchanged glances again. They could see a deep sense of helplessness in each other's eyes, and they sighed inwardly. Yi Xian didn't care about all this at all. He let the countless experts in the 2 camps in the distance cry out and sigh endlessly. However, he acted as if nothing had happened and ate heartily in front of everyone. In just 2 to 3 minutes, he had finished eating the entire golden crow's head, leaving only a huge skull. In the end, he waved his hand and kept the skull into the undying world in his body. Ding! Congratulations to host, your physical body's blood essence realm has increased. Current realm, Mystic Light Realm Level 5. As the familiar system notification sounded in his mind, Yi Xian grinned. As expected, just a single golden crow head was enough for him to successfully break through again. This was the head of a terrifying existence at the Sector Lord level. Even if that one-legged golden crow had fallen countless years ago, and the true essence energy within its flesh had been completely depleted, its terrifying life form was destined to contain the pure energy of Debao within its flesh and blood. It could definitely be said to be a treasure of blood and flesh. It made Yi Xian, a cultivator of the 11th Great Realm, the Profound Light Realm, who was like an ant compared to him, break through 1 or 2 small levels without any suspense. As expected, less than 3 minutes after the first system notification sounded, as the boiling hot energy in Yi Xian's body gradually dissipated, the second and third system notifications sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to host, your physical body's blood essence realm has increased. Current realm, Mystic Light Realm Level 6. Ding! Congratulations to host, your physical body's blood essence realm has increased. Current realm, Mystic Light Realm Level 7. Mystic Light Realm Level 7, he had finally stepped into the late stage of this realm. Now, Yi Xian only needed to break through 2 more levels to reach the peak of the Mystic Light Realm Level 9. At that time, he would be able to consume a Level 12 liquid and enter the 12th realm, the Void Realm, soon. Thinking of this, Yi Xian tightly clenched his fists. A sense of pride surged in his chest, but he suppressed it with all his might. Previously, when his flesh and organs were being nourished and tempered by the pure energy from the golden crow's head, every inch of his flesh and blood, every pore, was being nourished and tempered by the pure energy from the golden crow's head. The multicolored light and auspicious aura emitted from it were all suppressed by him and did not appear. Otherwise, the scene would definitely be one where the precious body was surrounded by multicolored light and auspicious aura and rushed into the sky. If such a scene really happened, it would be troublesome. After all, his current identity was the young upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race, Sha Baofeng. His body wasn't a real body of flesh and blood. Such a phenomenon would instantly expose everything. After a long time, the surging light within Yi Xian's body gradually came to a stop. It lay dormant within every inch of his flesh and blood, so there was no need to worry about the trouble of overflowing the light from the treasure body. Letting out a light breath, Yi Xian raised his head and swept his gaze over the huge camp of the allied forces of the second universe that was tens of millions of kilometers away. He snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. He turned around and crossed the void, stepped into his own camp, and directly passed through it, heading towards the vast void behind the camp. He quickly disappeared. Not long after, Yi Xian stepped into the interior of an enormous abandoned planet. His figure landed on the peak of a giant mountain, and after passing through a barrier, he saw the demon-human imperial uncle Mo Qigong and the demon-human race's star lord Old Monster. The two of them had been waiting here for a long time. They had been waiting for a long time. The momentum is almost there. If there are no accidents, the Heaven's Legacy race will appoint you as the first young patriarch. It will come soon. Seeing Yi Xian descend, the Demon King's imperial uncle, Mo Qigong, had a serious expression on his face. He slightly nodded his head and went straight to the point, because we just received news that the Heaven's Legacy clan has confirmed that the previous young patriarch, young Master D, has fallen. However, they did not mention the details. In addition, the Demon Emperor just sent news that the Demon Emperor planet has received an order from the Heaven's Legacy race to not use the spirit battle armor at will. Speaking of this, Mo Qigong's face showed a touch of anger, and he continued angrily, and they also asked us to send the spirit battle armor to the Heaven's Legacy race. They said that several core higher-ups in the race are very optimistic about this newly developed starry sky-killing weapon, but they think that it is still not enough and needs to be improved. This is simply extortion. If we really send it over, it is clearly a meat bun hitting a dog. There is no return. Then what are you going to do? Try to delay or find an excuse to brush off the Heaven's Legacy race? Hearing this news, Yi Xian also frowned. The Heaven's Legacy race obviously had their eyes on the special power of the spirit battle armor. They wanted to get the real thing and use it to research a similar starry sky-killing weapon that could be powered by the Heaven's Legacy race and a large number of cheap intelligent robots. After all, the electronic consciousness, the consciousness of the human race, and the spiritual power of the demon race, actually had some similarities in some aspects. As long as they devoted themselves to research, it was not impossible to fiddle with it. Don't forget that the Heaven's Legacy race was known to be extremely talented in the field of mechanical and electronic research. Even the human race's science and technology were far behind. From this point of view, Yi Xian naturally did not want the spirit battle armor to fall into the hands of the Heaven's Legacy race. However, he could not control this matter. After all, it involved an entire race, and the stakes were too high. Sure enough, seeing that Yi Xian had hit the nail on the head, Mo Qigong was stunned for a moment. Then, he helplessly shook his head and sighed. Now is not the time to officially break off relations with the Heaven's Legacy race. Moreover, DE is not an existence that is easy to fool. Therefore, even if we are unwilling, we can only hand it over. It is not that we are unwilling to part with it. Without this one, we can still build a bigger spirit battle armor. The key is that we are unwilling to let it fall into the hands of the Heaven's Legacy race. After all, in the future, we will turn against each other. This is equivalent to helping the enemy. Moreover, this battle armor is the result of the blood and sweat of our demon race. To personally hand it over to the enemy is really... At the end, Mo Qigong once again shook his head and smiled bitterly. However, he did not continue speaking. His chest was really suffocating. In that case, how about giving it to me? The ruckus here is almost over, especially with the appearance of the golden crow's head. I'm sure that DE's side can't sit still any longer. The expected transfer order should be coming soon. Yi Xian took over the conversation and said, "You can give the battle armor to me to bring back to the Heaven's Legacy race. Of course, before that, you need to make some modifications to the battle armor. At the very least, you have to ensure that when I need to use it, once the Soldier Dipper race enters the battle armor, they can use it normally at any time. If there is enough time, it is best to let the Soldier Dipper race enter the battle armor a few times after the modifications are completed. After all, once I return to the Heaven's Legacy race, this thing will definitely be taken away immediately. There will be no chance for me to familiarize myself with it. Only after the matter is done and if necessary, can the Soldier Dipper race enter the battle armor and launch a surprise attack as a surprise attack. Although the Spiritual War Talisman was tailor-made for the demon race, the attribute and structure of its core components were most suitable for the transmission of the demon race's mental power. Moreover, it could gather all the mental power gathered at each node at the fastest speed, and in the process, it formed a certain mysterious amplification effect. But in fact, whether it was the mental power of the demon race, the primordial spirit of the human race, the electronic consciousness of the Tianji clan, or the unique biological frequency of the various space insects and beasts, although they were all unique in their own ways, they had some similarities in some aspects. The Spiritual War Talisman was developed and built by the demon race. As long as they were given a certain amount of time, they could definitely modify the Spiritual War Talisman into a weapon of mass destruction suitable for the unique biological frequency of the Void Soldier Ladle race. In this matter, Yi Xian had confidence in the demon race. After all, they had even created such an imaginative weapon of mass destruction like the Spiritual War Talisman. It was obviously not too difficult to modify it so that it could be driven by another type of energy. The two sides discussed for a while, and the result confirmed that this method was completely feasible. Therefore, Yi Xian waved his hand and took out the Tianji clan fortress that contained the entire Soldier Ladle race, and directly handed it to the demon race imperial uncle, Emochi Gong. Of course, before this, Yi Xian deliberately activated the void marrow crystal that was suspended in his sea of consciousness, and communicated with the current leaders of the Soldier Ladle race, who were the two 8-star king ladles, and so on. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to listen to Emochi Gong's orders, cooperate with him to study the unique biological frequency of the Soldier Ladle race, and after the transformation of the Spiritual War Talisman was completed, move the entire Soldier Ladle race into the Spiritual War Talisman for collective training. After everything was done, Yi Xian immediately bid farewell to Emochi Gong and the others, and turned to leave. The latter immediately rushed to the Spiritual War Talisman that had been left somewhere in the void by the concealment formation, and embarked on the journey back to the Demon Emperor planet. The transformation of the Spiritual War Talisman, as well as the collective training of the Soldier Ladle race after the transformation, would all be carried out secretly on the Demon Emperor planet to prevent the news from leaking out. At the same time, in the headquarters of the Tianji race in the First Universe's central region, in a secret room in a forbidden area of the Tianji continent. Old man Wenxing, who had just returned from the root of all evil star field, was sitting cross-legged on the pitch-black floor of the secret room. His eyes were closed tightly, and his expression was slightly pained. This was clearly the rhythm of his body being heavily injured and healing. Suddenly, in the dark secret room, a dreamy halo suddenly burst out from the ground not far in front of old ghost Wenxing. It was a holographic three-dimensional screen. After 2 flashes, a middle-aged man with a fair complexion appeared on the screen. This middle-aged man was a clone of the Tianji clan's patriarch, D.E. "Are you hurt?" As soon as old devil Wenxing opened his eyes, the middle-aged man on the screen frowned and asked, "What happened? Why wasn't it mentioned in the previous message? Also, is it confirmed that Xiaofeng and the other 8 people are dead? Who did this? Even you were injured." I'm fine now." Old ghost Wenxing waved his hand and sighed lightly. Although his tone was relaxed, the expression on his face was extremely solemn. The 8-person team led by Xiaofeng is indeed dead. There is no suspense about this matter. The reason why I couldn't deduce any clues before was that I didn't enter the root of all evil. Because that ominous land is very strange. Not only can the star network signal not enter, but it can even obscure some of the mysteries of heaven. Obviously, the 8 of them perished in that stellar region. I tried to deduce this matter with the heaven discernment technique once more as soon as I entered the root of all evil, and I instantly obtained a conclusion without the slightest suspense. However, even though I didn't find the remains of any battleships, based on the results of the heaven measuring technique's deduction, the 8 of them probably didn't perish at the hands of those terrifying existences at the core area of the root of all evil, and it was someone else. As for the reinforcement fleet that was annihilated in the nearby ominous land, it was the doing of a certain existence at the core area. The exact reason is unknown, but that existence's cultivation is at least at the Region Lord realm. A Star Lord is unable to instantly annihilate an enormous fleet without leaving a trace behind. When he spoke up to hear, Wenxing didn't speak any further, and he frowned and fell into deep thought. The middle-aged man on the screen was the same, and he spoke once more after a long time. Looks like some unknown and unexpected event has occurred at the core area of that ominous land. Unfortunately, we've paid a heavy price in our numerous attempts and explorations. We've paid a heavy price, but we've only extended our tentacles to the periphery of the core area. We don't know the first thing about the core area. It's really hard for us to determine and analyze. That's exactly why I was wounded. Wenxing continued the conversation, but then he suddenly shook his head and smiled bitterly. The Star Lord beasts at the periphery of the core area have never allowed any Star Lord experts from the outside to set foot in the core area, or they would attack them together. We had no choice but to send the juniors of our clan to explore the core area. The elites formed a group and entered to explore. Unfortunately, their cultivation was too weak in the end, and they were unable to enter the depths of the hinterland at all. Moreover, the unforeseen event this time was obviously unusual, so I had no choice but to take the risk and enter. The weird thing is that we didn't run into any local Star Lord beasts at the periphery of the core area. Something seemed to have happened, and they were all hibernating, not daring to show themselves. That was also why I was lucky enough to pass through the periphery and reach the periphery of the core area. Unfortunately, I was unable to go any further, even though I've gained a lot. Therefore, we still haven't obtained any clues as to what lies at the end of the depths of the hinterland and what kind of scenery it is. You ran into obstacles. So to speak, you were injured by the local beasts deep in the core area? Asked the middle-aged man casually on the holographic screen with a gloomy face. My clone probably wouldn't have been able to make it back if a ferocious beast from the depths of the hinterland had really attacked. Wenxing smiled bitterly in self-mockery, shook his head, and sighed. I've indeed encountered resistance. Even I can't move forward anymore. The pressure is too terrifying. The entire void is filled with the remains of ancient ferocious beasts. Their auras are all at the Star Lord and Region Lord level. They cover a large area of the starry sky. They've been here for countless years, but there are too many of them. The pressure from thousands of Star Lords and Domain Lords' corpses gathered together and shrouded the entire star field. I was just trying to go a bit further to see what was in the deepest part of the star field, but a moment of carelessness and I was heavily injured by the pressure. Thankfully, I retreated in time, or I probably wouldn't have been able to leave that perilous place. Sha Baofeng? What does this have to do with him? Old man Wenxing was rather surprised when Diyi's clone suddenly mentioned Sha Baofeng, and his face was filled with shock. You've just returned, so you don't know what happened in the past few days. It's inevitable that you don't understand. Diyi's clone sneered, and then he roughly described everything that had happened in the battlefield at the front of the Demon Dweller stellar region. When he saw old man Wenxing's expression immediately turn gloomy, he continued, I've already thoroughly checked his treasure maple, and there's no problem with it. So, the problem must be with Sha Baofeng. The facts prove this point. This kid made a name for himself in the battle at the front of the Demon Dweller stellar region, and now he's an unparalleled genius of the younger generation whose name shakes the 3 dimensions. During this battle, he fused with a small fortress of the Demon Dweller stellar region, but he still successfully transformed into an alloy war god and died multiple times. He didn't lack a single light shield or deathlight spear. Besides me, only a few elders of the older generation in the Demon Dweller stellar region are capable of such a formidable fusion ability. He only suffered a little at the hands of that kid from the human race, Linghu. Even if it's a moment of enlightenment, it's absolutely impossible for him to advance so terrifyingly. Besides that, there's obviously a huge problem with the golden crow's head he openly roasted at the front of the battlefield. If I'm not wrong, he should have obtained it from the depths of the core of the root of all evil stellar region, which is where you just went. How is this possible? Wen Xing was astounded, and he cried out involuntarily, "Even this clone of mine can't approach it and can only stay at the periphery of the core for a short period of time. How could a tiny ant at the mystic light realm like him enter the depths of the core? He even managed to get the remains of a sector lord level golden crow?" When he spoke up to hear, Wen Xing suddenly stopped speaking, and then he frowned once more. However, the periphery of the core of the root of all evil stellar region is already filled with the remains of ancient ferocious beasts at the Star Lord realm and even Region Lord realm. If the golden crow in Sha Baofeng's possession is really at the Sector Lord realm, then it must be at the Sector Lord realm. Then, there's only one explanation. Sector Lord level ancient beast remains, even in the source of all evil. If it really exists, it can only be found in the deepest part of the core. But, how did he do it? I'm also very curious. How did he do it? It's getting more and more interesting. Wen Xing was stunned, but Di's doppelganger laughed and said slowly, "But it's useless for us to make wild guesses. Let's wait until he comes back before we make a decision. Since Xiaofeng is dead, it's time for the Tianji clan to appoint a new young clan leader. Sha Baofeng's talent is so amazing that he could easily suppress Yi Luo, who is ranked second among the younger generation. Now that he has made a great contribution to the front line, it is reasonable for him to be conferred a title. We can use this opportunity to summon him back to Tianji City immediately. This matter should be done immediately." Demonkin Starfield, Void Battlefield. After separating from the Demonkin royal uncle Mo Qigong and the others, Yi Xian immediately returned to his camp. After all, he was the commander-in-chief of the entire vanguard fleet. It was not good for him to be away for too long before he resigned. As soon as he stepped onto the flagship, Expulsion, Yi Xian's figure appeared. The commander of the Demonkin Royal Guards, Chanas, who was in the lounge of the command cabin on the top floor, jumped up from the sofa. His face was flushed, and his expression was as excited as if he had just been injected with chicken blood. He ran straight to Yi Xian. Xian rushed over. He hadn't arrived yet, but his voice had already sounded. His spittle flew all the way. "Lord Sha, good news, great news, Lord Sha, no, no, no. It should be the young clan leader. Damn it, I was so happy that my brain almost burned out. I actually made such a mistake, damn it, damn it." As he said this guy ran over quickly and raised his hand to slap his face left and right. It seemed that his slap was quite heavy, but the smile on his face was even more brilliant. It was a perfect interpretation of the symptoms of a severe patient who had gone crazy. However, even though his words were somewhat incoherent, Yi Xian still understood. In fact, he had already expected this matter, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. It seemed that Di was even more anxious than he had expected. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to confer a title with this line of fire on the clan. At the same time, there was also a summons to order him to return to Tianji City immediately, and this was exactly what Yi Xian was hoping for. Although Di was already suspicious of him, and Tianji City was a real dragon's pool and tiger's den, the most mysterious and most intimidating starry sky giant city in the entire first universe, Yi Xian did not intend to avoid this trip to Tianji City. He had his own foundation, and he had already prepared a response. The right strategy. Knowing that the mountain was empty, he walked towards the Tiger Mountain. He was completely fearless. "Give me the electronic tiger talisman." As soon as he stopped, the expressionless Yi Luo had already walked over and directly stretched out his hand to Yi Xian. "The clan leader has already ordered that after you receive the decree, you must not delay. Within 3 days, you must set off and return to Tianji City to participate in the young clan leader's coronation ceremony. As for the command of the vanguard fleet, I will be in charge of it. Don't be too nervous. If you don't understand, you can slowly learn. If you really encounter a situation where you are at a loss, you can ask Commander Zha for advice. He has been with this young clan leader for more than a month. It is completely no problem for him to guide you to command this kind of vanguard battle cry." With a flip of his hand, he took out the small black box that represented the command of the vanguard fleet from his body. Yi Xian casually threw it at Yi Luo as if he was throwing rubbish, then raised his hand to pat him on the shoulder and comforted him with a few sincere words. The latter's face instantly darkened. He gritted his teeth and fiercely glared at Yi Xian. Then, he turned his head and glared at Chanas, who was stunned at the sight. Only then did he turn around and leave with a cold snort. Until now, Chana still hadn't recovered from his shock. It was only until Xian also turned around and walked towards his own cabin that he trembled all over. He shouted at the top of his lungs and chased after Xian. His tone was sorrowful and filled with resentment. "Io, my young clan leader, this kind of thing can't be played around with. You can't laugh so casually. You have already left, so why should I stay in this lousy place? Now that you have achieved great success, as a grasshopper that was once tied to the same rope, I want to share some of your happiness. Even if I have to stay by your side, it would be good enough to listen to your orders and run errands for you. I, Chanas, really can't be picky with you. My loyalty can be seen through by the sun and the moon. If there is even half a lie in my words, let me be struck by lightning. Boom. Rumble, netherworld brat, come out immediately and accept your death. Otherwise, this great emperor will directly blow up this fortress and make you die without a complete corpse." Boom. Amidst the rumbling sounds of thunder, the entire flagship fortress was like a small boat in the middle of a raging wave. It shook violently, and the interior of the battleship was instantly thrown into chaos. However, the only people with consciousness were Xian, Chanas, and Yerua. The rest were all intelligent robots. There were no emotional fluctuations at all. Therefore, even though they were all rolling on the ground like gourds at this moment, the scene of exclamations and clamoring did not appear. It was also at this moment that an incomparably furious roar came from the void outside the battleship amidst the thunderous explosions. Chanas was furious on the spot. He was really shocked earlier and thought that he had a bad mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, he really attracted the lightning of the heavens. He did not expect that it was a crazy old man causing trouble outside. This was the flagship fortress of the Heavenly Fate Race's vanguard fleet. Where did this netherworld brat come from? Even though this crazy old man's cultivation was definitely not weak, or even very strong, why would Chanas be afraid of him? The person standing next to him was the young patriarch of the Heavenly Fate Race, the young tyrant of the entire First Universe. With a casual order, he could immediately summon a few Star-Lord old monsters. He would torture him to death. What's more, he had just shown his loyalty. Now that the young patriarch was frightened, it was time for him to perform. Chanas was unwilling to pass on this responsibility and absolutely could not miss this opportunity. He immediately swung his arms and angrily rushed to the exit passage on the top floor of the fortress. Before he even went out, he was cursing and swearing. His roars were already gushing out endlessly. Where did this crazy old dog come from? How dare you cause trouble here? Do you know whose stronghold this is? You offended the young patriarch. Even if you have 10 heads, it won't be enough for you to lose. Get out of here immediately. I don't care if you're the younger brother. If you want to cause trouble, go somewhere else. If you dare to shout again, I'll slap your mouth off. Before he could finish cursing, Chanas, who had just stepped out of the passageway of the command cabin on the top floor of the fortress, shrieked. It was as though he had been hit by a star that was galloping through the void, and he died on the spot. He flew back in reverse. He flew quickly and violently until he flew to the cabin wall on the opposite side of the fortress. After hitting it hard, he fell down from the cabin wall with a thud like a dead dog. He lay on the ground, groaning as if he was hanging. From the looks of the situation, although he would not die, but for a while he would not be able to get up on his own. Xian frowned. He didn't pay attention to Chanas, who was lying on the ground and rolling his eyes. He stepped out of the top cabin of the stronghold and appeared in the void outside the ship. He slightly raised his head and looked towards a figure that was thousands of kilometers away from the galaxy on the right. Sure enough, it's that old thing. No wonder his voice sounds familiar, Xian muttered to himself as he bitterly smiled and sighed. At the same time, his heart was filled with even more doubt. This person was the patriarch of the Een Demon clan, the Een Emperor. Recently, the Star-Lord level old monster that had been searching for the Netherworld young master in the Three Great Plains. Listening to his roar just now, the reason why this old guy appeared here was clearly for the Netherworld young master. This was the rhythm of the victim's arrival. It was just that, he didn't seem to have revealed any flaws, so how could he be so sure and come straight to him, or was there some oversight that had been discovered, and I haven't noticed it until now? Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart sank. Now was not the time to reveal his identity. That would bring many disadvantages. Yi Xian still needed time to grow. However, although he was suspicious, he remained calm on the surface. When he looked up, his face darkened, and he immediately reprimanded in a righteous voice, "I didn't expect that the patriarch of the Een Demon clan, a dignified star lord of the older generation, would be so arrogant and domineering. Even if you are not afraid of others, what a joke, are you not afraid of the wrath of my heavenly legacy clan? You came here to act crazy and even injured people. Do you really think my clan can be bullied? Pretend. Keep pretending. Don't worry. This great emperor has plenty of time to deal with you slowly. This time, no matter what you say or how powerful your methods are, this great emperor will not let you escape." He felt that the prey he had been searching for a long time had finally been caught. At that moment, it was right in front of him, and he would be able to pinch it as he wished. His resentment had been vented. During this period of time, he had been madly searching for young Master Netherworld. Wherever he went, he would madly roar and disturb the void, causing chaos. Een Emperor, who was jumping around, seemed to be very relaxed at that moment. Not only was the smile at the corner of his mouth frivolous, the expression on his face was also full of ridicule. Even his mocking tone revealed a bone-chilling coldness. No wonder this big monster couldn't find you even after searching the entire world. After all this time, you actually turned around and hid in the Heaven's Legacy Race's headquarters to become a robot. If this fellow Daoist had kindly reminded me, this old man probably wouldn't have been able to find you to vent my anger in this lifetime. A fellow Daoist kindly reminded me? The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. Yi Xian's heart suddenly moved, and he immediately sneered. This old fellow in front of him had clearly been used as a tool. The one who had truly schemed against him was actually a mastermind hiding behind the scenes. An existence who could talk to a Star Lord and be called a fellow Daoist was naturally not an ordinary person. Even the almighty Qianquan of the 15th realm didn't have such qualifications. In other words, this person should be a Star Lord old monster on the same level as Een Emperor. In that case, Yi Xian could more or less list the targets of his suspicion. After all, although there were quite a few Star Lord old monsters in the various factions and races of the three universes, there couldn't be too many. If he investigated them one by one, he would definitely be able to find some clues. When he thought of that, he immediately felt relieved. His tense heartstrings relaxed, and a smile bloomed on his face. He shook his head slightly and sighed. This great emperor finally saw through it. After all this time, it turns out that your netherworld body isn't completely condensed and still has some flaws. No wonder, no wonder, no wonder, what do you mean? Brat, what kind of trick are you trying to play this time? Yi Xian's words didn't make sense. During this period of time, Een Emperor had been roaring all over the world, and his state of mind was indeed a little anxious. For a moment, he was stunned. He stared at Yi Xian with wide eyes and questioned him with a face full of suspicion. Could it be that you don't feel it yourself? There's a problem here. As he spoke, Yi Xian pointed at his own head and held back his laughter as he continued with a serious expression, "You believe whatever others say. It's obvious that there's a missing string here. If that's the case, then if that *T fellow Daoist says that he knows your mother and that he's a childhood sweetheart, wouldn't you have to call him father? It seems that your problem is quite serious. It's not as simple as having a screw loose in your head. You actually believe in empty words so firmly. More importantly, you're still enjoying being used as a tool. I can't bear to argue with you anymore." Yi Xian rolled his eyes, shook his head, and sighed. In the end, he said, "Why don't we make a bet? I bet that the real Netherworld young master will show up in 3 days. Maybe not here, but he will at least show up to refresh his sense of existence. How can someone like him just sit still? How can he allow his identity to be replaced by someone else? Even though I didn't admit it, your insistence on it is also unacceptable to him. If the Netherworld young master doesn't show up in 3 days, this young master would rather admit defeat and become the scapegoat." 3 days? A suspicious look appeared on Een Emperor's face. He sized up Yi Xian and said hesitantly, "Brat, you're not thinking of running away again, are you? If I let you run away this time, I won't be able to catch you again in the future." I won't be fooled by you. Humph, I have such a huge fleet here. Do I need to be afraid of you? So what if you're a Star Lord? It's not like I don't have a trump card to deter Star Lords. After saying that, Yi Xian's face darkened again. He directly activated the Shinnon cauldron in his body, guiding a wisp of the terrifying aura of the remains of the ancient creatures stored at the bottom of the ring-shaped volcano in the central domain out of his body. In an instant, it formed an aura that would make even Star Lords change their expressions in horror. The terrifying pressure disappeared in a flash. Then, Yi Xian didn't bother to pay attention to him anymore. He turned around and walked toward the flagship fortress behind him. No matter what you think, I've already said that we'll make a bet in 3 days. If you continue to pester me before then, you'll have to bear all the consequences. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared, leaving behind a bewildered emperor who was standing there in a daze. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. After a short while, the old man seemed to have made a decision. He muttered to himself, "Humph, what you said makes some sense. 3 days is 3 days. Anyway, it will pass in the blink of an eye. This time, I won't even close my eyes. I'll be watching you from above. Let's see how you're going to escape." Then, he gradually disappeared into the void, but his powerful consciousness was still spread out, completely covering the flagship fortress that was floating in the void down below. Nothing could escape his perception, and he would definitely take action as soon as possible. "Sha Baofeng, you are no longer the commander of the vanguard fleet. What right do you have to bet the entire fleet with that old monster-ing emperor?" As soon as Yi Fengliang stepped into the command cabin on the top floor of the expulsion, Yi Luo, whose face was full of anger, walked over and reprimanded him sternly, "That young Master Yuming is as slippery as a loach. The old fellows outside are frantically looking for him all over the world, but they can't find any clues. If he doesn't show up in 3 days, the old monsters will come again. How are we going to end this time?" "You ask me? Who should I ask?" Yi Xian snorted and rolled his eyes. "Didn't you say it yourself just now? I am no longer the commander of the fleet. Shouldn't you be the one to consider and solve this problem? In any case, once the 3 days are up, I should return to Tianji City and take advantage of the time when the old monster is making trouble. When the old monsters attack me, I will create some chaos and leave this place." Sigh. After saying that, Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. He directly entered his own cabin and said, "If you have nothing to do in the next 3 days, then don't come to pay your respects. I need to conserve my energy. In 3 days, I still have to hurry back to Heaven's secret city." Before he finished speaking, his figure had disappeared, and the cabin door was quickly closed. There was even a slight sound of the door being locked from the inside. "Sha Baofeng, can you be any more King shameless?" Yi Luo was completely dumbfounded. He stood there blankly until the sound of the cabin door being locked could be heard. Only then did he return to his senses. He immediately roared in grief and indignation. At the same time, in Yi Xian's cabin. "You want to scheme against me? Dream on. I will find you sooner or later." While muttering to himself, Yi Xian sneered again and again. Although Yi Xian didn't know who the mastermind behind the scenes was and what that person's goal was, it wasn't difficult for him to figure it out. He could more or less lock onto the suspicious target with a little deduction. It wouldn't even take much effort, but Yi Xian didn't have the time. In any case, he wasn't in a hurry. He could deal with this matter later. As for now, what he needed to do was to leave this place quietly and show his face in other star fields as the Netherworld's young master. The reason for this was not that Yi Xian was afraid of Yin Emperor, who was still staring at him from the void outside. If he wanted to leave, this old man wouldn't be able to stop him. However, although Yi Xian wasn't sure why the mastermind behind the Yin Emperor had raised his eyes, there was one thing that was without a doubt. The other party must have seen through some clues and started to suspect his true identity. In fact, Yi Xian had long since been mentally prepared for this. Back then, after being publicly acknowledged by the demon-human imperial uncle Mo Qi, Yi Xian understood that this matter couldn't be hidden forever. Not long after, the identities of the Netherworld young master Ling Hu, and the others would be revealed. In the world, Yi Xian didn't care about this. Although he hadn't fully grown up, he was no longer the small fish and shrimp he used to be. Even the Star Master wouldn't necessarily be able to do anything to him, so he was no longer afraid. But even so, the mastermind behind the scenes who secretly instigated Yin Emperor still made Yi Xian wary. To be able to deduce his identity now, this person's methods and insight were definitely extraordinary. After all, Yi Xian had only used the identity of Sha Baofeng for a few days. It was the first time he had appeared in public with this identity, but he was still suspected. This in itself already explained the problem. This kind of scheming, and sinister person was hiding in the dark. His cultivation definitely wasn't weak, and his threat couldn't be ignored. The real reason why Yi Xian decided to let the Netherworld young master reappear in the martial arts world and show his presence in another star domain was to confuse the enemy. Presumably, when the news of young master Netherworld's appearance spread, the mastermind hiding in the dark would definitely be dumbfounded, and his suspicion of Sha Baofeng's true identity would also be shaken. Under such circumstances, the other party would panic, and Yi Xian would have the opportunity to grab his tail, pull him out in one fell swoop, and resolve the potential threat. Whoosh! Following a faint flash of light, Yi Xian stepped out of the void and turned his head to look around. Sure enough, he'd already arrived at the buffer zone of the source of all evil. The area he had chosen to leave his interstellar coordinate mark was located in a desolate area of the buffer zone. Not only were there almost no void rifts, but there was not even a single black beetle to be seen. It was extremely well hidden. After confirming the direction, Yi Xian immediately concealed himself and rushed to the periphery of the root of all evil. After passing through the periphery, he quietly left this place of great danger. Although he was a little worried about the huge netherworld furnace in the core hinterland and wanted to see if new remains of primordial creatures had been transported over and were being refined into the root of all evil, Yi Xian finally restrained himself and gave up on the idea. He did not actually go there. On the one hand, he did not want to create unnecessary trouble and affect the reappearance of the Netherworld young master. On the other hand, the consciousness clone of the great primordial being that had jumped out of the Netherworld furnace last time was too terrifying. What if it was still quietly lying in wait in the Netherworld furnace? With Yi Xian's current cultivation base and strength, he would not be able to do anything. If he really went there, he would definitely be sending himself to his death. Currently, Yi Xian's system title was already at the 5th level of the Interstellar Raider. In any universe, he could leave behind 2 fixed interstellar coordinate imprints, and he also had the ability to cross planes and perform interstellar coordinate jumps. Of course, at present, Yi Xian had only left 1 interstellar coordinate mark in the 2nd and 3rd universes. However, he had left 2 in the 1st universe. In other words, Yi Xian actually had 4 choices in terms of the location of the Netherworld young master's reappearance. The Death Star field of the 3rd universe, the Yin's Nest of the 2nd universe. Of course, that place had already been destroyed and was now a huge void vortex. The great beings of the various races of the 2nd Universe Federation should be thinking of a way to repair it. Apart from that, there was the life black hole of the 1st universe and the root of all evil. The first one was not suitable. That was Yi Xian's current headquarters. The situation of the 3 planes was currently chaotic, and Triumph City had a rare opportunity to stay out of it. Yi Xian did not want to lead the chaos to the Death Star field. The life black hole of all evil was located in the Demonkin starfield. It was too close, so it was not the best choice. The remaining Yin's Nest and the root of all evil were better choices. Yi Xian clearly had other considerations as to why he had chosen the root of all evil in the end. The root of all evil was located in the central region of the 1st universe. It was only about 6 days of starry flight from the Heaven's Legacy race headquarters. For Yi Xian, this was the best opportunity for him to take action and rescue the previous generations of Demonkin imperial uncles. Of course, the Netherworld young master had only appeared in the root of all evil's starfield. It was far from enough to ensure that the Yin Emperor would be lured to the Heaven's Legacy city. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to use another dose of strong medicine. This way, he would be absolutely foolproof. After leaving the root of all evil, Yi Xian headed in the direction of the Heaven's Legacy city. He traveled through the void for a day before finally coming to a stop. In the void thousands of miles ahead, there was a life planet. The people living on it were the clansmen of a certain slave tribe under the Heaven's Legacy race. Yi Xian decided to take action there. At this time, his appearance had already changed into the netherworld young master's appearance. He had a pale complexion and a slender figure. He wore a flashy moonwhite robe. With one look, one could tell that he was a troublesome hedonistic young master. Following that, Xian waved his hand and took out the 9 dragons azure phoenix carriage that he kept in his undying world. This was a primordial treasure that couldn't be forged. It was basically the signature of the netherworld young master. When the 9 dragons azure phoenix carriage appeared, even the possibility of the current netherworld young master being impersonated was suspected. This was because all possibilities were eliminated. Of course, this wasn't enough. Xian decided to add another layer of insurance, and that was the netherworld claw's bloodline ability. In the current world, only the Yin Emperor and the netherworld young master could use this ability in the 3 universes. With the 9 dragons azure phoenix carriage and the netherworld claw, even the Demon King Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong and the others who knew the truth of Xian's identity would be dumbfounded. Xian didn't know about this matter. In addition, the reason why Xian decided to use the bloodline ability of the netherworld claw was to cause a bigger commotion. This way, the news of the netherworld young master reappearing in the martial arts world would spread as quickly as possible. A certain slave tribe living on the life planet ahead was unfortunately chosen and became the target of Xian's use. Everything would start from here. After stepping into the 9 dragons azure phoenix carriage, Xian waved his hand again and instantly took out more than 10,000 intelligent robots from his undying world. These were the robots he had taken from the treasure maple ship and the strongholds of young Emperor Xiaofeng and the others. Now, the core source code of these intelligent robots had been modified by the Devouring system and had nothing to do with the Tianji race. They only carried out the orders given by Xian through the Devouring system. Of course, although they were intelligent robots, their appearance was no different from humans. The intelligent robots of the human race's technology faction had long been humanized and used man-made biological materials on the surface, not to mention the ones produced by the Tianji race. These 10,000 intelligent robots were naturally used to create momentum. Back in the second universe, the netherworld young master had abducted almost the entire Yin demon race. Nearly 10,000 Yin demons had gathered around the 9 dragons azure phoenix carriage and swaggered through the streets in a grandiose manner. That scene had long become a classic, and today, it was still remembered by many. Countless experts from various major star fields would mention it from time to time. Although the tens of thousands of Yin demon clansmen had realized the truth and were taken away by Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Jiao to wander in the void of the universe, how could the great young master Nether not have an entourage when he came out of the martial world? That would be too weak of a show of strength. In addition, apart from helping the netherworld young master create momentum, these intelligent robots had another use. With them, Xian was sure that the old monster Yin Emperor would definitely run straight to the Tianji city and cause a ruckus. At this time, Xian was lazily half-lying in the 9 dragons azure phoenix carriage with his eyes slightly closed, enjoying the massage of several beautiful robots. From time to time, their slender jade hands would pinch some strange fruits and put them into his mouth. This scene, even from a great distance away, could be seen clearly through the half-drawn curtain at the side of the 9 dragons azure phoenix carriage. Alright, let's move now. This young master has returned to the world. Gently waving his hand, Xian's lazy words came out from the azure phoenix carriage. Soon, the azure phoenix carriage was lifted up by the 10,000 intelligent robots. Although it had the ability to fly, how could it be carried by people to show off? The netherworld young master, this was the style he wanted. Immediately after, the shameless slogans that had shocked countless people in the second universe sounded again. The huge azure phoenix carriage camp finally set off in a grandiose manner amidst the slogans that sounded from time to time. Ancestor Huanting, #1 in the world. Enjoy immortal blessings forever, and live as long as the heavens. The life planet in front of them belonged to the ferocious race, and the people living on the planet were a tribe of the ferocious race. The ferocious race looked like mammoths, but they also looked like giant space elephants. They were extremely strong, but they walked on 2 legs, and their bodies were huge. Basically, an adult member of the ferocious race was at least 100 meters tall. The ferocious race was the slave race of the overlord of the first universe, the Tianji race. In the eyes of the Tianji race, their value was equivalent to the best manual labor. For example, in the eyes of the Tianji race, the demon humans were the best intelligence scouts, the ancestral land of the ferocious race was not here. The reason why there was a tribe of more than 10,000 ferocious race members that came to this star field adjacent to the Tianji city and lived on this life planet. It was because the Tianji race needed them to be strong, large, and innately strong. The Tianji race was a mechanical and electronic life form, and they were best at electronics and mechanical manufacturing. In the outer industrial circles of the three regions of the Tianji city, all the planets had been turned into star-level giant industrial bases. Some built battleships, while others built all kinds of mechanical and electronic equipment, including intelligent robot assembly lines, and so on. In the construction process of some huge products such as battleships, the participation of the ferocious race was required. Although every industrial planet had equipment such as space cranes, some locations were not allowed due to the space conditions, such as the interior of the battleship, or required extremely high precision. Therefore, the ferocious race had the innate strength to use martial arts. To put it bluntly, this life planet was equivalent to the ferocious race members' dormitory. During their break, they would leave the outer industrial circles of the Tianji city and return here. It sounded very sad, but in reality, the ferocious race did not deserve pity at all. Yi Xian was also on the way to the Nine Dragons' Azure One carriage as they majestically cruised towards the life star in front of them. Only then did he understand everything about the giant ferocious clan. The ferocious race looked simple and honest, and they did the kind of hard work that relied on solid labor, but in reality, this race was extremely dark in nature. They bullied the weak, feared the weak, and ran amok by relying on power. It was a perfect match for them. After understanding all of this, Yi Xian actually grinned. If it really was a tragic and pitiful race, then he really couldn't bear to use it. Now, it seemed that it was exactly what he wanted. Facing such a group of damned bastards, it seemed that he would have to be ruthless in a while. He would take the place of the heavens. Path. At this time, the vast army of the ferocious race had arrived at this life planet. It was only 10,000 miles of space. It was not far, but it was not far. Patriarch, the ferocious race. Enjoy immortal blessings forever, live as long as the heavens. Patriarch ferocious race. Three universes, the patrolling army was huge, and the slogans that came out of the mouths of more than 10,000 intelligent robots were extremely loud. When they gathered into one voice, it was shocking even in the void of the universe. The patrolling army did not directly enter the atmosphere of the life planet, because before they got close, hundreds of members of the ferocious race roared and rushed out of the planet's atmosphere. They were basically all black hole realm cultivators. Although they were laborers, the ferocious race had huge bodies. They were hundreds of meters tall when they reached adulthood. Their bodies were boundless, and their cultivation was naturally not too weak. Among these hundreds of ferocious race people, the few leading fellows had thick dark gray skin that faintly showed a greenish-yellow color. Their cultivation auras were also stronger, and they seemed to be at the mid-late void realm, the 12th great realm. As for the tens of thousands of intelligent robots that carried the Nine Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage, they were produced by the Tianji race and were the personal vehicles of the core higher-ups of the race. Naturally, they were not the most ordinary type of robots. Their individual strength was equivalent to the 5th great realm, the Starry Sky realm, a patrolling army made up of more than 10,000 intelligent robots with Starry Sky realm cultivation was quite a good lineup. If they were to be compared with the ferocious race people who had just rushed out of the planet's atmosphere, they would definitely be crushed in terms of momentum. However, if a big battle really broke out, it would not be enough to look at, and they would definitely be annihilated. The nature of the ferocious race people was to bully the kind and fear the evil. They were the type of unscrupulous bullies, and this place was adjacent to the Tianji city. Naturally, they were even more fearless. At this moment, they suddenly saw such an arrogant patrolling army showing off in the starry sky. More than 10,000 people roared in unison, causing the life of the planet within the atmosphere to be disturbed. The content of their roar was so shameless and arrogant that it made one's hair stand on end. However, the patrolling army was not a core higher-up of the Tianji race. They were not even native powerhouses of the first universe. Instead, they were the so-called young master netherworld from the race whose identity was still unknown. As a result, the hundreds of furious ferocious race people flew into a rage at almost the first moment. Young Master Netherworld's name resounded again, and he was known as one of the 5 great geniuses of the current era. However, he had not yet matured. Although he had been popular for some time, hadn't he been scared into hiding by the old monster-eating emperor and not daring to show his face? Who would have thought that he still did not know how to restrain himself after escaping from the second universe? Did he really think that there was no one in the first universe and that the Tianji race were all blind and deaf? With this thought in mind, the hundreds of furious ferocious race people immediately rushed over. They did not waste any time and directly wanted to suppress him. So what if he was young Master Netherworld? Even if he was a dragon, he had to obediently coil in the Tianji star domain. A big battle broke out in an instant, but it ended as quickly as it started. Yi Xian immediately used his bloodline ability, Netherworld Claw, and blasted 2 ferocious race people, who were at the 12th great realm of the Void Realm, into a rain of blood that scattered across the starry sky. This kind of decisive and sharp style of killing instantly woke up the hundreds of ferocious race people. They immediately turned around and retreated in defeat, leaving behind only the remains of several hundred intelligent robots whose bodies had been blown apart, revealing various internal components. As such, Yi Xian's goal could be considered to have been achieved. Therefore, he did not chase after them, nor did he have the interest to do so. The huge patrolling army continued to move forward, moving further and further into the void in a grandiose manner until they completely disappeared. The arrogant slogans that made people's hair stand on end still rang out from time to time and came from afar. After the time it took to eat a meal, the figures of some ferocious race people quietly emerged from the atmosphere of this planet. After confirming that the void outside was incomparably quiet and that even the shameless slogans could no longer be heard, and that the patrolling young Master Netherworld had clearly gone far away, they rushed out one after another. They angrily faced the direction of the patrolling army that had disappeared into the void and furiously roared and cursed, "Little bastard, don't run if you have the guts. I'll kill you." In order to ensure that the news of the Netherworld young master's reappearance spread as soon as possible, Yi Xian wandered around the surrounding void for half a day after leaving the ferocious race's tribe. He showed himself in front of a few fleets of the Tianji race's slave races. He even used this as an excuse to provoke them and cause a small disturbance. Then, he found a secluded void, put away the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage and the intelligent robot army, and activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability once again. After all, this star field was adjacent to the Tianji city, and it was only a 5-day journey away. Yi Xian didn't want to create more problems, and he was pressed for time, so he had to return as soon as possible. This time, he was going to the black hole of life in the Demon Dweller star area. From there to the void battleground at the edge of the Demon Dweller star area, if he used the Dongshu shuttle and the wormhole jump, it would only take him 1 day to get there. At that time, the news of the Netherworld young master coming out of the martial arts world should have already spread. It was impossible for the Emperor to still be there, so he would have long since fled with his tail between his legs. Yi Xian was completely able to sneak back to the expulsion ship without anyone noticing and finish this operation. A beautiful ending. 3 days wasn't a long time, and it passed in the blink of an eye. 2.5 days had passed, and only half a day was left of the 3-day time limit of the bet. During this time, the armies of the 2 camps that were facing each other tens of millions of kilometers away didn't make any movements. All eyes were focused on the expulsion's flagship fortress in front of the allied army of the slave races in the first universe. Emperor hadn't left, either. He had been overlooking the situation from the distant void above the flagship fortress, and the pressure of a Star Lord enveloped the void, firmly locking onto the expulsion. As the date of the bet approached, countless starry sky experts from both camps who were paying attention to this matter unknowingly felt their hearts in their throats. Although Emperor's mind was clearly a little abnormal due to the great change that had happened immediately after he came out of seclusion, and his IQ and temperament were both worrisome, he was still a Star Lord after all. Even if his brain wasn't very bright, it wasn't to the extent of being a fool. He definitely wasn't easy to fool. There was no doubt that once the 3-day time limit for the bet was over, this old man would definitely make things difficult for him. However, Sha Baofeng wasn't someone to be trifled with. He even had the remains of a sector lord that even Star Lords feared. If he was forced into a corner, he might just throw it out. It could be said that it was really hard to predict how this unexpected storm would turn out. All the starry sky masters on both sides were either excited or worried. In short, they were all waiting for that moment to come, the atmosphere outside was already so oppressive and solemn. As the newly appointed commander of the Vanguard fleet, and as he happened to be inside the flagship fortress of Expulsion, which was the focus of attention, Yarrow's life was obviously more difficult now. Chana's, on the other hand, was at ease. His bones had been shattered by Een Emperor's slap, and although he wouldn't die, he would have to lie down for 7 or 8 days to recover. In any case, he didn't need to worry about this matter. In the command cabin on the top floor of Expulsion, Yarrow was the only one burning with anxiety. Since yesterday, he had already turned into an ant on a hot pan. He had practically never stopped pacing back and forth in the command cabin on the top floor. There were several intelligent robots following behind him to listen to his orders. They were all dizzy from his pacing and directly crashed into their nests. Ah, too much. Too much. Sha Baofeng, get the F***ck out of here. F***ck your mother. Who dug this hole? Who the F***ck is going to fill it himself? Why are you sleeping soundly while I'm being roasted on a fire? You F***king bastard, get the F***ck out of here right now. In just a few more hours, the 3-day time limit would be up, but Yi Xian's cabin was still tightly shut. It was clear that he had no intention of coming out and wanted Yarrow to take the bullet for him. In the end, Yarrow couldn't take it anymore and was on the verge of collapse. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared furiously at the tightly shut cabin door. At this moment, his feelings could be best summed up in one sentence: my heart is bitter, I just want to cry. It was also at this time that the news of Netherworld Young Master's return finally reached this frontline battlefield. An intelligent robot walked over to report, its eyes moving strangely from time to time. In the past 3 days, it was almost dizzy from Yarrow's incessant walking back and forth. He's appeared? Ha ha ha. That little bastard has finally appeared. This news was so unexpected that Yarrow almost couldn't believe it. He was stunned for a few minutes before he came back to his senses. He immediately laughed and jumped, running back and forth in the command cabin on the top floor, dancing with joy. Poor child, his emotions fluctuated so violently that he seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. He was suspected to have been driven mad. Bang. Bang, not far away, the intelligent robot that had just finished reporting finally fell on its back, making a loud thud as it hit the ground. Its eyes moved quickly a few times before they stopped moving. It was completely dead. At the same time, all the fleets of the two factions facing each other in the void also received the news one after another. In next to no time, an uproar of surprise resounded from both sides, and it shook the entire expanse of space. Big news. Big news. Netherworld Xiaofeng has appeared. Heavens, he actually appeared? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Sha Baofeng is amazing. He predicted Xiaofeng's state of mind and actually tricked Netherworld Xiaofeng into coming out. No wonder Een Emperor couldn't find him. It turns out that he actually came to the first universe and was hiding near Tianji City in the central region, where the Tianji race's main camp is located. This is too unexpected. That's not important. The most important question is: Xiao Zun came out of the martial arts world. Is it really just because he doesn't want his name to be stolen? Yes, the price is too high. Een Emperor will definitely chase after him. Soon, both sides will face each other head-on and settle everything, or Xiaofeng will escape and find another place to hide. Why bother? As these exclamations resounded in the void, Een Emperor, who had been guarding the void above Expulsion for the past 3 days, was dumbfounded on the spot. The higher-ups of the fleets of the two factions were even more stunned. As for the old ghost Zhan Tu and the ancestor of the eyebrows, who were in the observation fortress that represented the everlasting dynasty, they were obviously the most shocked and astonished. When the news of Netherworld Xiaofeng appearing in the Tianji Star Zone spread, the two old guys were dumbfounded. They turned to look at each other with their mouths wide open in disbelief. After 10 breaths, the eyebrowless ancestor swallowed his saliva and asked weakly, "Do you think something is wrong?" As the news of Netherworld Young Master's appearance spread, the old monster Een Emperor, who was in the void above Expulsion, was instantly petrified. There were only a few hours left until the end of the 3-day bet. He had even begun to brew his emotions, preparing to unleash his might in a few hours and destroy the starry sky fortress below in one fell swoop to vent the anger in his heart. But at that moment, the news came and slapped his face in front of everyone. It was fine if it was just a slap, but the most important thing was that he was extremely embarrassed. The dignified Star Master's face was burning hot at that moment. Roar. Netherworld young master, you are definitely doing this on purpose. You tricked this great emperor again. We will settle our old and new grudges soon. If this old man doesn't kill you, I swear I won't return to my nest. Roar. Countless gazes filled with strange intentions were cast from the surrounding void, and all of them gathered on Yin Emperor's body. The formless pressure was too heavy, and Yin Emperor Old Monster couldn't hold on any longer. He raised his head and roared in anger, roaring endlessly. His figure took advantage of this opportunity and fled in panic like a stray dog with its tail between its legs. It was really embarrassing. As his figure disappeared into the distant void, countless sighs could be heard from both sides of the battlefield. Sigh, what a painful realization, it's clear that Netherworld young master did this on purpose. Perhaps he didn't intend to show himself at first, but after learning about the 3-day bet, he changed his mind. Otherwise, why would he appear at such a time? It's clearly to attack that old monster Yin Emperor. What a slap to the face. A dignified Star Master madly chased him all over the world, but he didn't even see him. In the end, he was ruthlessly slapped in the face across the endless void. TSK, TSK, TSK. There's no one else who can be so miserable. The most important thing is that Netherworld young master is really awesome. He casually showed up for no reason, and he was actually able to ruthlessly beat up that old monster Star Master. In any case, this is the only time I've seen such a method. He casually made a move, and he was so relaxed, yet he almost beat up that old monster Star Master. This Netherworld young master is really not a normal kind of ferocious. The Netherworld young master's report was extraordinary. As soon as the news about him appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of all the starry sky powerhouses on both sides. The entire void was discussing his reappearance. On the contrary, no one mentioned Baofeng Sha, the genius of the Tianji clan who had been in the limelight before. This was exactly what Xianxia wanted. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he quietly returned to the void battleground and boarded the expulsion. Then, at the critical juncture of the 3-day bet, he opened the cabin door and walked out. Yi Luo was long gone. The crisis had been resolved, so he had no interest in holding Yi Xian accountable. The key was that he had not slept for 3 days, so the psychological pressure he was under was too great. A few of the AI robots had even fainted because of him walking around. This alone was enough to explain the problem. Therefore, when Yi Xian walked out of the cabin, he did not see him. His heart was too tired, so he hid in his room to recuperate. As for Chana's, he was lying in another cabin. He wouldn't be able to get up for a few days, which was exactly what Yi Xian wanted. At the very least, when he left, he didn't have to follow behind a crying old woman who was wiping her tears. Although the battle hadn't ended yet, and had only just begun, the two camps would start a full-scale war again soon. However, all of this basically didn't have much to do with Yi Xian anymore. He immediately left the expulsion ship and summoned the demon battle cry in the air behind his own camp. One step. He stepped in and left with a rumble. This trip was to the Demon Emperor planet. After receiving the spirit battle cry there, Yi Xian would embark on the starship journey back to the Tianji clan. Of course, along the way, there would obviously be some things that would happen. Yi Xian had long expected this. The mastermind hiding behind the scenes instigating the Yin Emperor Old Monster would definitely not admit defeat. Even if it was to solve the doubts in his heart, he would definitely follow in secret. And this was exactly what Yi Xian hoped for. The danger on the table was always easier to solve and deal with than the threat hidden in the dark. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he wanted to lure the snake out and cut off the mastermind hiding behind the scenes. The reality was just as he had expected. Not long after Yi Xian summoned the demon battle cry and left, 2 figures quietly slipped out of a large observation fortress in the void behind the Second Universe's coalition camp. They were Old Ghost Zhan Tu and Old Ancestor Wu Mei. The 2 old guys were extremely cautious and did not directly chase after him. Instead, they used the excuse that they had to return to the Third Universe. First, they sped towards the natural wormhole that connected to the Third Universe for a few hours. Then, they changed their direction and took a detour in the void far away from the edge of the battlefield. Xian was not in a hurry and arrived at the Demon Emperor planet a day later. What made him slightly disappointed was that the mysterious mastermind behind the scenes had not made a move. But it did not matter. After receiving the modified void battle cry, Xian would soon be on his way again. The journey from the Demon Emperor star area to the Tianji city in the central region of the first universe could be said to be a long journey. It would take more than half a month. Xian believed that the mastermind behind the scenes would definitely make a move during this time. It was impossible to send him all the way to the Tianji city, right? After arriving at the Demon Emperor planet, Xian waved his hand and stored the demon battle cry into his body. Then, he directly entered the atmosphere of the planet and quickly met with the Demon Emperor uncle, Mo Qigong. "Brat, what's going on? Aren't you the young master of the Netherworld? Why did you appear in the Tianji city star area?" As soon as he saw Xian, Mo Qigong immediately asked. His eyes were slightly bloodshot. It was obvious that he had not rested well after hearing the news. He must have been struggling and thinking hard. Don't tell me that the guy who appeared in the Tianji city star area is a fake. Both the Netherworld Claw and the Nine Dragons Azure Phoenix Chariot have appeared. Don't try to fool me when you appear. Of course, that includes the real young master of the Netherworld. But why can't he appear in the Tianji city star area when I'm on the battlefield ahead? Don't forget, there's still an invincible war god in the human clan camp in the third universe. Xian naturally could not reveal the matter of the interstellar jump ability. Besides, he really could not explain it, so he casually found an excuse to dodge it. Then, he changed the topic. By the way, is the modification of the void battle cry done? Also, how's the soldier ladle clan's training? I'm in a hurry to rush back. It was not easy to lure a Star-Lord old monster over to cover for me. If I'm late and arrive after he's done, wouldn't I miss a good opportunity? You mean to say? The problem that Mo Qigong was talking about was actually the refinement of the void battle armor. It wasn't that there weren't any storage treasures or spatial boxes that could store such a huge object with a diameter of 300,000 meters. However, they were very rare, and the Demon Royal family didn't have any. However, the construction of Xianxia did not take into account the ability to travel through space at extreme speed. After all, that was not necessary at all. It was originally an unconventional killing weapon like a fixed star fortress. It was already considered quite good to be able to travel through space at the speed of an ordinary 10,000-meter-long fortress. The distance from the Demon Star region to Tianji City was very long. Naturally, they couldn't drive the void battle armor there directly. That way, by the time they arrived at Tianji City, the battle in space would have already ended. Xian had storage treasures that could store the void battle armor, such as the Shinnon Cauldron. They all had the ability to store things, but the key was that they couldn't be exposed. Hence, the only way was to refine it. As long as one's cultivation was enough, any battleship, fortress could be refined and stored in one's body. Xian was already a mystic light realm expert at the 13th level, so his cultivation was obviously enough. This void battle armor had already been refined by the Demon King Mo Tian. Now that he was giving it away, Mo Tian had already erased the spiritual imprint in the core of the void battle armor. In theory, Xian could refine it at any time and leave behind a spiritual imprint or a spiritual imprint of a human cultivator. After that, he could store it in his body and take it away. However, the void battle armor had already been modified. Before, it could only be moved by the spiritual energy of the demon people. Now, it was more inclined towards the unique biological frequency of the soldier ladle race. Mo Qigong wasn't sure if it could still be refined, or if it would be faster and more convenient. Hence, he specially reminded Xian soon saw the void battle claw. From its appearance, there was no change at all. According to Mo Qigong's introduction, the so-called name change was only a major change to the core driving device in the core beehive node in the inner circle of the 9th layer. In addition, some new materials were added to the special pipes that connected the beehive nodes, so that they could be more conducive to the rapid transmission and amplification of the biological frequency of the soldier ladle. Xian wasn't the only one who said this. Even Mo Qigong and the other high-ranking members of the Demonkin royal family were eager to try. They wanted to see what kind of attack this modified Void battleship could unleash with the support of tens of millions of Void soldiers. Unfortunately, he could only think about it. Its might was too terrifying, and he couldn't test it casually. Moreover, this matter had to be kept a secret, so he couldn't make a big fuss about it. However, Mo Qigong patted his chest and promised that as long as there were no problems with the soldier ladle, the Void battleship could definitely be activated and used. If there were any problems, he would take responsibility. Originally, due to the transformation of the Void battle armor, it was more suitable for the biological frequency of the soldier ladle race to activate. Therefore, if it was refined, the Void essence crystal in Xianxia of consciousness would be the best choice. Unfortunately, this Void essence crystal had always had a bad temper and didn't pay much attention to Yixian. This time, Yixian tried to communicate with it, but the result was the same. There was no response. Since he couldn't use the mysterious power of the Void essence crystal to refine the Void battleship, Yixian had no choice but to use the Demonkin's mind power. Because his cultivation of the hollow dimension technique had stagnated, his mind power wasn't as strong as his mind power, so it wasn't the best choice. Yixian activated the mind power source core in his sea of consciousness and poured his level 7 mind power into the core beehive node of the Void battleship. Just as he was about to refine the Void battleship, a familiar system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have discovered that you can absorb mental power. Do you want to absorb it immediately? Huh? What's going on? Yixian was stunned. The Demonkin's mental power was rather special. Generally speaking, they had to absorb the energy in the demonic astral crystal or the multi-pupil astral crystal to strengthen themselves. Even though Yixian had the help of the devouring system, which was like a cheat, he was only able to obtain mental strength through direct absorption. He only had 2 more methods than an ordinary devil cultivator. The first was the mental power source core in the Demonkin's head, the second was the weeping soul beast, which was an energy form. That was why Yixian was so surprised to run into such an opportunity to absorb mental power for free. He soon figured out what was going on. It turned out that the mental power the system was referring to was the remnant mental power of the demon kin in the 1,000-star nest nodes and the special transmission tubes that connected them. After all, those tubes were used to transmit mental power. When they were first activated, tens of millions of demon kin experts had gathered inside the battleship, and a Star Lord had acted as the energy hub. Even though most of the mental power had been blown away by the terrifying mental roar, there was still some left in the tubes. Even though the mental power left in every inch of the transmission tubes was so weak that it was almost negligible, many a little makes a mickle. The entire battleship was a gargantuan object with a diameter of 300,000 meters. The amount of mental power left in all the tubes would definitely be a terrifying amount. Of course, other than the devouring system, no one else could absorb the remaining mental power in the War Chroma transmission tube, nor would they have any ideas about it. It was a thankless task, and it was not worth it. However, Yixian didn't have such a problem. He was immediately tempted. After figuring everything out, Yixian immediately gave an affirmative reply to the devouring system in his body and ordered it to start absorbing the mental power. As for refining the Void battleship, he wasn't in a hurry. He would put it aside for the time being. Maybe the mental power source core floating above his mind would transform again after the absorption, and it might even evolve into a level 8 one. If he really wanted to refine such a gargantuan object, a level 8 mental power would obviously be far more efficient than a level 7 one. Sharpening the axe wouldn't delay the job of cutting wood. Soon, a trickle-like stream of mental power flowed into Yixian's mind and was directly absorbed by the mental power source core floating above his mind. As time passed, not only did this trickle continue to exist, the amount also grew larger and larger. In the end, the amount of mental energy that poured into Yixian's sea of consciousness every minute and every second was like a surging river. It was a wonderful feeling. Although it wasn't as gentle as when he absorbed the weeping soul beast's energy, it wasn't as violent as when he absorbed the mental power of the demonkin either. Instead, it was a combination of both. The amount was huge, and the absorption process was quite smooth and stable. After more than 10 minutes, the endless stream of mental power finally disappeared. The remaining mental power in the tubes had been completely absorbed. Congratulations to the host. Your mind source core has leveled up. Your mind source core is currently at level 8. Congratulations to the host. Your mind source core has leveled up. Some of your mind skills and secret techniques have leveled up. Congratulations to the host. You have been given the opportunity to randomly select a mind secret technique to evolve. Do you wish to use it immediately? When the unending stream of mind power finally disappeared, the remaining mind power in the transmission pipe was completely absorbed. Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised when the familiar system beep rang out in his mind once again. Just as he had expected, he had hit the jackpot this time. His source core had transformed once again and finally evolved to level 8. According to the information that the demonic race had revealed, only the first demon emperor's mind source core had reached this level in the history of the demonic race. Of course, although Yi Xian had believed this in the past, he could only chuckle at this point. In a starry sky environment, the waters were indeed too deep. Nothing could be trusted easily, and one couldn't just look at the surface. Yi Xian had just realized this not too long ago. However, this time, he was lucky enough to once again transform and evolve the spirit core in his mind. To Yi Xian, this kind of joyous occasion was naturally worth being happy about. There were indeed too many benefits. The first and most direct benefit was that Yi Xian's mind attribute had leveled up once again. When he used any mind attribute secret techniques or mystic abilities, their might would become even stronger. Another pleasant surprise was that after his source core had transformed, some of the mind attribute secret techniques and mystic abilities that he had mastered had leveled up once again. For example, the Annihilation Spear and the Annihilation Vortex, as well as the Absolute Concussion and the Perfect Concussion secret techniques, had leveled up once again. They were now high-level mind attribute secret techniques. However, the Mind Lightning technique and the Slave Seal technique hadn't changed. They had been at the mid-level before, so they were still at the mid-level now. The Mind Crush and Mind Charm techniques, which had been at the high level before, hadn't changed this time either. Of course, in the end, there was also the only mental power ability that Yi Xian had mastered, Mind Reversal. Perhaps it was because he had just mastered it not long ago and had only used it a few times, but after the source core leveled up again, it was still only an intermediate level mental power ability. In other words, of all the mental strength skills, secret techniques, and divine abilities that Yi Xian possessed, other than the spiritual lightning technique, the slave seal technique, and the spiritual reversal divine ability, the rest had all evolved to high levels. Although Yi Xian's source core hadn't produced any new mind power abilities after it had evolved to the 8th level, he had gotten an even rarer opportunity. The system had randomly selected one of the mind power techniques, secret techniques, and abilities he had already mastered. Mutant evolution, anything that was related to the word mutation, was basically a good thing. Its power would increase greatly. Of course, there were situations where the disadvantages outweighed the advantages, but they were very rare. Yi Xian did not believe that he would be so unlucky as to run into them. Therefore, he didn't hesitate at all. He immediately gave an affirmative reply and asked the system to randomly select one. 3 seconds later, the result was out. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The slave seal art has evolved. Current mutation progress, primary mutation. Current mutated attribute, range of application expanded from demon folk to most non-living matter. When the system beeped in his mind, Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Slave seal, it was actually the slave seal? Needless to say, Yi Xian was caught off guard and felt a sense of great disappointment. The slave seal was the first mind power technique he had mastered. It could be said that it had played a huge role in the early stages of Yi Xian's growth. Without the slave seal art, Prince Xian, who had shocked the 3 Great Plains, would not have existed. He would not have had the opportunity to enter the first universe. In fact, even if he had gone, he would have just been on a platter. Although Yi Xian had always been grateful for the slave seal art, it was only a mind power technique after all. It could only be used on demons with mind power source cores in their brains. As for humans and other living beings of other races, they didn't have source cores in their brains. They didn't even have mind power. Without them, what was the use of the slave seal? Therefore, in the past 2 years, Yi Xian had rarely used the slave seal art when he was in the middle stages of his growth. He hadn't used it at all in the later stages because it wasn't necessary. With his strength and various other methods and foundations, Xian could definitely use a more direct and faster method to solve the slave seal art. Unsolved problem. Amongst the entire devil cultivator race, there were only a handful that could cause the current Xian to be helpless and need to rely on a slave imprint to deal with them. Furthermore, he was now an ally of the demon race, so the slave seal art was even more useless. That was too unkind of him. Among all the mind power techniques, secret techniques, and divine abilities that he had mastered, Xian would have been overjoyed if he had gotten the chance to mutate and evolve any of them except for the slave seal art. Only the slave seal art had become useless, yet it had hit the jackpot. This made Xian extremely depressed. However, this kind of depression quickly dissipated and turned into an even more intense pleasant surprise. This was because after pondering for a moment, he immediately discovered that he'd hit the jackpot again. The mutated attribute of the slave seal actually allowed this kind of mental strength skill, which had become useless to the current Xian, to once again be useful. Naturally. Furthermore, the room for development and growth potential had become even wider. The mutation process actually had different levels. The current slave seal art was only a beginner mutation. In the future, there would be intermediate, advanced, and even more powerful mutations. Just the beginner mutation allowed the slave seal art to expand its range of application from being only able to be used on the demon race to being able to be used on most non-living beings other than the demon race. Of course, the success rate was not guaranteed. This was obviously directly related to Xian's own strength, as well as the target's various attributes, level, and other factors. For example, stars were also non-living beings. If the current Xian wanted to use the slave seal art on a huge star and refine it for himself, he would definitely be kicked in the head by a tortoise. On the other hand, if the target was changed to a piece of ordinary iron or a mountain rock, the result would be different. It would definitely be refined on the spot. That's right, it was refining. Xian carefully studied the beginner mutation of the slave seal art and finally completely understood. The primary variant slave imprint, other than the domain expansion, had two perverse unique properties. They were concealment and confusion. In other words, if a treasure refined by the slave imprint fell into the hands of others, they wouldn't be able to tell that the treasure was refined. This was the concealment property. As for the confusion property, it was even more interesting. If the opponent tried to refine the treasure for himself, then congratulations, because he would definitely succeed. However, this kind of success was just an illusion. Xian could take back his authority at any time, and with a thought, the other party's painstaking refinement efforts would vanish into thin air. The magic treasure that was originally in his hand instantly turned on him and was inexplicably controlled by Xian. This was definitely a fatal blow. Who could defend against it? What made Xian even more pleasantly surprised was that the concealment and confusion attributes of the elementary variant slave seal were completely impossible to detect. At the very least, the current answer given by the system was, those below the Realm Lord level were unable to detect it. This was enough. What was Xian's cultivation level? Even if he cried and screamed for death, he wouldn't be able to offend a Sector Lord level existence. At most, he would get a Sector Lord level Golden Crow corpse and occasionally release a strand of aura to scare others. Since that was the case, then the current slave imprint had a shocking meaning to Xian. How many treasures and supreme treasures did he have? If he was forced into a corner, at most he could deliberately trick the opponent and let the opponent steal one or two of them. When the opponent refined them and took them out to deal with him, the tables would turn. That scene would definitely be interesting. Just thinking about it made Xian eager to try. Coincidentally, there's a hidden mastermind waiting outside the Devil Emperor planet. If nothing goes wrong, this guy will definitely make a move on the way to Tianji City. It seems like, as he muttered to himself, the corners of Xian's mouth quickly curled into a mischievous smile. Looks like before we set off, we'll have to pick a few famous magic treasures and refine them with the elementary slave seal. Maybe we'll be able to use them soon. But for now, let's get rid of this big guy first. With my level 8 mental power and the slave seal, it won't take me more than a few minutes to refine it. Speaking up to this point, he turned his head to look at the gigantic void battle armor at the side and chuckled again. This is such a coincidence. The convenient effect of the slave seal in the initial stage of mutation can be fully displayed on the void battle armor. Originally, I was still a little worried about reaching Tianji City. After that, once I hand over the war talisman, what kind of accident will happen? Now it seems that everything is fine. While speaking, Yixian immediately activated the primary mutated power of the slave seal. He concentrated and began to fully refine the behemoth that was 300,000 meters in diameter. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully refining the void battle armor. Primary mutated slave seal has been successfully branded. Concealment and confusion properties have been successfully activated. In just a few minutes, the familiar system notification sounded in Yixian's mind. Level 8 mental power was indeed extraordinary. Furthermore, Yixian used the mutated slave seal to refine the void battle armor, so the speed was really fast. Even he was a little surprised. After inspecting the void battle armor, Yixian was extremely satisfied. Now, he could control the void battle armor with ease. Within 100 miles, he could throw in tens of millions of soldiers from the undying world and activate it at any time. Due to the concealment and confusion properties of the primary mutated slave seal, no one would be able to tell that the void battle armor had been refined no matter how they inspected it. They could even continue refining it. Of course, even if the refinement was successful, it would only be an illusion. It is indeed awesome. This type of mutated property is definitely the best treasure for sneaky people. Yixian grinned. He was even more confident about the plan he was going to carry out after reaching Tianji City. It was the same for uncovering the mastermind behind the scenes and getting rid of him. Immediately after, Yixian pondered for a while. He took out treasures and even treasures from his body one after another and used the same method to refine them once again. This included the Shenong Cauldron, Yanluo, and other treasures that had already been exposed in the hands of Linghu Young Master and Netherworld Young Master. Since these treasures had already been refined by Yixian, the speed at which they were refined a second time with the elementary mutated slave seal was similarly fast. Moreover, the concealment and confusion effects of the elementary mutated slave seal had all been successfully activated. Even the traces of refinement left behind during the previous refinement were completely hidden due to the effects of the primary mutated slave seal during the second refinement. They looked like treasures that had never been refined before. At this point, Yixian let out a long sigh of relief. All the necessary preparations had been completed. They could set off for Tianji City at any time. In order to avoid people's eyes and ears and to prevent the news from leaking out, the transformation of the Void Battle Claw and the subsequent training of the Soldier Ladle clan were all carried out in a secret valley hundreds of miles away from the Demon Imperial City. Moreover, the Star Lord of the Demon race had set up a trap outside the valley. An isolation restriction. At this time, Yixian was refining the Void Battle armor alone in the valley. The demon tribe's royal uncle Mo Qigong and the others were waiting outside the valley. Originally, they thought that it would take at least 2 to 3 days to complete the refinement. After all, it was a huge object with a diameter of 300,000 meters. When the demon emperor Mo Wentian refined it, it also took more than a day. Although Mo Wentian and Yixian were at the 7th level of spiritual power, their cultivation was much stronger than Yixian's. Therefore, according to Mo Qigong's estimation, Yixian would need at least 2 days to refine the Void Battle armor. Because of this, when he saw Yixian walk out of the valley less than 2 hours after he left, he was stunned. Then, his expression changed slightly. He said somewhat anxiously, "What's wrong? You can't refine it? What should we do? Where can we find a space treasure box of this level to store it?" "No need, I've already stored it in my body." Yixian grinned. With a wave of his hand, the Void Battle armor within his body was activated. It stood in the air in front of the two of them, giving Mo Qigong a huge fright. How did you refine it so quickly? That's not right." Perhaps he didn't believe that Yixian would be able to refine the Void Battle armor so quickly. As he spoke, Mo Qigong subconsciously investigated and used his mental energy to enter the core of the beehive. Then, his expression changed again as he cried out involuntarily, "Heavens, how did you do it? Clearly, you didn't refine it, but you can still store it in your body? What is going on? Who said that you can't store it in your body without refining it?" as for how I did it. Stinking brat, you are getting better and better at playing mind games with me. Emoji rolled his eyes, but he didn't ask any further questions. Although the demon race and Yixian were now strategic allies, who didn't have a few tricks up their sleeves? Although Yixian's methods had puzzled him, it was also because of this that he didn't know what to do. He couldn't ask any further questions. Emoji was well aware of this. Strategic allies also needed to respect each other. Otherwise, it would be difficult to maintain this relationship and cracks would appear. Alright, since everything is ready, you. Huh? You brat, your mind power has actually broken through? Halfway through his sentence, Emoji cried out in surprise again. F***ck. Don't tell me that in less than an hour, your source core completed its 7th transformation and is now a grade 8 source core. Actually, that's exactly what happened. Yixian didn't hide this fact. He told Emoji about the faint remnant of mind power in the Void Battle Talisman's transmission tube and how he had tried to absorb it. He hadn't expected to succeed. Finally, he spread his hands. Actually, I didn't refine the battle talisman at all. I used all my time to absorb my mind power. In the end, after the source core completed its transformation, I casually tried to absorb the battle talisman into my body. That was really unexpected. Qigong, do you know what happened? You must explain this to me. Stinking brat, are you done yet? Emoji seemed very hurt. His face was full of hidden bitterness. Can't you play happily? This is clearly a deliberate attack on this old man. I've really been careless in making friends. After resting for half a day, Yixian immediately set off. He left the Demon Emperor planet and rushed toward the Tianji City star region of the first universe. The road ahead was long. Even if he jumped through wormholes again and again, it would still take him more than 20 days to reach the Tianji City. Therefore, Yixian wasn't in a hurry. According to his calculations, the mastermind behind the scenes would make a move midway. Something must have happened. At this moment, old ghost Zhan Tu and the eyebrowless patriarch had already arrived in front of Yixian. Although the two old fellows had taken a detour, their cultivations were strong. They were universe gods of the 15th Great Realm. In addition, Yixian had briefly stayed on the Demon Emperor planet for half a day, so they rushed. This time, they were in front of Yixian. Hurrying all the way, the two old fellows spent another 4 or 5 days advancing forward before finally stopping at a relatively secluded star field. This is the place. Old Devil Zhan Tu leaped and landed on a certain abandoned planet on one side of the sailing route. He said in great satisfaction, this space zone is relatively secluded. The nearest administrative planet of the servant community is 3 days away. It is extremely far away. We are not afraid that the news will be leaked. That kid will probably take another 6 or 7 days to reach this star region. Time is enough for you and me to make arrangements. After a sinister laugh, the eyebrowless patriarch said, this time, no matter what, we have to keep that kid here. Otherwise, once he returns to the Tianji clan to accept the title and officially become the young patriarch of the Tianji clan, with his means and the support of the Tianji clan, I am afraid it will become more and more difficult in the future. The more difficult it is to deal with, if we really let him grow up, we will be drawing water with a bamboo basket and rejoicing in vain. As for the ceiling formation, it has always been useless against this kid. We don't need to bother with that at all. We just need to make good use of the 2 trump cards in our hands. While talking, old Zhan Tu on the side had already taken out a very strange gourd-shaped storage magic weapon. As he tilted it, 2 chains poured out from the mouth of the gourd, and 3 female cultivators rolled out. They were the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru. Although the 3 women didn't have any other restraints on their bodies, there was a restriction placed on their bodies. Their cultivation bases were almost the same, and they could only maintain a state where they wouldn't die in the environment of the void. They couldn't cause any waves at all. Even if old Zhan Tu and the eyebrowless patriarch let them go, the 3 women would not be able to leave this star region. At this moment, they were suddenly released. The 3 women looked around. After seeing the surrounding environment, their faces suddenly changed. They scolded the 2 old men harshly. And it was probably because the smile on the eyebrowless patriarch's face was too wretched that they subconsciously guessed something. At this moment, as soon as they spoke, the three women were very staunch. They directly said that they would rather die than to die. Seniors, you are the mighty figures of the universe, but you actually did such a thing to us juniors. Now, you even got such a desolate star. What exactly do you want? Old man who is so cheap that he can't even grow eyebrows, stop dreaming. If you dare to mess around, we will just die. If you don't believe me, you can try and see if we still have the ability to self-destruct. Yes, we swear that we will not obey. You better give up this idea and let us sisters go. Otherwise, you will only end up harming others without benefiting yourself. Why do you want to do this? Although the three women's words were different, their willpower was firm. They were already prepared to die. In order to ensure that they could at least survive in this void environment and not die, the cultivation in their body was not completely sealed. Therefore, they did have the ability to self-destruct. This made old Xianxia and the eyebrowless patriarch have to be afraid. The latter did have a wretched face. He originally wanted to take advantage of them, but at this moment, he was frightened. After all, for them, these three women were the trump card to suppress Xianxia. If they really self-destructed, the loss would be the greatest. And these two old men. Therefore, although the eyebrowless patriarch, who was scolded that he was so cheap that he couldn't even grow eyebrows, was ashamed and angry, in the end, he restrained himself and did not flare up on the spot. He muttered in his heart that he would catch the brat first. Later, he would have time to slowly play with and deal with these three women. He was happy. After a cold snort, the wretched smile on his face gradually disappeared. He then said, "What are you three wretched girls thinking? How can the two of us be such despicable people? Don't worry, as long as you cooperate obediently and don't make a fuss, when the bait is hooked and falls into the hands of the two of us, we will naturally let you go. Leave." Hearing this, the three women of the purplish warbler were dumbfounded. They looked at each other and finally asked, "What's the situation?" "Senior means, you want to use us as bait? If that's the case, you must be mistaken. Although there are also powerful figures in our clan, we can't say that we can deal with the two of you at the same time. What does this have to do with the families behind the three of you? Don't underestimate the two of us." At the side, old ghost Jean too rolled his eyes. No matter what, he was still an elder of the Heavenly Battle Empire and had a noble status. Although the Xianyuan family, the Duanmu family, and Bodhi Biotech were considered giants and were the top families and forces in the field of gene fluid research in the Eternal Dynasty, he did not think that this was a big deal. It was not an exaggeration to say that this little bit of foundation was nothing in his eyes. It was not worth it for him to join forces with his old friend, the browless ancestor, to scheme so painstakingly. Therefore, old ghost Jean Tu's face immediately darkened. He was not interested in wasting time with these three girls. He waved his hand and said, "All right, don't ask too much about things that you shouldn't ask. Anyway, the two of us are not plotting against the families behind you. This has nothing to do with you. We will let you go after this. Leave." Then, without waiting for the three girls to ask again, he turned to look at the browless ancestor. "All right, I don't have time to talk nonsense with them. Let's start immediately. These three girls can't be placed in the same place. Just in case, I'll be in charge of two and you'll be in charge of one. Split up." At this point, old ghost Jean too turned to look at the star continent under his feet. He nodded and said, "This is one place. As for the other two girls, you take one. Pick another star and set it up. I'll take the other one. The two of us will guard separately." The browless ancestor laughed strangely and did not give the three girls a chance to continue asking. He waved his hand and released a ball of gentle energy that wrapped around the purplish warbler. Then, he turned around and left. It was the 10th day of the journey. A day ago, Xian had just finished a wormhole jump. However, the next wormhole jump was about 2 days away. During the 2-day journey, there was a relatively remote part of the star territory. In addition to the journey to Tianji City, they were almost halfway there. Therefore, according to Xian's estimation, if there were no accidents, the mysterious mastermind behind the scenes would appear soon. Sure enough, half a day later, Just as Yi Xian entered this rather desolate star domain, a burst of sinister laughter came from a desolate star in front of him. "TSK, TSK, tisk. The fish is finally here." Yi Xian laughed coldly. They did not know who was the fish and who was the fisherman. He stepped out of Devil Battle battleship, not intending to take advantage of this opportunity to flee. With a wave of his hand, he stored Devil Battle battleship into his body. He stood in the void and turned his head to look at the abandoned star where the strange cackling sound came from. I already expected that someone would make a move along the way. This great one has also been waiting for a long time. Come out. Let me see who's so tired of living that you're courting death. Brat, we know you have many tricks up your sleeve. You are not afraid of even the Star Lord, let alone the mighty figures of heaven and earth. You can leave at any time. However, if the two of us were not fully prepared today, we would not have attacked so easily. Amidst the strange laughter, old ghost Xianxia's figure appeared on a star on the left side of the void. Kakik. Speaking of which, the two of us are actually just betting on whether you will give up on these three girls. I have one in my hands now. You will know after I kill her. If she doesn't have one, if you don't, the two of us will just turn around and leave. After saying that, old ghost Xianxia waved his hand and a figure appeared beside him. It was Duamu Xiaocha. At this moment, his face was filled with grievance, but his eyes were filled with confusion as he looked at Yi Xian. It was obvious that he didn't recognize him at all. Yi Xian's heart sank. When he saw Duamu Xiaocha, he immediately understood who the three girls were. At the same time, since the other party could make a move on these three girls, it was enough to prove that the other party had basically completely seen through the secret of Yi Xian's identity. Other than young Master Linghu and young Master Netherworld, even Prince Xian's matter had been exposed. What shocked him the most was that this guy's methods were too decisive. He actually said that he wanted to kill one of them to see if Yi Xian cared. He did not intend to waste time talking nonsense. I also have one in my hands. If the young clan leader really does not care, I will not kill this one. It would be a pity to kill such a beautiful girl. Why don't I seal all her cultivation and bring her back as a sex slave? It would be good to slowly play with her. On the other side of the void in the distance, the figure of the eyebrowless old ghost also appeared. Behind him was the purplish warbler who was controlled. Brat, I know you have methods that even the Star Lord is afraid of, but why don't you try using them? Hee, let me remind you, there's still one more girl that is sealed on another planet. She's sealed in another star. Don't try to play any tricks. If you destroy that star and kill that girl, it has nothing to do with us. Yi Xian sneered. In order to deal with a mystic light realm cultivator like him, the two of them had really put in a lot of effort. Now that the three girls were separated and held as hostages, even if Yi Xian really did have any methods, he would not be able to use them. No matter how powerful his methods were, it was impossible for him to take care of three people at the same time. Direction. After all, the two of them were universe realm cultivators. Once they saw that the situation was not right, they would definitely be ruthless and leave. Yi Xian would not even have the possibility of chasing after them. There was still one more girl who he did not know about. Should this old man call you Prince Xian, young Master Linghu, young Clan Master Netherworld, or the invincible war god, young Clan Master Sha Baofeng of the Heavens Legacy race? Just as Yi Xian was pondering, the old ghost Xianxia in the distant void spoke again. There was a strong sense of ridicule in his tone. TSK, 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 how amazing. If this important news were to spread, I'm afraid the three major planes would be shaken, right? At that time, what kind of pressure will the immortal dynasty face? Strength, I'm sure you know this better than this old man, so. This was another threat. However, Yi Xian did not care at all about the pressure the immortal dynasty would have to bear because of this. Regarding this, the two old guys probably would not have thought of this no matter what. They did not know that Yi Xian was not Prince Xian at all. This identity was only created by a freak combination of factors. Of course, now that the lie had become the truth, even though the immortal dynasty knew the truth, they had already pinched their noses and accepted it. As the old ghost Xianxia's words spread, the three girls all widened their eyes. Although Zhao Qianru had not appeared yet, she was on a star in the distance. Her body was restrained, so she heard everything clearly. They only knew that Prince Xian, young Master Linghu, young Master Netherworld, and that invincible war god who was still causing trouble in the cultivation camp were all Yi Xian or his clone. They only found out about the young clan master of the Heaven's Legacy race at this moment and were completely stunned. Congratulations! You got all of them right. Yi Xian shrugged. He had no intention of denying it at all. At this moment, his heart was completely filled with killing intent. Brat, this old man doesn't have time to waste with you. I'll give you 10 more breaths to consider. Once 10 breaths are up, this old man will immediately kill this girl in my hand. At most, I'll just leave immediately. Seeing that Yi Xian had fallen into deep thought and did not speak, old ghost Zhan Tu urged again, you'd better think carefully, don't make a mistake. Mistake your sister. Yi Xian immediately rolled his eyes and scolded without any trace of politeness. He raised his hand and pointed at old ghost Zhan Tu and the eyeless ancestor from afar, then continued, I say, aren't the two of you too unprofessional? Do you know how to rob? The hostage is tied up, and your methods are ruthless enough, but after all this time, you still look. You seem to have forgotten the most important part, right? You two old ghosts, you didn't even say what you want to rob this old man. You only care to threaten this old man to think carefully. What am I thinking about? Pfft. As soon as he finished speaking, Duanmu Xiaocha could not help but laugh out loud. On the other side, the purplish warbler also rolled his eyes, and Zhao Chanru, who was on the other star, was basically the same. The three girls had their hearts in their throats. At this moment, when they saw that Yi Xian was still so funny at this time, it was obvious that he had a card up his sleeve. With their understanding of Yi Xian, they were afraid that these three old guys would be in trouble soon. As a result, they were relieved and no longer worried about him. You. Cough cough, why are you in such a hurry? Isn't this old man about to say it? Zhan Tu's old face turned red, and he was extremely embarrassed. Don't say, what the other party said was right. He was so focused on threatening that he forgot what he wanted to ask for. As a robber, he actually had to be reminded by the robber to say the conditions. This was really King embarrassing. Smelly brat, cut the crap. Hurry up and throw out the Yan Luo. Don't play any tricks. If you want to use this opportunity to summon the corpse ancestor Hitorigami to attack this old man, you can give it a try. Let's see if her movements are faster than this old man's snapping of this girl's neck. At this moment, the ancestor of the eyebrows finally spoke again. As he spoke, his withered right hand was already grabbing the fair neck of the purplish warbler. He turned his head and looked at old ghost Zhan Tu, old friend, as we agreed before, the Yan Luo belongs to me and I get to choose first. Is there a problem? Let go of that girl. If you dare to touch her with your dirty hands, I will definitely chop off your black claws. Before old ghost Zhan Tu could reply, Yi Xian had already snapped. Yi Xian curled his lips when he saw the old man's blackbird's claw come to a halt in midair. He continued, isn't it just the smoky silk net? I'll give it to you, but let me tell you, if I can give it to you today, I can get it back from you in the future. You better pray for yourself. In other words, it was obvious that he had no choice but to compromise. Not only were the two old men surprised, but even the three girls of the purplish warbler were stunned. The purplish warbler even tried to dissuade him anxiously, are you out of your mind? The Yan Luo is no small matter. How can you give it to him? Indeed, the Yan Luo was not just a primordial treasure. More importantly, it also contained the spiritual senses of several primordial creatures. Even the awakened corpse ancestor Hitorigami had a terrifying half-step star lord cultivation. Once it fell into the hands of the ancestor of the universe, the eyebrows ancestor, it would become a wingless tiger. In the future, Yi Xian would never be able to get it back. Damn girl, I'll break your arm if you dare to talk nonsense again. However, you must hand it over today. Don't try to play any tricks. I won't give you a chance. Remember, throw the Yan Luo to me after erasing the spiritual sense mark you refined. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Yi Xian had expected such a request. He sneered and pretended to do it. Then, he waved his hand and threw the Yan Luo into the void in the distance. At that moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Especially old ghost Zhan Tu and the eyebrows ancestor. In their opinion, Yi Xian most likely did not erase the spiritual sense mark he refined. Instead, he secretly made the corpse ancestor Hamba in the Yan Luo to suddenly attack and suppress the eyebrows ancestor as soon as the Yan Luo approached. In fact, even the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru were a little nervous at the moment. After all, strictly speaking, they really didn't have a close relationship with Yi Xian. Even the purplish warbler was like this, let alone Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Chanru. If one were to say that Yi Xian would give Yan Luo to others for their sake, and that there would definitely be other treasures as well, then the three girls wouldn't believe it in their hearts. Despite that, the final result made everyone feel relieved, and they even heaved a sigh of relief. The Yan Luo had already shot close to him. The eyebrows ancestor gritted his teeth and finally stretched out his hand to catch it. Then, he checked it with his spiritual sense and found that the spiritual sense mark he refined had indeed been erased. This treasure was now ownerless, and he could refine it at any time. The old man looked up and laughed. He stood up. Ha ha ha, boy, it seems that these three girls are very important to you. You didn't hesitate to do such a stupid thing. TSK, since ancient times, too much love leads to hatred. Brat, although you are talented, you can't pass the test of love. In the end, you can't become a great person. While talking, the eyebrows ancestor had already refined the Yan Luo on the spot. He turned his hand and put it into his body. He also did this just in case. Now, the Yan Luo was completely his. In another void in the distance, old ghost Zhan Tu's eyelids twitched twice, and a touch of envy shot out from his eyes. However, the string of his heart that was originally tight finally relaxed. Amongst the various treasures in Yi Xian's possession, only this Yan Luo and the remains of the Realm Lord level Golden Crow were the most likely to be tampered with by him. Moreover, the possibility of the Yan Luo being tampered with was at least 80%, far above the remains of the Realm Lord level Golden Crow. Now, it seemed that since he could so easily hand over the Yan Luo, then the Golden Crow's remains could be ruled out. After all, once the remains were used, its pressure couldn't be controlled. If it could injure Zhan Tu and the eyebrows ancestor, the three girls couldn't escape and would die even faster. Not to mention that their cultivation was now sealed. Even if they weren't, they definitely couldn't withstand the pressure of the Sector Lord Realm Golden Crow's remains. They would explode and die on the spot. Even if I erase the refining mark, do you have the ability to refine it? Yi Xian sneered. After a few fiddles, he took out a space treasure box from the undying world in his body. He waved his hand and threw it out, but his mouth was not as mocking as before. The refining mark has been erased, and I will give you a top storage treasure box with a huge space, but you better not open it. Otherwise, the ownerless Medicine King Cauldron will instantly reveal its original form and turn into a giant star cauldron. At that time, you can't take it away, so don't blame me. This was indeed the case. Back then, the Shinong Cauldron had been left in the secret space for countless years. There had been many powerful people who tried to refine or take it away, but no one succeeded. Now Yi Xian deliberately did this. He was so thoughtful that he wanted to confuse these two old guys so that they would think that he was completely controlled. In fact, he had also refined the Shinong Cauldron again with the slave seal skill of the primary mutation, and this time, he only handed over the Shinong Cauldron. As for the Shinong pestle that was unknown to the outside world, Yi Xian still kept it in his hands. Humph. You don't have to worry about it, this old man has his own way to refine it. Old ghost Zhan Tu's face darkened. With a cold snort, he took the space treasure box that shot over and extended his divine sense into it. After checking and confirming that it was indeed the Medicine King tripod in the treasure box and that the mark of refinement had been erased, his hanging heart was completely relieved. After keeping the space treasure box in his body, the old guy turned his head and looked at the eyebrowless old ancestor in the void on the other side. He grinned and said, "Old friend, I will need your help to refine this Medicine King Cauldron. However, now you have obtained an ancient treasure that can be refined and used on the spot, but this old man can only keep it first. In this case, this old man should choose first, right?" The eyebrowless old ancestor frowned slightly, but he did not say anything. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded and agreed. Zhao Chanru, Shanyuan Ziying, and Duanmu Xiaocha, who were completely bound and unable to speak, anxiously listened to the development of the situation, all began to shout at the same time. Zhao Chanru, Shan Ziying, and Duanmu Xiaocha, who were completely bound, could only anxiously listen to the development of the situation. Old Ghost Zhan too, no matter what, you are all powerful people, can't you be more shameless? Is it not enough to extort an ancient treasure? A man's heart is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant, be careful not to die. This is simply a bottomless pit. Hurry up and leave. Don't worry about us. Otherwise, we will definitely be emptied out by them in the end. Do you really think that they will let you go? If you don't leave now, we will immediately. He really did not expect that Duanmu Xiaocha, who was usually a little mischievous but actually quite weak in character, would be so fierce at this moment. As she spoke, a manic aura spread out from her body. Her cultivation was not completely sealed, so she still had the ability to self-destruct. This scared the hell out of old Ghost Zhan Tuesday. If this little girl really wanted to self-destruct, he could just leave. However, the various fortunes that were about to come to him would all go down the drain. This kind of opportunity was too rare, and neither he nor the eyebrowless old ancestor wanted to miss it so easily. Therefore, in a moment of panic, the old Ghost Zhan too patted his chest on the spot. With an anxious expression, he carefully said, "Oh my goodness, please don't be impulsive, okay? Where there is life, there is hope. I can make a Dao oath that at most, I will only take away that kid's treasures. I'll empty all the treasures on the table, and I won't harm you or him. That should do, right? Yes, 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 I will do the same. I will make a Dao oath that as long as I take that kid's treasures, I will let you go immediately. Otherwise, my Dao heart will collapse, and I will be struck by lightning." Although he was unwilling, because he had originally planned to kill Yi Xian in the end to prevent future troubles, and at the same time, take the 3 girls away to play with. However, in the current situation, he had no choice but to give up. If he did not make a Dao oath, the various treasures and fortunes later on would go down the drain. He had no choice, seeing that both of them had made a Dao oath. The frenzied aura in Duanmu Xiaocha's body suddenly stagnated. She also hesitated. If they could really ensure that they could survive this tribulation, it was not unacceptable. After all, they were right. Where there is life, there is hope. TSK, robbing like this, you even flatter the hostage and call her grandaunt. This is the first time I have seen such a thing. Other than the 2 of you, there is probably no one else. It was also at this time that Yi Xian's sarcastic voice sounded again. He sneered, "Since even the 2 ancient treasures, Yuan Luo and the Medicine King tripod, have been handed over, I will completely throw caution to the wind for today's matter. As long as you dare to take it, you can take the treasures in my hands. However, I still have the courage to give them to you today, and in the future, I will have the ability to take them back. You have to hold on tight. In addition, it is always me who keeps taking out. It doesn't seem very kind, right? Each of you has a primordial treasure. Don't you think you should at least show some appreciation?" This was clearly the rhythm of giving whatever they wanted. However, it was fine if they wanted me to give it to them. It seemed that they couldn't keep holding on to the hostage in their hands like this. The 2 old fellows understood this layer of meaning and looked at each other across the distant void. Then, old Ghost Zhan too laughed sinisterly, "The 2 of us have already made a Dao oath, what are you still worried about? Hee, how about this, the 2 of us will each pick a treasure, and then let one of us go back. That shouldn't be a problem, right?" Yi Xian sneered again, "Tell me, what do you like this time? Anyway, it's only temporarily in your hands. I have nothing to be reluctant about. I'll give you whatever you want. It doesn't matter. Ha ha ha." With this courage, this old man has no choice but to be convinced. Seeing Yi Xian nod his head and agree, old Ghost Zhan too's heart relaxed. He immediately laughed loudly, and then suddenly stopped talking. "Don't you still have a quasi-supreme treasure-level small private battleship? The one with the battleship's killing system. Anyway, you have the Heavenly Legacy race's mechanical fusion ability. This small battleship probably won't be used anymore, so it's still the same old rules. Erase the refining imprint and give it to this old man. Don't play tricks. Alright, isn't it just a small private battleship? If I give it to you, this old man can refine another one later, just as you wish." Yi Xian gritted his teeth. As he spoke, he pretended to be busy again, erasing the refining imprint. Ha ha ha, this old man suddenly understands a little. No wonder you are so generous. So this is what you are after all this time? As soon as Duanmu Xiaocha finished speaking, the old ancestor raised his head and laughed. His words were full of ridicule. Tisk, tsk, tsk. You are indeed a sentimental person. Just by throwing out a few treasures, you can capture the hearts of 3 peerless beauties at the same time. This deal is up to different people. Others may think that you have suffered a loss, but maybe you are still secretly happy and think that you have made a big profit. Yes, this old man appreciates you more and more now. On the other side, old ghost Zhan Tu also took over the conversation and looked at Yi Xian with a smile. This kind of sentimental person is very rare nowadays. It is rare to meet one. How can the two of us not help you? Cut the crap, hurry up and hand over the treasure ship. After this matter is over, the two of us will immediately leave. You can also enjoy the good fortune of having 3 phoenixes as soon as possible. Hearing these words, Duanmu Xiaocha, who was originally crying, immediately stopped crying. Her whole face was red to the neck, including the purplish warbler, who was biting her lower lip, and Zhao Chanru, who had not yet appeared but had heard everything, were the same. The 3 girls were so embarrassed that they were all speechless for a moment. At this moment, Yi Xian had also waved his hand and shot out another space treasure box, flying towards old ghost Zhan Tuesday. This time, whether it was old ghost Zhan Tu or the old ancestor, the two of them were no longer worried. They did not think that Yi Xian would play any more tricks. The latter spoke impatiently, picking up the second treasure that belonged to him. Now it's this old man's turn. Brat, hand over your shape-shifting quasi-starry sky supreme treasure battle armor. This old man is quite interested in it. At the same time, the space treasure box that was shot towards old ghost Zhan Tu was finally caught by him. Holding it in his hand, he checked it with his divine sense. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, he raised his head and laughed. Ha ha ha. Not bad, you are still young and honest. Hurry up and hand over the battle armor to old friend Wu Mei. We just agreed that we would let the two of us choose 1 treasure each, and we would let 1 girl go back first. After handing over the battle armor, the girl in my hand, who was crying and insisting on marrying you, will immediately be reunited with you, reunited. Brat, you really have good luck with women, ha ha ha. Yi Xian did not pay attention to him. He pretended to struggle again, and then threw the space treasure box that contained the undying glass armor over. Of course, it had also been refined with the primary variant slave seal. Yi Xian could take it back at any time and activate it remotely. The old ancestor Wu Mei caught the space treasure box in his hand and immediately extended his divine sense into it. After checking that there was nothing wrong, he raised his head and laughed. At the same time, he said to old ghost Zhan Tu in the void opposite him, old friend, this brat seems to be completely honest. In that case, let him have a taste of the sweetness first. After all, the two of us are powerful people in the universe. How can we go back on our words? However, you are the first to choose in the second round. After handing over the hostages, this old man will not decline the 3rd round. Hearing these words, the 3 girls were instantly infuriated. It turned out that they had to separately extort 2 treasures from Yi Xian for a hostage. If that was the case, wouldn't Yi Xian have to give each of them a total of 6 treasures after all 3 of them were handed over? Even with Yi Xian's terrifying foundation, he would be emptied. No matter how many treasures he had, he would not be able to withstand such a crazy extortion. If it were someone else, even if they were powerful people in the universe, how many treasures could they have? It could be said that most powerful people in the universe would be lucky to have one. Many powerful people did not even have a single ancient treasure or a starry sky treasure. However, at this point, Yi Xian seemed to have already accepted his fate. No matter how much the 3 girls gnashed their teeth in hatred, there was nothing they could do. In addition, they still held on to the last trace of hope in their hearts, and that was that Yi Xian definitely had his reasons for doing this. With his past monstrous methods, he must have a backup plan this time. Therefore, the 3 girls gritted their teeth but did not say anything else. They did not even have the interest to reprimand the 2 greedy old monsters. Stinking brat, you are a man of your word. The 2 of us will naturally not deceive you. Catch, your little lover will be here soon. Ha ha ha. As he raised his head and laughed, old ghost Zhan Tu casually patted Duan Muxiaocha, who was beside him, across the air, and instantly removed the restriction in her body. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, the latter's body was immediately swept up by a gentle force and flew uncontrollably towards Yi Xian. Soon, she was in front of him. Yi Xian waved his hand and dispelled the other party's force, supporting Duan Muxiaocha's body and landing beside him. Sorry, this time, we are in big trouble. As soon as her body landed, the girl's eyes immediately turned red, and she looked like she could cry at any time. Yi Xian was also speechless. He shook his head and smiled bitterly, comforting her gently. It's okay. Didn't I just say? All the things that they took were only temporarily kept by them to satisfy their cravings. In the future, all of them will be taken back one day. At this point, Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and it will be with both principle and interest. Of course, he could not say that the "in the future" was actually referring to the moment when the three girls were all freed. If he really said that, even if old ghost Zhan Tu and the ancestor Wu Mei thought that he was just bragging, they would be more or less vigilant. That would not be good. However, Duan Muxiaocha trusted Yi Xian very much. The girl immediately clenched her fists to encourage him. Yes, Xiaocha believes in you. No matter what, let's first deceive Sister Ziying and Sister Chanru, then immediately make a move and ruthlessly beat up these two shameless old ghosts. With both principle and interest, we will take back all the treasures that they cheated. It had to be said that this girl was really honest. The words that came out of her mouth happened to be Yi Xian's plan and thoughts. The latter could not help but feel a little creeped out. I say, miss, this is a top-secret action plan, okay? Is it really okay to say it in front of the enemy like this? However, what he did not expect was that the more he said this, the more old ghost Zhan Tu and the ancestor Wu Mei did not believe him. As soon as Duan Muxiaocha finished speaking, the two of them were so amused that they raised their heads and laughed loudly. Stinky brat, this time it's my turn to choose first. Immediately hand over your quasi-starry sky treasure battle weapon, and it will be mine in the future. Hee, in that case, this old man wants the gene fluid formulas and finished products in your hands. Don't try to play any tricks. Back in the heavenly battle star field, you've already made a level 12 gene fluid. Now, hand over all the formulas and finished products from level 9 to level 12. In the third round, one of the two old fellows wanted Yi Xian's quasi-starry sky supreme treasure, the withered demon blood blade. The other wanted Yi Xian's level 9 to level 12 gene fluid formula and the finished product. Yi Xian had already refined the former with his slave imprint. Although he couldn't refine the latter, he could still get it back as long as he killed these two old fellows later. Thus, Yi Xian didn't hesitate at all this time. He directly put the items the two old fellows wanted into small spatial boxes and threw them over. The two old fellows practically caught them at the same time. After inspecting them with their divine senses, they were very satisfied. They raised their heads and laughed. At this point, Yi Xian was already in the third round. The treasures had been scammed by them, but he was still very straightforward. He didn't play any tricks. In the eyes of the two old fellows, all of this was for the sake of the girl. They basically completely believed that Yi Xian had decided to pinch his nose and admit defeat today. Thus, the two old fellows once again suppressed the excitement in their hearts and began to extort. This round, this old man wants your 9 dragons azure phoenix carriage. Although this item doesn't have much combat power, its defensive and pretentious effects are pretty good. Take it out immediately. And me, this old man wants the cultivation resources in your hands. Prince Xian has a large amount of top-grade star core origins. In addition to the ones that young Master Linghu and young Master Netherworld swindled from the various large factions, it's practically a sea of them. Don't try to fool us about this. Even if you don't hand over everything, at least half of it. That's all. That's right. Aside from the 9 dragons azure phoenix carriage, this old man can't be lacking in cultivation resources. You just need to gather 2 portions. If you can satisfy the 2 of us, this round will count as passed. At that time, we'll throw a girl to you. Brat, be more generous. Just think about how everything is for the sake of the girl. Don't be stingy, or else you'll have to bear the consequences. In the end, the 2 old fellows seemed to be worried that Yi Xian would be stingy. They tried to entice him and even began to threaten him. Yi Xian's face was cold. He didn't care at all and directly threw two small spatial boxes over. Inside were a sea of cultivation resources. Even the almighty experts of heaven and earth couldn't help but be frightened. For example, Yi Xian put 100 level 99 colored star core origins in each box. This was definitely enough. Sincerity. Sure enough, after the two old men received the small space box, they extended their divine senses into it and immediately exclaimed in joy. F***ck. Kid, you are really a fat sheep. Just the cultivation resources in this small space box in this old man's hand can be said to be a huge amount. Today's trip was really not in vain. Even this old man doesn't have such a huge amount of cultivation resources. This time we're really rich. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's the same for this old man. There are 100 level 99 colored star core origins. My brother, this old man, as the almighty expert of heaven and earth, has never seen so many level 99 colored star core origins at one time. No, not to mention 100, even 10 have never seen one before. We've never seen each other before. You're really not a human. Since you're satisfied, then you should fulfill your promise. Yi Xian reminded them in a deep voice, expressionless. Hey, there's one on the surface of the star in front. Old friend, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip there. You said before that you'll be in charge of those two girls. Without waiting for old ghost Xianxia to speak, the old ancestor raised his hand and pointed at the star in front of him. Zhao Qianru was sealed there. Old ghost Xianxia frowned when he saw this scene. However, he did not say anything in the end. His figure flashed and disappeared. When he returned in less than 3 breaths of time, he had indeed brought Zhao Qianru over. Moreover, he had even removed the restriction within her body. Soon, Zhao Qianru returned to Yi Xian's side. At this time, among the 3 girls, only the purplish warbler was still under the control of the old ancestor. Brat, now it's time for us to talk about the last deal. With Zhao Qianru's return, the old ancestor spoke again with a hideous smile on his face. I've specially investigated the relationship between these 3 girls and you. If I'm not wrong, this girl from the Xianyuan family is the closest to you, so, you should understand that I'm holding her in my hand. That's why I took her out in the end to make a deal with you, right? At this time, old ghost Zhang too had already stepped forward and stood next to the old ancestor. However, he did not say anything and allowed the old ancestor to speak. Zhao Qianru and Duanmu Xiaocha, who were following behind Yi Xian, looked at each other anxiously. This was because according to the old ancestor's words, they were afraid that the purplish warbler would not be released so easily. Yi Xian would have to pay a great price. Yi Xian sneered, but the expression on his face did not change. Say it, I knew that you 2 old things were not good people. I'm listening. I have to say, you're quite sincere, brat. The old ancestor nodded again and praised Yi Xian's previous performance as if he was praising him. Then, he changed the topic and continued, however, if you say that you only have these few resources, treasures, and secrets, then you're deceiving yourself. The 2 of us originally wanted to capture you and control your primordial spirit with a secret technique. From then on, we'll keep you as a servant, order you around, and squeeze out all of your talents. However, now that you've made a Dao oath, as long as you satisfy the 2 of us, we'll definitely let you stay today. I'm sure you've never doubted this before. There's no doubt about the binding power of a Dao oath. Why are you talking so much nonsense? My time is very precious, can you be a little faster? Yi Xian frowned and his face was full of impatience. Why are you so fussy about robbing me? I really don't know how the 2 of you cultivated to the level of heaven and earth. Pft. Pft. This was not the first time that Yi Xian had belittled old devil Zhang Tu and the old ancestor. The 2 old men had never met such an arrogant fellow. He was the one who was being robbed, but he kept complaining that the pace was not fast enough. This made the 2 old men extremely unhappy, and at this moment, they were so angry that they almost vomited blood. However, they gritted their teeth and endured it. Seeing that the other party was quite cooperative today, they did not want to argue with him over such a small matter. Alright, since you're straightforward enough, I won't beat around the bush with you. As long as you complete this last round of transactions, we'll immediately give you the Xianyuan girl and leave. At this point, a greedy look appeared on the old ancestor's face. Then, he continued, previously, when we asked you for the 9 Dragons Azure Phoenix carriage, it was just a test. I didn't expect you to really take it out. In other words, in your hands, you do have something that can allow you to cross the boundless void in a short time. In addition to this secret method, you must also hand over 2 copies of your knowledge on the 3 ultimate arts of medicine, weapons, and array. After finishing the words of the eyebrowless ancestor, old ghost Xianxia suddenly spoke, this is the last deal. After it's done, you and I will be even. The 2 of us will turn around and leave. How about it? Hee, speaking of which, the 2 of us are quite kind. We didn't take away all of your trump cards. Not only did we leave you with many cultivation resources and treasures, we didn't even touch the Sector Lord level Golden Crow's remains. This way, even if your identity is leaked and the powerful beings of Xianxia or even Star Lord old monsters come knocking on your door, it's not like you don't have any tricks up your sleeves. Kid, be content. In fact, it wasn't that the 2 old guys didn't covet the Sector Lord level Golden Crow's remains. It was just that that thing was too dangerous. Just its aura alone was enough to kill them. Although Yi Xian seemed to have a way to resolve this, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill it. The head was roasted away. However, the 2 old guys had no idea what this method was. If Yi Xian did something to it, it would be too late for regrets. They would be at a disadvantage under the terrifying aura of the Golden Crow's remains. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, the 2 old guys finally reluctantly gave up on the Sector Lord level Golden Crow's remains. After all, the benefits they obtained today were not small. There was no need to take that risk. However, young Master Ling Hu was known as one of the 3 masters of medicine, weapon, and formation. His talent in these 3 domains was shocking. This was definitely an unimaginable amount of resources and wealth. The 2 old guys definitely couldn't let it go. And this was indeed the last thing they planned to extort from Yi Xian. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was destined to not be able to take out the last thing they wanted. The so-called 3 masters of medicine, weapon, and formation was just a saying. Yi Xian knew his own situation. In these 3 domains, without the devouring system, he wouldn't be able to do anything. He couldn't possibly give the devouring system to these 2 guys, right? Besides, even if Yi Xian was willing, he didn't have the ability to hand it over. Therefore, even if he didn't want to make a move, he had no other choice. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately sighed. He spread out his hands and said, actually, I really want to give it to you. Unfortunately, I can't take it out at all, so I can only fight head-on. Old Ghost Xianxia and Old Ancestor Wu Mei were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They never thought that they would be rejected in this aspect at the very last moment. One had to know that Yi Xian had even handed over Yuanluo and the Medicine King Cauldron, which were of great significance to him, without any hesitation. Although the 2 of them were asking for insights into the 3 fields of medicine, tools, and arrays, as well as the secret method of ultra-long-distance teleportation, they were also extremely important and precious. However, this was only to others. To Yi Xian, these things were only to be handed over with a copy of his divine sense. To be honest, there was no loss to him at all. The degree of importance was definitely not comparable to that of Yuanluo and the Medicine King Cauldron, but now, he refused, and he even said that he wanted to fight head-on. Could it be that this brat's brain wasn't working properly? He had already handed over his battle armor and several powerful treasures that he had shown before. Even if he had other treasures that he hadn't shown before, he was now facing 2 mighty figures of the universe. Where did his confidence come from? Besides, the Yuanluo, which he had first handed over, had been refined and absorbed by old ancestor Wu Mei on the spot. In other words, Yi Xian was now not only facing 2 mighty figures of the universe, but also the half-step Star Lord Corpse ancestor Hanba. Thinking of this, old ancestor Wu Mei immediately grinned hideously. Ha ha ha. Brat, you're courting death. Don't blame us. If you honestly complete this final transaction with the 2 of us, due to the restriction of the Dao Oath, even if the 2 of us are unwilling, I'm afraid we can't let you go in the end. At most, we'll just find another opportunity to kill you later. But now, you have broken the previous agreement, so the oath that the 2 of us made before will naturally be automatically cancelled. TSK, TSK, TSK. After handing over so many treasures and resources, you still can't think straight and insist on courting death in the end. Kid, you really have a screw loose in your head, even if you do have some kind of powerful means in your hands that have never been revealed to the outside world before, so what? The two of us don't have to take the risk at all. We can test you with the treasures you just handed over and suppress you at the same time. While speaking, old ancestor Wu Mei grinned hideously again. He waved his hand and took out the Yuyan Luo. That was the biggest reason why old ancestor Wu Mei and old devil Zhan Tu were so confident. Even if Yi Xian really had a powerful backup plan, they could just let Hamba block him at the front. The two of them could withdraw at any time. Not to mention that there was a purplish warbler by his side. Yi Xian could pay such a huge price for Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru. If it was the purplish warbler, even if he wanted to struggle and resist in the end, they would still be able to hold out against him. However, as long as Shan Yuan Ziying was still in their hands, they were completely fearless. They had a 100% chance of suppressing Yi Xian's struggle this time. At that time, when he compromised again, the two old fellows would definitely ask for even more things. That was then, and this was now, and this was the principle behind it. Thinking of this, the two old fellows were certain in their hearts. A sinister smile appeared on their faces. In their opinion, Yi Xian's sudden outburst at the last moment was simply like delivering food to them. It was like a pie falling from the sky. It was a good thing that they couldn't hope for. However, it was at this moment that a strange change suddenly occurred without any warning. Xiao! 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 Just as old ancestor Wu Mei waved his hand and took out the Yuyan Luo that had been refined, a few weak rays of light shot out from the two old fellows' bodies at the same time as if they were competing. Among them, the ray that shot out from old devil Zhan Tu's body expanded in an instant, turning into a huge cauldron that was as huge as a star. The cauldron's mouth was filled with 9-colored mist, and it shot out a cloud of atmosphere mist, directly wrapping around the purplish warbler beside old ancestor Wu Mei. It was absorbed into the cauldron and disappeared. The farmer god cauldron suddenly soared into the sky and shot out a cloud of 9-colored fog, which swept away the purplish warbler that was controlled by the old ancestor Wu Wu. Everything happened so quickly that the two old guys didn't have time to react at all. When they finally realized what had happened, their expressions changed abruptly, but they had no time to care about the purplish warbler, because what happened just now was just the beginning. Along with the farmer god cauldron, several other deadly treasures shot out from the bodies of the two old guys: the Dongshu shuttle, the undying glass armor, the withered demon blood blade. The battleship killing system of the Dongshu shuttle was absolutely extraordinary. Previously, it was indeed unable to seal the 15th level of the universe. But this time, after being refined by Yi Xian with the primary mutated slave seal, some of its power was developed. The foundation of the shipboard killing system was the Great Five Elements Annihilation Formation Disc. It was a miniature, portable killing formation. All the formation patterns and runes were refined and solidified into the formation disc. This kind of formation disc was very rare even in the cultivation camp. Gaopeng was very high in the world of cultivation. It was even rarer in terms of quality. It could be said that once it was activated, the power of the annihilation array could be overwhelming. It could also transform any energy into 5 types of annihilation thunderbolts, which could be divided and combined. If they were divided, they could penetrate the crust of the earth and collapse the mountains. If they were combined, they could bury an area and destroy the void. There were 5 types of annihilation thunderbolts of different attributes, and there were countless combinations between them. The power of the annihilation thunderbolts derived from each combination was different. It could be said that the power of the annihilation thunderbolts was unpredictable. At this moment, under the control of Yi Xian, the Dongshu shuttle displayed its full power. Hum, hum, with a series of buzzing sounds, the body of the Dongshu shuttle shone brightly. Countless array patterns representing the profound meanings of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were emitting scorching light at an extremely fast speed. Countless rune energy rays of different colors interweaved like shuttles. In the blink of an eye, they enveloped a large expanse of space. It was as if an enormous net of light energy had spread out high up in the sky, replacing the dome of heaven and enveloping this part of the world. It was multicolored and dazzling. Rumble, an earth-shattering roar soon exploded. 5 energy light pillars of different colors appeared around the light energy net, each representing the power of the 5 elements. They emitted an invisible pressure, towering in the sky and suppressing the area. Not only did they have different attributes and powers, but even the forms they manifested were also very varied. There were round thunderballs of various sizes, nimble flashes of lightning, and even killing weapons such as magic treasures and flying swords, as well as expressions. All kinds of ferocious and terrifying beasts overflowed with ferocity. Since the forms were different, the methods of attack were naturally different as well. Some were fast, some were slow, some were directly pressed down with a loud bang, some were circling around with extreme speed, and all of them were pouring down at the same time from all directions. It was simply dumbfounding, and they simply didn't know how to deal with it. Facing all this, Old Ghost Xianxia and Old Ancestor Wu Mei, who had just reacted, were completely dumbfounded. This kind of attack method was so complicated that it made one's hair stand on end. The number was so terrifying that it made one despair. It was simply unheard of. The 2 old guys had only heard of it before. Now that they suddenly saw it with their own eyes, and under such an inexplicable situation, their faces were immediately filled with a dull expression. Suddenly, there was a feeling of chaos in the wind. It was indeed not light. Boom! Screech! Rumble! Before they could react, the huge mess that was pouring down from the sky had already arrived, and the sound of explosions resounded incessantly, and this was just the Dongshu shuttle. The other 2 quasi-starry sky treasures, the indestructible glass armor and the withered demon blood blade, were also astonishingly powerful. The former directly activated the second mecha form. Even though Yi Xian's original body wasn't inside, it still manifested a giant glass armor that was 300 meters tall. Under the push of the super thruster on its back, its body turned into a ray of glass light that danced in the air, and with a wave of its fist, it directly activated the reverse between its elbows. The miniature matter death light cannon shot out black energy beams of light. In the blink of an eye, there were dozens of them, respectively attacking the 2 old guys. The withered demon blood blade directly hit its figure. Although the withered demon blade had not yet awakened and was in a deep sleep, Yi Xian was not far away in the void. It was completely at his command, freely controlling it to move according to his thoughts. Its speed was extremely fast. The 5 elements annihilation of the Dongshu shuttle's array killing system. It moved invisibly within the array's killing light screen. The deterrent force was very strong, and it could launch a fatal blow at any time. Although the 2 old fellows were both supreme beings of the universe, even they could not completely ignore the withered demon bloodblade's soul-eroding and bone-melting attribute. Once they were hit, even if it was just a small wound, the result would be at least a small layer of skin. This was not all. After the Dongshu shuttle's array killing system was activated, it enveloped the void within 100 miles. Outside the 5 elements formation's killing light screen, at this moment, the Shinnon giant cauldron, which was as large as a star, once again floated out a cloud of 9-colored fog from the mouth of the cauldron. Compared to the one that had taken away the purplish warbler in the blink of an eye, it was countless times more majestic. It covered the sky and the earth, and in the blink of an eye, it covered the void within 100 miles, including the killing light screen that was enveloped by the 5 elements formation's killing light screen. This was equivalent to having double insurance. The killing light screen of the 5 elements formation was indeed not enough to seal the 2 supreme beings of the universe. Even if it was only the 9-colored fog of the Shinnon giant cauldron, it would not be able to do so. However, when 2 layers of sealing light screens of different attributes were superimposed at the same time, the effect would be completely different. It was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Its power would increase geometrically. At least, it would not be a problem to seal the old Ghost Xianxia and the old Ancestor Wu Mei within a short period of time. A short period of sealing would be enough, because even though the old Ghost Xianxia and the old Ancestor Wu Mei were supreme beings of the universe, they were destined to not be able to hold on for too long in this terrifying array that was erected almost instantaneously. Apart from the Dongshu shuttle's killing energy body bombarding indiscriminately, as well as the antimatter miniature death ray cannon's black light pillars that were blasted out by the undying glazed armor from time to time, there was also the withered demon blood blade that was wandering in the sealed space like the netherworld, ready to launch a fatal blow at any time. The one that was truly frightening was actually Yu Yan. Luo, To be precise, it was the only supreme being spiritual source that had awakened in Yu Yan, the corpse ancestor Hitorigami. Favor Hitorigami? Yi Xian, who was outside the ceiling formation, shuddered when he heard that. Even though he was Hitorigami's master, and he was the one who made Hitorigami recognize him as his master because of the headless baby corpse. Even if the two of them wanted Yan Luo to be refined by someone else, corpse ancestor Hamba would never betray the incomparably stable relationship between master and servant. However, Yi Xian still didn't dare to say such words to corpse ancestor Hamba. The wisp of spiritual sense that Hitorigami had left in Yan Luo was only at the peak of the universe realm, the 15th level, which was infinitely close to the Star Lord state. However, its true form was a primordial great being on the same level as the void ladle. Among the realms that Yi Xian knew, the strongest were the headless baby corpse and the heavenly eye. Below them were the primordial great beings like the golden divine dragon, the void giant tortoise, and the primordial Xianxia. Below them were the primordial great beings like the void ladle and Hitorigami. After the Star Lord, the Region Lord, and the Realm Lord, it was impossible to directly reach the primordial great beings. Between the Sector Lord level and the Remote Antiquity level, there must be several great realms. This was because the Sector Lord level Golden Crow skeletons were simply treated as garbage and were directly excreted from the Netherworld Cauldron. The Netherworld Cauldron didn't even care about them. It could be seen how big the gap between the eyebrowless ancestor and Hitorigami was. The Realm Lord was far inferior to Hitorigami, who was a primordial great being, while the eyebrowless ancestor was thousands of miles away from the Realm Lord level. Under such circumstances, he actually dared to say that he would favor Hitorigami later. Even Yi Xian had to admire such courage. In his opinion, Yu Yan Luo had already been refined by him, and this wisp of spiritual sense of Hamba the corpse ancestor was equivalent to his servant. However, he still dared to have such a dirty idea under such circumstances. It was said that lust was reckless, and it was used on this old man. It was a perfect interpretation of that. Sure enough, Hitorigami flew into a rage as soon as he finished speaking. Rumble. Without any warning, the blood-red corpse flames around Hitorigami, who had just stepped out of Yu Yan Luo, suddenly soared by 100 times as if a bucket of boiling oil had just been poured on it. The area within 10,000 meters around him instantly turned into a sea of fire. Corpse ancestor Hitorigami's body stepped on the blood-red sea of fire and charged toward ancestor Wu Mei. Even a person in a vegetative state could clearly sense that surging killing intent. The ancestor of the Eyebrows sect and old ghost Zhan Tu were dumbfounded. The former's face was completely sluggish. He was a bit confused. Wasn't this his servant? Yu Yan Luo was refined by him on the spot, so why did it turn around and come to him? Moreover, he was brimming with killing intent. In a daze, the eyebrowless ancestor muttered to himself, "What's going on? What went wrong? This old man needs to sort out his thoughts first. My mind is a little messed up again." On the other side of the void, old ghost Zhan Tu, who was currently dodging the boundless killing energy bodies above his head, had a flash of inspiration in his mind. He immediately understood something. He roared in exasperation, "Wu Mei, you old pervert, this is an ancient almighty. Even if he only left a wisp of spiritual sense origin, he still has self-consciousness. You actually want to favor such an existence. This is great, you've pissed me off. CK this old man. No, it can't be like this, right?" Hearing this, the ancestor of the Eyebrows sect was so aggrieved that he was about to cry. This ancestor's temper was too strong. As the master, couldn't this old man have a few words? Unfortunately, everything had become an established fact. There was no way to explain it. He could only admit that he was unlucky. Seeing that the terrifying corpse flames and blood sea were approaching, if he didn't escape now, he would have a tragic ending. The ancestor of the Eyebrows sect let out a miserable howl, turned around, and ran, just like ancestor Zhan Tuesday. This was because they were going in circles within this 1,000-mile-wide formation. Rumble. Boom. Swoosh, swoosh. The array seal formed by the Dongshu shuttle's battleship killing system was originally only 100 miles in radius. However, as the second layer of sealing power formed by the 9-colored fog of the Shinnon cauldron fused into it, the entire range of the array seal instantly increased to a 1,000-mile radius. In this 1,000-mile large array seal, endless killing energy bodies of all kinds poured down from the array energy light pillar of the Great Five Elements Annihilation Array. They exploded from time to time, and the sound of the explosion could be described as earth-shattering. In addition, the second form of the indestructible glass armor, which was remotely controlled by Xianxia outside the array, also punched and blasted out miniature antimatter deathlight cannon energy light pillars from time to time. The sharp and ear-piercing sound of breaking through the air sent chills down one's spine. In addition, there was the withered demon blood blade, which was hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to strike, and the pursuit of the corpse ancestor Hitorigami, who was wrapped in a 10,000-meter-long sea of corpse flames and blood. When all these factors were mixed together, it directly led to the miserable situation of old devil Zhan Tu and the old ancestor Wu Mei. The two old men had completely lost the ability to fight back except for running around like headless flies and being hit from time to time. It was not that they had not tried to break out of the array seal. However, after the array energy of the Great Five Elements Annihilation Array fused with the 9-colored fog of the Xianxia Cauldron, the array seal light curtain formed was too powerful. With the cultivation of the two of them, who were only at the late stage of the universe realm, they could not break it by force. Perhaps there was still a chance if it was an old Star Lord. Of course, if the old ancestor Wu Mei was given a certain amount of time to focus on breaking the array seal, there might be hope. However, at this moment, he was like a stray dog. In such an environment where there was almost no safe place to stand, he could not even stay in the same place for a few breaths. How could he calm down and deduce? This was clearly the rhythm of being tortured to death in the array seal. The two old men were really scared. After the initial panic, they basically reacted at this time. However, the two old men felt that their minds were in a mess as to how all this had happened. They really had no clue. However, one thing was certain, and that was that they had fallen into Xianxia's trap. Otherwise, why would the Xianxia Cauldron, the indestructible glazed armor, and the withered demon blood blade that they had stored inside their bodies suddenly appear out of nowhere and activate their respective power fields in an instant? Killing intent suddenly burst forth from their bodies. Rumble, boom. Swoosh. Awoo. The overwhelming killing energy bodies continued to bombard them. Old Ghost Zhan Tu and the old ancestor of the eyebrows were exhausted from running for their lives. On one hand, they had to avoid the different forms of killing energy bodies that poured down from the 5 energy light pillars of the Great Five Elements Annihilation Array above. On the other hand, they were also carefully guarding against the antimatter miniature death of the mecha giant. The light cannon, as well as the hidden figure, and the withered demon blood blade that appeared from time to time, slashing towards them. There was also the corpse ancestor Hitorigami, who was wrapped in a 10,000-meter sea of corpse flames and blood, constantly chasing after them. In just a few minutes, the two old guys felt like a few centuries had passed. Finally, the old ancestor of the eyebrows was careless. The corpse ancestor Hitorigami, who was chasing after him, waved his hand and shot out a wisp of blood-colored corpse flames. On the spot, his left calf was burned into white bones. Although he recovered in the blink of an eye with his recovery ability, the boundless pain of heart and soul burning still made him cry like a ghost and howl like a wolf. Yi Xian, who was outside the array, felt a chill on his back. On the other hand, Duanmu Xiaocha, Zhao Chanru, and the purplish warbler were beaming with joy. The purplish warbler had been released by Yi Xian's control of the Xianxia Cauldron not long ago. At this moment, she had already met up with Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Chanru. She was watching the show with Yi Xian outside the array. Wow, that's awesome. Sister who plays with fire, put in more effort and roast that wretched old thing who can't even grow eyebrows. Play or not, he's the worst. If there's a chance, first cut off a pair of eyeballs, then leave him in there and slowly play with him. If there's no other way, then kill him. That's right. We can kill the other one first, but we have to keep this one. We can only vent our hatred by slowly playing with him. Hearing the infuriating words of the three girls outside the Great Confinement Formation, the headless old ancestor in the Great Confinement Formation felt very uncomfortable. He was already in an unbearable situation. Although the two old guys were both escaping in the Great Confinement Formation, they were treated the same in other aspects. However, Corpse Ancestor was still alive. However, the Corpse Ancestor Hitorigami had been following him closely all the time. That was the painful consequence of his flirting just now. It was definitely a painful realization for the old ancestor of the eyebrows, but it was too late. Unfortunately, it was all too late. He had been targeted by a terrifying being half-star lord in such a narrow space. His fate was doomed. Even if it was a universe realm expert, and an existence in the late stage of the universe realm, in such a situation where there was no way to escape, it was only a matter of time before he died. The old ancestor of the eyebrows didn't feel good at that moment, as if he had realized that. He had been hoping to be lucky at first, but he finally realized the seriousness of the situation when his left calf was burned by the bloody flame shot out by the corpse ancestor Hitorigami. He gritted his teeth and began to beg. He begged for mercy, "My young friend, there's no grudge between us. What happened today is just a misunderstanding. A small misunderstanding doesn't warrant a life and death battle, does it? Don't forget that fellow cultivator Jean too, and I swore that we wouldn't kill you. We can't be so heartless. Hey, my young friend, can you please calm down? If this continues, then this old man will really die. To you, this is also harming others without benefiting yourself, so why bother?" Yi Xian didn't say anything apart from sneering. How could he be soft-hearted at such a moment? He and the old ancestor of the eyebrows and old ghost Jean too were already in an irreconcilable situation. Another 10 minutes passed, and the situation of the two old guys became even worse. Old ghost Jean too was still fine because the corpse ancestor Hitorigami didn't chase after him. He only had to deal with the killing energy that was bombarding him. With his cultivation of the advanced phase of the universe state, there was no problem at all. At this moment, old ghost Jean too acted as if he didn't hear the miserable howls of the eyebrows from time to time. He gritted his teeth and ignored them. In his opinion, this old guy deserved it. He couldn't be saved today. He provoked the incomplete spiritual sense origin of a desolate era expert for no reason. Moreover, he was teasing him. He was afraid that there would be no leeway for him to turn this situation around once the kid outside the formation said something. What's more, there were still 3 maidservants who hated him to the bone. While they were watching the show, they were still cheering and belittling him, adding insult to injury. However, this was also good. Someone had to bear the resentment of the other party. Now that there was an outlet, the one who would benefit in the end would be him. His only wish now was that after the eyebrows were killed, the resentment in the heart of the eyebrows would be reduced. At that time, he would pay a certain price and beg a little. At most, he would swear that he would never be enemies with the eyebrows. Basically, he would be able to resolve today's disaster. Awoo. Just as old ghost Jean too was calculating in his heart, on the other side of the formation not far away, the miserable howls of the eyebrows were heard again. His figure had been completely engulfed by the blood-red corpse flame that enveloped the corpse ancestor Hitorigami. Amidst the miserable howls, the old ancestor's body was incessantly burned until only his bones were left. Then, new flesh and blood grew out of his body, and he was incinerated again. This cycle continued to consume his cultivation base, and he fell into a vicious cycle that made one's hair stand on end. Ah. Jean too, you old bastard, from the beginning to the end, you have been running away silently. You don't care about me, I hate you. In the end, a long miserable howl that made one's scalp numb resounded in the void, accompanied by the resentful curse of the eyebrows. Then, everything returned to silence. If nothing unexpected happened, a supreme being of the 15th great realm of the universe should have fallen just like that. At this time, Yi Xian's indifferent voice finally sounded, "It doesn't matter if the body and primordial spirit are burned, and there is no need to keep them, but you can leave the storage magic treasure. After all, he is a powerful figure of the universe, and there are still many good things on him." Yes, yes, yes. As soon as Yi Xian's words fell, old ghost Jean too, who was escaping in the void on the other side, took over the conversation, and said with a flattering tone, "Little friend, I am also a powerful figure of the universe, and I am the Emperor clan of the Heavenly War Empire. I am much richer than the eyebrows old dog, as long as you like it. If you like it, we can leave everything to you. In addition, there are many treasures in the resource treasury of the Heavenly War Empire. I can swear that as long as you are magnanimous today and forgive my previous offense, I will find a way to lead you into the resource treasury of the Heavenly War Empire, and let you choose 100 treasures." Yi Xian originally had the intention to kill old ghost Jean too, but at this moment, when he heard the Dao that he would try to lure him into the Heavenly War Empire's resource vault in the future and choose 100 treasures, he was immediately tempted. The Heavenly War Empire was one of the 3 empires under the immortal empire of the human race's technology camp. There was no doubt that there would be many things that Xian needed in the treasure vault of the Emperor clan. The treasures and resources that could be collected in the treasure vault of the Empire's Emperor clan were of a high level and were extremely difficult to find in the outside world. In this way, Xian was even more tempted. Anyway, this old guy was basically no threat to Xian. As long as he was forced to swear that he would not reveal the secret of Xian's identity, it was not completely unacceptable to let him live. However, before Xian could say anything, the 3 girls behind him, the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru, were already cheering. "Yeah, that's great, the treasure vault of the Heavenly War Empire's Emperor clan. There are only 4 places like this in the entire empire. The 3 empires and the immortal star each have one. Many people can't even go in and take a look for their entire lives. Yes or no, this is a rare opportunity. I didn't expect us 3 sisters to gain a blessing in disguise today. Those who see it will get a share. Those who see it will get a share. Old guy, hurry up and swear a Dao oath. The 3 of us also want to go in and take a look. Don't pick too many, just like him, 100 treasures each will do. Don't try to decline, we are the victims. These 100 treasures are just consolation money. What are you waiting for? If we don't hear you swear, we will immediately ask the little sister in the fire dress to kill you. You know, it's easy to talk to women, especially when facing wretched old men like you." Hearing this, old Ghost Zhan too was so angry that he was about to cry. He was extremely angry. Not long ago, the 3 girls were still hostages in his hands. Now, they were blackmailing him. Old Ghost Zhan too could only pinch his nose and accept it. This was really sullen. In the end, after a round of bargaining, the 3 girls' request of 100 treasures each was reduced to 30 treasures each. In fact, this was far beyond their expectations, so the deal was finalized happily. Old Ghost Zhan too continued to flee in the sealed void. At the same time, he swore a new Dao oath, and only then did the 3 girls stop in satisfaction. How are these 3 ladies from noble families? They are simply 3 female bandits. Old Ghost Zhan too muttered to himself. He was so regretful that his intestines turned green. In the end, at Xian's request, Old Ghost Zhan too swore a 3rd Dao oath, promising not to reveal the secret of Xian's identity in any form. Only then did this matter finally come to an end. With a wave of his hand, Xian kept the Dongshu shuttle, the indestructible glazed armor, and the withered demon blood blade into his body. Then, he turned the Shenong giant cauldron into a huge star, and the ancient treasure Yan Luo. The other treasures that had been extorted by the eyebrowless ancestor, including the old man's own various cultivation resources and magic treasures, were all stored in the Yan Luo. Xian casually spread out his divine sense and was pleasantly surprised. Sure enough, he was worthy of being a mighty figure of the universe. He had a huge wealth. Just the interest he obtained from the eyebrowless ancestor was enough to make his eyes light up. It was also at this time that the dejected old Ghost Zhan too obediently took out all the resources that he had extorted from Xian. As an apology, he also gave him a treasure space box, which contained a variety of treasures and cultivation resources. Although it was not as abundant as the eyebrowless ancestor, it was still very considerable. After all, this was the first payment that the old man had made in exchange for his life. It was also included in the previous Dao oath. At least, it had to satisfy Xian. After putting away the treasure space box that the old man had used to redeem his life, Xian did not continue to extort him, because there was still a female bandit behind him. Xian had already received the first payment for his life. How could the 3 of them wait anxiously to collect the treasures in the Heavenly War Empire's Emperor clan's treasure house? They more or less wanted to receive some benefits. However, the other party had already agreed to let them return to the Heavenly War Empire's Emperor clan's treasure house, and each of them could choose 30 treasures. For the 3 girls, this was definitely an unprecedented good fortune. Old Ghost Zhan too in front of them had become a big financial backer, so their tone unconsciously changed. Grandpa Zhan, I know that you are not a stingy person. The 3 of us are not outsiders. You don't have to be too polite. Just give us a casual greeting gift. Yes, yes. After all, you are also the Emperor clan's elder of the Heavenly War Empire. You can't take out ordinary things. It would be embarrassing if you don't give us, but don't give too much. As juniors, we are afraid of holding it. Yes, 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 that's right. Why is your old face green? Is there something wrong with you? No, you can take out the storage magic treasure. We can each choose a little, so as not to make things difficult for you. Then, old ghost Xianxia's face turned green. He gritted his teeth and took out 3 more treasure space boxes, which blocked the 3 girls' mouths. Young friend, this old man accepts today. After finally getting rid of the 3 girls with great difficulty, old ghost Xianxia turned around and looked at Xian. He unwillingly continued, after this old man has arranged for the Dao oath, I will naturally contact little friend or the 3 girls. Girl, before I leave, I still have a worry in my heart, I don't know if it's small. Can you explain it to me? Xian understood and sneered in his heart. He casually replied, oh, tell me about it. Alright, little friend is straightforward. Nodding his head, old ghost Xianxia continued to ask, before this, the treasures that little friend handed over had clearly been absorbed by the 2 of us. That Yen Luo was even refined by Wu Mei on the spot, but after that. I wonder how little friend did it. You want to know this? Xian shrugged his shoulders and teased, guess? Pfft, the old man's body trembled violently as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was truly angered to death. He originally wanted to pretend to be weak and act like a grandson, and use this opportunity to find out the secrets of Xian. He didn't expect that even with the restriction of the Dao oath, the other party still wouldn't let go of the slightest bit of information. He was extremely vigilant, which caused him to feel greatly frustrated and disheartened. In the end, old ghost Xianxia took a deep look at Xian and did not say anything else. He turned around and stepped into the void, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It was also at this time that the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru behind him also looked at Xian with a smile. Their words were frivolous, and it was obvious that they were up to no good. I didn't see it. How long has it been since we 3 sisters were captured? You brat, you actually managed to sneak into the Tianji city and even obtained the position of young patriarch of the Tianji clan. As soon as old ghost Xianxia left, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru set their sights on Xian. The latter was speechless and rolled his eyes. In the end, he spread his hands and said, it's fine if you want to share the spoils. After all, you are also participants this time, and even victims. However, old ghost Xianxia didn't have much on him. He only had some cultivation resources. You have to know that I have been putting in all kinds of consumables to refine the armor for you. At the mention of the armor that Xian had refined, the 3 girls immediately changed their words. They surrounded Xian and acted coquettishly. All kinds of soft words made Xian feel extremely embarrassed. The 3 girls' necks turned red. It seemed that this was the only way to deal with these 3 crazy girls. Xian was secretly pleased. Then, he changed the topic and talked to them about business. Oh right, what are you going to do next? I'm going to Tianji City, and it's a very dangerous trip. It's really inconvenient to bring you along, and this is the first place in the universe. It's a long journey back to the devil domain from the depths of the universe. I'm really worried. At least you have some conscience. It's okay. Just let us follow you. At most, we'll let you hide in a golden house. Yes or no, that Shinnong cauldron can't do anything to it. We'll definitely be safe if we hide inside. Anyway, I'm already yours. If anything happens to you when you go to Tianji City, we won't be able to live anymore. The last sentence was actually said by the purplish warbler. As the 3 girls spoke, they all lowered their heads shyly. They were so shy that Xian's heart couldn't help but flutter. After experiencing this unforeseen event, the 3 girls seemed to have begun to face up to their feelings for Xian. Moreover, because they had gone through thick and thin together, there was no rejection between them. It was clear that they wanted Xian to possess the 3 beauties. It was truly too alluring. Xian had only imagined it in his mind for a moment before he couldn't hold it in any longer. He didn't dare to continue thinking about it. He quickly shook his head to shake off these fantasies and began to seriously consider the matter at hand. Although the three girls' decision was a little rash, thinking about it carefully, this seemed to be the most appropriate way to deal with it. Otherwise, if the three of them were to embark on the return journey alone, Xian would not be able to relax. After all, this was the depths of the first universe, close to Tianji City. Yes, there were only about 10 days left. It was too dangerous. On the other hand, if they followed Xian to Tianji City, as long as they hid the three girls in the Shinnon cauldron, they would be in less danger. After making the decision, the four of them immediately set off, leaving that space zone and continuing their journey to Tianji City. During this period of time, Xian had completed the third fusion of the three girls' armor, causing them to all advance to Starry Sky Epic Rank Battle Armor. Moreover, their quality was even more perfect, and their appearance was incomparably valiant, causing the three girls to be unable to put them down. In the following week, Xian drove the Demon Battle Bugle transformed from Wild Star to Tianji City on his own. The three girls, on the other hand, occupied an entire floor of the Demon Battle Bugle and put on their armors. They had a lot of fun with each other. Only when there were only 3 days left on the journey to Tianji City did Xian put the three girls into the Shinnon cauldron. Then, he even put away the demon battle cry that the life stronghold had transformed into. In order to prevent De from coveting it, he used an excuse to ask for it. Even after returning to Tianji City, Xian didn't plan on easily returning. He activated the demon battle bugle. After all, the undying world in his body was covered by the absorption system. Even beings beyond the Star-Lord state wouldn't be able to detect it. It was quite safe. As for transportation, Xian took out the huge fortress that contained tens of millions of void soldiers for temporary use. It wouldn't matter if De asked for it. As for the entire group of soldiers, they were also stored in the Shinnon cauldron. After making all the arrangements, Xian didn't hesitate any longer. He fully activated the Heavenly Fate Fortress, which was 100,000 meters in diameter, and rushed to Tianji City at full speed. At the same time, inside the mysterious secret chamber where Old Devil Wenxing was cultivating in seclusion, in the core area of Tianji City, Old Devil Wenxing and one of De's clones were having a secret discussion. What's going on with young Master Netherworld? Why did he suddenly appear in the central area of the first universe? This is very weird. Do you have any clues? On the holographic screen, De's clone was frowning, seemingly confused. This matter is indeed strange. What's even stranger is that the result of my divination with the heaven measuring art is the same as the previous divination of Xiaofeng and the others' deaths. There seems to be some mysterious power that is covering up some clues. Old Devil Wenxing was also frowning, seemingly worried. Something isn't right in the Tianji Star Zone recently. I've run into several problems that I can't predict with the heaven measuring technique in such a short time. I have a bad feeling, as if something bad is going to happen, and all of this started after Xiaofeng and his companions died. Now, Xiaofeng and his companions are dead, and young Master Yuming is nowhere to be found. The only thing that is related to the failure of the heaven measuring skill is that Sha Baofeng is still in our hands. When he spoke up to hear, Wenxing paused for a moment before a wisp of cold light shot out from his eyes, and then he continued. Now it would seem that everything is extremely likely to be related to this person. Now, he has already become the only point of breakthrough, so in order to solve all the questions, this time, we must make a move against him. I've already made arrangements for this. At the mention of Sha Baofeng, De's clone's voice was cold, and his face was gloomy. Is it so easy to be the young patriarch of the Tianji clan? Back then, even for Xiaofeng, I left a hidden source code imprint in his electronic consciousness. Once he makes any move, I'll be here. I'll be able to sense it immediately. Even if Xiaofeng dies and the hidden source code imprint is obliterated, I'll still be able to sense it. But it's strange that since Xiaofeng and the others left Tianji City for the last exploration mission in the source of all evil star zone, until now, the information of his death has been confirmed by your deduction with the heaven measuring technique. I've never captured the obliterated aura of the hidden source code imprint, but I can't sense it at all. I was able to sense its existence. This is also the reason why I have always been a little suspicious about his fall. De's eyes flashed coldly. However, if there's no accident, we'll have the answer soon. After a short while, the secret room flashed with a dim light and fell into darkness once again. The image of Dee's clone completely disappeared. In the darkness, old Devil Wenxing's soft mutterings quietly rang out. Perhaps, this is an opportunity. This clone's mission should be completed. I've waited for too long. At the same time, in the central region of the first universe, in a certain cosmic void that was only 3 days' journey away from Tianji City. Roar. Get the hell out here. All of you, get the hell out here for this great emperor, rumble. Boom, a terrifying roar like that of a heavenly puppet suddenly came out, causing the atmosphere of the planet where the giant ferocious race lived to surge like a raging sea, violently surging. In the cosmic void outside the atmosphere stood a figure surrounded by raging flames. It was the Star-Lord Old Monster, Yin Emperor, who had just rushed over from the battlefield of the Demonkin Star Domain. Previously, the location where young Master Netherworld had first appeared in the first universe was this planet. Although it was basically impossible for young Master Netherworld to still remain here, Yin Emperor didn't care about this. He only knew that if there was any place where he could find clues about young Master Netherworld's whereabouts, it would be in this star domain, where the ferocious tribe resided. This planet was clearly the most likely location. So, he had come, at this moment, as Yin Emperor's furious roar passed through the surging atmosphere and spread to the interior of the planet, including the terrifying pressure of a Star-Lord Old Monster. The tens of thousands of ferocious tribe members who resided in the interior of the planet all trembled. Among these ferocious tribe members, the strongest ones were only a few half-step universe realm existences. Even the 15th Great Realm Universe Realm Almighty experts were like ants in front of a Star-Lord Old Monster. How could they dare to have the slightest thought of resistance? In addition, the ferocious tribe's nature was to bully the good and fear the evil. They belonged to the type of unscrupulous bullies. At this moment, when they realized that a Star-Lord Old Monster had arrived and was roaring furiously at the planet they resided in, all the ferocious tribe members almost fainted from fright. Gone. Soon, the members of the giant ferocious clan all rolled out from the planet in the atmosphere in groups. They were all trembling, and they did not even dare to release their auras. They lined up in a large black mass in the void, like subjects waiting for their king. They were trembling there. Among the 10,000 ferocious tribe members, the 2 half-step universe realm elders slowly walked out and respectfully asked Yin Emperor if he had anything to say. Their tone was extremely respectful, as if they were afraid of provoking Yin Emperor's dissatisfaction. Roar. Heaven's Legacy Race. As expected of the Heaven's Legacy Race. Rumble. After a short while, Yin Emperor suddenly roared again. In his fury, he smashed the 2 half-step universe realm ferocious tribe members kneeling in front of him into meat paste. Then, he waved his hand and collected all the ferocious tribe members. Only then did he turn around and head straight for Heaven's Legacy City. Just now, he had understood everything clearly. It turned out that the 10,000 figures that had followed young Master Netherworld out on patrol were all intelligent robots. On that day, when the several hundred ferocious tribe members attacked, some of them had their bodies destroyed, revealing everything. Although intelligent robots were not exclusive to the Heaven's Legacy race, whether it was the immortal dynasty of the first universe or the Federation of the second universe, there were more or less intelligent robots. The immortal dynasty was even more so. Intelligent robots had already been used in various fields and were extremely common. Yes. However, this was the first universe after all. Young Master Netherworld had suddenly appeared in Heaven's Legacy City's star field, and the people escorting him on patrol were all intelligent robots. Anyone would associate this matter with the Heaven's Legacy race. Moreover, Yin Emperor was originally a terrifying existence whose brain was not functioning normally. Sometimes, he would be stubborn, which was very normal, due to the fact that the Yin Emperor had stopped many times along the way to search for the Netherworld young master. By the time he arrived at the giant ferocious clan's planet that was still 3 days away from Heavenly Fate City, Yi Xian had already arrived in front of him and arrived at Heavenly Fate City first. The coronation ceremony for the new young master was 2 days later. During these 2 days, the patriarch of the Heaven's Legacy race, DE, did not appear. Yi Xian had been staying in the high-rise villa that belonged to Sha Baofeng on the Heaven's Legacy continent and rarely went out. Using these 2 days, he wanted to work hard again and see if he could break through. He was already a Mystic Light Realm 7th stage expert, and if he broke through again, he would be able to enter the Mystic Light Realm 8th stage. At that time, he would only be one stage away from being able to consume a bottle of level 12 liquid. This time, Yi Xian consumed another drop of all evil origin liquid. Compared to the effects of the first time he consumed this miraculous innate spirit liquid, although the effects this time had decreased, it was still very obvious. In just a day and a half, the invisible chains that represented the shackles of Yi Xian's potential were torn in two again. Immediately after, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The realm of the physical body's blood chi has increased. Current realm, Mystic Light Realm 8th stage. After opening his eyes, Yi Xian clenched his fists. He was only one stage away from breaking through, and once it was completed, he would be able to consume a bottle of level 12 liquid. Even if the first bottle was useless, he could always consume a second bottle. In short, entering the 12th void realm was already a done deal. It was just around the corner, however, it was obviously too late before the young lord's coronation ceremony. Yi Xian originally wanted to wait until his cultivation broke through to the 12th realm and stepped into the void realm before doing anything. But now, it seemed that it was obviously impossible. According to his speculation, De, who was already suspicious of him, would definitely take action during the coronation ceremony. The reason why he hadn't done anything at the moment was that he was afraid of the remains of the Sector Lord level Golden Crow in Yi Xian's hands. The reason? That was also the reason why Yi Xian had deliberately displayed the remains of the Sector Lord level Golden Crow in such a high-profile manner on the battlefield in the demon territory. Even if De was strong, it was impossible for him to be as strong as a Sector Lord. After all, there was still a region lord between the Star Lords. If he didn't have the remains of the Sector Lord level Golden Crow, the fearless De would definitely attack Yi Xian as soon as he returned to Tianji City. That was exactly what Yi Xian didn't want. He couldn't force his way into Tianji City. Even with the help of the corpse ancestor and Hamba, he couldn't do that. Therefore, Yi Xian could only stall for time, create chaos, and then take advantage of the situation to fish in troubled waters. Now, it seemed that the temporary delay was achieved. De didn't attack as soon as he arrived because he was afraid of the remains of the Golden Crow. However, if he wanted to fish in troubled waters, he would have to wait and see. The young clan leader coronation ceremony was held in the Tianji continent, the core region of the Tianji City Star region. The ceremony was held in the center of the Tianji continent. There was an extremely modern mechanical plaza there. The plaza was where the ceremony was held. Although the Tianji clan did not have many clansmen, they were not few either. After all, the entire clan had existed for many years. Even though the birth of every new clan member was random and uncontrollable, the Tianji clan still had not figured out a stable way to make intelligent robots, or intelligence, develop their own intelligence. From then on, they would possess electronic intelligence and become a member of the Tianji clan. However, after all these years of development, the Tianji clan's population had still reached the 1 million mark. It didn't sound like much, but just imagine a single true member of the Heaven's Legacy race leading millions or even tens of millions of sentient robots to form a massive fleet of space fleets and head to the battlefield. From this, one could deeply understand the terror of the Heaven's Legacy race's million-man army. However, at least half of the 1 million clansmen had been sent out to carry out missions such as exploring new mineral sources in various parts of the universe. Some of the clansmen had even been sent to unknown and dangerous void planes outside of the three main planes. The number of Tianji clan members stationed in the Tianji City Star region was only slightly more than half. Among them, there were posts in the outer industrial circles and inner defensive circles that required 1 or 2 Tianji clansmen at all times. Therefore, the true number of Tianji clan members stationed in the core region, which was the Tianji continent, was only slightly more than 200,000 clansmen. The colossal Tianji city needed to function normally, and many clansmen had to be stationed inside. Therefore, the number of Tianji clan members who had appeared on the continent to participate in the young clan leader coronation ceremony was only about 100,000. Boom! Waving De's clone, a white-faced middle-aged man gently waved his hand. From the top of the ghostly talismanic sculpture in the central plaza of the Tianji continent, a dark blue ball the size of a head floated up and released a boundless blue light. All the members of the Heaven's Legacy race around the plaza prostrated themselves, their expressions extremely respectful. Each of them had a hint of divinity on their faces. When Xian saw this scene, he was dazed and almost suspected that he had come to the wrong place. Was this still the core of the Heaven's Legacy race's headquarters? Why did it feel like he had come to the ancestral land of some race in the second universe? The Heaven's Legacy race was different from any other race in the 3 dimensions of the universe. They did not have a bloodline inheritance. All of the members of the Heaven's Legacy race had coincidentally developed their own consciousness from AI robots or electronic machines. From there, they developed electronic intelligence and evolved into electricity. Of life forms. It was impossible for such a race to have a bloodline belief source such as a bloodline ancestor. However, at this moment, the scene in front of him was exactly the same as the scene when the people of other races worshipped the bloodline ancestor during the ceremony. Even the devout expressions on the faces of the more than 100,000 Heaven's Legacy race clansmen prostrating around the plaza were identical. From the state of these Heaven's Legacy race clansmen, it was clear that something was wrong. They seemed to have been bewitched by some sort of power, similar to how human cultivators were bewitched by some sort of secret technique. However, at this moment, Xian did not feel the slightest bit of abnormality. In fact, all of this was related to the Heavenly Fate race, an electronic life-form race, and the core of their race. Xian couldn't find anything from the electronic consciousness of Sha Baofeng, the young emperor, and the others. He didn't have any impression of it at all. Suddenly, Xian's heart skipped a beat as he sensed danger. It was very clear that the blue light emitted by the head-sized blue crystal ball that was slowly rising from the statue in the center of the plaza had some sort of bewitching effect on the electronic life forms of the Heaven's Legacy race. However, Xian did not feel anything at this moment. Clearly, it was because he himself was not a true electronic life form, or because the influence of the blue light had been directly blocked by the power of the headless infant corpse. However, no matter which it was, there was no doubt about one thing. That was the current Xian. When this blue head-sized crystal ball rose and released a dazzling blue light, all the Heaven's Legacy race clansmen around the plaza were bewitched and kneeled down with reverence. However, he was the only one who did not feel anything and was still standing there foolishly. Xian was already exposed. He was completely exposed, Xian cursed inwardly. He did not expect the Heaven's Legacy race to have such a trick up their sleeves. This blue crystal was very strange. Sha Baofeng, the young emperor, and the others had no recollection of it at all. It was obvious that once the nearly 100,000 Celestials Legacy race clansmen prostrated around the central plaza ended their bizarre state of bewitchment, their electronic consciousness would automatically erase all memories of what had just happened. Just from this point alone, it was enough to see that this blue crystal was unusual. Xian had never expected that the Heaven's Legacy race would have such a powerful touchstone. Even though he had already obtained the electronic consciousness of Sha Baofeng and the others and could be said to have perfectly disguised himself as a real Heaven's Legacy race clansman, in the end, when the other party used this blue crystal, he would not be able to do anything. Everything he had done would have been for naught. He was exposed almost instantly. Sha Baofeng, you really do have a problem. When you test it with the Heaven's Legacy source core, you immediately showed yourself. Just as Xian's face was gloomy and his mind was spinning, thinking of a way to deal with it, in the center of the plaza in the distance, Di's doppelganger, who was standing on one side of the statue, spoke with a faint smile. He seemed to have expected everything in front of him. Inside and outside the huge plaza, other than him and the hundreds of thousands of Heaven's Legacy race clansmen kneeling on the ground, there was actually a Xian standing upright there. His face was filled with shock and gloominess, and he was not surprised in the slightest. Even his tone was extremely calm and confident. To be precise, it doesn't seem accurate to call you by the name Sha Baofeng, right? Priest Wen, in your opinion, what is the true identity of this child? As soon as he finished speaking, a second figure quietly appeared on the other side of the statue. He looked at Xian with a smile on his face, his eyes shining brightly. Seeing this figure, Xian's body trembled violently. His entire body felt unwell. The sense of crisis in his heart had already become stronger and stronger at this moment. He even cried out involuntarily, "Old Ghost Wen Xing? You really didn't die." Upon hearing the other party's words, Xian's heart instantly sank. Since the other party knew that he was the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son, then they obviously knew that he was Prince Xian as well. Regardless of whether they knew all three identities of the invincible war god, Linghu Young Master, and Netherworld Young Master, Yi Xian was only concerned about Prince Xian and his identity being exposed. However, it was already a big problem. He did not have the ability to kill Old Ghost Zhan Tu and Ancestor Wu Mei like he did to Old Ghost Zhan Tu and Ancestor Wu Mei, forcing them to swear a Dao oath not to reveal his identity. In other words, even if he were to successfully escape today, Yi Xian would still be in a precarious situation. The secret of his identity would most likely be leaked out by the Heavenly Legacy clan. This was a matter for the future. In fact, to him, the most important thing now was to find a way to escape. Of course, he had the ability to jump through interstellar coordinates and ignore the void imprisonment. This was very mysterious. Yi Xian still could not understand how the devouring system did it. He could only say that the human technological pioneer who created it, Xing Bo, was really too monstrous, too abnormal. However, if he were to leave now, Yi Xian was truly unwilling. If he wasn't able to save those dozen or so demon cultivator imperial uncles, then his secret alliance with the demon cultivator race would be wasted. Yi Xian felt uneasy in his heart. He felt a sense of guilt that he had made a promise to others but had not done his best. After all, to the demon race, such an opportunity was really unprecedented. If they did not succeed this time and did not see hope, they could only be completely hopeless. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Yi Xian immediately made up his mind and made a decision. No matter what, since he was already here, and since the matter had been exposed, then he had to try even if he had to force his way out. After all, with the two trump cards in hand, the interstellar coordinate jumping ability and the headless infant corpse, even if he did not succeed, Yi Xian's own safety was completely not a problem. Yes. When he thought up to here, his heart was caught off guard by this sudden and unforeseen event, and his mind that was almost in complete chaos finally calmed down slowly. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on his face as he looked at old Devilwind Xing and said, "Based on what you said, it seems that you started to suspect me when we were in the Devil Dweller Star region? Otherwise, do you think this old man is so concerned about you only for those 8-eyed silver crystals or 9-eyed golden crystals that you brought out from the desolate ancient cage? This item is indeed precious and this old man only has a few in his possession. Even the 9-pupil golden crystal is only one. However, comparatively speaking, this old man is more interested in how you were able to obtain so many top-grade multi-pupil consciousness crystals. It's not that this old man has never been to the corpse pond, but the fortune there is not something that can be obtained casually. This old man has entered several times, and only once has I encountered a corpse flame explosion in the corpse pond and obtained a 9-pupil golden crystal. But after you entered once, the entire corpse pond was empty. Moreover, almost all the descendants of the desolate ancient creatures in the corpse pond died. This is definitely the rhythm of the heavenly Daoi clone in the desolate ancient cage being alarmed. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to be so generous. You were able to alarm the clone of the Eye of the Heaven Dao and empty the entire primordial cage. This obviously shows how terrifying the secrets you possess are. Otherwise, it's because you brought out some sort of extraordinary precious treasure from within it. If that wasn't the case, why would this old man fake his death? It's a pity that you have the means to conceal yourself from the heaven measuring spell. I originally wanted to fake my death and follow you secretly, but I lost you in the end. I had no choice but to return to Tianji City temporarily and wait for an opportunity to plan this matter again. I didn't expect that fate would make a fool of me. Today, you are actually the young clan leader of the Tianji clan. You have personally delivered yourself to me. It is truly the will of the heavens." As these words entered his ears, Yi Xian's heart could be said to be violently shaken again and again. This old fellow's water was indeed not ordinary deep. In Yi Xian's heart, his level of mystery had already caught up to Old Devil Mosquito Butcher and Mad Mosquito Emperor. He was definitely ranked third. As far as he knew, not just anyone could enter the ancestral land space of the Devil Cultivator easily. Even the Devil Cultivator experts would only enter once every 100 years. However, Old Ghostwind Xing had personally gone in to investigate after he left the desolate ancient cage. He had learned about the void of the cage, including the corpse pool. Everything was going on. In addition, he actually knew that the void was a desolate ancient cage. He even knew about the 9-pupil golden crystal and the secret of the primeval heavens clone in the desolate ancient cage. Oh right, he clearly knew the heaven measuring technique. The first time Xian had heard of this kind of secret divination technique was from Old Devil Mosquito Butcher. The latter also knew this technique. Could there be some mysterious relationship between the two? The so-called heaven measuring technique, Xian had previously checked in the system database of the Devouring system in his body, but there was no result. Now it seemed that this secret technique was indeed extraordinary. The two existences who had mastered it, one was Old Devil Mosquito Butcher and the other was Old Devil Wenxing, were both mysterious in Xian's heart. In terms of degree, Xian could not help but feel that the top 3 figures were unfathomable. How come I don't know all these things? Wenxing, you need to give me an explanation. Just as Xian was still digesting Old Devil Wenxing's words, Di's doppelganger on the other side of the sculpture suddenly spoke. His gaze had already turned to Old Devil Wenxing. His face was gloomy, revealing a strong sense of dissatisfaction. He had just casually spoken a few words to Old Devil Wenxing, who was hiding at the side. He didn't expect that it would lead to so many words. The amount of information revealed was so great that even he couldn't help but be surprised. Faintly, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Today, Old Devil Wenxing was a little too talkative, somewhat different from usual. Everything has not been confirmed before. Naturally, it is useless to say more. Faced with the doubt of Di's doppelganger, Old Devil Wenxing smiled lightly and then changed the topic. Back then, the holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe, who was later known as Prince Xian, was the first existence that I could not deduce with the heaven measuring technique. But I did not connect everything that happened later with him. Later, when I continued to deduce the deaths of young Master Ling Hu, young Master Yuming, Xiaofeng, and others, as well as the sudden appearance of Baofeng Sha among the younger generation of my tribe, the result was the same. There was a mysterious power that concealed it. Only then did I manage to connect all of this to Prince Xian while I was extremely shocked. In this way, I gradually saw the truth and learned about this series of identities and amazing connections between people. After hearing Old Devil Wenxing's words, Xian sighed inwardly. Originally, after killing Ancestor Wu Mei and forcing Old Devil Zhan Tu to swear a Dao oath not to divulge the secret of his identity, this matter was temporarily resolved. He could still quietly make a fortune and continue to live a stable life like before. Compared to obtaining a period of time to grow rapidly, but now, it seemed that this situation was about to come to an end. Apart from Ancestor Wu Mei and Old Devil Zhan Tu, Tianji City now had a comprehensive understanding of the secret of his identity. Old Devil Wenxing already knew that he, Prince Xian, young Master Ling Hu, young Master Yuming, and Baofeng Sha were the same person. How could he not link the invincible war god, who was still tormenting the human clan's camp, to Xian's doppelganger? If Xian was left in Tianji City today, they might not immediately disclose this matter to the outside world. But once Xian successfully escaped, there was no doubt about the result. In a fit of anger, De and Old Devil Wenxing would definitely publicize this matter as soon as possible. At that time, Xian would be in big trouble. It was needless to say how much trouble the invincible war god had caused in the human clan's camp. And the two identities of young Master Ling Hu and young Master Yuming had offended nearly half of the top forces in the 3 major planes. The identity of Baofeng Sha was even more extraordinary. He was obviously a fake, but he actually got to the high position of young master of the Tianji clan. This was simply intolerable for the Tianji clan. This time, the wanted list of the first universe was likely to reappear in the world. Although the ultimate source of these identities was Prince Xian, who was the legitimate prince of the immortal dynasty, he had caused so much trouble outside. Putting the Tianji clan aside for the time being, the various races of the second universe were all in the Federation. They were allies. How could the immortal dynasty account for this? Moreover, there was also pressure from the human clan's camp. In this case, even if Xian was a real prince, the immortal dynasty would not hesitate to give him up. Not only would they not protect him, but they would also join forces with the forces of the other planes to suppress Xian. Cleaning up the family, in the blink of an eye, the 3 universes had become enemies with the entire world. If Xian was alone, he naturally wouldn't be afraid. Even if all these forces sent out Star Lords, Yi Xian had the ability to jump through interstellar coordinates. As long as he didn't make any major mistakes, he would be safe. However, the same could not be said for Triumph City. Everyone knew that those were Yi Xian's subordinates. Naples and the others had long been branded with Prince Xian's brand. If all the top forces of the three universes were to launch a punitive expedition against Yi Xian and were unable to capture him, it would be unavoidable for them to vent their anger on Triumph City. Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher was mysterious, but no matter how strong he was, could it be that he could protect the entire Triumph City by himself? In short, this time, Yi Xian was really in big trouble. It seems that you are also aware of the serious situation you are about to face. Seeing Yi Xian frown and remain silent, Old Ghost Wenxing explained to Di's avatar beside him. Then, he looked at him again with a smile on his face and said patiently, just based on the trouble you have caused with your identities, there is no place for you in the three universes. There is no place for you to stand. And as far as this old man knows, you are a person who values friendship. Even if you have a mysterious escape method that does not fear the top forces of the three universes, what about Triumph City? What about the Xianyuan family? All the forces and existences that have been related to you will be implicated. The three Great Plains are close to each other. The joint attack of all the top forces is not a joke. Your only way out now is to cooperate with our Tianji City. This old man does not want your life. For a peerless monster like you, the value of living is countless times greater than directly killing you. What this old man wants is the peerless secret on your body, the secret you found out from that ancient cage, or some supreme treasure you brought out from there. Compared to your own life and the lives of all the people related to you, this old man wants everything. Although it is extremely important, with your temperament, it should not be so difficult to make a decision, right? 3 minutes. This old man will only give you 3 minutes to consider. After 3 minutes, either surrender, or, you don't have to leave. Even if this old man can't make you stay, I will definitely send the Tianji clan's army back to flatten Triumph City and annihilate the Purplish Warbler family. All the people and things related to you will be erased from the world. You know, if the Ji clan is determined to do this, with the power of the entire clan, it is still completely possible. Yi Xian's heart sank once again. The thing he was most worried about had finally happened. Hearing old Devil Wenxing's meaning, he was afraid that he really would not let go of Triumph City and all the people and things related to him. At this moment, a violent rage suddenly surged in Yi Xian's heart. Just as he was about to explode, he glanced at Di's clone on the other side of the sculpture, who still had a gloomy expression and seemed to be thinking about something. His heart suddenly moved. Then, he forcibly suppressed his anger, pretending to be indifferent as he shrugged his shoulders. He turned his head to look at Di's clone and lightly sneered, "What a big tone, you actually want to use the power of the entire Tianji clan to retaliate against this old man? Hee, old Devil Wenxing, I see that you are not a robot. In other words, you don't even count as a member of the Celestials' legacy race. But now, in front of the Celestials' legacy race patriarch's clone, you're speaking as if you're the master. You're using the power of the entire Celestials' legacy race. Could it be that the Celestials' legacy race has been enslaved by you? This is really a huge secret. Presumably, after this news spreads, it will really shake the three great worlds. The universe's planes. At that time, the entire Tianji clan will lose face. The dignified overlord of the first universe has been reduced to an old man's enslaved clan. I'm afraid that countless people will laugh their heads off." Yi Xian's original intention of saying these words was to sow discord. After all, even if old Devil Wenxing had a close relationship with the Tianji clan, his words at this moment were still a bit excessive and overbearing. However, what Yi Xian never expected was that after he said these words, Di's clone, who was standing on the other side of the sculpture, did not show the slightest bit of shame or anger. Instead, he looked at him with a strange expression. That expression was simply like looking at an idiot. Yi Xian was very confused and subconsciously turned his head to look at old Devil Wenxing. The expression on this old guy's face was actually the same. Strange, this scene was too strange. Could it be that they were a pair of exceptionally good friends? Their relationship was so deep that Di could ignore the entire clan? You don't even know what the relationship between the two of us is, and you want to sow discord. What a joke, seeing Yi Xian being defeated, Old Man Wenxing raised his head and laughed proudly, ha ha ha. I can't tell you too much, but you just need to know that De and I have you in us. We can't be separated and are equivalent to a whole. That's enough. You have me in you, you have me in you, they can't be separated and are equivalent to a whole? Yi Xian was stunned on the spot. He cursed his bad luck in his heart. Could it be that he really met a pair of good friends? One was a life form of flesh and blood, and the other was a mechanical life form. They could actually get together and make gay feelings radiate everywhere. Probably in the 3 universes, only these 2 disgusting people in front of him. There was no one else like this guy. However, whether the truth was as he thought in his heart or not, one thing was certain, and that was that he wanted to use this method of sowing discord to create a rift between Old Man Wenxing and Di's doppelganger. From there, they would be in chaos internally and would have no time to care about other things. He looked at it. After the 2 old men heard his words of provocation, the contemptuous and mocking expressions that appeared on their faces at this time had already clearly explained all of this without a doubt. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. It seemed that he could not make plans in Tianji City for the time being. After leaving this place, he was about to face the most serious situation, and there was no way to avoid it, but now was not the time to worry about these problems. The urgent matter in front of Yi Xian was how to try to rescue the dozen or so demon emperor uncles in the imperial prison on the Tianji road. Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Perhaps, he could still buy a little more buffer time. As long as Tianji City was completely in chaos, the Tianji clan would have no time to care about other things. Even if the truth about his secret identity would eventually be leaked out, there would be some time for Yi Xian to plan ahead and make arrangements in advance. Now that he had failed to sow discord between Old Ghost Wenxing and Di's avatar, he still had one last and only chance to do so, and that was the Imperial Prison, in the First Universe realm, which was known as the Servant of 10,000 Races. Although there were not really 10,000 races, there were at least 1,000 of them. Among these races, most of them had generations of important figures who were imprisoned in the Imperial Prison in the inner city of Tianji City. For example, there were still more than 10 generations of Imperial uncles from the Demon People royal family imprisoned. They were also the people that Yi Xian had come to Tianji City to rescue. But other than these 10 or so Emperor uncles, since they were already in the Emperor's prison, why couldn't they just release all of the other slaves? These were the royal family experts of the First Universe's slave races. Among them, there were many Universe Almighties and even Star-Lord old monsters. Some of them might even have the strength and methods to escape from the Imperial prison. But they usually did not escape because they were tied down by their races, so they did not dare to do so. Otherwise, once they escaped, their entire race would be implicated. But if they could be persuaded to release the entire Imperial prison and let everyone escape, these people would most likely not miss this opportunity. After all, the law did not punish the majority. If 1 or 2 races were taken hostage and escaped, the Tianji race might be able to exterminate the entire race, but if everyone was released, would the Tianji race be able to exterminate all the races in the First Universe? Back then, the reason why the Tianji clan could dominate the First Universe was basically because they slowly swallowed and enslaved them one by one. At that time, the slave races in the First Universe had their own camps. They did not realize that such a situation would occur in the end. The entire First Universe was dominated by the Tianji clan. But now, after so many years of painful experience of being enslaved, the upper echelons of the various races in the First Universe must have woken up long ago. Especially these hostages who were imprisoned in the Imperial prison in Tianji City, they probably regretted their actions long ago. Of course, they could only blame their ancestors. After all, the hostages of the various royal families imprisoned in the Imperial prison probably did not experience that chaotic war. Everything had happened tens of thousands of years ago, although they had not experienced it before. For tens of thousands of years, generations of large races in the First Universe had always been bearing the consequences of this. They just did not have a chance to resist. What Yi Xian wanted to do now was to light this fire, ignite the hope in their hearts, and arouse their desire to resist. When the time came, as long as the Imperial prison was empty, these seniors of the various races would all return to their respective races. Would the various races in the First Universe be willing to be enslaved? It was not that there were no races that had this kind of enslavement deeply imprinted in their bones, but there were definitely not too many of them. At least for Xian, this was definitely a chance to disrupt the situation in the first universe, and the chances of success were quite high. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xian's heart began to pound wildly. His mood had been extremely gloomy before, but now he was extremely excited. If he could take advantage of this opportunity to disrupt the situation in Tianji City and even the entire first universe, then he would have really made a profit this time. Big. He had even inadvertently helped the demon race find the best opportunity to rebel against the Tianji race. At that time, they would definitely be the first to jump out and start a rebellion, or secretly contact the various large races that had been enslaved in the first universe for many years. The situation would only become more and more chaotic. Under such circumstances, even if the truth about Xian's identity was revealed by the Tianji race in anger, the pressure that Xian would be under would be greatly reduced. The chaos in the first universe involved too many things. Even if many forces hated Xian to the bone, they probably would not be able to find him for a while. Trouble. Whether it was Xian himself or Triumph City, they would all be given a period of time to rapidly grow. However, Xian had no chance to enter the inner city of Tianji City, let alone approach the imperial prison. There were two powerful existences in front of him eyeing him covetously. From the aura that Di's doppelganger and Wenxing's old ghost vaguely emitted, they were clearly two Star-Lord old monsters. This made Xian feel very depressed. He was not surprised by the cultivation strength of Di's doppelganger, but Wenxing's old ghost was too exaggerated. He had long expected that Wenxing's old ghost had been hiding his strength, but in his opinion, the old man was at most a universe almighty in the 15th realm. Brat, 3 minutes seems to be almost up. Just as Xian was excited by his sudden inspiration, and at the same time, he was eagerly anticipating the arrival of Yin Emperor, whose brain wasn't too bright and stubborn, old man Wenxing, who was next to the statue in the middle of the square, suddenly had a dark expression on his face. He began to urge her. Admittedly, your methods are indeed extraordinary. Even if you're facing a Star-Lord, you might still have the ability to successfully escape. However, don't forget that this is Tianji City, and it's the core area of Tianji City. Just the outer defense circle is incomparably vast, and it occupies a part of it. In this small star field, countless stars are fixed starry sky fortresses. Even if you can escape from the Tianji road, do you think you have the chance to leave unscathed when you're locked on by more than 10,000 fortress-level stars in that star field? Don't make a mistake. Cooperating with my Tianji race won't harm you. It's a win-win situation, roar. Rumble, Netherworld brat, get out here for this great emperor, boom. Just as old man Wenxing finished his words of consolation, an earth-shattering roar suddenly rang out. Immediately after, an incomparably huge dark green skull appeared in the void above the Tianji road without any warning. In a flash, it turned into a figure. It was the Yin Emperor that Xian had been waiting for. Xian wasn't surprised at all by his sudden appearance. Although there was something wrong with the old man's brain, there was no way he would be so stupid as to directly start shouting in the outer industrial circle of Tianji City. He had the Netherworld body and was a Star-Lord. In a situation where no experts of the same level were paying close attention to him, the possibility of him silently breaking through the outer industrial circle and the inner defense circle was too high. As soon as he appeared, he directly appeared in the sky above Tianji City in the core area. The current situation was exactly like that. The old man quietly passed through the outer area and descended in the sky above Tianji City. Xian was overjoyed. In order to prevent Di's clone and old ghost Wenxing from making the first move, he immediately shouted, Hey, isn't this Yin Emperor your excellency? I didn't expect that this young patriarch would be summoned back to the clan to accept a title. Just as I arrived, you rushed over. It was because you left in the devil domain. Is it because you are in a hurry and haven't fulfilled your end of the bet? His purpose in saying this was naturally not to make Yin Emperor fulfill the bet. In fact, when Xian made this bet, he didn't agree on what the bet was. However, these words were able to remind Yin Emperor who wasn't that smart. It made him remember that when Netherworld young Master Yuming reappeared in Heaven's secret city, Xian was guarded by him inside Expulsion's flagship, not taking a single step out. This old man's brain wasn't too bright, and he was stubborn. As long as he remembered this matter, even if Di's clone and old ghost Wenxing both agreed that Yi Xian was the real Netherworld young master, Yin Emperor definitely wouldn't believe them. Instead, he would think that they had ulterior motives. This was because they were deliberately stirring things up to confuse right and wrong. Sure enough, as soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, this clone immediately snorted coldly. "Dao friend, don't be fooled by this brat. He is Netherworld young master." "That's right. If you don't believe me, wait until we capture him and search his soul. The truth will be revealed." Old Ghost Wenxing also took over the conversation. Soon after, he turned his head to look at Yi Xian. His eyes flickered with a sharp light. This was clearly the rhythm of him about to make a move. Roar. "You two old fools, you actually dare to deceive this great emperor? It seems that Netherworld brat is indeed related to you. You didn't hesitate to turn a deer into a horse and sacrifice the newly conferred young master to protect him. If you don't hand over that brat today, this great emperor won't let you off." Just as Di's clone and old ghost Wenxing finished speaking, the old monster Yin Emperor's furious roar suddenly rang out. He clearly didn't believe the two's words at all and directly came to a conclusion. He firmly believed that the two were protecting Netherworld young master. This level of intelligence was too shocking. Yi Xian was almost moved to tears. He shook his head and sighed incessantly. "You old thing, don't pester us endlessly. Quickly leave. Otherwise, don't blame us for falling out and immediately taking action to suppress you." When Di's clone and old ghost Wenxing saw that old monster Yin Emperor didn't listen to their advice and firmly believed that they were in cahoots with young master Netherworld, Di's clone and old ghost Wenxing immediately felt that they were in bad luck. Their expressions immediately became gloomy and they ordered Yin Emperor to leave immediately. Roar. "You two old things, do you think this great emperor is afraid of you? Immediately hand over that Netherworld brat. Otherwise, I will definitely tear down this Xianxia city of yours today." Claw Netherworld transformation. With another furious roar, Yin Emperor's figure suddenly swayed and turned into a dark green Netherworld fog that exploded. As it surged, it grew to a size of 10,000 feet in the blink of an eye. It turned into a dark green Netherworld skull that was much larger than before, and its eyes were flickering with dense blood flames. It opened its mouth wide and opened its mouth. It opened its bloody mouth and directly bit down on the Xianxia city below. Yi Xian's expression changed. Previously, this old guy only knew the first form of the Netherworld claw. Yi Xian had demonstrated the second form, Claw Netherworld transformation, to him. He didn't expect his comprehension to be so outstanding. In such a short period of time, he could already use this form so skillfully. However, this was even better. In any case, this old guy had already determined that he had nothing to do with Netherworld young master. No matter how much trouble he caused in Xianxia city, he wouldn't take the initiative to pester Yi Xian. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian's figure rapidly retreated. At the same time, his aura locked onto Di's clone and old monster Wenxing. He was on guard against these two old guys attacking him at any time. At this very moment, there were still about 100,000 Xianxia clansmen prostrating on the ground with pious expressions on their faces. They were majestic and motionless, as if they had lost their souls. They didn't move at all. "Damn it, Yin Emperor old monster, you're courting death. Immediately disperse the clansmen and capture this fiend." Di's clone and old monster Wenxing's expressions immediately changed as they cried out involuntarily. The former waved his hand, and the head-sized dark blue crystal at the top of the huge sculpture slowly sank down and finally disappeared. The latter leaped and pounced on the huge dark green skull that was pouncing down. At this moment, the 100,000 Xianxia clansmen prostrating on the ground shook violently. They all came back to their senses one after another. They raised their heads and looked around blankly. They clearly didn't have any impression of what had just happened, as if a part of their memory had been erased. Immediately afterward, when they realized that danger was approaching, a large number of Xianxia clansmen roared and retreated. Yin Emperor was a Star Lord expert, and his aura was extremely powerful. Although there were almighty experts among the clansmen, they didn't dare to recklessly face him. Kacha! Kacha! The sound of grinding machinery that made one's teeth ache rang out, and it was a loud sound. This was not the sound of a certain Heavenly Legacy clan member activating his mechanical fusion ability and starting a mechanical transformation with his mount. Instead, it was the giant dark green netherworld skull that swallowed hundreds of Heavenly Legacy clan members in one gulp and immediately chewed their bodies into a pile of scrap metal. There was a strange sound. Almost all the Heavenly Legacy clan members would try their best to pursue everything that humans had, such as taste, pain, and so on, according to their own strength conditions. From the moment they developed self-awareness from an intelligent robot, gained intelligence, and evolved into mechanical electronic life forms, all the Heavenly Legacy clan members no longer regarded themselves as cold machines. They longed to be recognized as humans, or at least to have a sense of touch that was not weaker than humans. It was a kind of perception ability. It was impossible to say whether this was an evolution or a regression. At least, for these hundreds of Heavenly Legacy clan members whose bodies had been swallowed by the giant dark green skull and were now being chewed into a pile of scrap metal, if they did not feel pain, perhaps even if their bodies had become a pile of intertwined metal alloys. The alloy was a waste, but its electronic consciousness might still be intact. As long as they turned around and changed their bodies, they would be able to become lively again. Right now, it was precisely because their highly bionic bodies had a sense of pain that was transmitted to their electronic consciousness while their bodies were being chewed. However, this kind of pain was so unbearable that it exceeded the limits of their electronic consciousness. Therefore, as a large number of mechanical grinding sounds came from the giant dark green skull, the electronic consciousness of these hundreds of Heavenly Legacy clan members instantly fell into weakness. In less than a breath of time, more than a dozen electronic consciousnesses were completely annihilated. As the patriarch of the Heavenly Legacy clan, DE, even though it was only a clone here, he could still clearly sense all of this. After all, he was the strongest expert of this electronic life form race. There were clansmen dying in front of him. If he did not sense it, it would be too unreasonable. In the past, he was both shocked and angry at once. Every member of the Tianji clan was an incomparably precious resource in his eyes. The entire Tianji clan had developed for tens of thousands of years, but now, there were less than 1 million clansmen. Just from this, one could see how much they were worth. It could be said that the massive Heaven's Legacy race would produce countless AI robots every year, but only a few dozen of them would develop self-awareness and evolve into true members of the Heaven's Legacy race. Now, hundreds of them had fallen in the blink of an eye. Just the loss of this moment alone would take 10 years to recover. Under such circumstances, how could he not be angry? Screech! Old fogey Emperor, don't even think about leaving Heaven's Legacy City today. Wen Xing, join hands with me and suppress him. He raised his head and let out an incomparably shrill screech. Immediately, an incomparably majestic cultivation aura surged out of De's body. His entire body expanded in an instant, and at the same time, a large number of limbs extended from his body. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into an alloy war god that was hundreds of feet tall. He waved the black battle blade in his hand, and his body rushed out like a beam of light from a star cannon. He shot toward the void, and in the blink of an eye, he began to fight with the giant dark green skeleton head that was hundreds of thousands of feet tall. On the other hand, although old fogey Wen Xing also had an angry expression, he immediately made his move. He directly rushed toward the horizon, but after 3 to 5 steps, his figure silently disappeared into the void. Not even a trace of his aura could be seen. This scene caused Xian to feel a sense of alarm. It had to be said that these two old monsters were indeed not easy to deal with. They were too threatening. Old fogey Wen Xing's fighting style was obviously the same as his ruthless nature. He was like an assassin that wandered in the dark night and would not fight head-on. At this time, he must be wandering around the giant dark green skeleton head, waiting for an opportunity to launch a killing blow. The clan leader of the Heaven's Legacy clan, De's clone, made Xian feel like his horizons had been broadened. What the old guy had just displayed was clearly the ultimate secret technique of the Heaven's Legacy clan, the machine fusion ability. However, the machine fusion ability that he displayed was clearly not on the same level as the secret technique that Sha Baofeng, Emperor Xiaofeng, and the others had displayed. If what Emperor Xiaofeng and the others had displayed was only the initial form of this secret technique, then what De's clone displayed was a more advanced form. If the former wanted to display the secret technique, He would have to fuse with a warship to transform into a mechanical blade or other mechanical killing weapon. However, De's clone was even more direct. He did not need to fuse with a warship. It was as if his body was a warship, and he could directly transform. From a certain point of view, this could no longer be considered a machine fusion secret technique. This was clearly a machine superpower that could transform infinitely. This was something that even Xian could not do. This was because he did not have a true mechanical body. Whether it was the mechanical demon bug or the alloy war god, it was actually the life fortress that was transforming. Xian basically did not participate in it at all. Whoosh, roar. After De's clone displayed his mechanical transformation, the black saber in the right hand of the alloy war god was clearly not a blade. Not only was it made of some kind of special alloy, it was very likely to be a primordial treasure. This was because Xian clearly sensed a wisp of obscure primordial aura from it. The Tianji clan's path of evolution was divided into two levels. One was the continuous strengthening of their electronic consciousness, and the other was the continuous transformation of their own bodies. When the two were combined, it represented a comprehensive evolution of a life form. At the level of continuous transformation of their own bodies, they would do their best to use more powerful materials and magic treasures. For example, the black saber in the right hand of De's clone was one such example. Its original form was a primordial treasure that had been refined by De's clone through special means. After being refined into the body, its power was clearly stronger. At this moment, with a sudden swing, it directly cut a hole in the area below the right ear of the dark green skull. It gave off a crisp and ear-piercing sound, like silk being torn apart. Unfortunately, merely this strike was obviously far from being able to heavily injure the enormous dark green skull, and it aroused its ferocious nature instead. This old fellow's brain was originally not very bright. He was stubborn, impulsive, and easily angered. Now that he had suddenly suffered such a huge loss, how could he be willing to let it go? A world-shaking roar came from the mouth of the dark green skull once again. Immediately after, the Yin Emperor's furious roar instantly reverberated throughout the world. Roar. Old Ghost De, you actually dare to injure this great emperor? Awoo. The Celestial Legacy race's patriarch De's doppelganger used a high-level mechanical transformation divine ability and instantly transformed into a 300-meter-tall humanoid alloy war god. All kinds of tentacles extended from his body, and one of them was actually fused with a primordial treasure-level black saber. With one slash, the saber landed right under the dark green skull's ear. A cut appeared on the right side of the skull. But it was a pity that not only was this attack unable to shake the dark green skull that was 10,000 feet in size, but it also completely stimulated Yin Emperor's nether fiendish intent. After a terrifying roar that shook the heavens and earth, an angry roar suddenly came from the enormous dark green skull. Nether blood explosion great art. Immediately after, the dark green skull's bloody mouth suddenly let out the despairing howls of a large number of ferocious race clansmen. Crack. Crack crack crack, countless shrill howls resounded, accompanied by cracking noises that were as dense as raindrops. Some were the sounds of flesh and bones being crushed, and some were the grinding noises of machines that made one's teeth ache. Through the enormous and terrifying mouth of the enormous skull, one could faintly see the remains of the Celestial Legacy race clansmen flickering with electric sparks. They were currently rolling, intertwining, and even merging with the enormous bodies of the ferocious race clansmen. As the dark green skull's enormous bloody mouth continued to open, it was like countless duckweeds in a stormy sea, powerlessly rolling and undulating without end. Souls were born and souls were extinguished, and the cycle repeated over and over again. This was a kind of secret technique. To be more precise, it was a kind of evil technique that originated from the legendary Netherworld race of the Netherworld. Even though Xian had a pure Netherworld body, he didn't know this kind of nether blood explosion great art. Only Yin Emperor, who was a member of the Yin Devil race, could slowly cultivate the trace of Netherworld inheritance in his bloodline until he finally relied on his own strength to revert his bloodline to its ancestor and reconstruct the Netherworld. Only then could he find the inheritance imprint of this nether evil technique from his bloodline. However, this was only a possibility. There was no doubt that although the old monster Yin Emperor's brain wasn't very bright, he was still worthy of being the patriarch of the entire Yin demon clan. He was the only one in the clan who had relied on his own efforts to achieve atavism and reconstruct the nether physique. Even in the Netherworld race's bloodline, only a small number of existences could awaken the Nether Evil secret technique, and he was lucky enough to master it. At this moment, the hundreds of Heaven's Legacy race clansmen's bodies that were made from all kinds of top-grade biomimetic materials and alloys, as well as the bodies of the ferocious race clansmen that Yin Emperor had captured, were all contained in the bloody mouth of the dark green skull that was tens of thousands of zhang long. It continuously chewed and gradually fused together. Once they were together, they could no longer be distinguished from each other. It was no longer possible to tell which was the alloy material and which was the flesh. Apart from this, the souls of the tens of thousands of ferocious race clansmen, as well as the damaged electronic consciousnesses of the several hundred Heaven's Legacy race clansmen, were also forcibly detained in the dark green skull's bloody mouth under some mysterious power of this Nether Evil technique. Moreover, they were strangely needed together. Not only was it the fusion of the living souls and electronic consciousnesses, there was also this kind of indescribable evil consciousness that was mixed with the equally evil and strange mixture of flesh and mechanical alloy. To put it simply, it was the flesh and souls of the tens of thousands of ferocious race clansmen, as well as the electronic consciousnesses and alloy bodies of the several hundred Heaven's Legacy race clansmen. All of this was broken and crushed, and in the end, it was forcefully mixed together to form a large chunk of incomparably evil and filthy unknown substance. At this moment, it was being chewed in the dark green skull's bloody mouth. All of this took a long time to describe, but in reality, it happened in the span of a breath. Before Diyi's clone, who had just waved the black treasured blade in his hand and lightly injured the dark green skull, and old ghost Wenxing, who was hiding in the dark, had come to their senses, everything had already been settled. A powerful and incomparably evil aura instantly spread out from the dark green skull's bloody mouth. It was incomparably valiant, and it was actually comparable to the old monster Yin Emperor's cultivation. In fact, this aura faintly contained a trace of the old monster Yin Emperor's aura. It was clear that he had merged a part of it. It was because of his primordial spirit. As this powerful and evil aura spread out from the bloody mouth, Diyi's clone immediately cried out in alarm. Even old ghost Wenxing, who had always been hiding in the dark, took the initiative to reveal himself at this moment. His expression was incomparably solemn, and his aura was locked on to the dark green skull that was tens of thousands of feet tall. The head. There were even cries of alarm coming from its mouth. This is a puppet refining technique, and it is an incomparably evil secret technique. It should be passed down from generation to generation by the Netherworld. Not good. Has the old monster Yin Emperor gone crazy? He actually split off a third of his primordial spirit and merged it with this nether puppet, causing it to mutate and have the same cultivation as the old monster Yin Emperor. Furthermore, it has the ability to grow and will continuously become stronger as the old monster Yin Emperor becomes stronger. But as a result, the old monster Yin Emperor's primordial spirit was damaged, and his path forward has been greatly slowed. This is simply draining the goose that lays the golden eggs. Although his current battle strength has become stronger, his future growth will be affected and restricted. Roar. That's right. This blood puppet has indeed made this great emperor pay a huge price. My path forward will be greatly restricted, and my growth will be slowed down. But all of this is worth it. As a majestic Star Lord, if I can't even kill my own enemy, what's the use of this great emperor's cultivation? And now, this great emperor has severed a third of the nether primordial spirit and merged it with this nether puppet, becoming one with it. We live and die together. If this great emperor doesn't die, it won't die. If it doesn't die, this great emperor won't die. Unless you have the power to instantly destroy this great emperor and my nether puppet at the same time, no matter which side falls, after paying an extremely small price, I will be able to descend again. Today, if you don't hand over the little nether brat, this old man will definitely cause chaos in the entire Xianxia city. By the way, this old man's nether puppet is one of the most evil and filthy cloning secret techniques in the world. It was refined using flesh and the alloy body of the Xianxia clan as the foundation. Therefore, all flesh and alloy are its nourishment. As long as it devours a certain amount, it will become this old man's cultivation realm. Because of its reverse nourishment, the lower realm will be able to rapidly improve. Then, let the darkness envelop Xianxia city now. My nether puppet, descend. This bloody, green thing was made of the flesh and blood of more than 10,000 members of the giant ferocious tribe and the alloyed bodies of several hundred members of the Heavenly Legacy clan. It had been chewed and mashed together. Besides, it also included the souls of the giant ferocious tribe members and the electronic consciousness of several hundred members of the Heavenly Legacy clan. It was a mess, and it was all mashed together. Just the bodies of the 10,000 ferocious tribe members were already enormous. This meant that the inside of the bloody mouth of the dark green skull had the ability to fold space. Otherwise, the bodies of the 10,000 ferocious tribe members would not be able to contain them. However, at this moment, this bloody, green thing that made people shudder when it was spat out from the bloody mouth of the dark green skull and smashed down on the Heavenly Legacy continent. Its size was only around 10,000 zhang tall, which was about the same size as the dark green skull. It was much smaller than the flesh and blood of the giant ferocious tribe members. Obviously, when the dark green skull continuously chewed on the bloody mouth of the dark green skull, it could be considered to have been refined. This was very normal, otherwise, it would not have been possible to manifest such a terrifyingly powerful nether skull. Boom, a loud explosion echoed. The bloody, green thing that was around 10,000 zhang tall hit the ground of the Heavenly Legacy continent and then started to wriggle. This scene made people shiver. Some members of the Heavenly Legacy clan who hadn't retreated far away retreated in fright. They could feel a strong and extremely evil aura, which made their electronic consciousness shiver. They couldn't face it directly. Without the slightest pause, as this huge blood-green object fell to the ground, after shaking twice, a huge blood-green body slowly rose up and finally stood up. It was a humanoid, 10,000 zhang tall, with a ferocious appearance. Its entire body was blood-green. It was hard to tell whether it was made of flesh or alloy. Although it could move like flesh, its texture was no different from the alloy of the universe. Its eyes were blood-red. Two long fangs jutted out of its wide, ferocious mouth. The joints and fingertips of its four legs were sharp claws that emitted a cold light. This was a monster, a nether prison evil puppet that would make anyone tremble when they saw it. Its body, which was filled with the texture of starry sky alloy but was wriggling like flesh and blood, must have an incomparably hard attribute. The sharp spikes that covered all the joints and important parts of its body, which were incomparably sharp and even emitted a piercing cold light, must have an extremely terrifying penetrative power. In short, the nether skull was extremely powerful, and the aura emanating from its body was not weaker than any of the 3-star lords present. Moreover, there was an indescribable, monstrous, evil, and filthy aura. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched when he saw that. He even had a strong intuition that this terrifying blood-green netherworld puppet was even harder to deal with than Yin Emperor himself. Yi Xian felt his scalp go numb when he thought about how it had only appeared because of Yin Emperor's intense hatred for him, which was why he hadn't hesitated to cut off a third of his primordial spirit to refine it. He couldn't stay in this place for long. He had to take advantage of the fact that Yin Emperor still didn't know the secret of his identity to quickly settle all the unfinished business and then quickly leave this place. Fortunately, with Yin Emperor's madness and the appearance of this terrifying nether skull, both Di's clone and Wen Xing's old man had temporarily forgotten about Yi Xian. At this moment, the faces of the two old fellows were filled with shock. Their gazes were locked onto the enormous body of the nether skull. Even the aura that had been spread out to pay attention to Yi Xian's figure had unknowingly relaxed. As for the 100,000 Heavenly Legacy clan members who were fleeing in all directions, even the dozen or so mechanical almighties who had the battle prowess of the 15th Great Realm, the Universe Realm, were more or less done at this moment. They were all retreating in shock, and similarly, no one noticed Yi Xian. Even if they noticed him, it didn't matter. They didn't have any memories of the previous conversation in their minds. In their minds, Yi Xian was still the new young master of the Heavenly Legacy clan. The opportunity couldn't be missed, and it wouldn't come again. Yi Xian immediately concealed his figure, and after making many turns, he finally left the central plaza of the Heavenly Legacy continent, which was at the center of the chaos. He rushed toward the main passage that led to the inner city of the Heavenly Legacy continent. Roar! Screech, today, every single one of you will die. My nether skull, kill everything. Let evil descend. Rumble, just as Yi Xian's figure silently disappeared and then quickly left the plaza of the central region, a heaven-shaking roar suddenly came from the bloody mouth of the dark green skull that was formed from the Een Emperor's true body in the sky. The incomparably sinister blood-green nether skull below seemed to respond. It raised its head and let out a long and mournful roar, and its ferocious flames surged into the sky. Immediately after, as Een Emperor's crazy words rose again, the enormous dark green skull in the sky finally rushed out again and shot toward De's doppelganger. On the ground below, there was a loud rumble that sounded like the mountains were collapsing. The blood-green nether puppet, which was also 10,000 feet in size, took large strides and waved its arms, running wildly towards the gloomy old ghost Wenxing. At this moment, the latter's heart had already sunk to the bottom of the valley. Old man Wenxing was good at stealth and assassination. However, at this moment, when the blood-green nether puppet's murderous intent locked onto the chi around him, old man Wenxing suddenly realized that he could no longer hide his body like before. This terrifying existence that was refined using the evil secret technique of the netherworld lineage was both a puppet and a doppelganger. It had even merged with 1/3 of Een Emperor's netherworld body, so it clearly had some kind of evil power of the netherworld lineage. Old man Wenxing's secret technique of stealth and concealment was completely ineffective in front of it. Yes. Screech. Kachacha, waving his arms full of sharp thorns, Ming Hao, who was tens of thousands of meters tall, casually grabbed dozens of Heavenly Legacy clan members who were retreating in fright, and held them tightly in his giant bloody ghost claw. Then, it directly threw them into its bloody mouth that had 2 terrifying fangs. Immediately after, as it chewed, that kind of mechanical grinding sound that made the roots of one's teeth sour and scalp numb once again resounded through the void. Very obviously, these dozens of Heavenly Legacy clan members couldn't live. Not only could they not live, but their alloy bodies and electronic life consciousness were even turned into nutrients and resources that increased the blood-green nether skull's ferocious flames and made it even stronger. This scene fell into the eyes of De's doppelganger, who was fighting endlessly with the dark green skull not far away. This was the Heavenly Legacy City, the supreme holy land of the first universe. For tens of thousands of years, such a tragic and sullen scene had never appeared before. Crack! Crack, 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 the sound of grinding machinery came out from the bloody mouth of the blood-green nether puppet, and the dozens of Heavenly Legacy clan members disappeared in the blink of an eye. De's clone was infuriated by the scene. He raised his head and let out a long, mournful howl. 2 powerful auras rose from the depths of the inner city of the Heavenly Legacy continent. They were De's other 2 clones. They were guarding the Emperor's prison and the Heavenly Legacy core in a secret place, respectively. However, he had summoned them all in a fit of anger. The auras of the 2D clones were also Star Lords. They were extremely powerful, and they were rapidly approaching each other. The 3D clones were all Star Lords. Their auras were connected, and they instantly stirred up an invisible storm in the void above the enormous Heavenly Legacy continent. When he saw this scene, a bright light clearly flashed within the depths of old geezer Wenxing's eyes, and a wisp of an extremely deeply concealed scheme was revealed within it. It was as if De's 2 clones had rushed over from the inner city of the Heavenly Legacy continent and left their original positions. This was something that he had been planning and looking forward to for a long time. However, this excitement quickly faded away. Looking at old ghost Wenxing's eyes, he could no longer see the slightest trace of it. At this moment, within the wide mouth of the gigantic blood-green nether puppet, the mechanical grinding sound that came from the continuous chewing finally disappeared. The alloy bodies of the dozens of Heavenly Legacy clan members, as well as the nourishment of their electronic life consciousness, made the color of the bloody green nether puppet's terrifying body clearly darker. It was evolving toward the dark green color of the huge skull that Indy's original body had turned into. The ferocious aura around his body had clearly become much denser. Soon, as the blood-green nether puppet approached, old devil Wenxing began to fight with it. On the other side of the Tianji Road's Central Territory Plaza, De's clone and the dark green skull that Een Emperor had transformed into were also in the midst of a fierce battle. At that moment, De's clone didn't notice old devil Wenxing at all. However, there seemed to be a hint of dawdling. It was as if his mind was not here at all, and he was just blindly wandering around and fighting. Of course, he had always been good at stealth and assassination. Therefore, even if he were to use this method of guerrilla warfare, it would not arouse suspicion. Even when the other two avatars of De came, old Ghost Wenxing took the opportunity to retreat far away, thus escaping from the area covered by the power of the blood-green nether puppet's bloodline and successfully hid himself again. De's 3-star Lord clones shouldn't have thought too much, they wouldn't have noticed anything wrong for the time being, and this was also the plan that old Ghost Wenxing was secretly scheming in his heart. At the same time, somewhere in the northern region of the Great Road that was extremely far away from the central region square of the Great Road of Tianji. This was one of the 6 main passageways leading to the inner Tianji city on the Tianji Main Road. The 6 main passages were located in different areas of the Great Road of Tianji and led to different areas of the inner city. Even the young clan leader of the Heavenly Fortune clan wasn't authorized to enter 3 of the main passages into the inner city. Only De, the clan leader, and a few experts of the older generation of the Heavenly Fortune clan were authorized to do so. As the young clan leader of the Heavenly Fortune clan, one of the 3 main passages that he was authorized to enter led to the level where the Emperor's prison was located. The passage that Yi Xian was going to the northern region of the Great Road of Tianji at the moment was precisely that passage. From there, he could directly enter the periphery of the Emperor's prison in the inner city, and then enter the real Emperor's prison from the periphery. As the young clan leader of the Heavenly Fortune clan, Yi Xian was authorized to enter the Emperor's prison in the inner city through the main passage of the northern region. However, his position as the young clan leader was only in name. Since De's avatar was already suspicious of him and planned to capture him at the coronation ceremony, it was naturally impossible for De to give him the authority to match his position as the young clan leader. Therefore, Yi Xian knew that if he tried to enter the passage with his electronic consciousness as Sha Baofeng, he wouldn't be able to enter the passage in front of him. Instead, it might be possible for the former young clan leader, De Xiaofeng, to enter. Although he had died, De's doppelganger might not have revoked the authority corresponding to his identity so quickly. After all, regardless of whether it was De or old man Wenxing, even though they'd guessed that De Xiaofeng had died at Yi Xian's hands, they definitely wouldn't have thought that De Xiaofeng's electronic life form was still completely under Yi Xian's control. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as Yi Xian wanted to, he could bring any of the 9 people, including De Xiaofeng and Sha Baofeng, back to life at any time. The Heavenly Fortune clan was an electronic life form, and its electronic consciousness was equivalent to the primordial spirit of the human clan cultivators. Yi Xian controlled their electronic consciousness as if he was holding the primordial spirits of the 9 human clan cultivators. He could inject them into the body of an intelligent robot at any time, just like the primordial spirits of the human clan cultivators. Returning from the dead, or in other words, obtaining a new life-like possession. However, Yi Xian obviously couldn't do this. What he was considering now was whether to immediately change his identity and change Sha Baofeng to De Xiaofeng. In this way, if the authority corresponding to the identity of De Xiaofeng was not completely revoked so quickly, then he could smoothly pass through the main passage of the northern region. Through the main passage of the northern region in front of him, he would enter the inner city where the Emperor's prison was located. Of course, this was also a gamble. If the authority corresponding to the identity of De Xiaofeng had been revoked, then Yi Xian would not only be unable to enter the Emperor's prison but also inadvertently alert the enemy. Perhaps De's clone would immediately sense it. After all, he was the dictator of the entire Tianji city, the owner. At that time, even if De's clone was still being delayed by the Yin Emperor Old Monster and his nether skull, there would still be some countermeasures. This wasn't a good thing for Yi Xian. He didn't have much time left, however, if he didn't do this, he wouldn't have any chance at all. For a moment, Yi Xian hesitated and fell into a dilemma. However, this hesitation only lasted for less than 2 breaths before completely disappearing. It wasn't that Yi Xian suddenly made a decision, but that he didn't need to worry about this at all. In front of him, the giant alloy door of the northern region's main passage, which was incomparably sturdy, which even the Star-Lord Old Monsters couldn't forcefully break through, actually opened. At this moment, it opened with a rumble. A figure rushed out of the Emperor's prison with a fierce aura around him. It was another Star-Lord Old Monster. This was De's clone, who was overseeing the Emperor's prison. He had been summoned, and as soon as he rushed out of the giant alloy door, his figure had already used teleportation and disappeared. The opportunity couldn't be missed. Stop. Who goes there? Young clan leader. Just as Yi Xian's figure charged into the giant alloy door, a few stern shouts sounded out from the incomparably long and dark tunnel in front of him. At least 10 powerful auras of the 12th Great Realm, the Void Realm, locked onto Yi Xian's figure. With Yi Xian's current strength, although he was only at the Mystic Light Realm level 8, he was confident that he could take care of 10 Void Realm Heavenly Legacy race cultivators in a short time. Of course, he had to use some trump cards, however, there was no need for that. Other than Di's avatar and Old Man Wenxing, there was no third person in the entire Tianji City Star area who knew about his identity. The news had not spread. Therefore, in the eyes of these 10 Void Realm Heavenly Legacy race guards, he was not a spy. He was the young clan leader who had just received a warning from clan leader De. It was said that a newly appointed clan leader had to be careful. Yi Xian did not believe that as the young clan leader who had just been appointed, all the other Heavenly Legacy race members in the Tianji city would not be suspicious, therefore, he was not afraid at all. He stopped and put his hands behind his back. His expression darkened, and he sneered slowly, "What? Could it be that the few of you still want to attack this young patriarch? We don't dare. It's just the clan rules. Without permission, you can't enter the Imperial prison." Young clan leader, very quickly, the figures of 10 Heavenly Legacy clan members appeared in the dim and narrow passageway. They stood in 2 rows and respectfully bowed their heads as they explained to Yi Xian. Even the guards guarding the tunnel were Void Realm Level 12 Void Realm cultivators. On one hand, this showed the importance of the Imperial prison at the end of the tunnel. On the other hand, it also showed that the Heavenly Legacy race had a strong foundation. There were many powerful cultivators in the race. After all, they were all electronic lifeforms and had a long lifespan. Unlike flesh and blood lifeforms, their physical bodies would wither one day. These 10 Heavenly Legacy race guards might have developed their own consciousness tens of thousands of years ago and become electronic lifeforms. It would be strange if they were not strong. Yi Xian didn't listen to their explanation at all. His expression became even more gloomy. Without waiting for the last person to finish speaking, he sternly reprimanded, "How dare you? Don't you know that this young clan leader has just been appointed? Our clan leader did not have time to give me the authority of the young clan leader before our enemies came? The battle outside is so loud. Can't you hear it? Our clan leader was worried about the Imperial prison, so he sent this young clan leader to patrol." Good, you guys. You're doing your duty, right? Alright, this young patriarch will go back now and ask Lord Patriarch to stop the battle and give me the authority. Only then can I come back to patrol. With that, Yi Xian was about to leave. The giant alloy door behind him was not closed yet. He still had time to leave. Hey, don't, young clan leader, what are you saying? Aren't we just blabbering a little? Damn it, we delayed our young clan leader's important matter. We really deserve to die. The 10 Void Realm Tianji race guards were so scared that they were trembling all over. For tens of thousands of years, the Tianji city had never encountered such a situation where foreign enemies had invaded the core area of the Tianji continent. Clan leader De was so angry right now, it was obvious that he was furious. If the young clan leader went back and asked for the authority to be given first, all 10 of them would probably be slapped to death. In their fear, the 10 Void Realm Heavenly Legacy race Imperial prison guards finally realized that the young clan leader in front of them was just beginning his term. It was too stupid to provoke him like this. Wasn't this asking for the young clan leader to burn their own heads? In order to calm the young clan leader's anger, the 10 of them quickly surrounded him. They were all very obedient and carefully waited on him with words. Boom. At this time, the giant alloy door behind him finally closed. Yi Xian thought that he would have to rely on these 10 Imperial prison guards to open the door from the inside. As Imperial prison guards, they had the authority to open the alloy door from the inside. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, Yi Xian decided to bring these 10 fellows behind him and accompany him on his patrol of the royal prison. This way, he would be able to understand this situation from them at any time, and would be able to find out where the 10 or so generations of royal uncles were imprisoned as soon as possible. After all, it was impossible for the Imperial prison to hold hostages of the same race together. That way, it would be inconvenient to manage, and there would be great hidden dangers. If they really wanted to find all 10 of them, under the circumstances where they were pressed for time, they would more or less have to rely on these 10 fellows behind them. Soon, Xian was led and followed by these 10 guards and walked into the depths of the long and narrow tunnel. The tunnel was very long. After a few kilometers, they could faintly see the exit at the end of the tunnel. The Heavenly Legacy continent had a diameter of 1 million meters, which was 1,000 kilometers. However, the interior used space folding technology, so it was very vast. It was like a huge planet and was divided into many layers. Just the layer where the Imperial prison was located was vast and boundless. The entire Imperial prison imprisoned important members of the Imperial family of the first universe's slave races. There were more than 1,000 races enslaved by the Heavenly Legacy race in the first universe, and each race had several dozen important members of the Imperial family imprisoned in the Imperial prison. Therefore, the number of important members of the Imperial family of the slave races imprisoned in the Imperial prison was over 10,000. These weren't ordinary hostages. They were all members of the Imperial family of the slave races. The Heavenly Legacy race treated them with respect and wouldn't isolate them like normal prisons. In fact, this entire layer of the Imperial prison was not only vast, but the environment was also very good. After walking out of the long and narrow tunnel, Xian stood at the exit at the end of the tunnel. Looking ahead, he saw a fertile plain with beautiful mountains and clear water. When he looked up, he even saw a virtual sky. It was extremely realistic. At a glance, he would have thought that this was the land of some life planet. A flourishing aura hit him in the face. The only thing that wasn't the case was that in this vast and fertile plain, there were huge energy barriers that were inverted in the shape of a half bowl. These energy barriers were equivalent to prisons that restricted the entry and exit of the hostages of the Imperial family. It was obvious that the ground had been specially treated. Looking at the vast and boundless fertile plain in front of him, Xian frowned, but he was even more confident in his heart. This place seemed to be full of vitality, with beautiful mountains and clear waters. Apart from the villas and small mountains in every protective cage, there was even a large river running from east to west on the plain. There were even mountains around it. Presumably, every once in a while, these members of the royal families of various races would be relieved in batches. Let them come out and breathe the fresh air outside the energy shield. But in fact, even compared to the ordinary void of the universe outside, the spiritual energy in this fertile field was extremely thin, only about 1% of the original. Compared to some secret realms or independent small spaces in the vast universe that were filled with spirit energy, it was far inferior. Which one of the people imprisoned here wasn't an important member of the royal family of the first universe's servants? Which one of the ancestral lands of the various races wasn't a place with relatively abundant spirit energy? Therefore, these pond people lived in such a place that looked peaceful on the surface, but was actually sullen. It seemed to be a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters, but in fact, even the spirit energy was only about 1% of the ordinary universe void. Even their cultivation was restricted, and their progress was slow. It would be strange if they didn't have the intention to leave. In this way, it was naturally more advantageous for Xian to persuade them to collectively rebel. Previously, there was no chance, and even if there was a chance, they couldn't leave. Now, the external situation was different, and the opportunity to leave was in front of them. Presumably, except for a few existences whose servility was deeply rooted in their bones, most of the hostages would be determined to leave after Xian's call for help. These energy shields are the prisoners, right? They can't enter and leave freely? Then how often do they have to take a break? Stepping out of the passage, Xian walked on the fertile plain with his hands behind his back. Along the way, he occasionally stuck his head out to look inside the energy shields. At the same time, he asked the 10 followers behind him, "By the way, where are the hostages held by the demon race? Take me there. The Patriarch has a secret order. There's a mission. Leave it to them." Behind him, a response quickly came. "In addition to the 10 of us guarding the passage, there are 100 patrol squads in the royal prison plain. Each patrol squad is in charge of 100 prisons. If you want to take a break, you basically open the number of prisons that a patrol squad is in charge of. You take turns every day. In other words, basically every 3 months, all the prisoners can come out for a walk. Since it's a secret order from the clan leader, it must be about Grand Master Mo. He has the highest prestige. All the prisoners give him some face. Young clan leader, this way please. Grand Master Mo's prison, cave residence is in the Central Plain domain. He could only come out once every 3 months, this period of time was too long. Yi Xian's confidence increased by a bit. In addition, this Grand Elder Mo should be one of the imperial uncles of the Demonkin imperial family. From the way the 10 Tianji race guards had addressed him, even changing the name of his prison to a cave residence, this Grand Elder Mo's cultivation was definitely not ordinary. Otherwise, the captors of the other races wouldn't have to give him face. In a place like this, who cares about who? To put it bluntly, it was very likely that Grandpa Mo was an existence equivalent to a prison tyrant here, or at least in terms of their natures. This was even better. It was naturally more convenient to find a leader for this kind of thing. After all, Yi Xian didn't have much time. Very quickly, Yi Xian arrived at the central region of the plains under the lead of the 10 Heavenly Legacy clan guards behind him. In front of him was a slightly larger prison, but it was also sealed by an energy barrier. Yi Xian turned around and glanced at one of the guards behind him. The latter understood and immediately extended his right hand to stop him. The electronic consciousness was given the authority to open a door to the energy shield. You guys wait outside. This young clan leader will go in for a while, Yi Xian ordered and then stepped in. Just as he entered the energy shield, a soft pop came from behind him. The passage that had just been opened disappeared, and even he was locked inside. Yi Xian did not turn around. The 10 guards stood outside obediently and waited. As long as his identity was not exposed, there should not be a problem. However, in terms of time, he really had to hurry. Is young clan leader here to patrol? A new official sets fire to 3 fires, to actually burn the imperial prison. This old man is truly honored. Yi Xian walked towards the villa in front of him. Just as he arrived at the door, an old voice that clearly carried a mocking tone sounded from within. He smiled faintly and did not respond. He directly entered the living room on the first floor of the villa. The furnishings inside were similar to the residences of ordinary human experts. There was also a living room and a sofa, but they were all made of alloy, giving off a cold feeling. A demon cultivator expert with white hair and beard sat cross-legged on the sofa, meditating. Just as Yi Xian entered the living room and sat down on the sofa opposite him, the old man opened his eyes. A bright light flashed in his eyes as he stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Although he could not sense the other party's cultivation, Yi Xian could clearly sense the other party's spiritual power level. His expression immediately changed as he cried out involuntarily, "Level 9 spiritual power? And it was just broken through not long ago? Eh? How did you?" The other party's expression froze for a moment before he cried out in surprise. After all, the Tianji clan could not sense a demon cultivator's spiritual power. They had to use some kind of equipment to detect it. However, Yi Xian had called out his spiritual power level at a glance and even pointed out that he had just broken through not long ago. Even an ordinary demon cultivator expert would not be able to do this. To do this, one had to have at least level 8 spiritual power. Unconsciously, Grand Elder Mo's face filled with doubt as he tried to extend a strand of level 9 spiritual power to touch Yi Xian's body. Then, his body shook violently as he cried out involuntarily, "Level 8 spiritual power? You actually have a spiritual power source core? How is that possible? You even have the aura of a mad mosquito. Who are you? Senior, you also know about the Mad Mosquito Emperor? That's great. I asked the Demon King, Duke 7, and the others, but they all said they did not know. Even that old monster star lord of your demon race who controls spiritual power said he did not know." As soon as he heard the Mad Mosquito Emperor being mentioned, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He excitedly asked, "Hurry up and tell me." The Mad Mosquito Emperor. Oh, right, and that wretched old thing Mosquito Butcher. What is their background? I was the one who asked the question first. Not only did you not answer, you even asked me back and wanted to attack me. You just opened your mouth and asked me to kill you. Are you taking advantage of your seniority? So what if you're a peak star lord? You've been trapped here by DE for years, haven't you? But now, seeing that my cultivation is weak, you want to flaunt your strength. You know I'm not a member of the Heavenly Legacy clan. After all, I have level 8 mental power, and you're still treating me like that? You're too arrogant and heartless. Yi Xian became gloomy as those thoughts flashed through his mind. He then sneered and glanced at Grandpa Mo. Is this how the demons treat their allies? If that's the case, I'll have to cancel the rescue operation. Also, I'll have to terminate the cooperation with the demons. Besides, Yi Xian slapped the armrest of the sofa and roared, I don't believe that you haven't guessed that I'm not the real Sha Baofeng. I don't believe that you can't guess why I'm here. You're just strong, right? Do you think you can bully me just because I'm weak? So what if you're a Star Lord? I've killed more than one Star Lord. Even if you're at the peak of the Star Lord state, it'll only take me a little more effort. You can try if you don't believe me. While talking, Yi Xian drew out a trace of the aura of the golden crow remains in the Shinong cauldron and retracted it. Grandpa Mo, who was sitting on the opposite sofa, trembled and exclaimed in shock, the aura of a realm lord? Who exactly are you? You have treasures and means that can release the aura of a realm lord? At the same time, the boundless level 9 mental energy that had been enveloping Yi Xian's body quickly retreated like flowing water. It was obvious that the other party was stunned by Yi Xian. Regardless of whether or not he'd actually killed more than 2 Star Lord old monsters, just the aura that was emitted just now was enough. Grandpa Mo had to be cautious when dealing with the aura of a realm lord. If they were to really fight, even if the other party was suppressed in the end, he would probably lose a layer of skin even if he didn't die. Moreover, this person was clearly not a member of the Heaven's Legacy race. To be able to utter the psychic battle cry and leave behind the mental brand of the Mad Mosquito Emperor in his body, one that seemed to have a protective nature, there was no need to doubt his identity. This should be a new ally of the demon race, and his purpose for coming here should be the rescue that he said. Thinking of this, Grandpa Mo immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. He raised his hand and cupped it to Yi Xian, and said apologetically, young friend, please don't blame me. I've been here for more than 10,000 years, and this is the first time I've met someone from the clan. I was so excited that I lost my composure. I hope you can forgive me. As for what you just asked, I'm afraid I can't give you an answer. I can only tell you that Crazy Mosquito and Old Devil Mosquito Butcher are very deep. When this old man was still in the clan, they were already Star Master old monsters. At that time, this old man was only at the universe realm, and I had only seen them once. Because they are seniors, how would I have the ability to find out? As for the rescue you mentioned, Grandpa Mo shook his head and heaved a sigh. Let's just drop the matter. As a matter of fact, although the Heavenly Legacy City is a dangerous place, I'm 60% confident that I can escape with my level 9 mental power and peak Star Lord cultivation if I want to leave. After all, Di's original aura disappeared almost 10,000 years ago. Only his 3 Star Lord clones are in charge of the Heavenly Fate City. Of course, he has other clones, but they aren't in the city. The 3 clones, together with the power of the Heavenly Legacy City itself, can barely trap a peak Star Lord in this place. Although I can't take anyone else with me, I can leave on my own, but it's meaningless. Even if you have the means to take away all the royal uncles of the demon race, it would be tantamount to inviting disaster for the entire race. The Heavenly Legacy race will be infuriated if that happens. It's possible that the entire race of demons will be wiped out. That's exactly why we're willing to be pawned here. Doesn't the current demon emperor know that? He's really out of his mind. Grandpa Mo became angry as he spoke, but it was obvious that he wasn't venting his anger on Yi Xian, but the current demon emperor. Mo went in. Humph. As a matter of fact, even if we didn't leave, once the fact that you were colluding with the demons to sneak into the Heavenly Legacy City to rescue them was exposed, it would be a disaster for the demons. To the human race, this is also a great calamity. Wendian, that child, has truly disappointed this old man too much. We understand what you're saying. Before I came to the Heavenly Legacy City, the Demon Emperor wanted to rescue the people so that they wouldn't have to worry about anything. However, you didn't show up, and the demons continued to pretend to be obedient while making arrangements in secret. When the time was right, they would take action. Yi Xian continued Grandpa Mo's words and explained, but the situation has changed. It's more advantageous for us now. The Heavenly Legacy continent above us is already in chaos. I brought the leader of the Yin demons, Yin Di, here. That old guy has rebuilt his nether body and is now a Star Lord. He even refined a nether puppet with a secret bloodline technique that is as strong as him. He's currently fighting with Dee's clone and when Dee. It's safe to say that they don't have time to care about this place at the moment. The Imperial Prison is temporarily a blank area under the supervision of the Heavenly Legacy City. As long as we can persuade all the other prisoners to break out of the prison together, all the members of the royal family of the First Universe will escape. Even if the Heavenly Legacy race wants to settle the score, they won't be able to do anything about it. I'm afraid the law can't punish too many people. At most, they'll pick 1 or 2 clans to make an example out of them. Won't you resist then? I don't believe that after tens of thousands of years of enslavement, all the races in the First Universe will still be the same as before. You all have your own camps and are in a state of disunity. If you can unite, how can the Heavenly Legacy race, which only has 1 million people, dominate the entire universe? Grandpa Mo, who was sitting on the opposite sofa, had already opened his mouth wide when he heard those words. His face was full of shock. Who are you exactly? You can even deal with the human race? You're from a major camp? Hearing Xianxia speak so arrogantly, opening his mouth to speak of one of the 2 human camps, and having a 60% chance of winning, Grandpa Mo was once again stunned. Well, my identity is a bit complicated. Xian awkwardly rubbed his nose, then smiled embarrassedly and said, currently, there are 5 relatively well-known identities in the outside world. The young patriarch of the Heavenly Fate clan, Sha Baofeng, is one, and the other 3 are young Master Linghu, the invincible war god, and Prince Xian. What? You're one of the 5 unparalleled geniuses in the world? Grandpa Mo's body shook violently. He almost lost his footing and slid off the sofa. Xian, who was sitting on the sofa, felt awkward once again. After a long time, Grand Elder Mo finally dispelled this shocking news. He shook his head and smiled bitterly, no wonder. With your monstrous talent and methods, it's no wonder you dare to oppose the Tianji clan. In today's world, if you really have the guts to openly challenge the Tianji clan, it's only a matter of time. It's not that there aren't any. You're definitely one of them. Unfortunately, you're underestimating the situation. What you said does make sense, and it sounds feasible. The Heavenly Fortune clan is strong, but with the participation of the Eternal Dynasties and the resources of the slaves of the First Universe, as well as the fact that there are beings beyond the Star Lord state in each of the races, it seems that the Heavenly Fortune clan is no match for the Heavenly Fortune clan. On the surface, they seem to be strong enough to fight the Heavenly Fortune clan head-on. However, there's a big problem that you can't solve, which is that you can't take away all the members of the royal family who are being held hostage in the Emperor's prison. It's possible to take a few of them, but only a few hundred at most. And if these hostages of the royal families of the various races cannot successfully escape, then everything is just empty talk. Even if the slave races of the First Universe have the intention to rebel, they will be restrained everywhere. They will be filled with dread. You must know that those who can be held hostage in the imperial prison are the most talented royal families of the various races. They're the hope of all the races. As long as these people are in the hands of the Heaven's Legacy race, they won't dare to act rashly. Do you really think that 2 Star Lords, Yin Di and Ming Hao, can throw the entire Heavenly Mystery Continent into chaos and empty the Emperor's prison? Do you know how many Star Lords there are among the thousands of slaves in the Emperor's prison? Hundreds of them. There are even dozens of peak 9th rank Star Lords like me. The energy shield outside the villa can't trap us at all once we reach the peak of the Star Lord state. Why are the dozens of peak 9th rank Star Lords still here? They don't even think about joining hands to fight their way out. Because that's impossible. The Heavenly Fate City isn't as simple as you think. Even though Dee's original body disappeared 10,000 years ago, as if he had gone missing, the dozens of horrifying beings who were above the Star Lord level in the Heavenly Fate clan also disappeared one after another in the past thousands of years. On the surface, it seems that Dee's 3 Star Lord clones are the only ones guarding the Heavenly Fate City. But in fact, the entire Heavenly Fate City is an ultimate mechanical treasure. As long as the mechanical core is there, not just the hundreds of Star Lords, even the hostages of the royal family won't be able to break out of the Emperor's prison, even if they're all Star Lords. It doesn't matter if it's a small disturbance, as it won't activate the power of the mechanical core. However, if there are more than 1,000 hostages that leave the energy shield, the mechanical core will immediately sense it. The nearly 10,000 energy shield cages on the fertile plains are all powered by the mechanical core's energy, and at the same time, they will also be activated. They're monitored all the time by the mechanical core. Once more than 1,000 cages have an anomaly, the Emperor's prison will be completely sealed. Even the realm lords won't be able to break out. When he spoke to this point, Grand Elder Mo's face was filled with bitterness. He shook his head and sighed, no longer speaking. Yi Xian, however, was completely dumbfounded. He opened his mouth for a moment before he asked in a daze, "Mechanical core? What's that?" Grandpa Mo didn't respond. He simply rolled his eyes and winked at Yi Xian, telling him to figure it out himself. However, his expression was clearly saying that he didn't even know what the mechanical core was, and yet he had the audacity to threaten to break into the Emperor's prison. What a joke, hum. It was also at this time that a faint buzzing sound suddenly came from outside the villa. It was continuous and densely packed like a tide. Yi Xian and Grandpa Mo were immediately stunned. Then, before Yi Xian realized what was going on, Grandpa Mo had already stood up and exclaimed in shock, "What happened? All the cages and shields are gone. Is there something wrong with the mechanical core? But how? Is it possible?" At this moment, if Yi Xian was outside the villa, he would be able to see that on this vast and boundless fertile plain, the tens of thousands of energy shields that were originally densely packed together like countless yurts spread out on the ground all the way to the end were actually disappearing one after another with a slight humming sound. All of them disappeared. The villas that were originally trapped within the energy shields were all exposed to the air outside. In some of the villas, there were already captives of various races walking out with faces full of astonishment as they looked up at the sky. As for the Tianji clan patrol squads patrolling the fertile plain, as well as the 10 guards of the Emperor's prison waiting outside Grandpa Mo's villa, their faces were filled with shock and astonishment. They also looked up at the sky, not knowing what had happened. Ever since the Emperor's prison was established, such a thing had never happened in the tens of thousands of years. Tens of thousands of light shield cages had all opened at the same time. Even in the previous mechanical grand competition, only a small portion of the hundreds of cages had been brought out from here and were lucky enough to observe them. Before Yi Xian could react, Grandpa Mo, who was in front of him, seemed to have suddenly thought of something. An incomparably excited expression appeared on his face, and his body began to tremble. Could it be that the legend is true? This is the mechanical core. Taking advantage of the fact that Di's 3 clones in Tianji City are temporarily tied down, did he finally catch a glimpse of an opportunity and want to? Regardless of whether that's the case or not, there's no doubt that there's something wrong with the mechanical core. At the very least, its power is no longer able to envelop the Emperor's prison. Before Yi Xian could recover from his shock, Grandpa Mo had already rushed out of the villa. He soared into the air and roared, "Fellow Taoists, don't panic. If you trust this old man, quickly gather here. Move quickly. Young Patriarch Sha Baofeng, I have something to say to everyone." At this moment, Yi Xian just happened to be following behind him and also rushed out of the villa. When he heard this, he immediately rolled his eyes. This was because he instantly understood Grandpa Mo's meaning. This old fellow was a good-for-nothing. He actually wanted to trick the nearly 10,000 members of the imperial family out of the Emperor's prison. In fact, this was the best way to deal with it. If they were to tell the truth, they might not be able to make a decision immediately. As for the mechanical core, it had suddenly lost its power over the Emperor's prison. No one knew how long it had been, whether it was Yi Xian or Grandpa Mo. They dared to bet. The safest way was to use Sha Baofeng's identity as the young patriarch of the Tianji clan to trick all of them out of the Emperor's prison. Even if these fellows immediately understood everything after leaving the Emperor's prison, they would have already come out by then. There was no way they could go back even if they wanted to. Even if the servility in their bones was deeply engraved into their bones, they could only go with the flow and follow the army out. This was a drastic measure. Regardless of whether they accepted it or not, they would force these fellows to rebel together. As expected of an old fox, his temperament was resolute and his methods were ruthless. Even Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh. Soon, as Grandpa Mo's voice fell, the figures who had just walked out of the villas on the vast and boundless fertile plains, who were looking up at the sky in shock, all soared into the air one after another. They gathered in the direction of Xian and Grandpa Mo. They came over. There were originally hundreds of 10-man patrol teams on the fertile plains. Just now, all the energy shields of the cages had disappeared. These guards were all extremely flustered and had no idea what to do. At this moment, they raised their heads and saw that young patriarch Xia Baofeng had appeared. He didn't seem to be anxious. Instead, he stood with his hands behind his back. It floated in the air, quietly waiting for the prisoners around the plains to gather. The patrolling guards immediately calmed down. Even if they didn't understand, they couldn't be nosy. If there was really a problem, wasn't the young patriarch still here? Even if the sky collapsed, there would be someone tall to hold it up. The 10 guards following behind Xian all had faces full of bewilderment and even a little fear. However, after exchanging glances with each other, they didn't say anything in the end. They obediently rose into the air and stood behind Xian with their hands folded. They stood there respectfully, waiting for orders. In fact, even if these prison guards and patrolling guards wanted to do something, they didn't have the guts to do so at this moment. There were only a total of over 1,000 people, and there were nearly 10,000 hostages from various races gathered around them. All of their cultivations were above theirs, so they could only tuck their tails between their legs and behave themselves. Soon, thousands of figures gathered in the surrounding void. The rest were also on their way, and their figures could be seen from afar. It could be confirmed that all the hostages had basically arrived. At this time, no one would still stay in the villa in the detention center. No matter what happened, whether it was an unforeseen event or for other reasons, they had to come and take a look. Even if it was just to take a stroll and get some fresh air, it was still good. Due to the urgency of time, Grandpa Mo looked around and saw that most of the people had already gathered around, and a small number of them were about to arrive. He didn't dare to delay any longer. Otherwise, if the mechanical core suddenly recovered its power at this time, he would be caught unprepared. Therefore, Grandpa Mo immediately turned his head and gave Xian a look. The latter nodded, stepped out, and stepped in front of Grandpa Mo. With his hands behind his back, he still had the posture of the young patriarch of the Tianji clan. He coughed twice to clear his throat, and at the same time, signaled the experts of various races to stop their private discussions. Then, he patted his chest and said loudly, "Let me introduce myself. I am Xia Baofeng, the current young patriarch of the Tianji clan. I have just received my title." This matter had long been known in the imperial prison, so the hostages of the various races didn't have much of a reaction. Instead, they were all puzzled. Their gazes converged on Xian's face, quietly waiting for him to continue. "A new broom sweeps clean, you should have heard of this, right? Today, this young patriarch came to the imperial prison to burn the first fire." Just as Xian finished speaking, the faces of many of the imperial family members that had gathered around him darkened. There were even cold snorts coming out from their noses. They had been sullenly held in the imperial prison for nearly 10,000 years, but it wasn't just because they were afraid of the Heavenly Legacy clan. One of them, these existences were more concerned with the survival of the entire race. Now, a mere young patriarch of the Tianji clan had actually come to the imperial prison after taking up his new position. He wanted to act like a tyrant and sweeps clean. This was truly laughable. There was an uproar in the crowd, and there were even some who mocked and ridiculed him. Some people didn't give him any face at all. They curled their lips and turned around, wanting to leave and return to the villa cave residence where they were being held. It was also at this moment that Xian's next words were unhurriedly said, "Therefore, this young patriarch has decided to grant amnesty to the entire world. All hostages of the various races detained in the imperial prison will immediately scram. The Tianji clan doesn't raise idle people. Why are you freeloading here and not working?" Boom. The surrounding crowd instantly went into an uproar. Those fellows who were about to leave all stopped in their tracks and turned around to look at Xian. Their faces were filled with astonishment, and they couldn't even close their mouths. At this moment, apart from Xian himself and Grandpa Mo, everyone, including the patrols and guards in the imperial prison, wondered if there was something wrong with their ears. They actually heard such words from the young patriarch's mouth, grand amnesty to the entire world, the Tianji clan doesn't raise idle people, all hostages of the various races in the imperial prison will immediately scram, good heavens, this was the worst joke in history. With this thought, the surrounding hostages of the various races reacted even more strongly than before. Some of them even began to curse in disdain. They were certain that this newly appointed young patriarch of the Tianji clan was purely here to make fun of him. They all turned around and prepared to leave. Old Master Mo, however, raised his arm and shouted at this moment. His gaze swept through the crowd, and he looked at the dozen or so past imperial uncles of the demons, as well as a small number of hostages who were closer to him. He said loudly, "The young master has spoken. Don't you see that the energy barriers of all the cages have disappeared?" This kind of thing was too inconceivable, so they naturally needed a leader, and now, seeing that all the groundwork had been laid, Grand Elder Mo immediately jumped out of his own accord and became the leader. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and shot toward the exit of the imperial prison. The other 10 or so imperial uncles immediately followed. Grand Elder Mo was their senior, the most senior among the imperial uncles of the imperial uncles. No matter what he helped, the others would definitely support him. Immediately after, the 10 or so people who were on good terms with Grand Elder Mo also followed behind without hesitation, charging toward the exit within sight. As a result, the crowd immediately became restless again. It was one thing for no one to leave, but now that someone had already taken the lead and rushed to the exit, this was another matter altogether. It could be said that the moment Grand Elder Mo turned around, everyone else's minds had already been shaken. Who would want to stay in this kind of place, even if they were tricked? With Grand Elder Mo in front of them, even someone as senior as him could bear it, so what couldn't the others bear? What if it really was a general amnesty? Wouldn't they regret it for the rest of their lives if they missed such a good opportunity just to avoid being tricked, taking 10,000 steps back? If there really was something fishy going on, even if the Tianji clan shot the bird that stood out, they definitely wouldn't be blamed. If it wasn't this strange young clan leader in front of them, then it would be Grand Elder Mo and the others. It wouldn't even be their turn. Thinking like this, more people were shaken in an instant. Those fellows who were originally about to leave stopped in their tracks, then turned and followed. More and more people rushed toward the exit of the imperial prison. In the end, it completely formed a large group of nearly 10,000 people gathered together. They were all moving in the direction of the exit. The only difference was that some were fast and rushed to the front, while others were slow and had misgivings and just followed behind. This scene had long stunned the 1,000 patrolling guards on the ground. The 10 guards following behind Yixian were even more uneasy. They all looked at Yixian with pitiful eyes, wanting to say something, but didn't dare to make a sound. Seeing these 10 fellows standing in place without moving, Yixian's face immediately darkened. He scolded, "What are you still standing around for? This young master said that he wants to grant amnesty to the entire world, didn't you hear? Go and open the giant alloy door at the main exit." The 10 of them looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. Obviously, they didn't want to take the blame. Although Sha Baofeng was indeed the new young clan leader, what he was doing now was too strange, which had already aroused the suspicion of the 10 of them. If there really was a problem, they were the guards of the exit. Once the giant alloy door of the exit was opened, they would be the first ones to be punished. Since that's the case, then all of you can stay in this imperial prison and accompany it in its destruction. Yixian sneered. He immediately turned around and followed behind the crowd, rushing towards the exit. Mr. Mo was a peak level 9-star lord, so it wouldn't have been difficult for him to blow open the alloy gate with brute force. However, that would have alarmed Lu Biao's D in advance. However, if the 10 guards of the exit were unwilling to cooperate, he would have no choice but to do so. As he spoke, Yixian didn't even turn his head. With a wave of his hand, he activated the super death light bomb, which increased the size of the undying world in his body time and time again. After activating its self-detonation program, he allowed it to roll towards the fertile plains behind him. This super death light bomb was originally only made from the remains of Sha Baofeng's stronghold. Later on, Di Xiaofeng and the others' 8 large and small strongholds were added in. After that, Yixian continued to add in a few more things, even though they were all the remains of battleships and fortresses. However, these wreckages all had complete kinetic energy cabins, space oscillators, antimatter light energy generators, and the like. They were all piled up in a messy pile. Now, the size of the pile had reached a diameter of 500,000 meters, which was 1 or 2 times larger than the Void battlecruiser. Its size was absolutely terrifying. Its interior had also been modified by the Devouring system. In any case, it was just connecting important equipment such as the kinetic energy compartment and the antimatter light energy generator together, and detonating it crudely. Therefore, although it was large, the modification process was not complicated, and it took almost no effort to complete. Now that I pardoned the world, there's no need for this Emperor's prison to exist anymore. Both I and the chief will have to convince people with virtue in the future. After waving his hand to summon the super death light bomb, Xian didn't even turn his head. He turned around and waved his hand again as he left, lightly saying, "This super death light bomb was created by combining the kinetic energy cabins, space oscillators, and antimatter light energy generators of more than a dozen large strongholds." Now, this super death light bomb was created by combining the kinetic energy cabins, space oscillators, and antimatter light energy generators of more than a dozen large strongholds. It will explode in a quarter of an hour. Then, the entire Emperor's prison will be blown up. You deserve to be praised for your vigilance. Since you've decided to die with the Emperor's prison, just stay. I'll make you heroes of the clan later. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before Xian could finish speaking, the sound of figures flashing through the air came from behind him. When they heard that the entire Emperor's prison was about to be blown up, the faces of the 10 guards turned green. They didn't hesitate and moved even faster than Xian. In the blink of an eye, they passed by him and rushed to the front. What lowly bones. Xian grinned, then shrugged his shoulders and muttered softly, "And they're a little stupid." Although the super death light bomb is terrifying, the entire Emperor's prison is so vast that it's like a huge planet. It's also a certain level of space within Tianji City, and it's one with the entire Tianji City. It's one body, so how could it be blown up so easily? At most, it'll blow up 70 to 80%. Before he could finish speaking, at the exit of the Emperor's prison, the 10 guards had already turned a corner and disappeared. Immediately after, just as Xian arrived at the exit, the rumbling sound of machinery came from the opening of the giant alloy door in front of him. Turning around to look, there were only a few figures that could be seen on the vast fertile plains of the Emperor's prison behind him. However, outside the exit tunnel beside him, there was a large crowd of people entering the tunnel in an extremely orderly manner. Even the 1,000 patrolling guards of the Emperor's prison had all gathered around at this moment. They also saw the huge super death light bomb rolling into the depths of the fertile plains. At this moment, all of their faces were pale with fright. They followed behind the hostages of the royal family, hoping to leave as soon as possible. Although it seemed like a long time had passed, in reality, not much time had passed, from the moment Xian entered the imperial prison passageway until the giant alloy gate opened again. The group of hostages from the various races in the first universe, led by Grand Elder Mo, rushed out one after another. It had only been a little more than 10 minutes. At this moment, Xian had already blended into the crowd and was quietly and slowly changing his appearance. All of this was done by the so-called young clan leader, Sha Baofeng. Moreover, the 10 guards who opened the giant alloy gate at the front of the passageway must have followed closely behind Grand Elder Mo and the others and rushed out first in the crowd. If nothing unexpected happened, this matter would be exposed very soon. At that time, the news of young clan leader Sha Baofeng betraying the clan would spread throughout the entire Tianji city. Not only would the Tianji continent in the core area receive the news, but the inner defense circle and the outer industrial circle would also receive the news. Although the entire Tianji City Star region would be thrown into chaos after the tens of thousands of hostages from the various races in the first universe rushed out, the main target of the Tianji race fleet and patrol forces would definitely be the traitorous young clan leader Sha Baofeng. At this time, if he still used this identity to wander around and swindle others, he would only do so if there was something wrong with his brain. In any case, the northern region of the Tianji continent was already filled with hostages from various races. Xian could casually change his appearance to that of a member of one of the races, which would be less eye-catching than Sha Baofeng, making it easier for him to fish in troubled waters and escape to the outer perimeter of the Tianji city. After reaching the outer industrial circle, Yi Xian still had one more thing to do, and that was to get within 100 li of the void battle drum. Only then would he be able to activate the various beehive nodes of the void battle drum and send in the tens of millions of void soldier ladles in his body. After that, Yi Xian would activate the void battle drum and gather the power of tens of millions of soldiers of the soldier ladle clan to launch a final attack before swiftly escaping. The inner space of the Tianji city had many layers. Although they were combined together to form a large space, each layer was independent of each other and had different access rights. Those who had the authority to enter the royal prison might not have the authority to enter the other levels. 3 of those levels were only accessible to Di's clone and the dozen or so mechanical experts who were beyond the Star Lord state. Among these 3 levels, the level that was located at the core of the Tianji city was definitely the most important one. Only a few of Di's clones could enter the core central region. Besides them, old geezer Wenxing and even the dozen region lords of the Heaven's Legacy clan didn't have the authority to enter. The reason for this was because old ghost Wenxing's main body was within the core region. His true form was the blue crystal the size of a human head that Yi Xian had seen at the top of the statue at the Bianyang Plaza on the Tianji continent. It was also the mechanical core that Grandpa Imo had mentioned. In Tianji city, there had always been a legend. Grandpa Imo had once exclaimed that the legend could be true. The legend mentioned was related to old geezer Wenxing's main body. Legend has it that the Tianji clan's patriarch, De, had a companion source core inside his body. When he was created by the human race's technological pioneer, Xingbo, he had a body with self-consciousness. This companion source core was only a blue crystal the size of a grain of rice. As for its function, no one knew. Later on, as De gradually grew stronger, the blue crystal also grew bigger. It was removed from De's body when he transformed his body again and again. However, it was left in Tianji city, which was not as big as it was at that time. In the end, when the Tianji city was built into a super fortress with a diameter of 1,000,000 meters, the blue crystal became the energy center of the enormous Tianji city. Moreover, like the other members of the Tianji race, it had developed its own consciousness, becoming a life form that was different from the other members of the Tianji race. It didn't have a humanoid body, or rather, its body was merely a blue crystal that had the consciousness of a life form. Wenxing was the consciousness of the blue crystal. It was a clone condensed from a wisp of consciousness that had been separated from the main body. That was why he had told Yi Xian that he and De couldn't be separated. They were one entity, because the mechanical core and De were of the same origin. The only difference was that De had removed the mechanical core from his body, but he didn't dare to throw it away casually. After all, De still didn't completely understand his own existence, whether it was his consciousness or his body that had been modified countless times. Since Xingbo, the pioneer of the human race, had created him, how could he not have a backup plan? Before he understood everything, De didn't dare to throw away even a small screw that had been removed from his original body. What if that was the key to a backup plan? Over time, after tens of thousands of years of development, De became the patriarch of the Tianji clan, the undisputed overlord of the first universe plane. The blue crystal that was the size of a grain of rice that he had removed from his body controlled the entire Tianji city. In Tianji city, there had always been a rumor that the patriarch, De, had always been thinking of ways to completely refine the mechanical core and refine its consciousness so that he could regain full control of Tianji city. At the same time, he could use this to find out whether Xingbo, who had created him, had any other plans. He knew that Xingbo had a backup plan. At the same time, the crystal consciousness in the mechanical core was also waiting for an opportunity to refine the electronic consciousness that represented De's original body. Of course, no one knew what its motive was. The reason why the entire Tianji city was basically under the control of De's several doppelgangers after nearly 10,000 years was said to be because De's original consciousness had entered the mechanical core. On the surface, it seemed that he was conducting some kind of secret research with the crystal consciousness in the core, but in reality, the two sides had always been in the crystal, secretly competing to refine each other. However, this kind of secret battle seemed to have formed a kind of balance. No one had the upper hand, and no one was at a disadvantage. Therefore, everything seemed normal in Tianji city. The mechanical core was still operating as usual. The entire Tianji city was overseen by a few of De's doppelgangers on the surface. The crystal consciousness in the core was the crystal consciousness, and the crystal consciousness had condensed old Ghost Wenxing as a clone and secretly cooperated with DE to carry out everything. That was why the mechanical core had suddenly lost all of its power, and why the energy shields of the nearly 10,000 cages in the imperial prison had suddenly disappeared. Because at that time old Ghost Wenxing had already arrived at the core central region where his original body was. He wanted to participate and, together with the crystal consciousness in his original body, completely refine DE's original body's electronic consciousness as soon as possible. If he succeeded, there would be no more DE, and all of his doppelgangers' consciousnesses would instantly collapse. From now on, the entire Tianji city, as well as the entire Tianji clan, would have a new master. The crystal consciousness in the mechanical core would become the true master behind the scenes, and its doppelganger, Wenxing, would replace DE as the supreme overlord who controlled the Tianji city and the Tianji clan on the surface. It could be said that, ever since this grain of rice crystal that was removed from DE's original body when he first developed his self-consciousness grew and strengthened, and, like the members of the Tianji clan, gave birth to the crystal consciousness that represented intelligent life forms, the hidden dangers of Tianji city and the Tianji clan appeared. It appeared. The crystal consciousness in the mechanical core and its doppelganger, old Ghost Wenxing, wanted to replace DE and control the Tianji city of the Tianji clan. DE and his doppelgangers wanted to refine the crystal consciousness in the mechanical core. On one hand, they wanted to resolve the hidden dangers and not let this situation continue to worsen. On the other hand, they wanted to see if they could completely see the human race's technological pioneer, Xingbo, through refining this mechanical core. When DE was created, he left an unknown backup plan in his original body or in his electronic consciousness. For this reason, DE's original body found an excuse to enter the mechanical core nearly 10,000 years ago and started a secret battle with the crystal consciousness in it. Everything on the stage of Tianji city and the Tianji clan was controlled and handled by the doppelganger. But now, this balance was broken. Old Ghost Wenxing was the only doppelganger formed by the crystal consciousness. Once he entered the mechanical core, it was exactly the same as all of DE's doppelgangers entering together. And now, old Ghost Wenxing had already entered, and the crystal consciousness had become a whole body, while DE's doppelgangers were bound, and their electronic consciousness was not a whole. Under this kind of competition, it was very likely that the electronic consciousness of DE's original body would be refined in the end. This was too dangerous. The severity of the situation far exceeded the final result of all the people in the imperial prison escaping at the same time. Once the crystal consciousness succeeded and refined the electronic consciousness that represented DE's original body, then all of his doppelgangers would be destroyed in an instant and vanish into thin air. Disperse. If he lost in one move, he would lose everything. Because of this, the 3D clones, who were fighting against Dean Emperor and Ming Hao outside the heavenly secret Great Road and had obtained an overwhelming advantage, realized that something was wrong and old Ghost Wenxing didn't show up for a long time. Immediately after, something happened to the mechanical core, and its power suddenly stopped. DE's 3 doppelgangers instantly understood what had happened. Their expressions changed as they raised their heads and roared at the same time. Old Ghost Wenxing, how dare you? You have ulterior motives. Have you finally gotten the chance today? Unfortunately, it's not that simple. Don't even think about succeeding. Screech, along with these 3 angry roars, everywhere inside and outside the heavenly secret Great Road, even the inner defense circle outside the Great Road, and the star fortresses in the industrial circle outside the Great Road seemed to be responding to the roars. At the same time, mournful screams rang out. At the same time, the members of the Heavenly Secret Clan, the intelligent robots, and even some large fixed machines all fell to the ground. More than 10,000 members of the Heavenly Secret Clan and tens of millions of intelligent robots all fell to the ground like humans who had lost consciousness. The large fixed machines on the ground seemed to have suddenly crashed and were completely motionless. They were all DE's doppelgangers, and DE had injected a wisp of his consciousness into them to secretly control the entire Heavenly Secret Star area. But now, the electronic consciousness that represented DE's original body was in a bad situation. These doppelgangers, as well as the wisps of electronic consciousness that could not even be considered doppelgangers, were all recalled in an instant. At the same time, they all rushed to the core area of the Heavenly Secret Star area through the star network that covered the entire Heavenly Secret Star area. The three Star Lord doppelgangers, who were fighting against D and Nether Skull and had the absolute advantage, all fell to the ground after raising their heads and roaring. The withdrawal of their electronic consciousnesses was like the withdrawal of a human being's soul. Naturally, they couldn't move at all. When that happened, Xian, who had changed his appearance, happened to pass by the central square of the Heavenly Secret Great Road where the battle was taking place. He suddenly saw the three Star Lord De's doppelgangers collapse to the ground at the same time. Xian was also guessing that they had roared at the sky before they collapsed. Xian had some guesses, but he still didn't know exactly what had happened. However, it wasn't the right time to investigate the matter at all. Xian immediately glanced at the 3D doppelgangers who had collapsed to the ground. Those were the bodies of De's Star Lord doppelgangers, the leader of the Heavenly Secret Clan. They had been modified countless times. It was safe to say that all the materials used in the three bodies were of the best quality. It was a waste for them to lie there like dead dogs. Xian had the electronic consciousnesses of 9 Heavenly Secret Clan members, including those of Baofeng Sha and Di Xiaofeng Di. He had also refined them and erased the marks of the Heavenly Secret Clan. They were completely under Xian's control. These 9 electronic consciousnesses were equivalent to the primordial spirit. The 3 bodies of the first emperor lying on the ground like dead dogs could be seen as masterless flesh shells without primordial spirits. More importantly, they were of a high level. De's electronic consciousnesses could carry out the combat ability of a Star Lord when they were inside. If Xian were to absorb the refined electronic consciousnesses of Baofeng Sha, Di Xiaofeng and the others, he would have 3 more doppelgangers, and they would be robot doppelgangers. Even if they couldn't carry out the strength of a Star Lord, they should be able to reach the universe state, right? If they couldn't, the cosmic state, the 14th, or even the Genesis state, the 13th, would be fine too. They should at least be stronger than Xian's original self, the mystic light state, which was the 11th. As these thoughts rapidly flashed through his mind, Xian's heart immediately started thumping violently. He had always been completely unrestrained in this kind of matter of taking advantage of the situation. If there was an advantage, he wouldn't take advantage of it. In any case, it was an enemy resource. Xian had just collected the 3D1 avatars, who were lying on the ground like dead dogs, into the undying world within his body. An emperor, who had lost his opponent, cast his gaze over. Then, a few heaven-shaking roars resounded in the void. Roar. Too shameless. You can't beat this great emperor, so you actually used such a shameless method to escape. Your primordial spirit left first, and then you sent a small fry to collect your physical body. That's even more shameless than peeing. Roar. Following these furious roars, the dark green skull in the sky, which was originally caught off guard and stunned, suddenly opened its bloody mouth and directly charged towards Xian, who was about to soar into the air. The blood-green nether puppet on the ground also strode over from the other side of the square. Its 10,000 feet tall body was like a giant mountain, and the ground of the square began to shake from the tremors. Its aura had already locked onto Xian. Damn. What's going on? An emperor and his nether puppet, 2 terrifying existences with Star Lord strength, simultaneously pounced over from the ground. This scene scared Xian so much that he was stupefied on the spot. Then, his face turned green as he cursed, "Fuck, you old bastard, why did you circle around this old man again? Can't you even pick up trash? Fine." Although he was dissatisfied, they were still 2 Star Lords. Although Xian wasn't afraid, the location wasn't right. The current Tianji city wasn't a place to stay for long, and unexpected changes could happen at any time. Furthermore, that super death ray bomb in the imperial prison was about to explode. Who knew what would happen? What's going on? Thinking like this, Xian didn't hesitate any longer. With a thought, he directly teleported away from the Heavenly Secret Road. His figure appeared in the air outside the road, and he didn't even turn his head as he rushed towards the inner defensive perimeter. Unfortunately, with his mere cultivation at the 8th level of the Profound Light Realm, this kind of ordinary teleportation was clearly far from being able to escape the range of the Star Lord's perception. Almost at the same time that Xian's figure appeared in the distant void, the enormous dark green skull that the Emperor's original body had transformed into had already fallen. he quickly chased after him. Behind him, the blood-green nether puppet that was originally running wildly on the Heaven's Secret Road also leaped up and followed closely behind the skull. It chased after him at a high speed. One side was a Star Lord, while the other side was only at the 11th level of the Mystic Light Realm, the 8th level of the Mystic Light Realm. With Xianxia's strength, it was impossible for him to escape. He would be caught very soon, and if he was blocked from both the front and the back, he would have no choice but to reveal some techniques and abilities that he didn't want to reveal. He could only activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability that came with the system title and instantly leave the Tianji City Star region. As for the 2 interstellar coordinates that he had imprinted in the first universe, the closest one was in the root of all evil star region. It was a few days' journey away from Tianji City. By the time he rushed over, it would be too late. Right now, the void battle armor was still placed in the star dock of a huge industrial planet in the industrial circle outside the Tianji City Star region. As long as Xian rushed over, he could immediately take it away. However, if the void battle armor was moved into the core Tianji City Star region in a few days' time, it would be difficult for Xian to get it back. A few days' time was enough for the Tianji race to calm down the unexpected chaos today. When that time came, the entire Tianji City Star region would be more strictly patrolled. It would be difficult for him to even get close to the industrial circle outside, let alone the core Tianji City Star region where the Heaven's Secret Road was. However, he couldn't abandon the void battle armor no matter what. It was a killing weapon. It's just 2 old Star-Lord monsters. Since they're still a big problem, I might as well get rid of them today. At the very least, I have to severely injure them. What right do they have to chase me around the world like a dog? Seeing that the dark green skull and the blood-green netherworld puppet behind him were about to catch up, Xian's anger flared up. After thinking about it again, after leaving the Tianji City Star region, the truth about his identity would be revealed by the Tianji race soon. Now, he brought forward his plan to the Yin Emperor. It was not a big deal to expose himself in front of the monsters. He would just let him be a ghost who understood everything. Of course, even if he had made up his mind to expose himself, Xian would not just stop and fight the other party head-on. To him, it was best to get to the industrial circle outside as soon as possible and control the void battle armor. Right now, Tianji City gave him a feeling that it was a dangerous place. He could not stay for long. Therefore, what he needed to do was to distance himself from the 2 Star Lords behind him. As long as he was fast enough, he would be able to get to the void battle armor ahead of time. At that time, the tens of millions of void soldiers would enter the void battle armor. Under a sudden attack, the Yin Emperor and his netherworld puppet would be caught off guard. Even if they did not die, they would lose a layer of skin. Thinking of this, Xian didn't hesitate any longer. He immediately waved his hand and summoned the Dongshu shuttle. Although the Starfield Life stronghold wasn't weak, its burst of speed in a short period of time was definitely weaker than the Dongshu shuttle. Whoosh! With a flash of light, the Dongshu shuttle quietly appeared in the void in front of Xian. In less than half a breath, Xian had already rushed into it and turned into a purple streak of light, instantly disappearing into the distance. Before it could rush out of the Yin Emperor's line of sight, the concealment formation had already been activated, and it completely disappeared without a trace. Oh? So fast? The old man jumped in fright. Even the old Star-Lord monsters were inferior to this kind of speed. The main reason was that Xian's cultivation had increased too much compared to when he used the shuttle frequently. Of course, there was another reason, and that was that at this moment, he was using all his strength to activate the acceleration formation of the Dongshu shuttle without any regard for energy consumption. However, the methods of the old Monster Star Master were far superior to those of the Almighty Universe Master. Even if his speed was inferior and he had lost track of the other party, he could still rely on his subconscious intuition to chase after the old monster Yin Emperor from behind for a short period of time. He didn't run in the opposite direction and was able to keep up. Lost, at that moment, the Yin Emperor and the blood-green netherworld puppet behind him had already rushed into the defensive perimeter of the Tianji City Star Field. After passing through this star field, they would reach the industrial perimeter in front of them. However, with the Dongshu shuttle's extreme speed in a short period of time without any regard for anything, the void battle puppet would undoubtedly have already made all the preparations and was waiting to give him a head-on attack, It was also at this moment that the enormous Tianji City star field in the void far behind them suddenly shook a few times. A huge explosion rumbled, as if the heavens were shaking and the earth was shaking. Rumble. This enormous explosion had never happened before. Although the point of explosion was clearly inside Tianji City, neither the flames nor any other light could be transmitted out. The entire Tianji City shook violently and the muffled sound of thunder transmitted out through the alloy hull of Tianji's main road. The entire Tianji City star zone, including the Tianji main road and the core area, the inner defense circle, and the outer industrial circle, was in complete chaos. Originally, although the electronic consciousness of De's original body had entered the mechanical core nearly 10,000 years ago, it had started a long-lasting confrontation and competition with the crystal consciousness in the mechanical core. However, on the surface, De Star Lord clones were in charge of the overall situation. Wen Xing, who represented the crystal consciousness in the mechanical core, cooperated with De's clones and did some things in secret. They were quite harmonious with each other and maintained the most basic harmony. They complemented each other and kept the Tianji City star zone peaceful for almost 10,000 years. However, everything had fallen apart at the moment. The most dangerous and tense place at the moment was naturally the interior of the mechanical core. Apart from the electronic consciousness of De's original self and the main body of the crystal consciousness, Old Devil Wen Xing, who was his clone, and all the consciousness clones that De had left in the Tianji star zone were there at the moment. Inside the deep blue crystal, the competition between them wasn't something outsiders could understand, but it was easy to imagine how intense it was. As for the entire Tianji star zone, the three areas seemed to be in chaos on the surface, but in fact, the atmosphere wasn't oppressive or heavy at all. Of course, panic was inevitable, since the most serious accident had happened in the mechanical core. All of De's clones' electronic consciousnesses had rushed there as soon as possible. The entire Tianji star zone was instantly without a leader. The 10,000 slaves of the first universe who had rushed out of the Emperor's prison in the Tianji City realized that they had been tricked the moment they saw the chaos outside after they rushed out of the giant alloy door of the passage. Some of them didn't care at all, while others cursed in exasperation, feeling that they had been forced to board a pirate ship. However, either way, they couldn't turn around and go back now even if they wanted to. Besides, such a serious disturbance had happened in the Tianji City. Even if they obediently went back and locked themselves up, there was no guarantee that De's clones wouldn't kill them to vent their anger and their fury. Therefore, regardless of whether they were willing or not, these tens of thousands of captives from the royal family immediately scattered in groups and began to flee as soon as they broke out of the royal prison. Regardless of how the subsequent matters were dealt with, for now, it was best to leave this star field that was in total chaos because of the change. Although all of De's clones had retreated, some core members of the Heavenly Fortune clan, who were Star Lords, soon arrived from various regions or seclusion to maintain the situation. However, they had no idea what was going on. They were more worried about the clan leader, De, and the chaos within Tianji City. Therefore, even though the three major districts of Tianji City had set up blockades almost immediately, the ones leading these blockades were the higher-ups of the Tianji clan. However, his true thoughts were not on this matter at all. It was just a matter of convenience. One side had no desire to continue fighting and only wanted to leave as soon as possible. The other side was worried about the inner city of Tianji City and only stopped them perfunctorily. The final result was that the tens of thousands of royal family captives who were being held hostage in the imperial prison of the first universe quickly left. As far as the eye could see, in the three major districts of the Tianji City star field, there were very few people who were still lingering. Perhaps there were still interception scenes of battles going on. Yes, most of the core members of the Heavenly Fortune clan, without exception, changed their expressions drastically after the terrifying explosion that shook the heavens and the earth. They all withdrew and rushed toward the Tianji Road in the core area. Those who stayed in the inner defense circle were fleets led by some ordinary clansmen. As for the outer industrial circle, it was basically just some intelligent robots that carried out orders to the death. They operated densely packed battleships and set up layers of defenses. Xianxia arrived at the outer industrial circle under such circumstances. Although the Dongshu shuttle had activated the concealment array, it still emitted some energy waves as it rushed over at full speed. After being caught by the densely packed battleships in front of it, beams of star cannon energy light pillars of varying thickness were instantly shot over and intertwined in the void. The void was like endless fireworks blooming in the Milky Way. It was incomparably dazzling. Although Yixian was depressed, he did not want to be angry with a bunch of intelligent robots that only knew how to carry out orders to intercept. He could only carefully pilot the Dongshu shuttle and pass through the countless intertwining energy light pillars as fast as possible. Fortunately, the distance between them and the industrial giant where the void battleship was located was not far away. It was not far away. Soon, they were within 100 miles of the void. At this point, Yixian heaved a long sigh of relief. He stepped out of the Dongshu shuttle and waved his hand to keep it in the undying world in his body. The countless battleships and fortresses of various sizes that were spread out in the void suddenly lost their target. The countless star cannon energy light pillars that were intertwining in the void gradually stopped. Yixian did not dare to waste any more time. After entering 100 miles from the void battleship, he immediately waved his hand and activated the directional teleportation arrays in the thousands of beehive nodes of the void battleship. He sent the entire group of star cannon, which was tens of millions of soldiers, into the beehive nodes. 2 8-star cannon were sent into the core beehive node of the 9th layer of the void battleship. Yixian himself was the same as well. He stepped into the core node. He was still a little worried about just relying on these 2 8-star king ladles to control the overall situation. However, if the void essence crystal that was suspended above Yixian's sea of consciousness was added, then this matter would be absolutely foolproof. The void battleship didn't leave the enormous star dock of this industrial planet. Instead, it stayed inside and adjusted its direction, making the 300,000 meters in diameter in front of it face the direction he had come from with extreme speed. Very soon, the 10,000 zhang long dark green skull formed by Yin Emperor's true body, as well as the blood-green netherworld puppet that followed closely behind, appeared in his line of sight one after another. Without any hesitation, the tens of millions of soldiers in the thousands of beehive nodes of the void battleship began to move at Yixian's thought. There were a total of over 1,000 beehive nodes of 3,000 meters in diameter. Inside every one of them, there were tens of thousands of void soldier ladles standing guard, fully activating the unique biological frequency of the soldier ladle clan. These unique biological frequency were transmitted uniformly under the guidance of the soldier ladles in charge of every beehive node. Wang. Before this majestic and terrifying biological frequency completely gathered, the outer industrial circle where Xianxia was located had already had a dense and weak trembling sound of the void. Its effect was far beyond the movement that a large number of void oscillators could create at the same time. Yixian even had an illusion that the entire vast and boundless star field was trembling under this sudden high-frequency buzzing sound. Immediately afterward, the mysterious wave energy that had completely gathered into one instantly poured out under the huge tremor of the void essence crystal, Xiao. The terrifying sound of the air braking was sharp enough to tear apart the sky, instantly making Yixian temporarily deaf. This feeling was far more shocking than the deafening sound of the huge explosion. His eyes widened in shock. In the void in front of him, there was clearly an invisible tide like an ocean of stars, leaking out from the core node. It followed the outer 9 rings of the void battle claw and continued to expand. In the end, it turned into an invisible force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. In an instant, it was about to explode. In an instant, it completely enveloped the vast void facing the huge mouth of the huge horn. Chi-la-la, boom. Rumble. Like the last time, the clear sound of tearing silk resounded everywhere. A void hundreds of thousands of miles away was torn apart inch by inch. A large amount of void turbulence blasted out. In several of the larger void cracks, a large amount of void turbulence directly formed a void like a black hole. Void vortex. Last time, when Xianxia activated the spiritual power of the demon, there were a total of 3 such void vortexes after a full blow. All of them were located in the void in front of the huge horn, separated by a certain distance from each other. This time, there were as many as 9 void vortexes. In the void where these 9 void vortexes appeared at the same time, the originally densely packed battleships and fortresses were completely swallowed and disappeared as soon as the vortexes suddenly appeared. A large number of battleships at the edge were also sucked in by a terrifying force that was too powerful to resist. In the blink of an eye, they were sucked into the void vortexes and were annihilated. Roar. Hiss. Just as the Void War Claw was about to attack with all its might, the Een Emperor Old Monster and the Nether Skull behind him, who had already rushed out of the inner defensive perimeter, roared angrily at the same time as they rushed in the direction of the battle. At this moment, they had already locked onto Yi Xian's aura, so as soon as they arrived, they were incomparably clear. He immediately sensed the location of this strand of qi. Unfortunately, before they could even get close, the void battle drum displayed its might. Because they were too close, the giant space vortexes that appeared in an instant were still some distance away from Een Emperor and Nether Skull behind him. But even so, the invisible hurricane of the mysterious creature wave frequency still blew thousands of holes in the enormous dark green skull at the first moment. Its shape was about to become unstable and completely shatter. This kind of invisible mental storm, or creature wave frequency hurricane, was originally the best attack method to restrain illusory spirit bodies. On the other hand, the blood-green nether puppet, which had a physical body behind it, was actually able to withstand the blow of the invisible wave for a short period of time. Although it was also covered in wounds and had retreated tens of thousands of miles, it was still able to maintain its form. Compared to the enormous skull that was almost unable to maintain its shape, it was obviously much better. After all, it was a Star Lord with a physical body, and it was quite far away from the area where the 9 void vortexes spread out. The blood-green nether skull's current state could only be considered to be slightly injured at most. Roar. Screech, Een Emperor roared miserably. The tattered dark green skull, which was like a candle flickering in the wind, didn't hesitate and immediately plunged into the body of the blood-green nether skull that was rapidly retreating. It was originally Een Emperor's clone, and 30% of his nether primordial spirit had entered it. Since they were of the same origin, there was naturally no distinction between them. In the blink of an eye, the blood-green nether skull had retreated thousands of kilometers. It was obvious that it wouldn't be able to catch up for the time being. Yi Xian felt a little regretful that the attack didn't kill Een Emperor and had only seriously injured his main body. The nether skull clone was slightly injured, and there would probably be a lot of trouble in the future. However, he couldn't stay any longer. The cooldown time of a great killing weapon like the Void Battle Carapace was too long. He couldn't launch a second attack before the entire soldier ladle race recovered. He didn't hesitate any longer and immediately stepped out of the battle carapace. After waving his hand, he collected the battle carapace and the entire soldier ladle race inside its thousands of beehive nodes into his body. He immediately activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability and disappeared from that star zone in the blink of an eye. At the same time, in the core area of the inner city of the Heavenly Secret City where the mechanical core was located. This layer was the most important core area of the entire Heavenly Secret City. It was located in the most central area of the colossal Heavenly Secret City, but its area wasn't vast. It only had a radius of 100 miles, this area of 100 miles was pitch black, and the visibility was very low. They could only rely on the light emitted by the blue crystal that was the size of a human head to illuminate the area. In fact, in the entire core area, other than the blue crystal that was floating in the middle of the air, there was nothing else. At this very moment, this sealed space of 100 miles was flickering with blue light. The blue crystal that was floating in the middle of the air was like a candle flame swaying in the wind. It was sometimes bright and sometimes dark, affecting this space and reflecting a kind of oppressive atmosphere. This strange situation lasted for about 6 to 7 minutes. Then, the blue crystal that had been flickering all along suddenly burst out with intense light without any warning. A few cold lights rushed out of the blue crystal in an extremely hurried and embarrassing manner. It gave people the feeling that they were forcibly squeezed out. After landing, these cold lights instantly turned into 4 figures. One of them was old Devouring Xing, whose face was extremely gloomy. The other 3 figures were the 3 clones of De who had fought against Een Emperor and Ming Hao. The only difference was that they were now in energy form. Because the shells that they had forged for many years had been directly thrown away in the central territory of the Heavenly Secret City when the situation was extremely urgent at that time. In the plaza. After forcibly pushing these 4 figures out from the inside, the blue crystal that was blazing with blue light started to flicker again. However, the frequency and degree of fluctuation were far less intense than before. Moreover, it seemed to be gradually stabilizing. At this moment, the 3 clones of De who had appeared immediately surrounded old Devouring Xing, whose face was extremely gloomy, and laughed sinisterly. "Old man, you've failed. After all, this mechanical core is your main body. Your main consciousness wouldn't want us to torment it too much and cause it to collapse." Both Diyi's doppelganger and Old Man Wenxing, who was the doppelganger of the mechanical core, knew that their original bodies, or rather, their main consciousnesses, had been fighting each other in this blue crystal for nearly 10,000 years. However, this layer of cloth had not been torn apart. Therefore, Diyi's doppelganger and Old Ghost Wenxing, while quietly waiting for the result of the confrontation between the original body and the main consciousness, tacitly maintained a harmonious appearance on the surface, either in the open or in the dark, to maintain the Tianji clan and the normal operation of the heavenly legacy race. However, as time went by, Old Man Wenxing couldn't hold back anymore. When he thought that the opportunity had arrived, he participated in the battle between the true forms and main consciousnesses of both parties, eventually involving Diyi's clone as well. The only result now was that the window paper used to cover up the embarrassment between the two sides and maintain the surface amiability had finally been completely torn apart. Under such circumstances, putting aside the 10,000 years of battle between the true forms and main consciousnesses of both parties, Diyi's 3-star Lord clones, who were currently in the heavenly legacy race, and Old Man Wenxing, who represented the mechanical core, were obviously unable to tacitly communicate with each other like before. They could no longer maintain it. The battle immediately began. The four of them didn't leave the dark secret chamber that was only 100 square kilometers in radius. Although it was a battle between 4-star lords, the mechanical core floating in the sky of the central region was extraordinary to begin with. Also, the true forms and main consciousnesses of both parties were inside, so they would be restrained during the battle. The blue crystal wouldn't be affected by the battle. Boom. Boom. Old Man Wenxing fought 1 against 3, but in the end, he still lost. That was already a foregone conclusion. A huge explosion echoed. After only a dozen minutes, Old Man Wenxing was blown into a cloud of mysterious and unknown energy, completely vanishing into thin air. It had to be said that this kind of crystal life form was still very miraculous. Old Man Wenxing, as an avatar of this kind of crystal life form, had perfectly evolved all of the characteristics of the demon cultivator. Yi Xian originally thought that he was the first outsider in the history of the demon cultivator to successfully infiltrate his clan. But in reality, Old Ghost Wenxing had already completed this matter long before he had arrived. It was a pity that Old Man Wenxing had finally disappeared. It was not because he was not strong enough, but because Diyi's 3 doppelgangers were not weak either. Now, because of the efforts of Diyi's original body in the mechanical core, the 4 of them were temporarily sealed in this small space with a radius of 100 miles. Unable to escape, Old Ghost Wenxing could only sullenly be killed and turned into ashes. Soon, with the complete death of Old Devil Wenxing, the temporary seal on the core area of 100 miles was completely lifted. Diyi's original consciousness still had to contend with the crystal consciousness of the core from time to time. In order to eliminate Wenxing, he was able to buy a short 10 minutes. Still, it was already very difficult to prevent him from escaping in this area. It was difficult to do more. Old Ghost Wenxing was already dead, so there was no need for more. Then, Diyi's 3 doppelgangers rushed out of the core area. One of them stayed outside the core area. Its responsibility was to guard this place and not let anyone get close. At the same time, it paid close attention to the changes in the situation inside the core area. Even though the Tianji City Star sector was in chaos, Diyi's doppelganger did not leave. After all, the confrontation in the mechanical core was the most important. Of course, the doppelganger that was left behind did not have a body. It was temporarily condensed from its electronic consciousness. Its original body had been thrown on the Tianji Road Central Territory Square when the accident happened. Naturally, another doppelganger of Diyi would be sent over later. At this time, the electronic consciousnesses of the other 2 doppelgangers of Diyi had already arrived at the Central Territory Square on the Tianji Road Central Territory Square. The 2 of them were responsible for guarding the royal territory and commanding the entire Tianji City Star sector to maintain its normal operation. Now that the royal prison was empty, all the slaves of the First Universe had escaped. Even the interior of the royal prison had been blown up. There was no need for the doppelganger of Diyi guarding the royal territory to go there. The two of them would work together to clean up the aftermath of this breakthrough. A punitive expedition was launched. After reorganizing the internal order of the Tianji City Star Sector, the Tianji clan would begin to deal with the mass escape of the slaves of the royal family. However, before that, the 3 doppelganger shells that had been thrown on the Central Territory Square on the Tianji Road had to be found first. As Star-Lord's electronic consciousnesses, they could still move freely without the shells, but their combat ability would be greatly affected. Unfortunately, they couldn't find the 3 top-level shells at all. De's doppelganger retrieved the surveillance images of the Central Territory Square and its surroundings after the incident, and soon found something. The 3 top-level Star-Lord shells had been taken away by someone else. At this point, news came from the industrial sector that Sha Baofeng's psychic battle talisman, which he had brought from the demons, had been taken away. Also, the enemy had activated the battle talisman and launched a terrifying attack before leaving, severely wounding Yin Di and his Nether Skull clone. In the end, both parties left one after another, leaving behind 9 terrifying void turbulence vortexes in the outer industrial sector. They were slowly expanding outwards, and 2 of them had already fused together. It would probably be difficult for them to stabilize again. In addition, the terrifying attack launched by the psychic battle talisman before it left wasn't driven by the mental power of the demons. The energy left in the void was very similar to the unique biological frequency of the void soldier ladles. De's 2 doppelganger immediately understood what had happened. The soldier ladles had fallen into Prince Xian's hands, as had the psychic battle talisman, as well as the 3 top-level Star-Lord shells that had been built after years of hard work. Apart from that, the guy had a lot of treasures and fortunes. Prince Xian, the invincible god of war, the young master of Linghu clan, and the young master of the Netherworld clan. Every identity represented a lot of treasures and secrets that even they couldn't ignore. At this moment, De's 2 clones recalled everything that had happened. For a moment, just like old ghost Zhan Tu and the ancestor Wu Mei, they developed an incomparably strong interest in everything that was hidden in Yi Xian's body, as well as an extremely strong desire for it. Kacha. Kacha. As Chanas opened his eyes, the sound of bones mending and connecting could be heard from his body. This was a sign that the injuries in his body were rapidly recovering. Previously, this guy had been sent flying back from the entrance of the passage at the top of the stronghold in a fit of anger by the Yin Emperor. If not for his decent cultivation, he would have died on the spot. Even so, it would take at least half a month for him to fully recover. Now, in just a short period of 10 days, although Chana's injuries had mostly recovered, he was still unable to get up. Now, all his injuries had healed in an instant. For a moment, an aura similar to that of the Wenxing old man was emitted from his body. However, it was fleeting and quickly disappeared. His cultivation had also stabilized at the initial stage of the cosmic realm, the 14th realm. Compared to Chana's original cultivation, it had risen by nearly 2 realms in the blink of an eye. However, he still seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied with this. After getting up, he first checked his body and then sighed. Although the original owner of this body was seriously injured and the crystal consciousness seed hibernating in his body instantly occupied the source core in his brain and took over his physical body, this cultivation strength is still too weak. Even if the crystal consciousness seed was used to grow, it would only be able to climb to the initial stage of the cosmic realm. This won't do. It seems that I can only hibernate for a period of time. At the very least, I have to grow to the 15th realm of the universe realm, the pinnacle of the 9th realm. Fortunately, this body's identity and background are not bad. Not only does he hold a high position in the demon race, but he is also the commander of the demon imperial guards in the imperial city. He is also related to that mysterious brat. Although they are not together now, I can think of a way and wait for an opportunity to mix in with him again. Let's go. There is still no progress in the confrontation between the main consciousness and De's original body. Based on what I saw when I went in this time, if there are no accidents, I'm afraid it will continue for tens of thousands of years. De's original body's electronic consciousness does not have any advantage, so there is no need to worry about that. However, as a crystal consciousness clone of the main consciousness, I have to continue trying to push this process forward in the outside world. It's good that Tianji City has fallen. Now, it seems that the most valuable and potential to be exploited in the current era of the 3 major planes is that mysterious little one. Luckily, when he brought Chanas into Tianji City for the first time, this old man took precautions and planted a crystal consciousness seed in the bodies of the people around him. Once the first clone fell, this crystal consciousness seed would immediately awaken. Otherwise, the main consciousness would not be able to split into the same crystal. In the case of a consciousness doppelganger, the subsequent situation is not optimistic. Fortunately, we can see hope again. This time, Tianji City is in chaos. I'm afraid that the allied army of the slave races will withdraw one fleet after another under the orders of the various races. The entire allied army will fall apart very quickly. The first universe is going to be in chaos. It will enter a new situation where the various races compete for supremacy. In this kind of environment, this old man's new avatar can take advantage of the chaos and quickly grow. As he muttered to himself, Chana stood up, pushed open the cabin door, and walked out. At the same time, in Tianji City, as the Star Lord avatar of the Tianji clan's leader, De, it was naturally impossible to prepare only one shell. The three avatars of De, who were stationed outside Tianji City all year round, each had a spare shell. Now that the main shell had been stolen, De's three avatars had no choice but to temporarily reside in the spare shells. Although they still had the strength of a Star Lord, they were far less powerful than before. Some of their skills were restricted by the shells, and they could not use them. Of the three avatars, one had to always be stationed outside the sealed space where the mechanical core was located in the core area of Tianji City, to observe at all times in case of any unusual movements. The remaining two avatars of De were now jointly guarding Tianji City. Since the avatar guarding the Emperor's prison and the entire Emperor's prison were almost completely destroyed, there was no need to take care of the other avatar. At this moment, the two avatars of De were having a secret discussion in a secret chamber in a certain area of Tianji City. Now, I highly suspect that the kid's identity as Prince Xian is most likely fake. The Eternal Dynasty is only concerned about their reputation and reluctantly admitted it. If that's the case, it can explain why he was immediately sent away as soon as he returned to the immortal planet. That's right. Although the Eternal Dynasty reluctantly admitted it, they didn't want to let him take too much advantage, nor did they want to keep him around and be an eyesore. That's why they sent him to the Death Star region and ordered him never to return to the Eternal Imperial City without an order. It seems that even if we announce his identity, it won't affect the overall situation. The greater situation won't have much of a positive effect. The undying Imperial Court can abandon him at any time, so there's no meaning to it. If that's the case, let's just let him take a little more advantage. This kid's identity will be kept a secret for the time being. This way, it'll be easier for us to make arrangements for him and seize all his secrets. This matter is settled. Besides, now that the Emperor's prison is empty, the captured hostages of the various slave races will probably all return to their races soon. The situation in the first universe is already chaotic. Tianji City must prepare for this matter. Should we immediately send out troops to suppress them, or? It's not appropriate to send out troops to suppress them. The slave races will probably wait and see. If we send out troops now, we'll force them to unite and rebel. Don't forget how we took over the entire first universe back then, Nibble. Destroy them one by one. We could do it back then, and we can do it this time too. Even if they suffer losses, they might not realize it. Once bitten, twice shy isn't suitable for everyone. Let's evacuate. It just so happens that the space turbulence whirlpools in the outer industrial circle are too troublesome. We can only give up on this star region. However, a full-scale evacuation can only be carried out step by step. First, we'll start with Tianji City, then the countless fixed space fortresses in the inner defensive circle, and finally the countless construction bases in the outer industrial circle. All these years, because of the existence of Old Man Wenxing, Tianji City has always been floating in this void space in the first form of the space road. But now, the main consciousness of the crystal life in the mechanical core can't even take care of itself. It's been held back by the electronic consciousness of the original body. The other body has been completely annihilated. For tens of thousands of years, the complete authority of Tianji City is in our hands for the first time. This kind of opportunity is too rare. It just so happens that the other bodies have been exploring other unknown universes these years, and they've found a sealed miniature universe that's extremely valuable. Although the Heavenly Legacy main city was not like the Starfield Fortress, which was a living battleship with the ability to repair and grow, it was still the main base of the Heavenly Legacy race. Its ability to repair damage was also astounding. There were countless intelligent robots of the mechanic class in the Heavenly Fate clan. That was why the Emperor's prison had been mostly destroyed by the Super Death Ray bomb, and even the folded space support structure of that floor had been seriously damaged. However, as the overwhelming number of mechanical robots moved to the Emperor's prison, it was quickly restored to its original state in half a day. So far, the entire space zone of the Heavenly Fate clan had been restored to order. The Industrial Circle, the Defense Circle, and the main road of the Heavenly Fate clan were all peaceful and orderly. Only the turbulence vortexes at the edge of the Industrial Circle, which had been left behind by the terrifying Void Battle LA's attack, were still there, and were slowly expanding. The Celestials' legacy race had no intention of repairing it. They were already preparing to carry out a planar migration to a recently discovered small, sealed, independent universe that was of great value. Naturally, they wouldn't spend the effort to deal with this matter. The first universe used to belong to the Overlord Heavencraft race, but for some time in the future, it would belong to the various races of the first universe. Since that was the case, these space vortexes would be left for them to repair. They could also delay the efforts of these races. Although the Emperor's prison had been repaired, it was empty, there was no need to guard it. Of the 3 Star-Lord clones that DE had stationed in the main city of the Heavenly Secret City, apart from the one that was guarding the core area, the other 2 were guarding the main city at the same time. Crack! Crack, 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 the never-before-heard sound of machines grinding echoed throughout the vast space zone of the Heavenly Fate clan. The Tianji main city was located in the core region of the Star region. It had been floating in the void like a steel continent for almost 10,000 years. On that day, after almost 10,000 years, the main city of the Heavenly Fate clan finally started to change. It would return from the first form of the void continent to the second form of a super fortress. The former was the regular form. The latter, on the other hand, was in combat form. As the Tianji main city entered its second form as a super stronghold, this also meant that the Tianji main city and the entire Tianji clan had experienced a huge increase in strength for the second time after the clan's strength had exploded when they occupied the first universe. After nearly 10,000 years, they had finally reached their current level of strength. Once again, the ground began to expand. After all, it was a colossal object with a diameter of 1 million meters, which was equivalent to 1,000 kilometers. Just this transformation alone took more than an hour. Finally, this steel continent that was suspended in the core area of the Tianji City Star Sector transformed into a circular silver super fortress. It had a diameter of 1,000 kilometers, and its interior was equipped with a large amount of space folding technology, as well as various cutting-edge technologies of the Heaven's Legacy race. This was definitely a terrifying space-killing machine. Even a terrifying existence like the Void Battle Kara would not be able to withstand a single blow from it. A single beam of light from the main cannon could completely obliterate it, leaving not even a single strand of hair behind. This was because the main cannon of this super fortress had a diameter of 500,000 meters, which far exceeded the diameter of the Void Battle Kara's diameter of 300,000 meters. A single beam of light from the main cannon would completely cover the entire fortress. In addition to the super antimatter light energy main cannon with a diameter of 500 kilometers, the Tianji fortress also had a large number of other secondary cannons. Some used antimatter light energy, while others used other driving energy. They were all cutting-edge star sky technology. Some of them had even been kept a secret. Even the immortal dynasty of the Third Universe's human race had not mastered them. This was the only one among the 3 universes. It could be said that as long as the super fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters still existed, the Tianji clan would never be wiped out. Just this Tianji fortress alone had the combat power to challenge all the starry fleets of the immortal dynasty. Another half an hour later, the grinding sounds of machinery in the void gradually disappeared. The internal transformation of the Tianji fortress was also completed. Immediately after, a dense and weak buzzing sound rang out in the void. The terrifyingly colossal Tianji fortress was activating its space jump ability. A colossal object of this level could traverse an extremely terrifying distance in space with a single conventional space jump. Even so, the Tianji fortress still needed to perform 3 conventional space jumps in a row before it could reach a relatively remote wormhole in the universe. After entering there, it would then perform a wormhole jump that was even further away. All of this was completed in half a day. Another half a day later, when the Tianji fortress rushed out from another exit of this remote wormhole, it had already reached the border area of the first universe's deepest region. There was not even a single slave race of the first universe here. It was really too remote. In the next half a day, the Tianji fortress continued to perform conventional space jumps of terrifying distances. In the end, it entered a small wormhole that had just been discovered to be relatively stable and was not marked on the star map of the first universe. Although this wormhole was relatively small in scale, it would not have been discovered by a fleet of the Tianji clan not long ago otherwise. However, its specifications were not low. It was actually a wormhole at the level of a plane. The universe void that it was connected to was not the plane of the first universe. Instead, it was another relatively small independent plane. Although it was relatively small, it was far beyond the level of a so-called secret territory. Its territory was so vast that it was equivalent to 10 Tianji star zones. More importantly, within this small universe plane, there were only 2 wormholes that were like passageways to enter and exit the universe. One was the wormhole that the Tianji fortress had just entered. It was a small wormhole at the level of a plane that was connected to the void space of the outermost star zone of the first universe. The other one was connected to an even more secretive universe plane. The main reason why De's 2 bodies had decided to carry out the great migration of planes and move the headquarters of the Tianji clan to this small universe plane was because there was a wormhole that was connected to this even more secretive universe plane. They could not wait to explore this mysterious universe plane that they did not even know how dangerous it was. The last wormhole jump took an entire day. After all, the void space that this small wormhole was connected to was no longer the plane of the first universe. This was a wormhole jump at the level of a plane. De's 2 clones couldn't hold back their excitement as soon as they arrived at their new base. They immediately sent an exploration fleet to the wormhole in the depths of the plane. This wormhole was connected to a mysterious void. It was pitch black inside. However, when an exploration fleet of the Heavenly Fortune clan discovered that place not long ago, they found a lot of remains of primordial creatures that had long ceased to exist in that mysterious void. Those remains of primordial creatures were very powerful. The ones at the outermost edge were all at the Star-Lord state. The deeper they went, the more powerful the remains floating in the void became. That exploration fleet of the Heaven's Legacy race was simply unable to penetrate. In the end, it was completely wiped out, and not a single ship returned. For this reason, the Heaven's Legacy race had not only lost 10 fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters, but also lost 10 members of the Heaven's Legacy race. However, at the last moment, the crew of the exploration fleet fulfilled their mission and sent out some information and images without caring about anything else. They only went a little deeper, but they found the remains of primordial creatures that were beyond the Star-Lord state. In other words, they were terrifying existences at the level of domain lords. That was only the deepest part of the periphery. It was certain that they would definitely find the remains of sector lords or even more powerful primordial creatures if they went any deeper. That was a boundless treasure trove. It was definitely a great opportunity for the Heavenly Fortune clan. Some of those powerful primordial creatures were still bleeding golden blood, and their remains hadn't decayed after billions of years. Any of their flesh and blood would definitely be the best materials that the Heavenly Fortune clan could use to build the bodies of their clansmen. However, great opportunities also represented great horrors. The pressure contained within the remains of primordial creatures was simply too terrifying. Even a starry sky fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters could not withstand the pressure and would completely collapse upon reaching a certain depth. Dehe's avatar even suspected that in the deepest part of this mysterious void, there might be ancient creatures who had not yet fallen and were only hibernating here to recover from their injuries and recuperate. All in all, that was a land of treasures, but they couldn't enter it recklessly. They had to get in touch and slowly develop it. This was also the real reason why De's 2 bodies had decided to move Tianji Fortress to this miniature universe outside the void space. In this way, it was equivalent to building their base at the entrance of this void treasure land. They could explore it at any time and slowly nibble away at it. At this moment, after the arrival of Tianji Fortress, the first exploration fleet formed by 10 starry sky fortresses entered the mini-universe wormhole that connected to the mysterious void one after another. The 2 avatars of DE who were guarding Tianji Fortress were filled with hope. Watching the exploration fleet of this big fortress disappear into the wormhole entrance, the 2 DE doppelgangers muttered to themselves, "Right now, the 3 planes of the universe merely represent the current universe. However, countless years ago, there was a primordial era that was even more mysterious and powerful. Now, in the 3 planes, we've discovered some secret areas or starry sky ominous lands that still have traces of the primordial era. For example, the origin of all evil is one of them. If I'm not mistaken, the races of the Federation of the Second Universe are invading the First Universe on a large scale because they're aiming for the origin of all evil. Let them fight each other and fight for the good fortune of that starry sky ominous land like a swarm of bees. Our Tianji clan sits alone in a mysterious void space. In time, once we uncover the secrets of the primordial era, we'll rise again and dominate the 3 planes. From today onwards, all of this will begin in full swing." In one night, the Tianji continent disappeared and transformed into the second battle form of the super fortress, leaving the first universe. Apart from the Tianji clan, no one in the 3 planes of the universe knew about this. With the departure of the Tianji fortress, it could be said that the main camp of the Tianji clan was basically completely relocated. The inner defensive circle and the outer industrial circle that were left behind in the Tianji star sector could only be regarded as subsidiary parts of the Tianji fortress. Even if they were to abandon all of this, the Tianji fortress would be able to rebuild an even more powerful and terrifying defensive circle and industrial circle in that miniature universe in the near future. From now on, that miniature universe had a name. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it the Little Universe of Tianji. With the departure of the Tianji fortress, the inner defensive circle and the outer industrial circle of the entire Tianji star sector began to be dismantled and dismantled. All the large-scale machinery and equipment were dismantled by countless intelligent robots from one star after another and loaded into the countless battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various sizes in the various star docks of the industrial circle. Every time a fleet was loaded, it would immediately set sail. The Tianji clan was using this method to take away all the technology and basic facilities that they had left behind in the Tianji star sector. Before long, there would not be a single scrap of alloy in the entire Tianji star sector. All traces of the Tianji clan, the overlords of the first universe, living here for tens of thousands of years would be erased. This place would become an incomparably desolate star sector. Other than the abandoned stars that had been stripped of their alloy battle suits and terrifying weapons, there would only be a few gigantic space turbulence whirlpools left. By the time the outside world learned of this, the Tianji clan would have completely disappeared. There would not be any trace of them left in the 3 universes. The slave races of the first universe, who had just been freed, could only helplessly ally with each other and clean up the mess left behind in this part of the starry sky after the disappearance of the main camp of the Tianji clan. To the races of the first universe, this universe was their home. It was the foundation of their existence. Even though the formation of the gigantic space turbulence whirlpools in the Tianji star sector had nothing to do with them, they could only pinch their noses and think of ways to resolve it. Otherwise, if too much time passed, it would evolve into a supermassive black hole, and there would be no possibility of mending it. In the end, the entire first universe would be swallowed up by the supermassive black hole. Of course, all of this would happen later. Currently, in the Tianji city, countless intelligent robots were nervously dismantling all the equipment and facilities on the star fortresses in the inner defense circle and the outer industrial circle. In the outside world, no one had realized that an unforeseen event had happened in the Tianji city star sector that was destined to shake the 3 universes in the future. However, this was only referring to the migration of the entire Tianji clan. As for the unexpected commotion that had occurred in the Tianji city star sector, news of it had already spread throughout the 3 universes. The hostages of the royal families of the first universe that had been held hostage in the Tianji city imperial prison had all escaped. The ancestral land of the ferocious race was located in the western part of the first universe, which was called the Ferocious Star Zone. The 10,000 members of the ferocious race who were stationed on the ferocious star zone at the edge of the Tianji star zone were only a branch of the race. In the giant ferocious star field, there were several hundred administrative planets where the giant ferocious race lived. Although this slave race couldn't compare to the powerful demon race in the first universe controlled by the Heaven's Legacy race, they weren't too weak. The news that the 10,000 members of the ferocious race who were stationed in the Tianji star zone had all been killed had reached the ferocious star zone, the royal planet of the ferocious race. The Tianji race didn't care about the death of the 10,000 members of the branch at all. They didn't even send a message of condolence, which infuriated the royal family of the ferocious race, but they didn't dare to say anything. That race's nature of fearing the strong and bullying the weak had long been ingrained in their bones. The Tianji race was the overlord of the first universe. Even the ferocious king didn't dare to talk about the Tianji race in private in his territory. It would be a disaster if there were spies planted by the Tianji race on the ferocious star. He would never know that the Heaven's Legacy race had always believed that it was a waste to plant spies in a race with such a strong servile nature. Even so, there were still hostages among the ferocious giant tribe's royal family who were held captive in Tianji City. Every ferocious giant tribe's royal family would be asked to send the most talented ferocious giant tribe's royal uncle to Tianji City, generation after generation, the old and the dead. There were 6 royal uncles of the ferocious race who were still alive in the hands of the Tianji race. Of the 6 royal family members of the ferocious race, 3 were at the peak of the 9th rank of the universe state, and the last one was a star lord. Today, the 6 powerful members of the giant ferocious royal family had all returned to the giant ferocious planet. Right now, they were in the giant ferocious royal city, discussing important matters with the giant ferocious emperor and the elders of the giant ferocious royal family. At this moment, the 6 royal uncles of the giant ferocious royal family were speaking one after another. Although the 6 royal uncles had successfully escaped from Tianji City and returned to the giant ferocious planet safely, the 6 of them had incomparably worried expressions. Everyone else in the palace was the same. The entire palace was filled with gloom. This time, we were indeed too careless. We were tricked by the devil race and were actually tricked out of the imperial prison by him. Alas, who would have thought that the demon tribe would be so powerful that they could even bribe the new young patriarch of the Tianji clan, Sha Baofeng, to participate in this conspiracy? As expected of the number 1 slave clan, their methods are too ruthless and sinister. This time, the weaker races of the ferocious race have suffered because of him. Now that the royal prison is empty, the heavenly fate race will definitely annihilate us. Unfortunately, there was no way to turn back. Even the imperial prison was blown up. Otherwise, for the sake of the entire race, this old man would have turned back. No matter who came, they wouldn't leave even if a blade was at their neck. Who could afford to offend the Heaven's Legacy race? It's too late to say anything now. Everyone, regardless of whether they were willing or not, could only escape under the circumstances at that time. Now that we've returned to the giant ferocious star, even if we go back now, it's useless. Maybe the Heaven's Legacy race is thinking about which races to pick out and exterminate. If we go back now, we'll definitely be the first ones to stand out. What should we do? What should we do? As the 6 generations of ferocious race imperial uncles said these words, the atmosphere in the entire ferocious royal palace became even more oppressive. After a while, the ferocious emperor seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He sucked in a breath of cold air and cried out involuntarily, "Not good, I'm afraid we're really in trouble this time." The real trouble isn't just the heavenly fate race, but also the fiendish races of the Second Universe Federation. A crisis is coming. Hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they all agreed, "You haven't forgotten about the great battlefield at the front of the demon domain, right? Our ferocious race also has a fleet there, and it's not small either. There are several members of the royal family guarding it. Now that such a big change has happened in Tianji City, the main fleet will most likely not go there. Anyway, Tianji City is in the central region, and there are many ancestral lands of the servant races along the way. They will be happy to see how we are dealt with. The Second Universe's alliance army is not easy to deal with. After they learn about this situation, they will know that the races of the First Universe don't have the support of the Heavenly Fate race behind them. They will definitely be like wolves and tigers. Under such circumstances, if our ferocious race's powerful fleet still stays at the front line, won't that attract hatred? Now that we have already angered Master's heavenly fate race, if we offend the races of the second universe, I'm afraid we will really be completely exterminated this time. The powerful alliance army of the second universe will soon arrive at the ferocious star. Don't look at how many races there are in the first universe. There are also many powerful races like the demon race. They will definitely take the lead to form an alliance, but there's no need for us to stay at the front line and attract attention. Evacuate, we have to evacuate. At this point, the ferocious royal family members in the surrounding halls all seemed to wake up from a dream and echoed one after another. Soon, the ferocious race's secret edict to urgently recall their vanguard fleet at the front line was sent out at the first moment. It could be imagined that not long after this secret edict was sent through the First Universe's Starry Sky network to the Ferocious Legion's royal commanders at the front line, the entire Ferocious Legion, the Ferocious Legion would soon withdraw unconditionally. This scene in the Ferocious Star Emperor City was not a special case in the First Universe. In fact, many of the royal hostages of the First Universe's servant races who had been held in the hands of the Heavenly Fate race had all carried out secret negotiations with the upper echelons of their races after returning to their respective races. Although there were only a few soft-hearted races like the Ferocious race, in general, all the major races had made the decision to withdraw their vanguard fleet at the front line. This included the demon race. They were the same as most races. The reason why they made such a decision was not because they were afraid of the alliance army of the second universe, but because the overall situation of the first universe had changed. Even if they wanted to form an alliance army to resist the invaders of the second universe, it should not be led by the Heavenly Fate race. The temporary withdrawal of the vanguard fleet of the various races was mostly to wait for the new alliance army of the first universe to be officially established. Then, they would send out a new fleet of battleships to form a brand new alliance army of the first universe. Counting the time, it had only been less than half a month since Xianxia had left the frontline battlefield of the demon domain. A plane-level space war like this could easily take years or even decades. Sometimes, after a regional war, the two camps would need several years to rest and reorganize. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Moreover, before Xianxia left, the alliance of the two universes had just finished a great battle of the vanguard fleet. It could be said that they had suffered heavy losses, especially the alliance of the second universe, which had suffered heavy losses. Half a month was not even enough to rest and reorganize after the war. Therefore, since Xianxia left, not to mention a full-scale war between the two camps, there had not even been a small-scale probing war between them. However, in half a month, both camps had basically rested and reorganized. The alliance of the first universe was full of fighting spirit. After half a month of boredom, they were already restless and wanted to fight. Especially with the departure of Xianxia, Yi Luo, who was originally only the deputy commander of the vanguard fleet, was promoted to the front line and became the new commander of the alliance of the servant races of the first universe. The commanders of the vanguard fleet of the servant races in his camp were still looking forward to a great victory. This matter was to curry favor with him. Unfortunately, the change in this situation was too unpredictable. It was simply too unexpected. In just half a day, the alliance of the servant races of the first universe had all left. The fleets of the various races that had originally formed a long line of defense in a vast area of the starry sky were all gone in just half a day. Before Yi Luo could recover from his shock, he was separated from the alliance of the second universe by a few kilometers. Of the battleships confronting each other in the void, only the 10,000 or so battleships of the vanguard fleet of the Tianji clan headquarters were left. In the past 2 days, Yi Luo had been in high spirits. When he had nothing to do, he would deduce the situation of the battlefield in the flagship fortress of Expel. The feeling of controlling nearly 1,000,000 starry sky battleships under his command made him intoxicated. He would often be immersed in his deduction for most of the day. In addition, the vanguard fleet of the servant races of the first universe that had retreated one after another did not greet him. He had already fallen out with the Tianji clan, so what was there to greet? Therefore, even after all the fleets of the other races had left, Yi Luo was still in the dark. He was immersed in the deduction of the situation of the war with excitement. It was not until he was ready to order a probing attack that he realized that the void to his left and right was basically empty. The long line of defense that stretched for millions of kilometers in the void was now as if a dog gnawed on it. Yi Luo was. But when? Then, the tens of thousands of battleships, fortresses of the vanguard fleet of the Tianji clan that were suspended alone in the void began to frantically retreat as if they were fleeing. In the face of this strange scene, the alliance of the various races of the second universe that was 100,000 kilometers away in the void was dead silent. Not a single battleship chased after them. In fact, half a day ago, when the fleets of the alliance of the first universe retreated one after another, they had already noticed it. At first, they did not pay much attention to it, thinking that it was just a routine adjustment of the defense line. It was not until the number of battleships in the void on the other side that the vanguard of the various races of the second universe's alliance that the alliance of the vanguard fleet finally took it seriously. However, they were certain that this was a conspiracy of the alliance of the first universe's servant races. No matter what the other party's true intentions were, it was obviously not a good thing. It was the same now. Such a huge and long line of defense in the void was completely gone in the blink of an eye. Were they trying to fool a little kid? If they advanced rashly at this time, they would be fooled. In the end, they might even fall into a trap. Even the headquarters of the myriad Luo Federation hidden in the darkness in the void far behind the enormous alliance line, as well as the upper echelons of the human race's cultivation and technology camps, were all secretive about this scene. They looked at each other, and no one dared to make a sound. They did not understand what had happened. What was the ultimate goal of the other party's strange actions? When the tens of thousands of battleships of the Tianji clan's vanguard fleet led by Yi Luo had completely left, there was not a single enemy battleship to be seen in the vast void of the universe in front of them. Then, another half a day passed. The alliance of the second universe, the myriad Luo Federation, and the human race had settled down in their respective camps. The informant inserted in the first universe continued to send the news over: great changes in the Tianji city. Sha Baofeng, the newly appointed young clan leader, had colluded with the former clan leader of the Yin Demon clan, the Yin Emperor, and caused havoc in the Tianji city. Not only did they blow up the imperial prison in the inner city of the Tianji city, but they also released tens of thousands of slaves from the first universe who had been held hostage by the Tianji clan in the imperial prison. In this complete chaos, 9 vortexes of space turbulence appeared in the industrial area around the Tianji city. The entire star area was in chaos. This was a shocking piece of news that no one had expected. Everyone was shocked beyond words. The upper echelons of the Federation, the human race, and the vanguard fleet of the alliance of the second universe even thought that this news was fake. They thought that it was one of the baits used to confuse them and lure them into the enemy's trap. It wasn't until all the major powers communicated with each other and confirmed that all the secret channels in the hands of the major races and powers were in agreement that they suddenly realized that all of this was actually true. After all, it was reasonable and acceptable for 1 or 2 clan spies to be discovered and fake news to spread. However, if the entire Federation, the human race, the races of the second universe, and all the spies of the first universe and even the Tianji clan were all captured, then that would be absolutely unrealistic. Soon after, this news spread throughout the 3 universes. Even the Tianji clan's officials issued a joint arrest warrant for the crippled young clan leader, Sha Baofeng, and the Yin Emperor in the first universe's Starry Sky network. This matter was finally settled. It was confirmed. The commanders of the vanguard fleet of the second universe's alliance were filled with regret. They beat their chests and stamped their feet. They had missed an excellent opportunity to beat a drowning dog. Unfortunately, this kind of opportunity was fleeting. If they missed it, they would never get another chance. When he left the Tianji star field, Yi Xian used the interstellar coordinate jump ability. The destination he chose was the black hole of life in the demon star field, which was quite far away from the Tianji star field. Ever since the Tianji race sent out a fleet to capture the Void Soldier Ladle race in the black hole of life, it had been empty. Perhaps there were some forces or races in the first universe that wanted to use the empty black hole of life. After all, this was a unique void that was equivalent to a secret realm. Although it was called a black hole, it was different from other black holes formed in the universe. It was completely made up of Void Soldier Ladle race. The ladle race was formed by the void devourer beast slowly eating away at the void. Not only did it not devour light and heat, it was filled with all kinds of void turbulence and had the characteristics of a constantly expanding black hole. Instead, because of the departure of the void soldier ladle race, it stopped expanding slowly and stabilized. It was definitely a good place for a race to live. Earth. However, this was the Demonkin star region after all, and the Demonkin race was ranked in the top 3 among the slave races of the first universe, even if they weren't the strongest. Therefore, some small races didn't even dare to think about the black hole of life. The demon cultivator race might have thought of this before, but ever since they formed an alliance with Yixian and found out about the relationship between him and the Void Soldier Ladle clan, the demon cultivator race gave up on the idea of developing a black hole of life and entering it. During this time, the black hole of life had always been quiet. It was a stark contrast to the turbulent situation in the demon star field and even the entire first universe. It was like a quiet and peaceful paradise. After Yixian completed the interstellar coordinate jump and arrived at the black hole of life, he was not in a hurry to leave. After thinking for a while, he decided to set up camp in the black hole of life for the time being. Following the unforeseen events in Tianji City, the overall situation of the first universe would obviously be greatly affected. The slaves of the first universe, who had been held hostage by the royal family of the Tianji race, had all fled. This could not help but directly affect the plane that was erupting at the edge of the Demonkin star region. A great battle in the stars. It was impossible for Yixian to predict how the specific situation would develop, but he had to plan ahead. Even if the general situation of the first universe had nothing to do with him, the Tianji clan would reveal the secret of his identity in a fit of anger. Yixian and Triumph City would be sent to the tip of the waves. Before all of this happened, he had to increase his cultivation as much as possible. Right now, he was at the 11th realm, the 8th level of the Mystic Light realm. He only needed a small breakthrough before he could consume the level 12 liquid and break through to the 12th level, the Void realm. Even if Yixian was only a Void rank 1, the overall combat strength he could display at that time would be completely different from what it was now. It was not like the difference between heaven and earth, but it would definitely cause people to raise their eyebrows. After all, Yixian still had a lot of potential in the various supreme treasures and powerful divine abilities he possessed. Their power would increase along with Yixian's cultivation base, therefore, to Yixian, every small increase in his cultivation base was significant. It was definitely not just a small increase in his combat strength. If the outside world was chaotic, then so be it. According to Yixian's estimation, it would only take him 2 or 3 days to break through another small realm. After ending this round of closed-door cultivation, he would leave the black hole of life and investigate the situation of the first universe, as well as the identity of the planes of the 3 universes. The various reactions after the secret of the Void realm was revealed. As a Mystic Light realm expert, Yixian was no longer an ordinary starry sky expert. He was only 4 realms away from becoming a universe realm expert. At this level, breaking through a small realm was no longer as easy as it was before. Ordinary people would only be able to break through once every few years. Even if Yixian had a huge amount of resources in his hands, it was not realistic for him to break through consecutively in just a few days. In fact, his last breakthrough was just around the corner. So, for the sake of ensuring the success of his breakthrough this time, Yixian had pondered for a moment before he withdrew a huge amount of cultivation resources from the undying world within his body. 10 level 99 colored stellar core quintessence, a drop of evil liquid, a huge piece of the corpse of a region lord, of course, the latter was for roasting. The flesh and blood of such formidable primordial beings were precious cultivation resources. Even if they had perished countless years ago, they were still precious flesh and blood. So, even if a small amount of energy remained within them, it was extremely precious to Yixian right now. Ding! 10 level 99 colored stellar core quintessence have been discovered. Will you take them immediately? As soon as he withdrew those 10 top-grade stellar core quintessence, the familiar sound of system notifications resounded in Yixian's mind, and he immediately gave an affirmative answer. However, he didn't utilize the energy of those 10 top-grade stellar core quintessence right away, and he stored it within the Devour system instead. After that, Yixian placed the piece of flesh he'd sliced off from the corpse of the region lord into the farmer god cauldron, and then he directly activated the orange flames within the furnace volcano in the central region and started roasting it. This scene immediately alarmed the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru within the farmer god cauldron. Yi Xian's mind was connected to the farmer god cauldron at this moment, so the voices of the three women had entered his mind with extreme clarity. Time to eat. Time to eat. Wow. What an amazing act. He directly roasted it with earth and flames. I know it's definitely extremely delicious. Big scoundrel, everyone gets a share. Is there going to be a share every single day from now on? If that's the case, then the three of us won't be leaving and will help you train those animals locked up at the bottom of the volcano. Their voices hadn't finished resounding through the air when strands of blood and low curses that dared to be furious yet didn't dare speak faintly resounded from the depths of the furnace volcano in the farmer god cauldron. Moreover, it actually faintly revealed sobbing sounds. Yi Xian instantly laughed bitterly when he heard this. Looks like Ji Jinghong, Jiao Tian, and the other almost 20 geniuses of the various clans in the second universe who were locked up within the numerous cages at the bottom of the volcano had definitely suffered a great deal from these three little girls. When they were captured and locked up within the cages at the bottom of the furnace volcano, Yi Xian hadn't searched for the cultivation resources and treasures they carried with them because there were too many of them. Moreover, Yi Xian's current level of vision had increased as well, so unless it was an almighty figure in the world, it was practically impossible to arouse his interest in plundering them. When the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru were taken into the farmer god cauldron by him, Yi Xian had given the three girls a certain amount of authority in order to facilitate their activities in the cauldron. Except for the sealed space at the bottom of the volcano used to store all kinds of flesh and blood ingredients, the three girls were very. The corpse of a primordial being at the region Lord realm still carried a formidable aura of pressure. So, not to mention roasting it, ordinary experts would be heavily injured if they just approached it. However, after it was roasted by the orange flames of the farmer god cauldron, not only had all sorts of impurities been expelled, the formidable pressure had been refined and fused into the flesh and blood, and it wasn't sharp and oppressive any longer. It was precisely because of this that Yi Xian was able to devour the head of that golden crow at the World Lord realm. At this moment, Yi Xian had no choice but to leave behind 3 portions for Xian Yuanzing and the others after he'd finished roasting this large piece of flesh and blood that belonged to a region lord. After that, he withdrew the largest portion from within the farmer god cauldron, and then he directly utilized his knife and fork to eat to his heart's content. After he finished eating the golden and oily region lord realm corpse, Yi Xian's entire body started to heat up. Now, he'd recovered his human form, and coupled with the fact that he was within the black hole of life that wasn't affected by external disturbances, he wasn't able to control his body at all. The golden and oily flesh transformed into energy as soon as it entered his stomach. Waves of multicolored light surged out from within him, and it caused the myriad of pores throughout Yi Xian's body to glow brightly. A myriad of rays of light shot into the sky, and he simply seemed like an invincible god of war that had come from the other side of space. After that, Yi Xian raised his head and swallowed the drop of evil liquid that he'd prepared. In the end, he sat down cross-legged in midair and closed his eyes before he issued an order to the devouring system, and it slowly poured the energy absorbed from the 10 top-grade stellar cores into his body. At this point, his breakthrough had finally begun. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through in the cultivation of the vital blood of your body. Current cultivation, perfection in the 9th rank of the mystic light realm. After an unknown period of time, when the extreme heat within Yi Xian's body had finally vanished, the familiar sound of the system notification resounded in his mind. He'd finally broken through. Opening his eyes, Yi Xian checked his body. His blood and qi were surging, and his strength had increased by a large margin. However, even though the energy within the corpse of that region lord and the quintessence of those 10 level 9 colored stellar cores had been completely exhausted, Yi Xian still felt like countless cells throughout his body were being torn apart. This wasn't unfamiliar to him. It was the sign of the origin elixir of all evil tempering his body, tearing apart the shackles of his body, and unearthing the potential of his body. Although he had only ingested a single drop of all evil origin elixir this time, it was truly extraordinary, and its subsequent effects were still spreading. Yi Xian did not hesitate and decided to strike while the iron was hot. He swallowed a bottle of level 12 liquid and broke through to the 12th realm, the Void Realm. Even if he could only stabilize at Void Realm rank 1, he would be satisfied. Soon after, Xian swallowed a vial of level 12 liquid and entered seclusion once more. What was different was that this time, he was advancing towards another major realm, and not breaking through a minor realm within the same major realm. At the same time, in the space within the farmer god cauldron within Xian's undying world. The golden meat roasted from the corpses of 3 region lords had been eaten a long time ago. It was the first time that the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Chanru had enjoyed the flesh and blood of such a living being, so the effects were even more obvious. Coupled with the fact that their cultivations were inferior to Xian. Breaking through was comparatively easy. As such, this time, just by eating a large piece of roasted domain lord level meat each, the 3 girls broke through one after another. In a short period of time, their cultivations all rose by 2 small realms. After they finished cultivating, the 3 of them cheered with joy, and they were delighted to the point of jumping up and down. This scene and the entire process were seen clearly by Ji Jinghong, Jiao Ritian, and the rest who were in the prison walls at the bottom of the central region furnace volcano. These fellows all had envious expressions on their faces at this moment. However, it wasn't only because Shan Yuanzing and the other 2 girls had advanced by 2 small stages in succession. More importantly, it was because they were envious that they could actually enjoy this level of supreme treasure meat. They were locked up at the bottom of the volcano. Every time Xian used an orange-red flame to roast all sorts of precious meat, they were the closest witnesses. The pieces of supreme precious meat that were roasted until they were golden and dripping with oil emitted an intoxicating fragrance. Unknowingly, their appetites had long since completely fallen. Slurp. It was unknown which one of them was drooling, and it seemed like there was quite a lot of saliva, and when it was sucked back into his mouth, it actually made a crisp sound. The 3 girls were alarmed, and their gazes all turned towards the prison walls at the bottom of the central region volcano, and just happened to meet the envious gazes of the 20 or so guys. Sometimes, when the light of appetite and lust was ignited in the eyes, it was very difficult to distinguish between spiciness, and it was so hot, staring straight at the ground, making one's heart tremble. And this time, the 3 girls clearly misunderstood. They were obviously greedy, but the faint green light in their eyes made them think of a bad thing. Being stared at by 20 or so big perverts at the same time, with the temperament of the 3 girls, they were originally going to flip out. Furthermore, the former were prisoners, and they were prisoners, so the 3 of them immediately rushed to the bottom of the volcano below, shouting incessantly. Damn guys, they are really a bunch of animals, they are already prisoners, but they are still so disobedient, how dare they stare at this young miss like that? They don't want to live anymore, do they? We must teach them a good lesson, they haven't been taught a lesson for only 1 day, and now they are disobedient, what a bunch of wretches. In my opinion, we should just blind their eyeballs so that they don't roll around every day, which is annoying. Play or not, blind or not. If not, all of you can change into your original form, so that this young miss can see which part of your body is more pleasing to the eye, then cut a piece for us to roast and share, as an apology, otherwise. Humph. Oh, didn't you hear? I'm talking to you, Jiao Ritian, you are obviously a big fat cow. What's the point of pretending to be a human? Show your original form immediately, this young miss is going to cut a big piece of cow meat. You don't want to move, right? Fine, roast you alive is the same. As soon as she finished speaking, Duanmu Xiaocha had already made a spell to control a wisp of orange flame, which shot toward the prison walls where Jiao Ritian was. These days, they had used this method to show off their power, which had already frightened the 20 or so young talents of the Federation of the Second Universe. Moo. Before the orange flame rushed into the prison, there was a monstrous angry moo from inside. With tears in his eyes, Jiao Ritian hurriedly showed his original form at the first time, a black strong cow about 1,000 feet in size, standing in the prison with its head down, its body full of scars. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the Qi and Blood realm. Current realm, Void Realm Level 1. As the familiar system notification rang in his mind, Xian opened his eyes. His eyes glowed, and the system notification rang in his mind again. This time it had nothing to do with the breakthrough in his cultivation level. It was to remind Yi Xian that he still had a chance to use a random system ability that he had not yet used. When Yi Xian upgraded the Devouring system's subsidiary title to level 5 Interstellar Raider, the benefits he gained were that from then on, the number of interstellar coordinates that Yi Xian could imprint on any dimension in the universe had increased from 1 to 2. There was also the halo effect that came with the title. On the basis of the previous 4 titles, Interstellar Traveler, Interstellar Adventurer, Interstellar Explorer, and Interstellar Pathfinder, a brand new system ability would be activated randomly. However, due to the various things that happened after that, Yi Xian didn't use this opportunity to the point that he almost forgot about it. Now that he heard the system's reminder, his eyes lit up and he immediately gave the system an instruction. Using this opportunity, he obtained a new ability of the system that was randomly selected. Power. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the forging system. Soon, a short system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind, indicating that this opportunity had been used. The Devouring system in his body had activated another ability, which meant that a new subsidiary system had been activated. However, the forging system that had just been activated caused Yi Xian to be stunned for a moment before frowning. Forging system? It did not sound like much. Was it forging a treasure? If that was the case, then it was too useless. Yi Xian already had the fusion system. He could fuse any treasure with the same type of treasure or other suitable materials to increase its level and quality. Wasn't that what the forging system meant? It was not even as good as the fusion system. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, a trace of disappointment surfaced in Yi Xian's heart. As expected, this was a random chance given by the system. It was cheap and not good, so giving it away for free was even less worth looking forward to. After sighing a few times, Yi Xian still felt a little unwilling to give up. He also felt a little hopeful. In his opinion, the Devouring system was so high and mighty. Even if the system randomly activated a new auxiliary system, it shouldn't overlap with the previous system, right? This was too stingy. Could it be that this so-called forging system has some other advantages or tricks? Anyway, since it had already been activated, it wouldn't take much time to carefully study it. At most, he would come up with nothing. That way, he could completely give up. With that thought in mind, Yi Xian immediately perked up. He began to search for all the information about the forging system in the newly updated database due to the activation of the system's new subsidiary system. He immediately began to study it in detail. Not long after, Yi Xian thoroughly researched all the information regarding the forging system. He was extremely excited. It was indeed different from the fusion system. Not only was it different, it was completely different. It shouldn't be called the forging system at all. It would be more appropriate to call it the personality replication system. Simply put, the function of this system was to replicate a certain artifact that Yi Xian already had. Furthermore, it was a personalized replication. There were options to keep or remove the personality. Of course, this kind of replication was not done out of thin air. It required a large amount of various materials. It felt as if these materials were used to reforge a new artifact. That was why it was called the forging system, but in fact, it was completely different in nature. How could simple forging be the same as rough replication? Not to mention a simple forging, even a complicated fusion would not be as rough and direct as the other party's replication. To give a very simple example, Yi Xian's personal small battleship, the Dongxiu shuttle, was now a quasi-starry sky supreme treasure. However, to reach this level, Yi Xian had gone through a total of 7 fusions. Furthermore, he had succeeded each time before reaching this level. During these 7 fusions, he had to carefully choose the same type of artifact that could be used to carry out the fusions, or the various materials that had unique abilities or attribute effects. A total of 7 fusions. It could be said that it was exhausting and time-consuming. If there was a lack of similar type of artifact or material that could be used to carry out the fusions, then he could only wait until there was a suitable one. Only then could he carry on with the fusions. However, if he let the forging system do this, it would be different. Of course, this was under the premise that Yi Xian's Dongxiu shuttle had reached the quasi-starry sky supreme treasure level after 7 fusions. If he did not have such a reference object, or rather, a model, the forging system would not be able to use it. With the Dongshu shuttle model in hand, if Xian wanted to make a similar personal battleship that had completed 7 fusions and was a quasi-starry sky supreme treasure, he could just directly use the model, which was the Dongshu shuttle, and the various materials required for the forging. He could just throw them to the system. Xian did not need to care about anything else. The length of time it would take was still unknown, but in the end, he would definitely be able to obtain a similar small personal battleship and complete it in one go. More importantly, this kind of duplicated forging, which was like cheating, actually had the option to be deleted, and could be customized according to one's personality. For example, if Xian felt that a certain function of the Dongshu shuttle was useless, then he could just delete it during the replication forging process. As for another function, if Xian felt that it was too weak and needed to be strengthened, then he could just select this option during the replication forging process and specially strengthen it. This was simply heaven-defying. Unfortunately, the more heaven-defying a system function like this was, the more stringent it would be in other aspects. The forging system that had just been activated this time was the same. Its stringent requirement was that the amount of materials required for replication forging was too terrifying. Xian tried to throw the Dongshu shuttle to the forging system, then gave it a command to forge it. He also gave it access to the vast amount of resources and materials he had collected in the undying world in his body. In the end, the forging system's final evaluation almost made Xian fall to the ground in shock. With the vast amount of resources collected in Xian's undying world, even Star Lords would tremble in fear if they saw it. Only 4 Dongshu shuttles with identical functions could be forged. If there was a need for customization, such as deleting or strengthening a certain function, the cost would be even greater, so only 2 or 3 could be made. After a moment of excitement, Xian gradually calmed down and shook his head with a bitter smile. All this time, he had never lacked any kind of resources. Furthermore, he was extraordinarily wealthy. This gave him a sense of pride, as if he was the richest man in the world. Only now, after activating the almost man-eating forging system, did he realize that he was actually still a pauper. The vast amount of resources in his undying world was only enough to create 3 to 4 Dongshu shuttles. He could not afford to use such a luxurious forging system. If Xian wanted to forge a Thunder Emperor seal, the Shinnon Cauldron, the ancient Desolate Inheritance Tower, or other treasures from the Desolate Era like the Thunder Emperor seal, the Shinnon Cauldron, or even the Desolate Era's Inheritance Tower, wouldn't that be enough to bankrupt him? At the end of the day, he still had to work hard and get more resources. Otherwise, he could only take it one step at a time. He could forget about enjoying this luxury to the end. However, the forging system had already been activated. If he did not use it to create a treasure and see how it worked, Xian would not be satisfied. No matter what, he had to use it at least once. Otherwise, he would be letting himself down. Thinking of this, Xian gritted his teeth and began to choose from the various treasures he currently had. Treasures like the Farmer God Cauldron were out of the question. He could not afford to play with them, so he directly skipped them. Quasi-starry sky treasures like the Dongshu shuttles, undying glass armor, and withered demon blood blades were also out of the question. Using so many resources just to test the effects and in the end, creating a treasure with the same function was not worth it. However, he could not just randomly create a piece of junk and give it to the forging system. That would be meaningless. In the end, Xian's gaze locked onto the void battle armor. After thinking for a while, his eyes lit up. Although the void battle armor was huge, its power was mainly reflected in the tens of millions of void soldier ladles that drove it. Before it was modified, its power was reflected in the tens of millions of demon dwellers. Without the tens of millions of void soldier ladles and demon cultivator experts, it was actually not a very precious magic treasure. The current void battle armor was only at the epic star grade, which was actually quite good. For Xian, this grade was just right for him to test the effects of the forging system. However, the void battle talisman was only suitable for the void soldier ladle. Xian already had one, so there was no need for him to get an identical one. In any case, the forging system could be customized. Since it could be targeted to delete or strengthen a certain function, it could also be targeted to make a small change to a certain function. Also, the forging system had a very convenient function before replicating and forging a certain piece of magical equipment. which was to perform an automatic search based on the current situation and propose personalized customization suggestions to the host based on the final result of the automatic search. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian handed the void battle armor to the forging system and gave it an order to start a personalized automatic search. The results were out very quickly. What surprised Yi Xian was that there were actually two personalized forging suggestions from the system. They were the Weeping Soul battle armor and the Flowing Time battle armor. From the names of the two battle armors to be forged, it could be seen that the personalized choice targeted the driving force. For example, the Void battle armor was previously a spiritual battle armor, which was suitable for the demon dwellers to drive. Now that it had become a Void battle armor, it was suitable for the Void soldier ladle to drive. Similarly, if Yi Xian decided to forge the Weeping Soul battle armor or the Flowing Time battle armor, the driving force would also change. The demon dweller's spiritual power would not be suitable, and the Void soldier ladle would not be suitable. These two battle armors would be suitable for the Weeping Soul beast and the golden slime respectively. The Weeping Soul beast Yi Xian had captured tens of millions of Weeping Soul beasts in the Weeping Soul cave on the Black Mountain Star, the main star of the Black Mountain tribe. Although he had used some of them to enhance his spiritual power, he still had a total of 40 to 50 million Weeping Soul beasts. It was more than enough to occupy one Weeping Soul battle armor. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was instantly moved. Although the resources and materials required to forge two personalized war drums were quite expensive, it was still acceptable. More importantly, Yi Xian had already witnessed the powerful might of the Spirit War Drum and the Void War Drum. Currently, he still had the effect of the Weeping Soul War Drum. He was looking forward to it. Since the Weeping Soul battle armor was driven by tens of millions of Weeping Soul beasts, its power should be about the same as the spiritual battle armor. After all, Weeping Soul beasts were all made of spiritual energy, but there would definitely be differences. According to Yi Xian's estimation, compared to the spiritual battle armor, the Weeping Soul battle armor would only be stronger. Its strong point should be the Weeping Soul beast's unique Weeping Soul effect. The terrifying attack of tens of millions of Weeping Soul beasts driving the Weeping Soul battle armor would be a fatal blow to any flesh and blood life form. An attack at the level of the primordial spirit, and consciousness. Thinking of this, Yi Xian did not hesitate any longer. He immediately gave the forging system the right to draw resources. In short, all the resources collected in his undying world were at the disposal of the system to forge the Weeping Soul battle armor. Everything unfolded quickly, and Yi Xian did not stop. While the forging system was forging the Weeping Soul battle armor, he began to study the Weeping Soul beasts stored in the various spatial pagodas. The spatial pagodas were originally refined by Old Devil Wen Xing and provided to the Black Mountain tribe's great commander. They were specifically used to store the Weeping Soul beasts. The Weeping Soul beasts were very unique. Normal spatial treasure would not be able to store them, and even directly store them in one's body would not work. However, after absorbing them as spiritual energy, the remaining tiny Weeping Soul blood horn could be directly stored. With regards to this, Yi Xian had always been very curious. He had studied it before, but to no avail. In the end, he could only attribute it to the fact that everything in the world had its own unique characteristics. There was really no need to investigate the cause of everything, so he did not investigate further. However, now that he wanted to make use of these tens of millions of Weeping Soul beasts and make them as obedient as the soldier Diao tribe, once they entered the Weeping Soul battle armor, they would be able to follow Yi Xian's orders at any time. They would gather the Weeping Soul beast's spiritual energy and launch a powerful concentrated attack. Then, Yi Xian would have to study this matter again. Once. Otherwise, if these tens of millions of Weeping Soul beasts did not listen to his orders, either all of the Weeping Soul beast's spiritual energy would not be able to gather, or they would not be able to condense into a concentrated attack and be shot out. The Weeping Soul beast was a spiritual energy life form that was related to the Weeping Soul blood ape. The Weeping Soul blood ape was the supreme primordial lord. This guy was mysterious and strange. During the primordial war, it didn't belong to the camp of the headless infant corpse, nor did it belong to the camp of the heavenly eye. Yi Xian inherited the heaven-falling bow. In the image, it was lurking in a dark corner of an abandoned planet, spying on the entire primordial galactic battlefield insidiously. This guy was definitely up to something. Perhaps the countless weeping soul beasts in the Weeping Soul Cave on the Black Mountain Star had something to do with it. But that didn't matter anymore. Back then, the remnant soul of the Weeping Soul Blood Ape lived a second life and turned into a Weeping Soul Blood Horn. Unfortunately, this Weeping Soul Blood Ape didn't manage to grow into a new Weeping Soul Blood Horn. However, before it could grow into a new Weeping Soul Blood Ape, it met Xianxia and was eventually refined by the headless infant corpse. Today, it was transferred to the devouring body by Xianxia and the venerable Void Ladle clone through the Tower of Ancients' inheritance. It was also the body of the invincible war god that was still struggling in the territory of the human cultivators. In short, even if these weeping soul beasts had some secrets, they couldn't do anything now. The source of their bloodline, the Weeping Soul Blood Ape, had been completely subdued. How could they cause trouble? Xianxia had collected a large number of weeping soul beasts and kept all the miniature weeping soul blood horns. Now, there were nearly 10 million of them. At this time, the nearly 10 million soul blood horns were all taken out by him, and he threw them to the devouring system to refine them. At the same time, according to the system's requirements, Xianxia also provided some special materials. This was similar to refining the Dongshu shuttle, the undying glass armor, the withered demon blood blade, and other treasures, but it was more thorough. After a short while, the refinement was completed. Tens of millions of weeping soul horns and other precious materials were finally refined into a single weeping soul blood crystal. It was completely blood red and almost completely transparent, like the highest grade of blood red amber. Within it, I could faintly see a miniature weeping soul blood ape. It was exactly the same as the weeping soul blood horn, except that it was countless times smaller, only the size of a palm. Xianxia only needed to refine this weeping soul blood crystal and place it in the core beehive node of the weeping soul battle tala. Then, he would be able to use it to control the tens of millions of weeping soul beasts residing in the weeping soul battle tala. He would make them obey his orders like the Void Soldier Dipper Horde and unleash a terrifying weeping soul strike at any time. Coincidentally, the shape of the weeping soul blood crystal was a curved horn, just like the horn. Xianxia muttered in his heart as he played with it. He didn't know that the weeping soul blood crystal, which was the center of the kinetic energy, was made into such a shape, but it was gathered from the bodies of tens of millions of weeping soul beasts. In the end, it would turn into a mental fluctuation that shot out through the weeping soul blood crystal. Would there be an additional amplification effect? If the answer was yes, then this weeping soul battle tala, which was about to be completed, would definitely be more terrifying than the void battle tala. In addition to its weeping soul effect, TSK. Xianxia couldn't wait any longer. After half a day, the weeping soul battle tala was finally completed. Xianxia checked the consumption rate of the vast amount of resources collected from the undying world in his body. Although it was still within an acceptable range, he couldn't help but feel his heart twitch. It seemed like he had to collect more resources in the future. The system really didn't dare to use it carelessly. Such a useful item, but it couldn't be used frequently. This was simply driving people crazy. Xianxia definitely wouldn't be able to accept it. After shaking off these thoughts, Xianxia waved his hand and brought out the completed weeping soul battle tala. In the void in front of him, a huge battle tala with a diameter of 300,000 meters suddenly appeared before his eyes. In terms of external appearance, this weeping soul battle tala was exactly the same as the void battle tala. The only difference was that the materials used were more suitable for the weeping soul beast to move. The internal structure of all the honeycomb nodes and connecting pipes had also been adjusted to be more suitable for the transmission and amplification of the weeping soul beast's spiritual energy. From the looks of it, these two were completely identical space-killing machines. The only difference was the color. The void battle tala was completely gray, the weeping soul battle tala was completely soaked in the blood of the weeping soul. Seeing this scene, Xianxia couldn't help but mutter, from the looks of it, the time battle tala that is going to be forged later, won't it be completely made of time metal? The time metal he was talking about was the golden color of the golden slimes. Xianxia had tens of millions of golden slimes in his hands. Moreover, he also had a golden slime mother nest, which was currently placed in a certain layer of the SS Starfield Life Fortress. At every moment, new golden slime would be born. The substance secreted from their bodies was the same substance that formed the entire world of Life Fortress. These golden slime derivatives were the favorite nutrients for growth. Yi Xian had thrown 2 prime life crystals that he had won from the system's competitive missions into the mother nest twice. After the energy of the second prime life crystal was depleted, the evil spirit slime's life form underwent another great leap. They had already reached a very high level. On the backs of all the evil spirit slimes, there was an additional golden line that ran from head to tail. Moreover, on their entire bodies, there was also a golden line. There were specks of golden spots on their bodies. Even the mucus secreted by their bodies had turned a faint gold color. From then on, it was no longer appropriate to call them evil spirit slimes. It would be more appropriate to call them golden slimes. At that time, Yi Xian was quite curious. He wanted to research whether this golden slime had any other characteristics. Perhaps he would be pleasantly surprised. However, he didn't find the time at all. Until recently, when he decided to duplicate and forge the Void Battle Talisman, he let the forging system follow the forging requirements of the Battle Talisman. Based on all of Yi Xian's existing resources and foundation, after an automatic search, he came up with the 2 results of the Weeping Soul Battle Talisman and the Time Battle Talisman. Only then did Yi Xian pay attention to the golden slime again. The reason why it was called the Time Battle Talisman and not the Golden Battle Talisman was because this golden slime's unique biological frequency was suspected to be related to the starry sky's time law, and it carried the power of time. Of course, the biological frequency of a single golden slime was too weak. This effect of time erosion was not obvious at all. It was so weak that it couldn't be sensed at all. However, if tens of millions of golden slime were to be like the Soldier Ladle and the Weeping Soul Beast, they would enter the Time Battle Talisman, which was completely golden in color, and gather their unique biological frequency of time attribute to launch an all-out attack. The power would definitely be heaven-defying. The law of time was originally the most mysterious law. If one didn't set foot in this field, no matter how powerful one was, they wouldn't be able to reverse time. At that time, the war of time would rumble, and it would instantly cause countless experts in the starry sky to wither away as if they had experienced tens of thousands of years in a short instant. That scene would definitely be shocking. As Yi Xian gave the order to forge the flowing time war talisman, the vast amount of materials and resources in his undying world instantly decreased. Moreover, because the power of the time war was clearly stronger than the Weeping Soul war, it required more special materials, rare crystals, and minerals. For example, the star-tier crystal and other epic-grade crystals, some of which Yi Xian only had 3 to 5 in his hands, but this time, they were cleared in the blink of an eye. All gone, all gone. This caused his heart to twitch in pain. However, when he thought about the corrosive effect of the flowing time war talisman after it was activated, Yi Xian felt that it was all worth it. This kind of flowing time war talisman might not be the only one in the 3 universes, but at least since Yi Xian entered the flowing time war talisman. Until now, he had never encountered a similar type of treasure after entering the universe. The power of the flowing time talisman was too terrifying, especially the flowing time talisman of the universe level. It was not a domain that ordinary existences could set foot in. Compared to it, the flowing time talisman of the universe was rather ordinary. However, in reality, among the almighty existences and star lords that Yi Xian had come into contact with, there were only a few who had a superficial understanding of the flowing time talisman of the universe. As the forging of the flowing time war talisman began, Yi Xian began to ponder about another problem. That was the activation of the flowing time war talisman. There were still tens of millions of golden slimes. They could be directly transferred over from the Wild Star Life Fortress. After all, there was a golden slime mother nest there, and new golden slimes were constantly being born. Yi Xian moved tens of millions of golden slimes, and after a period of time, this number would be increased again. It would be replenished again. However, there was another problem. That was the activation of the core. Yi Xian had the 2 8-star king ladles to guard the core of the flowing time war talisman, and he also had the void essence crystal to control it. The Weeping Soul Blood Horn originally had this problem, but now, with the Weeping Soul Blood Crystal that was refined by the Devouring system, Yi Xian placed it in the core of the Flowing Time War Talisman. There was no problem in controlling the tens of millions of Weeping Soul Beasts in the Flowing Time War Talisman. However, the Flowing Time War Talisman was different. All golden slimes were of the same level, and there were no kings among them. Yi Xian did not have the time origin crystal that contained the flowing time essence crystal could be used to control them. Thus, the activation of the core of the flowing time war talisman was empty. As a result, the battle claws of time couldn't be used at all. Even if the time biological frequency of tens of millions of golden slimes could be gathered together, it couldn't be shot out in a concentrated manner. There were only two ways to solve this problem. The first was to obtain a time origin crystal similar to the Weeping Soul blood crystal. However, that kind of thing was extremely rare. Even Yi Xian had never heard of it. It was something that could only be found by chance. Now, it was basically impossible to even think about it. The other method was to obtain a Slime King ladle similar to the 8-star King ladle and let it guard the core of the flowing time war talisman. Yi Xian would have to completely subdue it. Otherwise, if it did not listen to his orders, it would be a waste of effort. This method had a certain possibility of being realized. The reason why there was only one mother nest that specialized in reproduction among the golden slimes was a high-level existence of this race, while all the other golden slimes were of the same level, was because they had always been treated as a battery after they were born. They were like batteries, secreting a special liquid for the countless micromolecules of the world slimes to absorb. Over time, they would die. At the same time, new golden slimes would be born, repeating the cycle of life and death. Although there was always a certain number of golden slimes, there was no single golden slime that could receive special care, apart from the overall increase in quality due to the absorption of prime life crystals. What Yi Xian needed to do now was to obtain a golden slime and nurture it on its own. He would find a way to raise its level of life as quickly as possible, creating a slime king and subduing it. Through it, he would be able to lead the tens of millions of golden slimes in the flowing time talisman. As soon as he thought of it, Yi Xian immediately picked out the largest and most active golden slime from the life stronghold. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and took out a drop of all evil origin liquid. When it came to raising the level of life and promoting the evolution of life forms, the all evil origin elixir was the most heaven-defying of all the resources in Yi Xian's possession. After all, it was refined using the 9-colored flesh paste in the netherworld cauldron as its raw material. The 9-colored flesh paste was also a mixture of the remains, blood, and flesh of many powerful primordial life forms. From this, one could see how terrifying the quality of the all-evil origin elixir was. This was something that even those terrifying existences from the primordial era who were now hibernating to recover from their injuries needed. Some existences even only had a single drop per year. Now, Yi Xian had directly tossed a drop to this golden slime, greatly raising its level of life in a short period of time. This was something that was set in stone. At this moment, as Yi Xian took out the drop of all evil origin elixir and let it float in front of him, the golden slime that was only a meter long and about the size of an average void soldier's ladle immediately began to tremble. Its glowing golden eyes stared fixedly at the drop of all evil origin elixir. It was not afraid. Instead, it was excited. It was eager, extremely eager. Yi Xian could clearly sense these emotional fluctuations. As a matter of fact, he even had the misconception that the golden slime was trying to curry favor with him, or even beg him. Its objective was to devour this drop of all evil origin elixir that was endlessly tempting to it. This greatly roused Yi Xian's spirits. He was even more confident now. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand and poured the drop of all evil origin elixir into the golden slime's forehead. It vanished in a flash, disappearing into the golden slime's forehead. As the drop of all evil origin elixir entered its body, the golden slime shuddered violently. The transformation of its level of life immediately began vigorously. It was so intense that even Yi Xian leapt in fright. He subconsciously took a few steps back, because he was afraid of the great effects of the drop of all evil origin elixir. The golden slime was unable to endure it. It would be depressing if it exploded and was covered in filth. The golden slime was originally a faint golden color, and only its abdomen had a dazzling golden line. However, at this moment, the golden line was expanding at a visible rate. In the blink of an eye, its entire body had become a dazzling golden color. Subsequently, a golden line appeared where the golden line was at its abdomen. A violet gold line. Although this purple gold thread did not rapidly spread out like the golden thread before and completely covered his body, it extended out countless purple gold threads and gradually spread out. In the end, it covered his entire body and formed a layer of dense purple gold patterns that were like countless mysterious runes. During this process, the purple gold pattern that covered his entire body. During this process, the golden slime's body was ceaselessly expanding. In a short few minutes, when its body was around 10 meters tall, a powerful aura rumbled out from its body. Shockingly, it was the great figure of the universe. Xian was shocked to the point his mouth was agape. His mind was thunderous. A sound that sounded like the cry of a baby came out of the mouth of the purple gold slime that was floating in the void ahead. At the same time, the powerful aura of a universe almighty enveloped Xian's entire body. It faintly revealed a hint of ferociousness. Moreover, the purple gold light that burst out of its eyes clearly revealed greed and a sense of threat. It was obvious that this guy hadn't had enough and wanted another drop after tasting the sweetness. From a golden slime that hadn't even reached the black hole realm, it had grown into a purple gold slime that had reached the universe realm in such a short time. Its body had even grown from 1 meter to 10 meters tall, and its entire body was covered in purple gold runes that looked like runes. It looked extremely mysterious. One had to admit that the effects of this drop of all evil origin elixir were truly amazing. It was indeed heaven-defying. However, it was obviously far from enough. The universe realm was only the 15th great realm in the universe. As far as Xian knew, there were star lords, region lords, and sector lords after that. Obviously, this purple gold slime wanted to continue growing. However, that was obviously impossible, at least not for the time being. Because one universe slime was already enough for Xian. Moreover, it hadn't been subdued by him, so how could Xian continue to help it grow and increase its ferocity? Besides, this guy didn't look like a nice guy at all. He had just given it a great fortune, and now it was threatening him. It was turning hostile faster than Hongdou Lifeng. This kind of thing definitely wouldn't be useful if he didn't teach it a lesson. With that thought in mind, Xian's face immediately darkened. He sneered and scolded, "You bastard. You want to turn on me after receiving benefits, right? So what if you're a universe almighty? Do you believe that I can destroy you in minutes?" As he spoke, Xian had already guided a wisp of the sector lord aura from the remains of the one-legged golden crow in the Shenong cauldron. At the same time, he waved his hand and released a dozen drops of all evil origin elixir, which floated in front of him. The moment the terrifying might of a sector lord appeared, the universe slime in the void ahead immediately retreated. The universe slime that was originally enveloping Xian retreated like a tide. Immediately after, when the dozen drops of evil origin elixir entered its line of sight, the cosmos slime's eyes instantly flickered with purple light, and its rapidly retreating figure came to a halt. However, even though the strand of world lord pressure that had been drawn out by Xian vanished in the blink of an eye, and even the dozen drops of evil origin elixir were quickly put away once more, the universe slime in space a few dozen kilometers ahead continued to float there. It didn't dare make any sudden movements, yet it was unwilling to leave. In the end, a wave of emotions, similar to the initial fawning to the point of almost begging, carefully extended towards Xian. Under Xian's coercion and enticement, the other party finally submitted to his fate. "From now on, you will help me lead the tens of millions of golden slime hordes. You must obey my orders without fail. There will naturally be benefits for you in the future. I will occasionally provide you with a drop of that evil origin elixir depending on the situation." Greatly satisfied, Xian nodded. He didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. In the end, he threatened, "If you don't listen to me, you can try. Since I have the ability to nurture you, I also have the ability to erase your existence." It was also at this moment that a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. The war cry of time had finally been completed. With a wave of his hand, the void war cry and the war cry of time were summoned by Xian at the same time. They lay across the void together with the weeping soul war cry that he had summoned earlier. The three war cries were lined up in a row. Their appearance was the same, but their colors were different. The gray void war cry, the blood-red weeping soul war cry, the golden war cry of time. Looking at the three great weapons of mass destruction, Xian was filled with pride. At this moment, there were already tens of millions of void soldiers in the void war cry, but the other two war cries were still empty. Xian didn't hesitate any longer. He immediately sent all of the Weeping Soul beasts into the Weeping Soul warship. Then, he moved tens of millions of golden slimes out of the Starfield Life Fortress and entered the thousands of beehive nodes of the Time War. After doing all this, Xian turned to look at the universe realm purple gold slime floating in the void. The other party was clearly hesitating. Its intelligence wasn't low, and it was currently weighing the pros and cons. Xian didn't rush it. He had decided that if this universe realm purple gold slime really refused and turned to leave, Xian would definitely kill it at all costs. In the end, the purple gold slime didn't disappoint Xian. Or rather, it couldn't resist the allure of the all-evil origin fluid. Just now, Xian had casually released a dozen drops, so he obviously had a lot in stock. As long as it behaved well, he could trust him to give it a drop from time to time in the future. With such expectations, the purple gold slime's figure flickered and turned into a purple gold light, entering the core of the Warcry of Time's honeycomb nodes. At this point, the 3 Warcribes were all ready, and Xian could release either one of them or all of them at any time. If it was the latter, the 3 Warcribes could release a terrifying power when fired at the same time. Even Xian didn't dare to imagine it now. Even if he was facing a Star Lord, it wasn't impossible to kill him in one shot. It's been a few days since I secluded myself in the black hole and forged the Warcribes. I don't know what's going on outside. It's time for me to go out and take a look. While mumbling to himself, Xian waved his hand and stored the 3 Warcribes into his undying world. Then, he rushed to the exit of the black hole. Before he left the Heavenly Mystery Continent, Xian had stolen 3 of Di's clones, including Di Xiaofeng's and Sha Baofeng's. He had refined a total of 9 electronic consciousnesses whose mark of the Heavenly Mystery race had been erased. If nothing went wrong, 3 of the 9 electronic consciousnesses would enter the 3 bodies of Di's clones, and Xian would have 3 more clones. Even if they weren't Star Lords, there was still hope for them to reach the universe state. He had planned to implement this matter before he left, but it seemed that the forging of the Weeping Soul Warcribes and the Warcribes of Time had taken up a lot of his time, so this matter would have to be put on hold for the time being. After all, although he had completely refined the 9 electronic consciousnesses in his hands and erased all the marks related to the Heavenly Mystery race, he hadn't handed over the 3 bodies of Di's clones to the system for a comprehensive inspection and refinement. What if something had been done to the 3 bodies, leaving behind some sort of secret or backup plan? Once the electronic consciousnesses chosen by Xian entered the bodies, it was very likely that an unexpected accident would happen. A few days later, the vanguard fleet of the Tianji clan led by Yarrow had just arrived at the central area of the Fiend Star Zone. The demonic Emperor planet was not far ahead of them. After all, it was a 3,000-meter-long star-level battleship, fortress, and stronghold. There were more than 10,000 of them in total. It would take at least a few days to get here from the front line of the Fiend Star Zone. However, at this moment, the entire fleet was gradually slowing down, as if they were about to stop. In the command cabin on the top floor of the Expulsion flagship fortress, Commander Yarrow had a solemn expression on his face. He furrowed his brows and fell into deep thought. Right now, his only thought was to immediately return to the Tianji star field. After all, Tianji City was in chaos, and the situation in the first universe was different. Now, there was a possibility that all the slave races would rebel against the Tianji race. He was merely leading a vanguard fleet to wander around the first universe, but he could be surrounded at any time. Dumplings, however, to return to the Tianji star zone, he had to leave the Fiend star zone first, and the demonic Emperor planet was the only way. But now, more than 10 of the Fiend Imperial uncles who had been detained for generations had returned to the demonic Emperor planet. Among the slave races in the first universe, the Fiend star zone was ranked in the top 3 in terms of overall combat strength. Now that all the races were about to rebel against the Tianji clan, would they let them go? This was exactly what Yarrow was worried about. However, behind him, in the direction of the front line of the Fiend star zone, the allied forces of the second universe had started to chase after him. The situation was not good for Yarrow. There was a tiger in front of him, and there was a wolf behind him. When he thought about how this lousy commander of his had not fought a single battle after taking office, and only cared about cleaning up the mess, Yarrow had the urge to bang his head against the wall and kill himself. Comparisons were odious. Compared to Sha Baofeng, he was so pathetic. Sir Yarrow, what are you worried about? Right at this moment, Chanas walked over with a smile on his face full of concern. "You're so lucky. Even the Star Lord didn't kill you with one slap. Just like that traitor Sha Baofeng, you're alive and kicking again in half a month." Yarrow frowned, and his face was full of disgust. "You're really a scourge who lives for 1,000 years. You're right, I am indeed a scourge, but 1,000 years isn't enough." The corners of Chanasi's mouth curled into a strange smile that could make one ponder. Before he finished speaking, he had already made a move. "Since you are troubled and don't know how to make a decision, why don't I help you make a decision?" Boom! Before he finished speaking, a terrifying and majestic oppressive aura swept out from his body. It immediately bound Yi Luo's body, causing him to be unable to move. The latter was only in the 12th Grand Realm, the Void Realm. Now that the crystal life seed in Chanas's body had awakened and taken over Chanas's body, it was equivalent to old ghost Wenxing being reborn. With the cultivation of the 14th Grand Realm, the early stage of the cosmic light realm, suppressing Yi Luo was a piece of cake. "Aren't you investigating?" This sudden turn of events shocked Yi Luo. He seemed to have realized something, and his expression changed abruptly. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, his body had gone limp. "You will also become a traitor of the Heavenly's legacy race, because this old man has this need." The corners of Chanasi's mouth curled into a cruel smile. An invisible crystal consciousness extended from his body and drilled into Yi Luo's forehead. He was refining, just like how Yi Xian used the Devouring system to refine the electronic consciousness of Sha Baofeng, Emperor Xiaofeng, and the others. However, as the clone of the mechanical core, old ghost Wenxing understood the electronic consciousness of the Heavenly's legacy race too well. Even without the help of the Devouring system, he could still do it easily. At this point, he erased the imprint of the Heavenly's legacy race in Yi Luo's consciousness and turned him into an electronic clone outside of his own crystal consciousness. A few minutes later, Yarrow opened his eyes and got up from the ground expressionlessly. He stood next to Chanas respectfully with his hands behind his back. He was as obedient as a loyal dog, waiting for his orders. "In the future, you will still be Master Yi Luo, and I will just be a flatterer who fawns over you. However, you cannot go to the Heavenly's legacy city. Find a reason to stay in the Demon Dweller Star area." At this time, Chanasi's face was already cold. He glanced at Yi Luo, who was standing respectfully with his head lowered, and turned to leave. "If there is no other choice, learn from Sha Baofeng. Betray the Heavenly's legacy race and cooperate with the Demon Dwellers. In short, you have to stay here until this old man waits for that brat to come to me." Demon Imperial Star. Inside the royal palace of the Demon Imperial City, Grand Elder Mo and more than 10 Demon Dweller royal uncles had returned safely a few days ago. At this time, they were gathered together with Demon Emperor Mo Wendian, the current royal uncle Mo Qigong, and a few old monsters of the Demon Dweller race who had not appeared for a long time to discuss important matters. Demon Emperor Mo Wendian, royal uncle Mo Qigong, and the others were still in shock about everything that had happened in the Heavenly's legacy city. Although they had confidence in Yi Xian, and felt that he would most likely be able to rescue all the Demon Dweller royal uncles who had been imprisoned in the Demon Dweller race this time, Yi Xian had made such a huge move. However, the commotion that Yi Xian caused in the end was so great that not only were all of the captured members of the royal families of the First Universe expelled from the Imperial Prison, but even the Imperial Prison was blown up. The entire Heavenly Secret City was in chaos. However, no matter what, they couldn't imagine it. They could never have imagined. If it wasn't for the fact that all of this had already become a fact, Mo Wendian, Mo Qigong, and the others wouldn't have dared to believe that Yi Xian, just by himself, had completely messed up the situation in the First Universe in such a short period of time. Without a doubt, as the slaves of the royal family who had been imprisoned by the Heavenly's legacy race returned to their respective races, the situation that the Heavenly's legacy race was facing was unprecedentedly severe. Coupled with the approach of the allied army of the Second Universe, even if they wanted to change all of this and send troops to conquer the slave races, they were powerless. At least, they would not be able to do so in a short time. For the Demon Dweller race, they had originally thought that after the royal uncles who had been held hostage by the Heavenly's legacy race were successfully rescued, the entire Demon Dweller race would have to face pressure from the Heavenly's legacy city. Even if the rescued royal uncles did not appear in the Demon Imperial City, once the Heavenly's legacy race questioned them about this matter, the Demon Dweller race would have to give an explanation no matter what. But now, the situation was completely different. The Heavenly's legacy race had been thrown to the back of their minds. At least, they did not have to worry about it in the near future. Now, the problem that the higher-ups of the Demon Dweller race were considering was how to unite the slave races of the first universe to face the approaching Demon Dweller star region's frontline battle. And the allied army of the second universe was coming. In addition, there was also the Heavenly's legacy race's vanguard fleet that had just arrived at the edge of the Demon Dweller star region and seemed to want to cross the border and return to the Heavenly's legacy city. No matter how one looked at it, the vanguard fleet of the Tianji race had at least 10,000 stellar-level ships, large and small fortresses, and fortresses of all sizes. At this time, they were all at full speed, and when they arrived at the Demon Emperor planet, the entire defense circle of the Demon Emperor planet immediately tensed up. Demon Guard 1, Demon Guard 2, and the star docks of the Demon Emperor planet, a large number of battleships set out and spread out, as if the entire race was welcoming the arrival of the enemy. However, the subsequent development took a turn of events, and everyone's eyes fell to the ground. The commander of the vanguard fleet, the core upper echelon of the Tianji race, the second most talented of the younger generation, actually walked out of the flagship expulsion almost alone and headed toward the Demon Emperor planet. Behind him, only the commander of the Demon Emperor Guards, Xianxia, who had left with Yixian not long ago, followed. What? Alliance? Cooperation? Or even surrender to the demon race? After a while, when the upper echelons of the demon race heard Yerua's words, the current imperial uncle Mo Qigong immediately exclaimed in surprise. He stared straight at Yerua, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Aren't you going back to Tianji City? Don't forget, you are the younger generation of the Tianji race. The publicly acknowledged second most talented existence. Didn't Sha Baofeng, who threw me 8 streets away, betray the Tianji race? He even caused such a big commotion. Now that the situation of the first universe has changed, the Tianji race's luck is about to run out, only a fool will walk the same path as them. You also said that the younger generation has their own ideas. So we have to keep up with the times. At this time, Yerua was equivalent to Old Man Wen Xing's electronic consciousness clone, and his consciousness had long been completely affected. In the face of this situation, with his cunning, it was completely nothing. He responded with ease and spoke frankly with assurance. He waved his hand and said, "Do you think I'm born with milk?" In short, in my opinion, the great luck of the first universe basically has nothing to do with the Tianji race. It will fall into the hands of the top 3 slave races. The reason why I chose the Demonkin race was partly because the fleet under my command is in this star field, and I can't pass without forming an alliance with you. Partly, it was Brother Chinaska's persuasion that made me grit my teeth and make the decision. All in all, my fleet will not enter the inner defense circle of the 3 stars of the Nephilim Emperor but will deploy defenses outside the 3-star defense circle. As long as we join hands, we will be able to resist the first wave of attacks from the coalition army of the second universe that is hot on our heels and even force them to retreat. Then, I'll be able to buy some time to cooperate with the other slave races in the nearby star areas and form a solid alliance. Then, I'll have the foundation and strength to compete for the position of overlord of the first universe. It had to be said that Yi Luo's words were very pertinent. Whether it was Mo Qigong, the Devil King Mo Wendian, or great-grandfather Mo, none of them could find fault with it. Their fleet did not enter the inner defense circle of the Demon Emperor 3 stars and only set up defenses on the periphery. Moreover, they immediately faced the incoming Second Universe Coalition army together with you. They only hoped that after repelling them, they would be able to buy a certain amount of buffer time to allow the demon tribe to unite horizontally and vertically with some slave races in the nearby star field. Reaching a consensus and forming an alliance. To be honest, even if this alliance won the general trend in the future and became the new overlord of the first universe, at that time, it would be the demon race who would be in charge. They would just drink a little soup, but now, they had thrown out all their battleships and put their lives on the front line. This kind of deal was simply impossible to find. In the end, after thinking for a while and confirming that they could not find any suspicious points, the upper echelons of the demon tribe exchanged glances and could only shake their heads and sigh. The thinking of young people is indeed advancing with the times. We are old and can't understand. But it's not completely incomprehensible. The Tianji clan is basically done for this time. Boy, you are a smart person. Yes, follow our demon tribe to fight for the world. Although the one who takes the peach in the end may not be you, at least, it is much better than being annihilated by the giant wheel of history together with the Tianji clan. At this point, the demon tribe had basically accepted Yi Luo's surrender, and the latter did not go back on his words and did not move. He immediately ordered more than 10,000 battleships outside the inner defense circle of the Demon Emperor 3 stars to turn around and point their cannons at the star path they came from, which was the place where the pursuers were about to appear. The front line of the Demon Tribe star field. At the same time, a large number of battleships also sailed out of the inner defense circle of the Demon Emperor 3 stars and mixed with the vanguard fleet of the Tianji clan that had just surrendered, building a void defense line that stretched for millions of miles. As soon as the allied forces of the Second Universe arrived, thousands of cannons were immediately fired, opening the curtains of the first battle in space after the big change in the First Universe, when Yi Luo successfully surrendered to the Demon Tribe under the control of Old Devil Wenxing. It was also when the Tianji main city activated its second battle form. It turned into a terrifying super fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters and entered the wormhole at the edge of the First Universe. From then on, it completely migrated and left the plane of the First Universe. Outer space. And with the departure of the Tianji fortress and the disappearance of the plane of the First Universe, the star network signal of the first-level star network of the plane that originally covered the vast star field of the First Universe finally disappeared completely. As the overlord of the First Universe, the Tianji clan's core of the first-level star network of the star network that covered the entire plane was the immortal-level star superbrain inside the Tianji city. There were only 2 immortal-level star superbrains in the 3 universes. One was in the immortal dynasty of the human race's science and technology camp. That immortal-level superbrain built the first-level star network of the 3rd universe. Even the Federation network of the Thousand Luo Federation headquarters was attached to it. The other one was the immortal-level star superbrain in the Tianji main city of the First Universe. With the departure of the Tianji main city from this plane, the central signal of the First Universe's first-level star network was cut off by the universe plane barrier. Then, the first-level star network of this plane was naturally completely paralyzed in an instant. Since then, all the star fields in the First Universe, except for the neighboring star fields that could still communicate with each other within a certain distance, all the star fields and races that were too far away from each other were cut off directly from each other. In other words, the entire First Universe's plane had degenerated from the previous state of real-time communication to the current state of regional real-time communication. The consequences of the lack of information, or the inability to achieve real-time smooth communication, were very difficult to predict. At the very least, the thousands of races that lived in this plane could no longer communicate with each other at any time like before. The War of the Warring States of the First Universe, the era of heroes had arrived in full swing. In today's flourishing era, in the starry sky environment, if the information exchange of a star field was not smooth, the result would be a small area of unease, and if the information exchange of an entire universe plane was not smooth, the result would be a large area of panic and chaos. Under normal circumstances, it was already like this, not to mention that before the information exchange was suddenly interrupted, almost all the major races in the First Universe had received a piece of shocking news that was like a heavy bomb to them. The demon race had colluded with the Tianji clan, and they were in cahoots. This was not hearsay. Before the signal of the Level 1 Starry Sky main network of the First Universe was cut off, the information received by the servant clans included some video information. It clearly showed that the vanguard fleet of the Tianji clan led by Yi Luo was outside the Demon Emperor planet, fighting against the demon race. The live scene of the fleet's mixed defense, the facts were all there. There was no doubt about it, and there was no way to refute it. After this news was confirmed, the angry roars of some supreme beings and star lords sounded one after another in the major star fields of the First Universe. Basically, they were all the upper echelons of the royal families who had just been tricked out of the Tianji Inner City's emperor prison not long ago, especially the giant ferocious clan and some other clans with deep servility. They did not want to rebel against the Tianji clan at all. At this time, they were even more resentful. They had a sense of grief and indignation that they had been used as a stepping stone by the demon race. Demon race, you are too shameless, too shameless. Conspiracy. There's a conspiracy. There's definitely a conspiracy. Grand Duke Missouri, what a great scheme. That side just tricked us out of the Emperor prison, and here, they turned around and sold all their cellmates. Damn it, they're simply not human. I'm so wronged. This old man was deceived. Tricks, it's all tricks. This old man only understands now. Ruthless. Roar. Almost all the slave races in the first universe were furious. Immediately after, except for a few weaker races, more than half of the other races sent out more or less fleets and headed towards the demon race star field. In their opinion, the demon race had indeed gone too far this time. It's fine if you want to curry favor with the Celestials' legacy race in order to rise up, but we're all fellow sufferers, so you can't do this. They were clearly stepping on the heads of the other races to climb up. As they climbed, they were also ruthlessly stepping on the heads of the other races. This was the rhythm of trampling all the other races to the bottom of the water and drowning them alive. In short, such actions had already aroused public anger, and the general trend was irresistible. Such a shameless race, the slave races of the entire first universe should join forces to kill them. Regarding all of this, the demon-human race was completely in the dark, completely unaware. Today, in the first universe, the signal of the Level 1 Starry Sky main network covering the entire plane was cut off. The Demon Emperor Star could only get in touch with a few slave races around the demon domain, and these races were obviously not on good terms with the demon race. The policy of befriending those far away and attacking those near them was also applicable in the Starry Sky environment. Not to mention that the Demon Emperor Star didn't take the initiative to contact these races. Even if they did, they might not tell the truth. They were all waiting for the fleets of the other slave races from the other Starry Sky main networks to arrive, and then the fleets of these races would form an allied force to attack the Demon Emperor Star. At the same time, the allied forces of various races from the second universe also arrived at the Devil Emperor Star area. The soldiers were stationed in front of the city and spread out in the void. The fleet was majestic and mighty, and the line of defense extended for millions of miles. A large part of the void of the universe was covered. The allied forces were led by 9 races: the Blood Dragon Clan, the Cyan Rock Clan, the Warrior Lion Clan, the Angie Clan, the Barbarian Bull Clan, the Golden Eagle Clan, the Colorful Python Clan, the Greedy Wolf Clan, and the Tree Spirit Clan. The fleets of these 9 races were located in the center of the defense line, and the fleets of the other races were on the 2 sides of the defense line. Up until now, only one battle had broken out in this intergalactic war on the level of the universe plane. In the opening battle, the allied fleets of various races from the Federation of the Second Universe suffered a great loss, and even a few supreme beings of heaven and earth were killed. Although a Star Lord tried to help, in the end, he was scared off by Sha Baofeng, the young master of the Tianji clan. All of this had been spread out, and countless people in the 3 universes knew about it. For the races in the allied forces of the second universe, this was a disgrace. Not only the commanders of the vanguard fleets and the old masters in charge of the vanguard fleets, but also the higher-ups of the races in the base camp in the rear. He had no face left, it was too shameful. But now, the situation in the first universe had changed abruptly. The Tianji clan had an accident. Sha Baofeng, the young master of the Tianji clan, who had just been conferred a title by the Line of Fire, turned against the Tianji clan on the spot when he returned to the Tianji city to accept the conferment ceremony. Even the imperial prison inside the Tianji city was pardoned by him, and then he directly blew it up. After this matter was confirmed, the higher-ups of various races in the allied forces of the second universe were very happy and felt that they had vented their anger. Some people who were gnashing their teeth at Sha Baofeng immediately changed their impression of him. They felt that this guy was too cute and pleasing to the eye no matter how they looked at him. It was really strange. Yes, why didn't they notice it before? There were even some people who were secretly vigilant, feeling that this was the birth of another devil incarnate. This guy's actions were enough to prove that not only was he a monstrous talent, but his temperament and means were also not inferior to young Master Linghu and young Master Netherworld. They were all lawless masters. The day before, he was fighting against the races of the Second Universe Federation at the front line of the Demonkin Star area, and the entire allied forces of the Second Universe were suppressed by him. He was definitely the hero of the Tianji clan. As soon as he turned back to the Tianji clan, he immediately turned his nest upside down. This kind of thing was impossible for ordinary people to do, let alone actually do it. They didn't even dare to think about it. Such an existence couldn't be provoked. They had to avoid him if they saw him in the future. He was definitely a devil incarnate, but now, everything was fine. That brat had rebelled against the Tianji clan, and it was likely that he wouldn't show his face for a while. And now, the situation in the first universe was in chaos. Although the slave races hadn't made a clear stand against the Tianji clan, this matter was basically set in stone. The entire first universe plane was now in chaos. The true period of chaos was about to arrive. For the allied forces of the second universe, this was definitely a great opportunity that could only be encountered but not sought. Previously, their purpose was only to use the excuse of starting a war with the Tianji clan to push the front line forward until they reached the source of all evil star area. Then, they would stop and follow the instructions of the clan's ancestors. Explore and even occupy the source of all evil. Even though it was only a vanguard, the allied forces of the various races of the second universe still gathered millions of battleships. However, in the first battle at the front of the demon domain, the various battleships, fortresses, and even fortresses that had been destroyed by the young patriarch of the heavenly fate race's hidden great killing weapon, the Spirit War Talisman, had destroyed all kinds of battleships, fortresses, and even fortresses. There were nearly 200,000 battleships. Now, this allied force only had 800,000 battleships. However, the number of slave races in the first universe had reached nearly 1,000. When the total strength of more than 1,000 races was added together, it was definitely an astronomical figure. Even so, the various races of the Federation in the second universe were determined to seize half of the first universe in one fell swoop while the Tianji clan was at its weakest. They would then divide it among the various races of the Federation and establish interstellar colonies. After this decision was made, on the other side of the wormhole at the front of the demon domain, the follow-up fleet of the races of the Second Universe Federation had begun to gather. Soon, they would pass through the wormhole and arrive. Right now, the vanguard fleet of the Second Universe Coalition Army, which had a total of about 800,000 soldiers, had received the latest order not long ago. It was to completely take down the first obstacle before this expedition, which was the demon race, regardless of everything else. Either annihilate this race, or drive the demon race out of this star field. In short, after the second battle, the entire demon domain had to be swept clean and completely controlled by the Second Universe Alliance Army. Although the demon race was powerful and ranked in the top 3 among the slave races of the first universe in terms of overall combat strength, even so, their total strength was only hundreds of thousands of battleships. After all, the total number of the demon race was only tens of millions, and they were not like the Tianji clan. A single clansman could control a large number of intelligent robots. The number of clansmen limited the size of the demon race's fleet, although the Tianji clan's vanguard fleet was also on the outer defense line of the demon emperor star. It was only a scale of more than 10,000 battleships. In the overall situation of the battle, it did not play much of a role. In short, in this battle, the races of the Second Universe Federation were full of confidence, and they were determined to take down the Demon Emperor star. The great battle soon began. The 800,000 battleships of the Second Universe fired their cannons at the same time. The entire void was filled with dazzling fireworks. Countless energy light pillars of different sizes shot forward and intertwined into a giant net of destruction, covering the outer defense line of the 3 stars of the Nephilim Emperor. On the outer defense line, in addition to the 10,000 Tianji clan's vanguard fleet led by Yi Luo, there were more than 400,000 battleships of the demon race. All the battleships activated their energy shields at the first moment. At the same time, some large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters activated the void oscillator, creating a chaotic void barrier area in front of the outer defense line to prevent the enemy's battleships from activating space jumps and launching suicide attacks. 400,000 versus 800,000, the disparity in the number of battleships between the two sides was too great. The 400,000 battleships of the demonic Emperor 3 stars had been suppressed from the very beginning. Battleships were being destroyed at every moment. They were no match for the enemy at all. It was only a matter of time before they were defeated. In the face of all this, the higher-ups of the demon race in the inner defense line of the 3 stars of the demon emperor behind the outer defense line were worried. At this time, a higher-up of the demon race in charge of the demon satellite 2 suddenly sent a message. From behind the 3 stars of the demon emperor, in the direction of the inner void of the first universe, huge fleets of the servant races were coming from all directions. There were at least 1 million of them. At least half of the thousands of servant races in the first universe had sent out a fleet. Right now, they had gathered into a powerful alliance army, heading toward the demon emperor star to jointly suppress the demon race. The demon emperor Mo Tian was overjoyed, thinking that reinforcements had come. With the scale of 400,000 battleships of the demon race and the million-strong alliance army of the servant races coming from behind, it would not be a problem to swallow the 800,000 vanguard fleet from the second universe in one fell swoop. However, before the higher-ups of the demon race could recover from this surprise, the million-strong alliance army from the inner void of the first universe behind them stopped steadily in the void thousands of miles away. Then, led by the fleet commanders of a few relatively powerful slave clans, the slave fleets all declared their stance and shouted at the 3 stars of the Nephilim Emperor through the directional broadcast system of the flagship of the fortresses, waging a war against them. Demon race, the time for your destruction has come. Yes, this time the overall situation of the first universe is in chaos, and you demon race are the culprits. First, you deceived all the hostages of the royal families of our races out of the imperial prison, putting our races in a disadvantageous situation. And then you immediately turned around to curry favor with the Tianji clan. This is the rhythm of killing our races. We will never agree to this. Now, all the races have sent troops and formed an alliance army to suppress. Demon race, you are doomed to die for your unjust deeds. Your retribution has come. As these voices of suppression came from afar through the directional sound transmission equipment, they resounded in the void. All the demon race clansmen around the 3 stars of the demon emperor were dumbfounded. Even in front of the outer defense line, in front of the galactic battlefield, in the second universe's allied army, the high-ranking commanders of the big races heard these voices. After being stunned for a few seconds, they were all overjoyed. This was really a pleasant surprise. They didn't expect the situation in the first universe to be so chaotic. The demon race had become the target of public criticism, and the million-strong alliance army in the void behind them had actually come to suppress them. Now, the demon race was simply being attacked from the front and the back. There was no doubt that they would be able to take them down in one go. As long as they could take down the demon race and completely occupy the entire demon domain, the mission of the vanguard fleet would be completed. They would immediately be able to use the 3 stars of the demon emperor as the front line, changing from offense to defense, and quietly waiting for the reinforcements of the second universe to arrive. At that time, as long as the reinforcements of the other races arrived, the million-strong army of the first universe's servant races in the void tens of millions of miles away from the demon domain was just a group of chickens and dogs. In the face of the invasion of the outerverse plane, they could fight back in their own nest. What was there to fear from such an enemy? Soon, the vanguard fleet commanders of the 9 races of the second universe, led by the blood-flood dragon clan, issued orders to attack with all their strength. No matter what, at all costs, they had to take down the 3 stars of the demon emperor as soon as possible. The situation deteriorated in an instant. Being attacked from the front and the back, the 3 stars of the demon emperor were in danger. Including the demon emperor Mo Tian, the current imperial uncle Mo Qigong, and the imperial uncle Mo who had just returned to the clan, all the previous generations of imperial uncles had no idea and were completely in a mess. Yarrow, what are you waiting for? It's all because of you that the slave races are attacking us. The 3 stars of the demonic emperor are under attack. Don't you have anything to say? You won't be able to survive once the demons are destroyed. What's the point of guarding your fleets at such a critical moment? They are just some intelligent robots. Could it be that they are more important than the lives of our demon race? Is it more important than the survival of our demon tribe? Now is the time. Do it now. Chanas roared the last sentence with all his might. The Devil Emperor Mo Tian and the other members of the royal family of the demon tribe were stunned. Vaguely, they seemed to have guessed what Chanas meant. They looked at each other, feeling as if they had been struck by lightning. Nobody understood how Chanas had managed to manipulate Yarrow, the commander of the vanguard fleet of the Heavenly Fortune clan. Although Mo Wentian was a peak 9th rank Star Lord, what was lurking inside Chana's body had been possessed by a seed of life derived from the mechanical core. The crystal consciousness was so mysterious that not even a peak Star Lord could see through it. Chana's had done that only to gain a foothold in the 3 stars of the demonic emperor. He was certain that the mysterious guy would show up, but he wasn't sure when. Nothing could happen to the 3 stars of the demonic emperor before he arrived, and his identity as Chana's couldn't be erased. He also had to earn as many credits as possible so that he could regain the trust of the demons and enter the core decision-making circle. That way, he would have a chance to approach the mysterious guy again after he arrived. Then, he would have to carry out his subsequent arrangements and plans. Hum. Dense, feeble noises echoed from the 400,000 warships in the outer defense line, but it wasn't caused by the activation of the space oscillators. In fact, at this moment, the hundreds of fortresses that were originally in charge of fully activating the space oscillators and forming a chaotic void defense line in front of the outer defense line had all turned off their space oscillators at the same time. The noises came from the 10,000 warships, fortresses of the Heavenly Fortune clan. While Chana's was roaring, Yarrow had already given the order for all the warships of the Heaven's Legacy race vanguard fleet to activate their space jump ability and launch a suicide jump attack without exception. There was not a single member of the Heavenly Legacy clan in the tens of thousands of warships, fortresses. In the entire vanguard fleet, only Sha Baofeng and Yi Luo were real members of the Heavenly Legacy clan. The others were all intelligent robots. Even if it was a suicidal jump attack order, they would carry it out without hesitation. All of this happened too quickly. The high-level commanders of the fleets in the Second Universe United Army camp did not expect Yarrow to be so decisive. Before this, he had even activated the space oscillator to build a chaotic void defense line in front of the outer defense line. Such a move was to guard against the Second Universe's allied forces, who would launch a suicide jump attack. But now, in the blink of an eye, they had directly turned off the space oscillator, and more than 10,000 warships, fortresses, and even fortresses of different standards did not hesitate to perform space jumps at the same time. Boom! Rumble, boom, a huge roar sounded. In the blink of an eye, more than 1,000 fortresses and warships completed space jumps and appeared in the camp of the Second Universe's allied forces. They immediately self-destructed. This enormous allied force, which had more than 800,000 warships, immediately fell into chaos. In the area where the suicidal warships and fortresses landed, all the warships in the vicinity retreated as if they were avoiding ghosts. As the giant fireballs kept appearing one after another, the entire Second Universe's allied forces fell into chaos. Activate the space oscillator. Activate the space oscillator immediately. Stop these lunatics. We must stop them. Don't panic, we can't let the following suicidal warships complete the jump. Otherwise, more than 10,000 warships and fortresses will explode, and the entire allied forces will be annihilated. This move was too ruthless and too sudden. The higher-ups of the various races in the fleet of the Second Universe were completely thrown into disarray. No one had expected Yi Luo to be so ruthless. Was this just giving his life to the demon race? He was practically protecting the demon race as if they were his father and grandfather. When did the positions of the Tianji race and the demon race switch? Who was the master and who was the servant? The demon race was just a servant race of the Heavenly Legacy clan. Yarrow was recognized as the second most talented person in the younger generation of the Heavenly Legacy clan. In the situation where the newly appointed young clan leader, Sha Baofeng, had betrayed the demon race, he was the most likely existence to become the next young clan leader of the Heavenly Legacy clan. It was necessary to protect the demon race. Regardless of everything, as huge fireballs rose in the huge allied forces of the Second Universe's allied forces, these thoughts immediately emerged in the minds of the high-level commanders of the allied forces. Even in the void thousands of miles behind the Demon Emperor 3 stars, the high-level commanders of the First Universe in the huge fleet were all dumbfounded at this time. They didn't understand how all this had happened. In the end, in the chaotic allied forces of the Second Universe, hundreds of fortresses and fortresses of various sizes activated their space oscillators one after another, successfully constructing a chaotic void defense line in front of the long allied forces. Of the more than 10,000 battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of the Heavenly Legacy clan's vanguard fleet, less than 3,000 of them successfully completed the space jump, entered the enemy's camp, and then self-destructed. The other 7,000 battleships, because of the appearance of the chaotic void barrier, had their space jumps interrupted. They had no choice but to stop this shocking large-scale suicide jump and self-destruct. But even so, the first round of attacks launched by the 800,000 battleships of the Second Universe's allied forces was successfully controlled. The final result was that both sides suffered losses. The allied forces of the Second Universe lost tens of thousands of battleships of various types, and the 400,000 soldiers of the Demon race's outer defense line in front of the Demon Emperor 3 stars also suffered heavy losses. The situation was still not optimistic, because the other side was obviously enraged. This time, the allied forces of the Second Universe suffered a small loss only because they were successfully ambushed. After they reorganized and became angry, the upcoming second round of attacks would be even crazier and fiercer. 3 war drums stretched across the void. The huge mouth of the drum with a diameter of 300,000 meters was facing the direction of the allied forces of the Second Universe, and behind them was the outer defense line of the 3 stars of the Demonic Emperor. From left to right, there was a gray void battle talisman, a gold time battle talisman, and a blood-red weeping soul battle talisman. This was Xianxia's handiwork. After leaving the black hole of life, he rushed straight to the Demonic Emperor planet. Along the way, he even used his personal interstellar communication system to capture the signals of the star network in the void and inquire about the current situation of the First Universe. The disappearance of the signal of the first-level main network of the First Universe, which originated from Tianji City, shocked Xian greatly. In his opinion, although the super death ray bomb that exploded in the Imperial prison was powerful, it was definitely not powerful enough to cause chaos in Tianji City to the point that it could not reach the star network that covered the entire first-level universe. The first-level main network was to the extent that the signal was cut off. Vaguely, Xian felt that there must be something fishy about this. He originally wanted to secretly approach and see what the Tianji clan was up to, but then he learned about the crisis of the 3 stars of the Demonic Emperor. The Tianji clan's vanguard fleet led by Yi Luo had actually gotten involved with the demonic clan. Xian could not understand this matter, but he had a comprehensive understanding of the consequences of this by capturing the weak signals of the second-level network from other races outside the demonic star region. In addition, the huge fleet of the allied forces of the Second Universe that had come from the demonic star region was pressing in. This time, something big was definitely going to happen to the 3 stars of the Demonic Emperor. In desperation, Xian could only temporarily throw the doubts of the Tianji City to the back of his mind and rush to the Demonic Emperor planet with all his strength. At the same time that the Tianji clan's vanguard fleet launched a suicide jump attack, he arrived at this void battlefield. Seeing the Tianji clan's battleships, fortresses, and strongholds, under Yi Luo's orders, unhesitatingly launched a suicide jump, Xian's doubts grew stronger and stronger. With his understanding of Yi Luo, unless this kid had lost his mind, he would never do such a thing that would harm himself. Here comes the matter. But now was not the time to delve into the suspicious points. Taking advantage of the fact that the huge coalition army of the Second Universe, which still had 800,000 battleships, was in chaos, Xian felt that he could not miss this opportunity. The moment both sides temporarily ceased fire and prepared to reorganize themselves, he did not hesitate to rush into the void battlefield. With a wave of his hand, he summoned out the 3 battle talons that had just been forged and had already formed a fighting force. It was clear that they wanted to take advantage of the chaotic situation in the Second Universe to launch a destructive attack and completely defeat the enemy's huge vanguard fleet. At this moment, with the sudden appearance of these 3 huge warships, everyone who saw this scene, whether it was the Second Universe's coalition army in front of the battle line or the First Universe's slave fleet in the void behind the Demon Emperor 3 stars, without exception, all fell into a daze. After a moment of stagnation, cries of surprise rang out one after another like a tide. Spirit warrior? The demon's spiritual battle cry? Heavens, there are actually 3 at once. That's not right. What happened? According to our intelligence, doesn't the demon race only have 1 spiritual battle cry? And it has already been brought to Tianji City by Sha Baofeng. Why did they make 3 in the blink of an eye? This old man understands. Conspiracy, this is AF** King conspiracy. Too bad. The demon race is too bad. They are simply prepared to face any danger. They have already dug a hole with the Xianxia clan and are waiting for us to jump into it ourselves. Too shameless, too despicable. The demon race has indeed completely colluded with the Xianxia clan. These 3 spiritual battle talons were definitely not made by the demon race. It is clear that the Xianxia clan rushed to make them day and night and specially sent them here from Xianxia city by secret means. We have been fooled. This is a trap from the beginning. The retreat of the First Universe's slave clans and the chaos of the Xianxia clan are all part of a conspiracy. Even Sha Baofeng's betrayal of the Xianxia clan and the emptiness of the Xianxia inner city's imperial prison is very likely to be part of their plan. It is for this moment. The 3 battle talons are across the void. The entire huge camp of our coalition army has already penetrated deep into the demon race star field. Even if we turn around and retreat, we won't be able to. It's time, this is the rhythm of a pot. That's right, it must be like this. Don't you see that there is an army of millions of slave clans in the void behind the Demon Emperor 3 stars? Bullsh *T Crusade, they are in cahoots with the demon race from the beginning. After the 3 battle talons are destroyed, they will rush forward together with the demon race's fleet. They are beating a dog in the water. Retreat. Retreat immediately, retreat at full speed. We have been fooled. As these exclamations sounded one after another, the long camp line of the Second Universe Alliance army was completely messed up. Nearly 800,000 battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of all kinds were in chaos again before they could break free from the chaos of the previous wave of jump-type suicide attacks. All of them were in chaos. They quickly retreated. In the void thousands of miles behind the Demon Emperor 3 stars, in the First Universe's slave clan subjugation coalition army, in the flagship of the slave fleet, the upper echelons of the various clans looked at each other, their minds in chaos. The exclamations from the Second Universe's coalition army made too much sense. Even they were stunned at this moment. Could it be? Was it really like this? Was the chaos in the Xianxia city fake? Was Sha Baofeng's betrayal of the Xianxia clan fake? The escape of the hostage members of the royal family of the various slave clans, so that the imperial prison of the Xianxia inner city was completely empty. Was all of this fake? Was it just to set up this trap in front of them and completely wipe out the million-strong vanguard fleet from the Second Universe? These thoughts flashed through the minds of the high-level commanders of the slave clans, one after another. Their minds were all in a mess. Even Mo Qigong, Grand Elder Mo, Demon Emperor Mo Wendian, and the others in the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor were stunned when they suddenly heard these words. Of course, what made them even more confused was what the hell was going on with the 3 battle talons in the void of the central region of the front position. Demon Emperor Mo Wendian, Mo Qigong, and the others naturally recognized the void battle talon on the left. They had just finished remodeling it not long ago and handed it to Prince Xian to bring to the Xianxia city. It seemed that it had fallen into Prince Xian's hands again. But this wasn't right. If that was the case, where did the other 2 battle talons come from? Prince Xian was alone, so he couldn't build them at all. On the other hand, if the Xianxia clan worked overtime in the outer industrial circles, it was more or less possible. With the appearance of the 3 battle towers, the people of the entire void battleground were thrown into chaos. The allied forces of the Second Universe believed that this was all a conspiracy, and the purpose was to annihilate the entire allied forces in one fell swoop. But what made them angry was that they had really been fooled. They did not even suspect the big lie of Sha Baofeng, who had just received the young master's warning, of betraying the clan. They were simply pigs. No, they were even worse than pigs. In the allied forces, the high-ranking commanders of the major clans of the Second Universe were so angry that they almost vomited blood. They were so regretful that their intestines turned green. The allied forces of the slave clans of the First Universe were also filled with doubts. They also believed it and suspected that this was the plan of the demon race and the Xianxia clan to keep the other clans in the dark. Many of the high-ranking members of the clans who really wanted to take this opportunity to rebel against the Xianxia clan had already begun to feel nervous. They were worried that the Xianxia clan had another intention, which was to use this opportunity to test the loyalty of the other slave clans. When they thought of this, they hated the demon-human race even more. They were all a slave race, but they actually dared to sit on top of their heads and act like tyrants with the Tianji race. They were here to bring disaster to their suffering brothers. This was really a misunderstanding that made people not know whether to laugh or cry. Even Yi Xian did not expect this, and he was already speechless. It was no wonder that these fellows thought this way. With the sudden appearance of the 3 battle drums, even the upper echelons of the demon royal family were stunned. They began to suspect that Yi Xian had sold them off, let alone anything else. Apart from the Tianji clan, it was basically impossible for any other clan to build another 2 battle towers in such a short time. This was the truth. If it wasn't for the fact that old man Wen Xing knew the cause and effect of the entire matter, even he would be suspicious. But at this moment, although he wasn't like the others, suspecting that Yi Xian was colluding with the Heavenly Fate clan, he was once again shaken by Yi Xian's mysterious methods. He couldn't figure out how Yi Xian was able to create another 2 warships in such a short period of time. This was a colossus with a diameter of 300,000 meters. It wasn't something that could be created overnight. A sharp glint flashed across Xianxia's eyes, but it was quickly concealed. However, there was a faint trace of excitement on his face. The more mysterious the other party was, the more valuable they would be to him. His interest was growing more and more intense. Yi Xian didn't pay attention to all of this. If anyone wanted to misunderstand, then just let them misunderstand. It just so happened that he was able to maintain a bit of mystery. Even now, the celestial legacy race still had not revealed his true identity. This made Yi Xian very surprised and a little confused. He had no idea just what kind of medicine they were selling in their gourd. But no matter what, this was still good news. As long as the secret of his identity was not exposed, Yi Xian would have a lot less to worry about. As for the problem of the Heaven's legacy race secretly scheming against him, all he had to do was be a little more vigilant. Since they didn't reveal their identities, Yi Xian naturally couldn't expose himself. He had already returned to his original appearance, which was the appearance of Prince Xian that the outside world was familiar with. However, now that he was in charge of the Weeping Soul Battle Army, he didn't know which identity to use. Since he had to reveal his appearance, he might as well not come out. However, this matter could be considered later. However, the arrow in front of him was already on the bow, so he had no choice but to fire it immediately. Taking advantage of the fact that the allied forces of the various races of the second universe were still hurriedly and chaotically retreating millions of li away from the void, Yi Xian immediately gave the order to attack the Weeping Soul Battle Army. Although the combined attack of the 3 battle army would definitely be more powerful, this was the Demon Emperor Star region. Yi Xian was really worried that he would directly create a super large black hole. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to the demon race. Because of this, he didn't even dare to use the Void Battle Army. The Void Soldier Ladle race's unique biological wave frequency contained the power of the Void Law. The few void turbulence vortexes in the industrial circle around Tianji City were a good example. Yi Xian really didn't dare to randomly attack a random area. As for the Time Battle Army driven by tens of millions of golden slimes, it contained the power of the space-time law. In Yi Xian's opinion, its power should be the strongest of the 3 battle army. Naturally, it should be used last to decide the outcome of the battle in one blow. Thinking about it this way, the only one suitable to activate now was the Weeping Soul Battle Army that he personally guarded. Inside the Weeping Soul Battle Army, tens of millions of Weeping Soul beasts and thousands of beehive nodes all began to move after Yi Xian activated the Weeping Soul Blood Crystal. In thousands of beehive nodes with a diameter of 3,000 meters, tens of millions of Weeping Soul beasts fully activated the unique Weeping Soul spiritual wave of their race. This unique spiritual wave frequency energy converged from every beehive node and flowed along the special channels between the beehive nodes to the core node of the core circle, gathering into one. In the end, as the Weeping Soul blood crystal that floated in front of Yi Xian suddenly trembled, this terrifying and unique spiritual wave transformed into an incomparably sharp howl. It was like the roar of a sea of rage that instantly leaked out. Screech, the mournful Weeping Soul cry shrieked in the void. The entire vast and boundless star field trembled in the face of this sudden and violent howl that suddenly descended. This terrifying howl that was sharp enough to tear the sky apart instantly caused countless experts in the void to tremble violently. Even their minds and consciousnesses were in a daze at this moment, as if their spiritual bodies were being drawn by the hell and were about to leave their bodies. In the void in front of the Weeping Soul battle army, there was an invisible tide like the sea of stars that suddenly burst out from the core node. It flowed along the 9 outer layers of the battle army, continuously expanding until it finally turned into an invisible force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. In an instant, it directly faced the huge mouth of the battle army. The vast void was completely enveloped in an invisible shroud. There was no shocking scene of the void shattering inch by inch, there was no earth-shattering rumble of an explosion, there was also no turbulent whirlpool of the void like a black hole, there was only an indescribably mournful howl that reverberated in this corner of the void. There wasn't even an invisible shockwave, it was as if the full blow of the Weeping Soul battle army didn't have any substantial lethality at all. It couldn't shake everything in sight. Just hearing seemed to have suffered a great challenge. At this moment, all the experts in the 3 camps far and near in the void felt a little dazed. This was really the most perfect demonstration of the saying that the wind was loud, but the rain was small. It was as if their eyes had dropped to the ground, rolling all over the void, but at this moment, Xianxia grinned. Just as the smile at the corner of his mouth slowly outlined, in the nearest battleships of the second universe in the void in front of him, there were suddenly extremely mournful but extremely short screams. One after another, in half a breath, it was densely packed, and it resounded like an overwhelming sound. However, only the sound could be heard, and no abnormalities could be seen. All the battleships, fortresses that were shrouded by this Weeping Soul cry sound wave were still motionless in the void. Numerous shrill howls resounded in space. Every single one of them was extremely short, yet they covered the heavens and the earth, and they densely covered the heavens and the earth without end. It caused a feeling of terror that caused one's back to go cold and one's scalp to tighten to instantly spread out and envelop this corner of the starry sky. This scene was too strange. The extreme contrast between visual and auditory gave people a completely unreal feeling. On the opposite side of the battlefield where the terrifying trumpet of the 3 huge warlords was facing, among the nearly 800,000 battleships of the second universe's various races, except for a small half of them that had already retreated, or before the Weeping Soul warlord was activated and released this Weeping Soul roar attack, they had already activated space jump. Outside the battleships that had the ability to jump far away. More than half of the battleships, fortresses of all sizes were still in the fan-shaped deep area directly in front of the 300,000-meter huge trumpet of the Weeping Soul warlord. These miserable howls that made one's whole body feel cold came from these nearly 500,000 battleships, fortresses. However, the miserable howls resounded through the void, but these 500,000 battleships were still floating there unscathed. There was no abnormality at all. It was as if the earth-shattering mournful howl of the Weeping Soul warlord had no effect on them at all. This was unbelievable, but it happened to be the truth. The Weeping Soul warlord's Weeping Soul roar did not have any physical attack power. It was precisely because of this that its attack effect on the soul, spirit, consciousness, and other levels was even more shocking and horrifying. The Weeping Soul beast's Weeping Soul spiritual wave was not only effective against demons with spiritual power, but also against human cultivators who cultivated primordial spirit, as well as the consciousness level of other races or life forms, such as electronic consciousness, crystal consciousness, and so on. The shrill and harsh howl lasted only a few seconds, then it completely disappeared and could no longer be heard. Then, after another 2 or 3 seconds, as if in response to this mournful howl, countless miserable howls that appeared followed by this mournful howl also completely disappeared. The void returned to silence, a deathly silence. Everything before was like a dream. The mournful howl seemed to have never appeared, because everything in the void in front of them had not changed at all, making people suspect that they had auditory hallucinations. Right at this moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly resounded through the void. Roar. Weeping Soul roaring 10,000 seas emptiness. With just one howl, more than half of the living beings in the 500,000 battleships had perished. Who exactly are you? What kind of method is this? These words came from the mouth of a 15th realm expert. The mighty pressure of the universe was incomparably clear, but there was also an extremely strong sense of fear and shock in his words. Even his voice trembled. In the end, it was as if he could not control the trembling of his heart due to fear. It let out a shrill howl as if it was venting its anger, then, furious roars echoed one after another from the 500,000 warships, fortresses in the fan-shaped area covered by the enormous trumpet of the Weeping Soul war beast. Dead. He was already dead. Ah. How could this be? How could there be such a weapon of mass destruction? That's impossible. Heavens, what kind of black technology has the Heavenly Legacy race mastered to be able to create such a terrifying weapon of mass destruction? Is this still the power of science and technology? It's only effective on the mental consciousness level. It's targeted to crush this domain. Who can defend against it when caught off guard? It's too tragic. Too cruel. Everyone fell straight down. This scene is simply a nightmare. Ah, who are you? Who are you? These furious roars basically all came from the mighty figures of the universe. There were also some who belonged to the 14th Great Realm, the Cosmic Light Realm, or the 13th Great Realm, the Genesis Realm. However, there was not a single existence below the 12th Great Realm, the Void Realm. It was as if the countless experts of the second universe in the nearly 500,000 warships, fortresses, except for a few existences above the 13th Great Realm, the Genesis Realm, had all died. Even the voices of the experts above the Genesis Realm who were roaring were filled with intense fear and weakness. It was obvious that even though they had withstood the Weeping Soul Battle LA's shrill howl that lasted no more than 10 seconds, they had not died. But in the end, they had more or less suffered some injuries. This was a soul injury, a blow to the mental consciousness level. It was the most difficult to recover from. They needed to rest and nourish with targeted heaven and earth treasures before they could slowly recover. There were nearly 500,000 warships, fortresses of various types. Although there were only about 10,000 fortresses of various sizes, and about 100,000 fortresses of various sizes, the rest were all star-level warships that were 3,000 meters long. However, the total number of powerful beings from various races in the second universe that were stationed there was definitely an astronomical figure. According to the surviving experts of the Genesis Realm and above, most of the countless experts of the second universe in the nearly 500,000 battleships had died in less than 10 seconds. Furthermore, all of them were unharmed physically, but their souls had been annihilated. As this thought flashed through their minds, all the existences in the entire space battlefield, no matter which camp they were in, who knew what had happened, shuddered and subconsciously trembled. Including Xianxia himself. He had never imagined that the effect of the Weeping Soul Battle LA's Weeping Soul Battle Law would be so terrifying. It was truly the sound of the Weeping Soul Battle Law cosmos. It was too frightening. This really has nothing to do with me. I didn't expect this attack to be so terrifying. Dumbfounded, Xianxia muttered to himself. When he thought about how at least hundreds of millions of creatures of the second universe had died in his hands in just a few short breaths, he felt a strong sense of guilt. Fortunately, the nearly 500,000 warships on the other side were all from the various races of the second universe, and there was no human fleet mixed in. Otherwise, wouldn't this attack be equivalent to killing countless human compatriots? Thinking of this, Xianxia smiled bitterly. It seemed that this Weeping Soul Battle Law could not be casually used in the future. Or rather, he had to go back and explore carefully to see if he could fine-tune the Weeping Soul Battle LA's Weeping Soul Battle Law in terms of power, range, and so on. Control. In that case, only by using the Weeping Soul Battle Law could he avoid the situation where a large number of people would die in an instant when it was activated. The killing intent was too heavy. End of chapter 36-39. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.